Bai Mu unexpectedly traversed to a different realm, acquiring a system capable of summoning various beings to fight on his behalf. With his arrival, the apocalypse commenced. Humanity transformed into zombies. Mutated animals began attacking mankind, and an array of unknown creatures emerged. Astonishingly, Bai Mu himself became one of the undead. I shall no longer be human. System. Chapter 1. The Undead Summoner. In the early morning, within a modest rental room, an unremarkable young man lay sprawled across a table, deep in slumber. The room was simply adorned, yet plastered with numerous posters of various anime girls, devoid of any figurines or other merchandise, indicating that this reclusive individual was not affluent. Suddenly, the slumbering youth jolted awake, a thought racing through his mind. I, Bai Mu, have traversed worlds? He glanced at his hands, then surveyed the room's decor. His eyes fell upon the myriad of anime girl posters adorning the walls, prompting him to emit a gleeful chuckle. He liked this. However, when he turned to look at the trash can, his smile faltered. A disconcerting thought crossed his mind. Could the original owner of this body have perished unexpectedly? My body. It's no longer pure. With that, Bai Mu rubbed his face with both hands and shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Seated in a chair, he propped his chin on one hand. Since I've traversed to another world, shouldn't I be accompanied by a system? After all, that was how it was portrayed in novels. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a sudden ding echoed in his consciousness, and a futuristic system interface materialized before him. Bai Mu was startled, but quickly regained his composure. This was the system he had just contemplated. Its swift appearance had nearly given him a fright. Bai Mu casually remarked, "System, introduce yourself." After a prolonged silence, no response came. Could it be a non-intelligent system? He pondered. He meticulously examined the system and discovered only a personal information panel. He focused his thoughts and activated it. A new interface emerged. Name, Bai Mu. Race, human class, summoner level, 1 heroic followers, 0-1 increases with level experience points, 0-1-0-0-0 summoner skills. Demon summoning summons various beings with different talents as heroic followers. Resurrection of the fallen revives beings killed by himself or his summoned creatures, converting them into legion followers. Upon reading this, Bai Mu could not help but exclaim, "Good heavens! I have become a summoner. No need to fight myself, and I can be invincible without facing any threats." However, Bai Mu excitedly remarked, "The only drawback of this system is its lack of intelligence. There are no introductions whatsoever." He then glanced at the phone on the table, picked it up, and discovered it still had power. Upon handling it, he stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. Goodness, such advanced technology. After fiddling with it for a while, he checked the calendar and found the date, January 19th, 78453 of the Star Sea calendar. This is hardly different from our own year of 3030. His gaze then fell upon the video player on the phone, and a somewhat mischievous smile crept across his face. Since I'm bored and there's no one around, why not engage in some amusing activities? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a violent sound wave surged forth. Suddenly, his phone exploded, startling Bai Mu into jumping to his feet. Before he could utter a curse, every fragile object in his rented room, including glass and mirrors, shattered into pieces. Bai Mu gazed at the chaos, his mind a blank slate, and instinctively looked out the window. What he beheld was the most terrifying sight he had ever encountered. A thick black fog enveloped the sky, sweeping across the world, plunging everything into impenetrable darkness. Before he could react, Bai Mu collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. After an indeterminate amount of time, Bai Mu slowly rose from the floor and surveyed the room. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Have I been asleep for decades?" The interior was cloaked in dust, the kind that accumulates in a neglected, long-abandoned space, and the posters and books on the walls had turned yellow with age. He shook his head, pondering, "That shouldn't be. If it were a mere 10 years, I would have perished from hunger long ago." Instinctively, he glanced at his hands, anxious to see if he had aged a decade or more. The shock escaped his lips. His hands, his body, had transformed into a crimson energy form. No, how has my body become like this? I still don't have a girlfriend. He jumped about, during which a bookshelf toppled over, striking him below. Instinctively, he pushed the bookshelf aside and discovered that his strength had multiplied several times, and he felt no pain or injury whatsoever. Regaining his composure, Bai Mu searched the room for a sharp wooden splinter and pressed it against his energy-like palm. It truly does not hurt. He then found a larger piece and repeatedly pierced it into his body. I, Bai Mu, shall not perish. Subsequently, he feigned profundity, Gazing deeply into the already shattered mirror as he mused, the capabilities of humans are limited. One must transcend humanity. I shall no longer be human. System. Bai Mu reopened the system interface and noticed that the power attribute had escalated from 1 to 5. Additionally, a new category labeled Supernatural Abilities appeared beneath the power attribute. He opened the detailed information. Ability, Death. Accompanying skill, Domain of Silence. Skill effect. The area within a 10-meter radius around the entity is a realm of death. Any life form that differs from the entity by a factor of 2 will inevitably suffer excruciating decay and demise, whether the entity desires it or not, excluding summoned entities, which will strengthen with level progression. Upon reading this, Bai Mu was momentarily stunned. Am I destined to be a lifelong recluse, living only with my summoned creatures? In a brief moment of contemplation, Bai Mu heard the sound of a vehicle approaching, prompting him to float toward the window. Outside lay a scene of devastation. The buildings were relatively intact, merely marred by human-inflicted damage, while the roads were strewn with vehicles that had seemingly collided, resulting in explosions that had long since extinguished. Bai Mu also noticed numerous zombies wandering the streets. Some were unscathed, while others bore severed limbs converging on a burning car. It was evident this was the very vehicle that had just passed, and its occupants would soon be consumed. In the past, Bai Mu believed he would have been overwhelmed by nausea at such a sight. However, due to some alteration in his physical constitution, he felt no such reaction, although a sense of dread lingered within him. Reflecting on the fact that the zombies showed no signs of decay and that the buildings were not particularly dilapidated, Bai Mu arrived at a startling conclusion amidst his fear. Only I have experienced the passage of over a decade. Everywhere else remains unchanged. With this thought, he felt an urgent desire to venture outside, but hesitated, considering if I go out now, I have no means to confront those repulsive zombies. Perhaps I should first attempt to summon something. Bai Mu had never fought zombies before. In fact, he had always been afraid of insects. He focused on himself, silently chanting, "Summon of the demon." As a blood-red, strange summoning circle appeared, a crimson aura enveloped the room, causing papers to swirl wildly in the air due to the summoned energy. After a brief moment, the ritual concluded. A deep green humanoid figure materialized before Bai Mu. Chapter 2. The Malevolent Zombie King. The green figure stood before Bai Mu, motionless. Upon discerning its features, an overwhelming wave of terror gripped Bai Mu, nearly halting his heart. He hastily leapt back, retreating until he was pressed against the wall, unable to move further. It was a zombie. Bai Mu even forgot that this was his summoned creature, for he had been an ordinary person until now. The standing zombie stirred, its movements surprisingly fluid, not as stiff as one might expect. It cracked a smile and said, "Master, you seem rather frightened of me." The expression was akin to that of a deranged killer smiling at you, sending chills down Bai Mu's spine. Yet, gradually, his fear began to dissipate. After all, the creature could speak, communicate, and exhibited intelligence. No matter how terrifying, such capabilities diminished its horror significantly. Bai Mu awkwardly straightened up to observe this zombie. He noticed that the hero follower in his mind's system interface had transitioned from 0 to 1, prompting him to delve into the detailed information. Name, Extreme Evil Race. Undead King level, 2 strength, 15 talent. Skills, Corpse Mist, Death Strike, Extreme Evil Claw. After comprehending the attributes of this Undead King, Bai Mu pondered, since there's an A rank, there should logically be an S rank as well. Although this Undead King is not S rank, summoning an A rank on the first attempt is still commendable. Bai Mu continued to scrutinize the Undead King's appearance, which was not as terrifying as he had anticipated. Aside from its malevolent grin, the Undead King had slightly greenish skin, resembling an ordinary human in all other aspects. The Undead King also examined Bai Mu, intrigued as to why a being of the undead had summoned him. The system had never acknowledged any race other than humans as its master. Thus, the two non-human entities remained in silence, locked in mutual scrutiny for quite some time. Bai Mu broke the tension first, asking, "Are you willing to serve me?" His voice trembled with uncertainty. Yet upon hearing this, the Undead King's gaping mouth promptly closed. Regaining a semblance of composure, it knelt on one knee, lowering its head slightly to gaze at the ground. "Extreme Evil is willing to serve you, my lord." Bai Mu felt detached from the reality of his own words, recognizing that he was no longer human. However, the low, haunting timbre of the Undead King's voice resonated deeply in the minds of others, inciting an instinctive reluctance to defy it. Even the most timid utterance from Bai Mu's lips was enough to instill a profound sense of dread. Observing the undead king's swift submission, Bai Mu found himself curious, having anticipated a more defiant stance followed by a lesson from the system to subdue it. Given the ease of the current situation, he couldn't help but inquire, "Extreme evil, why did you so hastily submit to me?" Upon hearing this, the undead king abruptly lifted its head but remained kneeling, its entire being tensing. Had it committed some transgression to provoke the master's ire? After a moment of contemplation, it cautiously replied, "In witnessing your imposing presence, I realized in that instant that only you are worthy of my lifelong allegiance." Bai Mu, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of delight as his dim, crimson eyes nearly curved into a crescent moon. Such a skilled flatterer, he mused. Clearing his throat to redirect his focus, he feigned profundity and said, "Speak the truth." The undead king, realizing the strategy was ineffective, resorted to honesty. "Because you are the first non-human system bearer I have ever encountered." Bai Mu, intrigued, pressed for clarification. "What does that imply?" "Speak candidly." The malevolent corpse made no inquiries and continued. "Before you, there were 6 others who received the system, yet they all perished." Bai Mu inquired, "How did they meet their demise?" "Through various unfortunate incidents," the malevolent corpse replied calmly. Subsequently, it slowly rose to its feet and began to pace the room, narrating as it walked. "Even the strongest fortune cannot escape misfortune. They possessed the luck of acquiring the system, yet lacked the fortune to reach the end." The malevolent corpse continued. "However, the moment I laid eyes upon you, I realized you were an extraordinary immortal, a being of your kind that is nearly impossible to kill. Unlike the others of the undead lineage, who merely bear the title, I believe you shall certainly traverse that final path. Hence, I choose to submit." Upon hearing this, Bai Mu fell into contemplation. When he was selected by the system, he was still human, transformed into an immortal due to the apocalyptic black mist, and that ability was initially not displayed on the system's interface. What connection exists between the system and abilities, and which is superior? Bai Mu ceased his pondering. He was merely an ordinary individual who had just encountered a fortuitous event. Observing the malevolent corpse, he solemnly asked, "How did you rise on your own?" The malevolent corpse, still lost in its reverie, promptly knelt again. Bai Mu nodded. "I shall forgive you this time, Rise. Go forth and search every room in this building. If you encounter zombies, eliminate them immediately. If you find humans, subdue them without killing. I require some information." The malevolent corpse said nothing and exited. Bai Mu pondered as he watched it depart. This system appears quite reliable, unfortunately. Given the current circumstances, there is no living creature within 10 meters of me. To avoid causing unnecessary harm, he decided to let the malevolent corpse scout ahead, ensuring that there was no one present or that anyone encountered would not perish under his passive abilities before he made his appearance. The malevolent corpse approached the door across the hall and grasped the handle. It was locked, and in a moment of impulsiveness, the corpse clawed at the door, splintering it into pieces. Just as it was about to enter, a fully intact yet slightly decayed zombie lunged forward, biting the malevolent corpse's arm. The speed of the creature was easily evaded by the corpse, yet it deemed such lowly vermin unworthy of its effort. With one hand, it tore the zombie's head off, crushing it in the process, the brain matter splattering across its hands and body, while the corpse merely grinned wickedly. In its palm appeared a small green gem, which the malevolent corpse promptly swallowed, closing its eyes as if savoring the moment. Bai Mu, as the master of the malevolent corpse, was able to share its visual and auditory experiences, and thus asked, "What was it you just consumed?" The malevolent corpse, returning from its moment of indulgence, explained, "This is the core of the abilities possessed by zombies, and those mutated creatures consuming it benefits my evolution." Bai Mu then inquired, "Does this have any effect on me?" Understanding Bai Mu's thoughts, the malevolent corpse candidly remarked, "Humans who consume such extraordinary cores will gradually experience a collapse of their mental faculties. The most favorable outcome would be their transformation into monsters. However, since you're not human, I'm uncertain of the effects it may have on you." After a moment of contemplation, Bai Mu replied, "Please proceed." The malevolent corpse did not hesitate and continued its search. Bai Mu, too, did not remain idle. He ventured into the room previously examined by the malevolent corpse to attempt the resurrection of the headless zombie. A surge of crimson light enveloped the creature, and his legion's interface transformed from 0 to 1. Chapter 3. Time though lost in thought. Bai Mu didn't stop moving. He walked into the house next to his own, separated only by a single wall. The wicked corpse hadn't reported anything about this place, which meant there were no zombies or humans inside. Naturally, he could enter without worry. He had no desire to harm others without reason, nor did he want to be attacked as a monster. That said, after becoming something other than human, Bai Mu had lost some of his humanity. If someone provoked him, he might disregard the reason and simply eliminate them. Bai Mu specifically targeted kitchens or children's rooms. Kitchens because they had food. He didn't need to eat or metabolize, but he still sought out food. As he put it, he wanted to satisfy his cravings. Even though he didn't require sustenance, his sense of taste remained intact. This was something he had learned from the bag of chips he found earlier in the zombie's room. As soon as Bai Mu stepped inside, he commanded the zombie, stand guard outside. The zombie has no intelligence, so Bai Mu naturally communicates with it using mental power. His summoned creatures or himself can gain experience and mental power by killing living beings. The former enhances his own strength, while the latter serves as a kind of resource consumed when releasing skills. The scene inside the house came into Bai Mu's view, and it was a very ordinary setup, indicating that the living standards in this residential area were generally low. Bai Mu then walked into the kitchen, rummaged through the refrigerator, and searched through cabinets everywhere. By the time Bai Mu returned to the living room, he was holding a cloth bag filled with snacks. When he stepped outside and handed the bag to the mindless zombie, it looked somewhat comical holding a snack bag. Subsequently, Bai Mu was ready to do what he considered important next. He looked around the room for figurines, posters, and so on. Although he had left his original wives, he wanted to see if those original wives still existed in this world. Bai Mu quickly floated to the last door, filled with anticipation as he pushed it open, only to feel a wave of nausea. Inside, there was nothing he had hoped for, only 3 bloodied bones, 2 large and 1 small. The bloody skeletons were still smeared with some viscous flesh, and the entire room was stained with blood, resembling a hell on earth. Most importantly, after such a long time, the blood had not dried up. From the movements of the 3 skeletons, it was evident that they had endured severe pain in their lifetimes. Bai Mu couldn't understand what could have caused these 3 living beings to die such a tragic death, so he turned his head away. He reached out his hand and tried to use the resurrection of the dead on them. Surprisingly, the 3 bloodied bones began to move slowly and eventually stood upright in front of Bai Mu. He said to the skeletons, "If you can take revenge, then do it. If my power is insufficient, then forget it." Although he had always stayed at home, he felt extremely disgusted every time he saw criminal cases in the news. He wanted all these criminals to receive the death penalty. In the past, he could only think about it, but now he could do it. Coming back to his senses, Bai Mu used his mental power to make them follow him. After searching for more than 10 minutes, the 3 skeletons were already holding a lot of food, and behind them were 6 empty-handed zombies, all of whom were not intact. Some had lost their heads, while others only had half their bodies. These were all the work of the extremely evil corpses. In the end, Bai Mu did not find even a single otaku. Just as he was feeling emotional, the extremely evil corpses had reached the door of the last house. He was impatient and directly clawed the door open. As he walked in leisurely, just about to say something, suddenly 2 humans jumped out from the left and right. One man wearing student glasses held a kitchen knife, and a pig-like fat man held a fruit knife. Without hesitation, the 2 surrounded the extremely evil corpse, leaping up to attack. "Die, zombie dog." The knife in hand swung forcefully towards the wicked corpse. The wicked corpse, facing this sudden attack, did not panic, and then struck with both fists at a speed that ordinary people could not capture with the naked eye, knocking the 2 people to the ground. Then, with both hands, it grabbed each of them by the neck and lifted them up. The 2 struggled, gripping the wicked corpse's arms tightly. With a mouth like that of a slit-mouthed woman, the wicked corpse looked at the 2 and said, "If it weren't for the master's orders, I would really enjoy the taste of fresh human flesh." The commotion here naturally caught Bai Mu's attention. He shared his vision and instructed the wicked zombie to put them down. The wicked zombie loosened his grip, and the 2 fell to the ground, gasping for air, looking at the wicked zombie with faces full of terror, but their inner fear was even greater. This zombie was different from others. He actually had intelligence, and he was a subordinate of an even more terrifying existence. The 2 huddled together, trembling all over and not daring to move. Fortunately, the extremely evil corpse had not made any noise since just now. Bai Mu also arrived, standing in front of the 2. From the previous attack, he had learned from the system that the skinny one had a strength of 4. and the fat one had a strength of 3, so they could withstand his passive ability. Bai Mu said in a deep voice, "I will ask you a few questions. If you don't answer in real time, I will eat you." Bai Mu naturally wouldn't eat them unless these two guys brought it upon themselves. At that time, he wouldn't mind letting the extremely evil corpse devour them. The two on the ground heard the voice of this blood-colored monster and felt as if they had fallen into an abyss. They immediately began to sweat all over, and before long, their clothes were drenched as if they had fallen into a river. Their fear of Bai Mu had already penetrated to the bone, and the boy with the black glasses dared not face Bai Mu. He trembled as he said, "We are willing to answer anything. Please don't eat us." Bai Mu directly asked them, "What time is it now?" The boy with the black frame didn't dare to think too much and quickly answered, "February 26th, 784531 in the Star Sea calendar." Upon hearing this, Bai Mu had a look that confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, only in his room had more than 10 years passed, and he himself had been in a deep sleep for over 30 days. Then Bai Mu asked again, "How long have you all been asleep since that black mist?" The boy in the black frame replied, "I only slept for 3 days." Then he glanced at the chubby guy and said, "Fatty has slept for 10 days. Bai Mu finally looked at the two of them and asked, "You clearly have some strength, so why aren't you leaving here? We need to wait for the military to come and pick us up." Bai Mu became alert at this moment. Is the military still around? Don't they usually disappear in the apocalypse? After a series of questions, Bai Mu learned that the army in this world still existed and was the greatest reliance of the people, having also established the largest shelter. The authorities announced through citywide broadcasts 2 days ago that survivors would arrive here in 10 days to reclaim the city from zombies and mutated creatures. After learning this, Bai Mu left without killing them, and the evil corpse also left in anger. Bai Mu would not indiscriminately kill the innocent if they did not provoke him. This was his only remaining humanity. The other two had already wet their pants, trembling as they slowly stood up, daring not to linger and fleeing for their lives into the distance. Bai Mu stood on the road, followed by the evil corpse, surrounded by 3 blood-colored skeletons and 6 zombies. He looked at the blood-red sky, which had changed since he awakened. He couldn't help but feel, "I never expected that after watching those time travel dramas and rashly leaving my wives behind, I would end up like this. My wives Jin Musashi, Bayujin, and my king." Chapter 4. Annihilation of the Zombie Horde. After reflecting for a moment, Bai Mu had already thought of his next plan. He would stay in this city for another 10 days to level up, and then leave before the army arrived. With his death-related abilities, he was destined to be unable to coexist with the living. Then Bai Mu let out a long howl towards the sky, and the enormous roar echoed for hundreds of meters around. The mutated beasts that had been lingering nearby all turned to look in this direction. They sensed a pressure from the depths of their souls in that roar, which made them feel it was a warning. Consequently, they all showed fear and fled 1,000 meters away from Bai Mu without looking back. Bai Mu, of course, didn't think too much about it. He just wanted to attract the attention of the zombies. The second reason was to let the survivors know that there was a monster here that they absolutely could not provoke, so they wouldn't come to their deaths. The zombies had no intelligence and knew no fear. They only instinctively followed the source of the sound and the scent of blood to feed. Now, the zombies that had been aimlessly wandering around all stiffly turned and slowly moved toward Bai Mu. Soon, the road was filled with zombies, some of which had come from hundreds of meters away, while others had been in the houses. Bai Mu looked at the groups of zombies and roughly estimated that there were probably several hundred. The more he could deal with, the better. It would be beneficial for him and for the survivors and the army as well. He did not turn around, but commanded the extreme evil zombies behind him, "Clean up those zombies." The extreme evil zombie looked at the blood-colored figure with increasing respect. The master was indeed extraordinary, not even blinking in the presence of hundreds of zombies. Suddenly, as he leaped forward, the skin on the right hand of the extreme evil zombie began to tear, and green blood splattered out. The arm, along with the shoulder, slowly swelled, eventually growing 3 times its original size. At the front of the giant hand, 4 claws over 30 centimeters long emerged, and with a sweep, these claws tore apart a row of zombies, sending their limbs flying. This was the extreme evil zombie's skill, the extreme evil claw. His combat style was quite simple, close-range melee. Sometimes, in his excitement from killing, he would even use that gaping mouth to completely bite off and swallow a zombie's head. Bai Mu sometimes curiously thought about how the extreme evil zombie's head, which was the size of an ordinary person, could open its mouth so wide. As the extreme evil zombie continued to slaughter, Bai Mu ordered the 6 zombies behind him to join the fight. He did not care about the lives or deaths of these ordinary zombies. After all, they were cheap goods. If they died, he could just resurrect another one. If any evolved during the battle, Bai Mu wouldn't let that zombie die easily. Unfortunately, until the last zombie was exterminated, Bai Mu did not see a single mutated zombie. After all, a second mutation for zombies was not easy. As for the 4-person group with snacks, Bai Mu would not let them fight. He didn't want the snacks to get damaged in the slightest. Facing the other zombies that broke through the defense of the extreme evil zombie and the 6 accompanying zombies, Bai Mu wanted to take action himself. He wanted to see how strong he was now. These zombies generally had a strength of only 2, and he wanted to see if his strength of 5 could crush them. Although their strength was only 2, zombies were not living beings, so they were not affected by Bai Mu's domain. Without hesitation, Bai Mu quickly approached a zombie. Lacking any combat skills, he could only swing his fist simply. He used a fist made of blood-colored energy and punched through the zombie's head, which crumbled like tofu, unable to withstand the blow. Bai Mu felt a wave of nausea as he pulled his fist out and then swatted the zombie away, simultaneously feeling an increase in experience, slightly more than what he gained from his summoned creature's kills. Currently, he had over 50 experience points, most of which came from the extreme evil zombies' kills. While the 6 zombies had barely managed to kill a few before they were almost all dead. So, Bai Mu would kill 1, resurrect 1, keeping his zombie squad at a constant 6, and he showed no signs of fatigue. Clearly, the mental energy consumed to resurrect a zombie was negligible. On the other side, the extreme evil zombie became more ferocious and crazed as he continued to kill, his movements growing faster. As for the green gemstones inside the heads of the zombies, they were, of course, collected by the headless zombies, who had the least to carry, allowing them to use their spare hands to pick up gemstones. The survivors within 100 meters, after hearing a chilling roar, shrank back inside their homes, afraid to make too much noise. They waited for a long time, and some bolder ones slowly stretched their heads out to look at the road outside the window. This sight inevitably filled them with hope. Previously, there had been zombies wandering outside, preventing them from going out to find food, but now they had all disappeared, leaving no trace of where they had gone. So, some decided to take advantage of this good opportunity to search for food, while others remained too timid to venture outside. Bai Mu, of course, was unaware of all this. As time passed, the zombies on Bai Mu's side were gradually being killed off, with only a few stragglers continuing to appear from a distance. The extreme evil zombie pinned down the last zombies and began to torture them. Bai Mu witnessed this scene and murmured to himself, "Perhaps this is his true nature. Have I summoned some truly heinous monsters? Not right. Now I am the monster in people's eyes," Bai Mu self-deprecatingly commented on himself. Then he stopped thinking about it and began to tally up the experience and attribute points he had gained. Now he had over 500 experience points, and with the accumulation of experience, his strength had increased from 5 to 7. Once his experience points were full, his strength could reach 10. And at that time he would be able to level up to a level 2 summoner, subsequently summoning a second hero companion. He wondered if his abilities would enhance after becoming a level 2 summoner. He looked at the 6 new zombies, which were relatively intact, with the strongest one having a strength of 4, but it still hadn't mutated. Ignoring them, he took the bag containing the gems from the headless zombie and divided 2/3 of it for the evil corpse. The evil corpse naturally accepted it respectfully, standing aside and swallowing the gems, enjoying the comfortable feeling they brought. Bai Mu kept the remaining 1/3 inside his body, which was like a small spatial item, but could only hold small items. Anything exceeding its capacity would overflow. He found it looked quite strange, so he didn't put any snacks into his body. After this battle, Bai Mu was tired and decided to find a large house to rest in. He had never lived in a big house or slept in a big bed in his previous life, so now that he had power, he couldn't deprive himself. Although he had crossed over to this world, he still had the mindset of a homebody. As Bai Mu and his group left, the original mutated beasts gradually returned, feasting on the scattered remains. Since the apocalypse, fresh meat had been scarce for them, so they could only scavenge. However, this embarrassed those who had gone out looking for food, as the return of the mutated beasts led them to collide directly with the beasts. The outcome was predictable. Most people died, while a few strong individuals survived, which gave them confidence that they were not as weak as they thought, at least in the face of these low-level mutated creatures. Chapter 5. The Quirks of the Evil Corpse in the Evening. In a supermarket, Bai Mu, dressed in black and wearing sunglasses, lay on a flat bed reading a book, with a scattered array of snacks and books beside him. Since he had crossed over without inheriting any memories, he was naturally unfamiliar with the city and had not found a suitable house after searching all day. Instead, he found a large supermarket, so he treated it as a temporary base. For him, the supermarket was like heaven, with everything he wanted available. Moreover, the supermarket was large enough, and since the outside was quite dangerous, people had mostly grown accustomed to peace, with few brave souls unafraid of death. So hardly anyone dared to venture out for food. Even after more than a month, there were still plenty of items left. As for his evil corpse and zombie companions, he had sent them to clear out the zombies inside the supermarket to avoid being disturbed while sleeping. With his presence, the mutated creatures that had only recently appeared after the apocalypse did not dare to approach, leaving only the mindless zombies running around. He commanded the cleanup of the zombies while also instructing not to harm anyone, just to drive them all out of the supermarket, unless they were troublemakers. In that case, he would let the wicked zombie devour them. On the other side, the wicked zombie was standing in front of a zombie that he had turned into a corpse stick, watching as the zombie slowly crawled towards him. His expression was quite pleased, thinking how nice it would be if it were a living being. Suddenly, a scream echoed down the corridor, catching the attention of the zombies on the ground, causing them to change direction and crawl towards the source of the sound. The scream made the wicked zombie's veins bulge, interrupting his good time. Furious, he rushed towards the sound, stomping on the crawling zombie and exploding its head, grabbing the gem and moving on without a second glance. In the corridor, a woman and 3 men were surrounded by about 10 zombies. There weren't that many zombies initially. They had come because of the scream. "I told you not to save this burden. Now we're all going to die?" A middle-aged man shouted angrily at a muscular man. Before the muscular man could respond, the woman stepped forward angrily and said, "Why didn't you say this when you were playing with me before?" Just as the middle-aged man was about to retort, he saw a figure cloaked in black standing at the opposite end of the corridor. It was the wicked zombie. Waving his hand, he shouted for help. "Hey, brother, save me. I know where there's food. If you save me, I'll take you there." He was thinking of using this person to attract the zombie's attention, then escape while dragging someone else down with him. If he couldn't survive, no one else should think they could. The middle-aged man then ran towards the wicked zombie, and the others quickly followed. The wicked zombie had initially thought these people wouldn't notice him so quickly. He planned to wait until 1 or 2 of them died before he would go save someone, thinking no one would mind if he ate the dead. Now that he had been seen, he had to act. He was absolutely obedient to Bai Mu's orders. But this also left him feeling a bit disappointed. As he was complaining, a slight smile appeared on his face as he thought of a twisted idea. Just because he couldn't kill didn't mean the master couldn't. Dare to lure the zombies over? Let them all die later. The wicked zombie muttered to himself. Without thinking further, he shot out, directly flashing behind the last zombie, and his fist pierced through its skull. In no time, over a dozen zombies had their heads exploded. Wearing gloves and with his face covered tightly, the wicked zombie appeared very cautious, and the group could not see his appearance. This brutal slaughter left the others in a daze, and before the others could react, the middle-aged man was the first to come to his senses. He thanked the wicked zombie. "Thank you, Master, for saving us." The wicked zombie did not respond and slowly turned to leave, but his senses lingered on the middle-aged man. Seeing the wicked zombie about to leave, the middle-aged man immediately chased after him with a smile, saying, "I don't know where you're going, Master. Do you need a little brother? I may not be good at fighting, but I'm familiar with the terrain here. Can I join you, just me, please?" The other 2 men looked at the middle-aged man with some disdain, while the woman was deep in thought. Hearing this, the wicked zombie felt secure. He coughed twice, making his voice sound like a normal person. He slowly replied, "Well, I happen to need a guide." After pausing, he looked at the 2 men behind the middle-aged man and said, "You 2 come with me. I have too much stuff to move alone." Finally, he stared at the woman and said, "And I need someone to warm my bed." He then turned and left. The 3 men were naturally pleased and closely followed the wicked zombie, while the woman directly nestled into the wicked zombie's embrace, unaware that she was about to be led to her doom. However, the woman felt that the masked man's body was a bit too stiff to be human. The wicked zombie was, after all, not a human. Compared to zombies, he leaned more towards being a corpse. As Bai Mu was engrossed in reading, he received a message from the wicked zombie. The content of the message made Bai Mu somewhat angry. Were these people seeking death, coming over despite being told to stay away? Soon, Bai Mu saw a group of people approaching him. The middle-aged man behind saw Bai Mu, who was draped in a black cloak on the bed, and asked, "Master, who is that?" The wicked zombie remained silent and continued forward. As the wicked zombie entered Bai Mu's 10-meter range, the woman clinging to him suddenly let out a tragic scream. Her skin began to crack, and her whole body was slowly rotting. The three men behind her felt a chill run down their spines, and the thinnest one bent over and started to vomit. Meanwhile, their fear of the person on the bed and the masked man in front of them had sunk deep into their bones. There was no one else here. It was either the person on the bed or this masked man who was responsible. The overwhelming fear made them lose their rationality and flee backward. The wicked zombie did not chase after them. Naturally, zombies would intercept them. Sure enough, as the three men ran, 7 zombies emerged to block their path. These were Bai Mu's zombie subordinates. In this brief moment, the screaming woman had already turned into blood and bones, just like the few Bai Mu had seen before. Bai Mu looked at the blood and bones and realized that the previous 3 had also died because of him. Huh, I said I would let them take revenge themselves. Bai Mu thought. He couldn't kill himself, so he looked at the blood and bones on the ground, put down his book, and slowly calmed his anger, knowing that innocent people had died by his hands before. He then liberated the 3 blood and bones he had previously captured. The 3 bones lost their supporting strength, falling to the ground and turning to dust, dissipating into the sky, which could be seen as a form of liberation. The wicked zombie looked at Bai Mu lying there and asked, "Master, how should we deal with these people? Dispose of them where I can't see them. If they seek death, then let them die?" Bai Mu replied, not speaking further. The wicked zombie respectfully answered, "Understood, master." He then turned back, grinning wickedly at the 3 men, slowly approaching them. The 3 men were like lambs to the slaughter, with no power to resist, being dragged along by the wicked zombie. No matter how they struggled or pleaded for mercy, the wicked zombie paid them no mind. Until the morning, when the wicked zombie returned. Bai Mu had not heard any screams. In the wicked zombie's mind, since the master said to dispose of them where he couldn't see, he went to the outskirts, more than 10 kilometers away from Bai Mu, to carry out the task. Chapter 6. Level Up, Kill Summoned Creatures. Master. In his dreams, Bai Mu felt someone buzzing in his ear, so he slowly opened his eyes. After a moment of clarity and recognizing it was the wicked zombie, he said impatiently, "What is it? You're disturbing my beautiful dream." The wicked zombie looked at Bai Mu and said, "Master, it's already noon. It's only noon. Don't you know that sleeping during the day is better than at night?" After a while, Bai Mu got out of bed, stretched, and seeing the wicked zombie still standing there, asked, "Is there anything else?" Hearing this, the wicked zombie thought, "Finally, the master is back to normal. Master, all the zombies near the supermarket have been cleaned up." After hearing this, Bai Mu looked at the system interface in his mind. His experience had increased from 546 to 991, and his strength was now at 9. Exiting the system interface, Bai Mu turned and picked up a city map from the ground. "Let's go to Yutsai Street. It's a commercial street, and there should still be plenty of zombies." Bai Mu, with a backpack on his back, walked out of the supermarket, with the wicked zombie naturally following closely behind. Bai Mu didn't let the zombies follow this time. He had them guard the supermarket. He didn't care about the people coming to the supermarket looking for food, mainly to prevent those survivors from getting close to his base. Along the way, Bai Mu looked around and noticed that the blood-red sky had become even more vivid, and the buildings had aged a bit in just one day, which puzzled him. However, Bai Mu was just an ordinary otaku, and no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure it out. So he could only keep his doubts to himself. They made their way down easily, as the mutated creatures ran away before they even saw him. He still didn't know whether the experience gained from mutated creatures was more than from zombies. Along the road, there were only a few scattered zombies, and without the need for the extreme evil zombies to intervene, Bai Mu easily dealt with them. As for the zombies in the buildings, Bai Mu didn't want to search for them. First, zombies always jumped out suddenly and scared people to death, and second, it was too inefficient, as searching an entire building would only yield a dozen zombies. Bai Mu also noticed that the power of the extreme evil zombie had increased from 15 to 16. In this past day, he had probably killed at least 1,000 zombies, yet he had only gained a slight increase in power. Was it really that difficult to level up from level 2? Soon they arrived at Yutsai Street, and looking around, there were at least 100 zombies. Seeing the zombies, the evil corpse instantly got energized and charged into the horde. Bai Mu ordered him, "First deal with the zombies, then dig for gems. Just leave 1/3 of the gems for me." After that, the evil corpse engaged in battle, while Bai Mu strolled leisurely down the street. Occasionally, A stray zombie would come to cause trouble, but he would swat them dead with a single slap. As he was wandering, Bai Mu unexpectedly discovered a comic book store. He quickly entered the store and killed the dazed zombie inside, which seemed to be the store manager. Bai Mu then took off his black coat and draped it over the dead zombie, muttering something under his breath. After finishing, he turned and looked at the well-preserved comics. He searched through them, picking up all the comics featuring male protagonists and disdainfully tossing them aside, while carefully collecting those with female protagonists into his body. The wives in this world are still not as beautiful as those in my original world. After receiving these, Bai Mu came out with his first goal. His main rescue targets in the future became the painter and the master who makes figurines. He wanted his wives from that world to appear again in this world. After they came out and saw the extreme evil corpses still fighting, Bai Mu urged, "Stop playing around. Hurry up and finish. We're just a few experience points short." Upon hearing this, the extreme evil corpses stopped their antics and accelerated their movements by several times. Before long, all the zombies in the area were wiped out, and they didn't even have complete forms left, turning into a pile of minced meat. Just as the extreme evil corpses were picking up the gems, Bai Mu heard a ding sound. He had leveled up to a level 2 summoner. He felt no significant changes, so he checked the system interface. His strength had naturally increased to 10, which is standard for level 2, but Bai Mu felt no difference from level 9. He also noticed that the number of hero followers had increased to 2, meaning he could summon another hero. The Legion followers had expanded tenfold, allowing him to have 100 various biological followers at the same time, which made Bai Mu's heart leap. He truly felt like a leader now. Upon checking the skills, the original 2 summoner skills had not changed, but the psychic ability, the Dead Silence domain, had increased from a radius of 10 meters to 50 meters. Was this meant to exterminate living beings? At the same time, I gained 3 skills. Summoner skill. Necromancy. Summons 100 mindless skeleton minions within a 10-meter range of the caster. Only 100 can exist at once, and repeated summons will only replenish lost minions. Increasing with level. This skill is decent, and with the Legion's minions, I now have at least 200 subordinates. Undead City. By accumulating a certain amount of materials in one place, a movable mini-city with a range of 50 meters can be generated, increases with level. Is this meant for me to settle down? However, there are still no attack skills, low rating. The ability section has also added a skill. Dark Barrier. Unleashes an almost impenetrable black barrier that can be expanded or contracted at will, with a maximum size of 10 meters and a minimum of 1 meter. The barrier provides all-around protection, including from below. There are still no attack skills. This skill is just unnecessary. If I'm not dead, what do I need defense for? Finally, he noticed the experience. Well, 10,000 experience. No wonder the evil corpse killed so many with only 16 points in strength. Bai Mu didn't plan to summon heroes on the road, so he first used necromancy to summon skeletons to see how small these skeleton minions were. He breathed a sigh of relief and silently chanted the summoning skill. In the next moment, a wave of green light surrounded Bai Mu, and skeletal arms crawled out from the ground, slowly revealing their entire bodies. These skeletons were of average human height, and their bones were very clean without any other marks. Looking not scary at all, he shook his head and casually sent these skeletal minions to move stones, wood, and other materials to the supermarket, as he wanted to see what the city of the undead looked like. Finally, he returned to the supermarket, and the next most important moment arrived, summoning a hero. After a flash of blood light, a figure appeared. It was an elf, with emerald green pupils, golden hair, and dressed in green, looking beautiful. Before Bai Mu could say anything, the elf showed a disdainful expression. Why was it a dirty undead? Do you think a mere little shadow demon variant can be my master? If it weren't for the contract, the elf would probably have directly killed Bai Mu. Bai Mu was very angry after hearing the elf's words, but when the thoughts in the elf's mind automatically surfaced in his own, a surge of anger rose within him. No matter how beautiful she looked, it was useless. She insulted him as soon as she appeared and, more importantly, wanted to kill him. Bai Mu turned to glance at the extreme evil corpse. He thought to himself, kill her, don't let her die too easily. After Bai Mu finished speaking, a wave of spiritual pressure descended upon the elf, instantly forcing her to the ground. Even so, she still disdainfully stared at Bai Mu as he walked away. She was a princess of the elves, cherished by her fellow kin, and in her perception, the elf race was the strongest in the world, with all other races submitting to them, especially since her race had documented how filthy these dark creatures were. yet they had not been exterminated out of pity from her own kind. This had shaped the elf princess's character. Meanwhile, the extreme evil corpse grinned as he approached the elf, bending down to support her chin with his hand. The elf looked at the extreme evil corpse with disgust and said, "You zombie, you are even worse than the undying race. Take your filthy hands off me." However, the extreme evil corpse didn't care. He just smiled and said, "Your entire elf race would be no match for even the weakest race in the demon abyss. I really don't know where you get the arrogance to look down on adults." Then the extreme evil corpse added, "Oh, I remember now. You elves are always so self-righteous. Clearly, it is the abyss that pities your race, yet you shamelessly distort history." Upon hearing this, the elven princess angrily retorted, "You zombie are talking nonsense." The wicked corpse demon chuckled, "I'm not talking nonsense. Your elven race has already provoked the shadow demon clan. This time, when you go back, you're not far from extinction. Cherish this last bit of time well. But I just like you, someone who's clueless and spoiled. Who doesn't know what the elf race is like?" Then the extremely evil corpse bit down on the immobilized elf's arm, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. Outside the supermarket, Bai Mu heard the frantic screams and pleas for mercy from inside, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, but he quickly extinguished that thought. Since this dead elf looked down on him and wanted to kill him, he couldn't feel sorry for her. The wailing lasted for several hours before finally stopping. Bai Mu also planned to summon a hero again, though he wasn't sure how many times he could summon heroes within a certain time frame, as the system provided no prompts. He didn't think too much just now. In a moment of impulsiveness, he let the evil corpse kill that elf, just like he had impulsively committed suicide earlier. Chapter 7. Black Angel. Bai Mu summoned again, and a blood-red pillar of light shot up into the sky outside the supermarket. After a while, the pillar slowly disappeared. Bai Mu felt dizzy, his head was still throbbing, and his whole body felt a bit unstable. It seemed that his mental strength had been overdrawn. He should avoid consecutive summons next time. Just as he was thinking this, he lost his balance and fell towards the direction of the hero he had summoned. However, instead of hitting the ground, he felt himself being caught by a pair of strong hands that lifted him up. He instinctively looked up at the person who had caught him, and saw that it was someone covered in silver armor, and upon closer inspection, it was a woman. The woman held Bai Mu without saying a word, and after gently setting him down, she knelt before him to show her submission. After their brief contact, Bai Mu felt some fondness for this silent silver-armored woman. So he opened her detailed profile. Name: Hey. Race: Angel level, 2nd level strength, 15 talent, skills, light bullet, triple shot, blackening. After reading the detailed profile, Bai Mu was a bit curious. An angel, huh? Why don't you have wings? Bai Mu asked this angel. He didn't speak, but slowly stood up, and an energy wave emerged from behind, forming a pair of illusory white wings that floated behind him, not connected to his body. Seeing this, Bai Mu's curiosity was satisfied, and he became interested in Hei's appearance. Hey, could you show me what's behind your helmet? As soon as he finished speaking, Hei's helmet vanished, and Bai Mu finally saw Hei's true face. She looked like a girl who stepped out of an anime, which was exactly what Bai Mu liked the most. However, the only downside to Hei was her expression. Why did she look so indifferent? Bai Mu looked at the black figure and said, "Is it because I summoned you that you have such a look of despair on your face?" He shook his head. This time, she spoke up, and her voice was very pleasant. It wasn't because of the adults. Then she fell silent again. Bai Mu gazed at Hei like an infatuated person, and after he was satisfied, Hei reformed her helmet and quietly stood behind Bai Mu. In the supermarket, the extremely evil corpse walked over quickly. Seeing the person behind Bai Mu, he showed some hostility, but since Bai Mu was here, he didn't say much. Bai Mu looked at the extremely evil corpse and directly asked, "Are you dead?" "No, only the body has died. Her soul has returned to the fairy realm." Bai Mu sniffed and then asked, "Will this cause me any inconvenience in the future?" The extremely evil corpse smiled and said, "Of course not. If she has bad luck in the future, she might be summoned by the master again. At that time, the master can kill her once more, and she absolutely cannot resist." Bai Mu nodded reassuringly, but just as she was about to leave, she thought of something and asked, "Are the fairy race really more noble than the undead race? The elves are not even worthy of serving shoes to adults." The evil corpse directly said with disdain on his face, "Well, that's it. I'll take a break. You and Hei go clear out the new zombies that have come in nearby." After speaking, Bai Mu returned to the supermarket. The evil corpse glanced deeply at Hei, and as he walked away alone, Hei did not linger and flew off in another direction. The The next day, it was the third day, and there were 7 days left before Bai Mu would leave this city, but he had not explored much of it yet. So today he got up early to gather 100 followers, this time not limited to zombies. He wanted to try out mutated creatures. He took the evil corpse and hay along with 30 skeletons and left the supermarket, while the others moved building materials. That day they explored multiple areas, hunting more than 10 mutated creatures like rats, dogs, lizards, and various pets. The experience gained from mutated creatures indeed turned out to be much more than from zombies. Just that day, Bai Mu gained over 800 experience points. When he returned to the supermarket at night, Bai Mu did not go to sleep immediately, but instead took out comics and snacks, staying up until around 3 or 4 in the morning before going to bed. Thus, by the 6th day, Bai Mu had gradually grown tired of the situation. These zombies and mutated creatures posed no challenge at all, crumbling before his undead army. The nearby survivors within 100 meters had also been driven away by his undead and zombie army, leaving no living creatures within that range. He did this to prevent anyone from accidentally entering within 50 meters and being killed by his domain. Starting from the 6th day, Bai Mu no longer went out and instead spent his days leisurely in the supermarket, letting Hay feed him snacks while he read comics and played video games. The evil corpse had nothing to say about it, only going outside every day to kill zombies and various mutated creatures, occasionally sneaking in some kills of survivors. On the 8th day, the evil corpse arrived in front of Bai Mu early. Bai Mu looked at the evil corpse and asked, "Is there something you need?" The extremely evil corpse respectfully said, "My lord, why do you come here every day to do these things? Do you not wish to become stronger?" Bai Mu casually said, "What's the use of getting stronger? I'm already not going to die anyway, and with you and Hay around, what is there to be afraid of?" After a long while, the evil corpse thought about how Bai Mu always protected those humans, and then spoke again. Although he didn't know why, wasn't the master supposed to protect those humans? With greater strength, we can protect more people. Bai Mu thought that if he continued to upgrade, his domain might expand again. He also knew that what the evil corpse said was not wrong, but due to his uniqueness, he still didn't want to become stronger. It was quite nice to slowly grow stronger by gaining experience from hunting with his subordinates. After several unsuccessful attempts, the evil corpse had no choice but to leave. The next day, while Bai Mu was playing a game, he suddenly received a message from the evil corpse. Bai Mu put down his game console, and the message from the evil corpse gave him a bad feeling. Someone could actually match the evil corpse, and they were an undead creature. From the message, it seemed that the opponent wasn't as strong as the evil corpse, but was slightly weaker. It was just that the undead were hard to kill, which had put the evil corpse in a bit of trouble, and this message was a request for assistance. Without saying a word, Bai Mu had Hay carry him and quickly fly toward the location of the evil corpse. Over here, the evil corpse's claws clashed with the skeletal hand of the opponent. But the skeleton was clearly at a disadvantage. The skeleton spoke, "You green-skinned zombie. Who were you just communicating with?" The evil corpse clawed at the bones, smashing them to pieces. "Who do you think you're talking to? Do you have any right to interfere?" The evil corpse and the skeleton were engaged in a back-and-forth struggle, with the evil corpse having no way to deal with the skeleton and feeling some physical exhaustion. The expressionless face of the skeleton said, "You green-skinned zombie. You're about done for, yet you still dare to launch a sneak attack on me." Even without any expression, it was clear that the skeleton was feeling quite pleased with itself. After several exchanges, the evil corpse was left with some scratches on its body, and green blood was oozing out. Chapter 8. Purebone Demon. As the two continued to fight, they suddenly looked up toward the sky at the same time, noticing a bright point of light rapidly approaching. The evil corpse then sensed a threatening aura and instantly activated its abilities, quickly retreating several steps, while the skeleton clearly did not react in time. As the evil corpse retreated, 3 beams of light shot straight toward them, one hitting the spot where the evil corpse had just been, creating a small pit, while the other 2 struck the skeleton's ribs. The skeleton, which normally felt no pain, let out a cry as it was hurt. 2 large holes were eroded into its ribs, and unlike before, it did not recover instantly, but instead healed slowly. Bai Mu, being carried by Hay, saw this situation and said to Hay, "Did you miss?" The black dot nodded. After landing, Bai Mu stood in front, with the extremely evil corpse and the black figure on either side. The skeleton looked at the 3 of them, hand on its chest, staring at the extremely evil corpse. "You green-skinned zombie, you really called for someone." The evil corpse took a step forward. "If you have the ability, call someone too." The skeleton felt frustrated. As his companions were trapped outside the barrier, and couldn't get in. Then the skeleton sensed something and looked at Bai Mu, saying, "You and I are both undead. Why should we help this green-skinned zombie?" Bai Mu couldn't help but feel curious. This bone demon had some skills, as he actually saw through my disguise. Is this completely blackened skeleton also a member of the undead? He looked at the evil corpse. And the evil corpse replied, "This black bone is from the bone demon clan of the demon abyss, which is afraid of holy and light attributes." The bone demon, seeing that the person opposite him ignored him and instead whispered to each other, became furious and threatened them before quickly fleeing. However, how could he be faster than Hay? Hay instantaneously blocked the bone demon's escape route. With the evil corpse on one side, Bai Mu on the other, and Hay, the bone demon had nowhere to run. The bone demon looked at the three of them, gritted his teeth, and suddenly shouted, "I'll fight you all." A large bone knife was formed in hand, charging towards Bai Mu, because that green-skinned zombie was difficult to deal with, and the silver-armored man radiated an aura of fear, while Bai Mu was the weakest. In the distance, the black right hand made a gesture resembling a gun, fingers gathering holy powers, shooting out a light bullet as thick as a bowl. This light bullet shot straight toward the bone demon, which turned around, meeting the bone knife head-on. If this blow wasn't blocked, it could split him in half. The light bullet and bone knife collided, resulting in a violent explosion, with dust flying everywhere due to the blast, enveloping the bone demon's location in smoke. As the smoke cleared, the bone demon revealed its form, with various parts of its body eroded, but only sustaining minor injuries, and then it charged again towards Bai Mu. The extreme evil corpse reacted at this moment, quickly moving towards the bone demon, but its speed was somewhat lagging. The black figure shot out countless beams of light to obstruct the bone demon's advance. These beams struck the bone demon, eroding its skeletal structure. But the bone demon paid no mind. Its only target was Bai Mu, planning to cleave this undead in half, exposing a gap and then escaping. The silver-armored man would surely investigate this undead first and wouldn't he pursue him. As the bone demon approached Bai Mu, it felt a surge of joy, swinging down the knife, and Bai Mu was directly split in two, with the bone demon swiftly crossing over Bai Mu's body, instantly accelerating to 5 meters away. The black figure indeed went to Bai Mu first, and the bone demon, feeling pleased, suddenly crashed into a hard object and bounced back. The bone demon got up, looking at a black light curtain that sealed off the surroundings, and cursed loudly, slashing at it with several strikes. The light curtain showed no signs of damage at all, and then the bone demon gave up struggling, slowly turning around. You still want to run?" Bai Mu stood in front of the bone demon, with the extreme evil corpse and Hay standing beside the bone demon. Any movement from him would be immediately eradicated. The bone demon inserted his knife into the ground, knowing that resistance was futile. "As long as you let me go this time, I can give you anything you want," he said. The extreme evil corpse quickly moved forward to control the bone demon, while Hay held the bone demon's head like a gun. Bai Mu looked at the obedient bone demon and replied, "No problem, as long as you answer a few questions." Upon hearing this, the bone demon said, "I'm just a simple skeleton, don't deceive me." Bai Mu remained silent, and the extreme evil corpse exerted a fierce force. "With your little black bone, does the adult even need to deceive you?" The skeletal demon thought for a moment and agreed. At this time, Bai Mu asked, "How did you get here? And how many companions do you have?" "I suddenly arrived here, and I don't know how I got here." The bone demon didn't lie. I asked some more questions, but they were of no practical use, so Bai Mu had Heishi shoot through the bone demon's head. "You lied to me." After struggling for a while, the bone demon stopped moving. Bai Mu approached the bones of the bone demon, wanting to resurrect him as his subordinate, but it didn't work. Undeterred, Bai Mu tried several more times, but still failed. Just when he thought he couldn't resurrect a creature of this level, the bone demon came back to life. The resurrected bone demon looked a bit confused as he stared at Bai Mu. "Why are you still here, you liar?" Bai Mu looked at the black skeleton in amazement. Such a talent exists, even playing dead and fooling the system. Soon, the bone demon died again. After being pierced through the skull dozens of times, the bone demon finally did not revive and was truly dead. Bai Mu successfully resurrected the bone demon and took it as his subordinate, but this nearly consumed half of his mental power. The bone demon retained its original memories, but due to the system's contract, it became friendly towards Bai Mu. Bai Mu opened the bone demon's profile. Name, Lao Hei race. Bone demon level. Level 2 strength. 13 talent. Skills, excitement, resurrection, sacrificial strike. This old skeleton has such a weak talent. yet is so difficult to kill. How strong could the demon abyss be? However, this old skeleton can be considered a secondary elite monster, the first elite monster. Bai Mu was not excited about killing a bone demon. Instead, he said to Ji, Sure and Hey, continue searching, find other similar creatures. Bai Mu felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He was worried, not for himself, but for this world. If the world were to be destroyed, who would help him draw his wife? He quickly flew away, but the evil corpse was about to leave when Bai Mu called out to him. You shouldn't sneak around killing people anymore. The evil corpse initially denied it, but then became somewhat aggrieved. I don't want to either, but I just can't control myself. After thinking for a moment, Bai Mu's eyes lit up and he commanded, Little evil, obey. I want to create a new world where no evil can be tolerated. So everything, big or small, must be completely eliminated. From now on, the task of clearing will be up to you. Small evils? The extremely evil corpse was a bit confused. Then he came to his senses and realized that the adult was talking about him, and immediately knelt down on one knee. Bai Mu said seriously, All right, from now on you can only kill one type of person. That is to say, the kind of person below, as for which kind. I will elaborate to you. Those who kill innocents out of interest, you can kill. Those who forcibly do unspeakable things to others, especially young girls, you can kill. And then Bai Mu listed various criminal methods from his original world as targets to be killed. Even those who maliciously insult the innocent were counted by Bai Mu. After hearing this, the extreme evil corpse was overjoyed. Isn't this dense list of rules a tacit approval for me to kill? The adult is indeed wise. Even murder can be justified with a reason. From now on, the extremely evil corpses also understand the reasons for their deaths, and everything is developing for the better. Watching the extremely evil corpse leave, Bai Mu summoned a few skeleton minions to sit on his chairs, and he took out several comic books from his body to read. Traveling through time turned out to be not so fun after all. There's nothing to do all day long. Although there are pretty ladies around. He can't do anything with his current body, so he can only watch. There aren't any particularly fun game consoles in this world. So these comic books are the only source of entertainment for him. Lost in thought, Bai Mu unconsciously devoured a large bag of snacks. There are still snacks to eat. I just don't know what to do with these snacks after they go bad in the coming years. Chapter 9, I want to cultivate. The adult discovered 7 human corpses. The evil corpse communicated through sound, and Bai Mu, who was watching the comic, put down the comic in his hands. Are you sure it wasn't you who did it? Bai Mu joked, This time it's really not me. The adults have warned me. So how would I dare to act recklessly? Upon hearing this, Bai Mu stopped joking and said seriously, Then who is it? A mutated beast or a zombie? Unexpectedly, the extreme evil corpse reported that it was done by humans themselves. 2 people died from firearms, and 5 died from stabbing weapons. Bai Mu couldn't understand why. Given the current growth rate of humans compared to the mutated creatures, humans and zombies would definitely face extinction in the future. Why at this point? Would they still resort to mutual slaughter? After pondering for a long time, Bai Mu ordered the extreme evil corpse, Go track the location of the murderer and report back to me. I will go personally. In Bai Mu's heart, he always longed for a paradise-like world where all evil could not be tolerated. Since we have encountered them, these people must die. The new world does not need their existence. Putting away the comic, Bai Mu headed towards the direction of the extreme evil corpse, followed by 10 skeletons. While the rest were transporting materials, he was close to gathering all the materials for his city of the undead. Soon, they found the base of the armed group, which was a granary. Bai Mu did not let the extreme evil corpse continue reconnaissance and directly commanded it to return for assembly. He was indifferent to the number of enemies and their defensive layout. As long as he went, there would be no life remaining. As for the hostages, if he saved the wrong ones, he would let the extreme evil corpse handle them. But this group was clearly a perverted gang that never left survivors. At the first line of defense in front of the granary, 2 armed members were lazily standing guard with their rifles. One of them, a horse-faced man, inadvertently glanced outside and saw Bai Mu and his group. He immediately became alert and tapped his companion beside him. Hey, cheer up, there are monsters coming from outside. In the distance, the figure in a black robe, the extremely evil zombie, and the 10 skeletons behind it are slowly approaching. The person beside seems completely unconcerned and casually says, Isn't it just a few skeletons and a zombie? Just shoot a few rounds at them, and that's it. After saying this, he raised his rifle and aimed at Bai Mu and his group. The bullets hit Bai Mu and the extreme evil corpse, bouncing off without leaving much of a mark, and the skeleton soldiers only had a few bullet marks. Bai Mu completely ignored it, while the extreme evil corpse, shot with bullets, felt a bit angry. These little things actually hurt quite a bit when they hit. The skeleton soldiers just kept flapping their mouths, not knowing what they were saying. The horse-faced man noticed something was wrong and anxiously asked, "It seems like the bullets don't work on them?" The person next to him also became alert, but unlike the horse-faced man, he didn't T-panic. Instead, he picked up a nearby rocket launcher. If the gun wouldn't work, then he would use a cannon. Could these monsters be stronger than artillery shells? A rocket shell shot directly at Bai Mu. Looking at the rocket, Bai Mu wasn't actually afraid, but he still activated the energy shield because he was worried about getting dust on his appearance. With a thunderous explosion, smoke filled the air. Bai Mu calmly walked out of the smoke. The horse-faced man quickly asked, "What should we do?" The person next to me dropped the rocket launcher. "What should I do?" "Run. What else can be done?" Then, without looking back, they ran away, and at that moment, they could only rely on the boss. The man with the horse-like face quickly followed, and before entering, he reminded the others inside to close the big iron gate and then barricade it. Bai Mu was not in a hurry. He slowly approached the big iron gate. Behind the door, all the armed men within 50 meters of Bai Mu had rotted away and died, the scene resembling hell on earth. Bai Mu outside the iron gate wanted to see how strong his 10 points of strength really were. He charged his right hand and punched the iron gate. The entire big iron gate was blasted away by his immense force, and the heavy objects blocking it were also sent flying. Bai Mu roughly estimated that the force of this punch was at least over 10 tons. Without any instruments, he wasn't sure, but the fact that he could send the big iron gate flying indicated that his strength was definitely immense. Only a few people remained standing behind the door. They weren't strong enough, but they just happened to be standing 50 meters away. The leader's face was tense as he aimed a toy-like handgun at Bai Mu. Bai Mu looked at him mockingly, thinking that if even a rocket launcher couldn't do anything to him, how could a small handgun? How much power can a handgun have at such a distance? Bai Mu was too lazy to defend himself. He wanted to make these people despair, slowly letting them die. Only in this way could he justify the lives of those he had killed. The handgun in the man's hand fired, not an ordinary bullet, but a spherical energy. Bai Mu sensed the aura of supernatural powers from it. Is the technology in this world so advanced? A handgun that combines supernatural powers? Pooh. This 5-centimeter radius pistol really shot through Bai Mu, which piqued Bai Mu's interest. This could serve as a means of attack for me. The large hole in his chest had no effect on Bai Mu. He continued onward. The remaining few finally understood how their companion had died, but now, apart from their screams, they could make no other sound. Killing so many people at once, even if they were evil, sent shivers down Bai Mu's spine. He disdainfully retrieved the seemingly toy-like pistol from the leader's corpse and began to play with it. He then ordered more skeletons to transport all the food from the warehouse. The extremely evil corpse nearby saw Bai Mu's expression and approached. The master is wise and mighty. These guys dare to defy the master's orders and kill the innocent. It's simply unforgivable. Bai Mu glanced at the extreme evil corpse. Only you would be afraid of flattery. Then he murmured, "If Hei's expression is not like that anymore, maybe I could consider it." Thus, Bai Mu sank into bad thoughts. The spiritual support must not be forgotten. The extreme evil corpse watched Bai Mu, who was grinning foolishly, and dared not speak. The adult actually likes that kind of ugly woman, hey? Then the extremely evil corpse thought of some twisted idea. He took the risk to shatter Bai Mu's daydream. Why do adults like women of this type? Bai Mu's expression didn't change as he took out a comic book from his body, flipped through a few pages, and showed the beautiful girl on the cover to the extremely evil corpse. Don't you think black looks a lot like them? I have even better ones here. The conjecture of the extreme evil corpse has been confirmed. It is indeed so. Then he said, "My lord, as far as I know, once the system reaches the highest level, it will be able to shatter the void and wander outside the rules of the world. By then, my lord might be able to return to the original world. Moreover, when traveling back and forth between worlds, one will not be bound by the power of rules. The strength one possesses in their own world remains the same in other worlds." The extreme evil corpse here is not very certain. It is only to allow Bai Mu to cultivate, but this is indeed true. It can truly shatter the void. Upon hearing the words of the extreme evil corpse, Bai Mu was instantly shocked and excitedly said, "Really? Absolutely true." Bai Mu shouted loudly, "Great. Once the materials for the city are gathered, transfer to a deserted place. Work hard on cultivation, and traverse back to the original world to collect all that was previously unattainable. Bai Mu then added, of course it's legal income. Although we are not human, we are also not villains, so we cannot forcefully take it. The extreme evil corpse saw Bai Mu's appearance and comforted. My lord has finally walked onto the right path. How could the lord I follow not be the strongest in the world? Chapter 10. The Black Castle. After the passionate outburst, Bai Mu glanced at the system interface and saw that he still needed over 9,000 experience points to level up. With hardly any growth, it seemed he couldn't afford to slack off every day anymore. He had to work hard for his wives. Upon taking another look, Bai Mu realized that it only required a dozen tons of building materials to release the Undead city. He didn't want to move slowly anymore. He didn't want to wait until tomorrow. When the army arrived tomorrow, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Therefore, Bai Mu decided to flatten the area within 50 meters around the supermarket and build the city using the available materials. After all, once the city was summoned, it would directly occupy that piece of land, and those houses would be moved to who knows where. Without hesitation, Bai Mu quickly set off. Soon, Bai Mu arrived outside the supermarket. About 20 meters away, there was a mountain-like pile of stones, wood, and rebar, along with a large heap of waste. Looking at this, Bai Mu's expression darkened. He hadn't monitored these while slacking off these days, and these little skeletons really didn't have high intelligence. With a grim face, he ordered the skeleton soldiers to remove the waste. Bai Mu then approached a residential building, looking up at what seemed to be about 5 stories high. He then clenched his fists and muttered, "Aura, aura, aura." With a punch, he struck these concrete walls, shattering them to pieces. This was the first time Bai Mu used his full strength, and the feeling was exhilarating. Each punch caused the building to collapse. Stones fell on him and were shattered, and rebar was snapped in half. He just needed a stand-in. Bai Mu thought to himself. After bombarding for more than 10 minutes, the residential building finally collapsed. Bai Mu crawled out from the rubble, covered in dust, and his black robe was already tattered. Bai Mu looked at the dazed extreme evil corpse and said, "You come too. Why are you still standing here in a daze? I think it's better to let He handle this." Bai Mu asked in confusion. "Oh?" The extreme evil corpse replied, "My lord, you may not know that each angel's damage is quite outrageous. The lasers they shoot can destroy a building in an instant. Much more efficient than a punch." Bai Mu then understood and nodded thoughtfully. "All right then." He then connected his consciousness to Black, who was currently fighting zombies. Upon seeing this scene, Bai Mu couldn't help but exclaim, "Little Black is quite obedient. That's much better than that little evil guy." At this moment, Black was not wearing armor, and her expression was cold and ruthless, unlike her previous lifeless demeanor. Upon closer inspection, she was wearing a white shirt paired with a little skirt. Hee hee, I thought Little Black must have a nice figure when she was in armor. And now it turns out to be true, but where did her clothes come from? Bai Mu couldn't help but continue to steal glances, while He was completely unaware. The extremely evil corpse was staring at the dazed Bai Mu and tried to call out. Bai Mu was startled and shivered all over before stabilizing. He transmitted in his mind, "Xiao He, come back for a moment. I need you to do something." He, who was busy killing zombies, unleashed his radiant wings, emitting countless lasers that exploded the nearby zombies into a bloody mess. After that, he covered himself in silver armor again and flew towards Bai Mu. Bai Mu looked at this scene with some disappointment, wondering why he had to wear armor when he came back. Should we let her take off her armor? After careful consideration, he extinguished the idea. One cannot force a virtuous angel, but if she is willing, then I cannot be blamed. Then Bai Mu looked at the extremely evil corpse and said, "Xiao He hasn't arrived yet. Let's continue. One building collapsed is one building. Okay." The extreme evil corpse is frowning while demolishing the building, and the adult called Little Black. This name is no longer unique to me. The little skeletons were naturally picking up the stones on the ground. In fact, a building would have been enough, but Bai Mu just wanted to play a little longer. Moving the surrounding flat ground around looked much more comfortable. Those houses corroded by the sky were quite unsightly. Before long, darkness fell from the sky, and Bai Mu in the ruins sensed the blackness, so he dusted himself off and stepped out. "Xiao He, destroy everything within 50 meters around the small mountain." He nodded and then flew into the air, the golden light emanating from him transforming completely into darkness. His silver armor turned pitch black, with sharp spikes emerging from the shoulders and some joints. The floating wings on his back turned black as well, and then He brought his hands together towards the sky, gathering a terrifying dark energy in his palms. Bai Mu quietly watched He. "I told you, All the beings I summon are like demons. How could Xiaohei possibly be a well-behaved angel? He charged his power for about 10 seconds. Master, please activate the daytime barrier. He then launched the terrifying dark energy from his hands towards the ground. At that moment, Bai Mu also activated the barrier, instantly protecting the skeleton minions, who were already holding various supplies from the extreme evil corpses. However, the 10-meter shield couldn't protect too many people, and as a result, the zombies and most of the skeleton minions carrying supplies were turned to ashes in the explosion. When the smoke cleared, Bai Mu and his group were at the center of the explosion, and the area around them had turned into a massive pit, over 3 meters deep and with a radius of over 10 meters. Bai Mu stared blankly at the surrounding ruins. What a loss. My stuff. Hei flew down from the sky and apologized. My lord won't feel embarrassed. I don't often use this skill, and I lost control of my power a bit. Bai Mu patted Hei's hand, instinctively wanting to take advantage, but upon seeing the steel spikes, he gave up. It's fine, the materials in these ruins are enough. Turning around, Bai Mu's scarlet eyes flashed with bloodlight, and the abnormal energy around him surged. He clasped his hands together. City of the Undead. Manifest. With a series of enormous rumbling sounds, black city walls 8 meters high rose from the ground exactly 50 meters away. In the center of the surrounding walls, a black ancient castle slowly emerged, and Bai Mu and the others were automatically moved aside for a distance. The loud noises gradually faded away, and no other buildings appeared. Bai Mu looked at the magnificent castle, unable to contain his smile. Ha ha ha, this is the big house I've always dreamed of. Bai Mu tried to hold back his laughter, but he couldn't help it, so he simply gave up and explored his surroundings with a smile. The ground was covered with a layer of bricks made of an unknown material, and when Bai Mu tried to hit them hard, there was not a single mark. He looked around at the vast emptiness. Is this allowing me to freely build? As for the 4 walls of the castle, they looked sturdy enough, and the black metal gate added to the overall dark appearance of the fortress. Bai Mu also liked the color black. Finally, she took a look at the black castle, which wasn't very large, about the size of a quarter of a football field, with only 5 floors. However, it was much better than the 10 square meters of her rental apartment in her previous world. Bai Mu couldn't wait to run inside. Upon entering the castle, Bai Mu clearly felt a difference. It surprisingly felt much larger inside than it did outside. There must be some kind of folding space arranged. Bai Mu couldn't help but sigh. The castle was filled with all kinds of furniture, except for appliances like TVs and computers. There was a carpet laid throughout the castle, and Bai Mu instinctively wanted to take off his shoes, only to realize he wasn't wearing any clothes or shoes at all. Bai Mu didn't explore anything else and immediately went upstairs to find the bedroom. He wanted to roll around on the big bed. Outside the castle, the evil corpse in black, along with some skeleton minions, stood on either side, not daring to enter. At this moment, the evil corpse looked at Black with disdain and said, "You ugly woman only knows how to use your looks to entice the master." Black calmly replied, "I don't." The evil corpse expressed disbelief. "Don't? How could someone like you be noticed by an adult?" He felt a warm sensation in his heart. It was the first time someone liked him, and it was from a high and mighty adult. So he no longer paid attention to the evil corpse. The evil corpse, seeing this, still talked to himself, believing that Hei's appearance had taken away Bai Mu's 0.1 share of affection for him. Although he still had 999 shares of affection for himself, it wasn't perfect, and he felt uncomfortable all over. These were naturally things that the evil corpse imagined by himself. Chapter 11. The Reborn One. You both come in. The sound of Bai Mu echoed in the castle. Living alone in such a large castle felt a bit lonely, so Bai Mu decided to live with the summoned little cuties. After giving a few simple commands, he instructed the skeleton soldiers to put various foods into the pantry, which had built-in ice-type energy that served to refrigerate the items. Finally, Bai Mu asked Hei to come to his room alone and then fell silent. Ji Shi watched Hei enter Bai Mu's room, filled with jealousy, feeling that the adult's affection for him was about to be taken away by this angel. Hei gently knocked on the door of Bai Mu's bedroom. "Come in." Bai Mu was a bit excited. It was his first time doing something like this, akin to what a boss and his female secretary would do in the office. Then, Hei gently pushed the door open and walked in, closing the door behind him. Hei quietly turned around, closed the door, and came in front of Bai Mu without any other actions. Bai Mu looked at Hei, who had returned to his silver armor, and asked, "Xiaohei, why do you always wear armor?" Hei thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth, his voice still pleasant. "Returning to the Lord. My mother is an angel, and my father is a demon. The other angels in my clan despise me, so I don't want them to see my appearance in front of others. Bai Mu had never experienced this and couldn't empathize. Let me see your whole body. He wanted to take a closer look at what was different from ordinary angels. The armor on Hei's body dissipated, and Bai Mu moved closer to examine Hei carefully, this time more closely than before. Let me see. Red pupils, golden long hair occasionally mixed with bright red. It seems the angelic bloodline is stronger, Bai Mu thought. Becoming bolder, he reached out and playfully touched Hei's cherry-like lips, and Hei did not resist. You also have a few small fangs. Huya is hurt. Then he pinched the fair and flawless face. The more he touched, the bolder Bai Mu's thoughts became, but unfortunately, he couldn't realize them. Hei showed no resistance to Bai Mu's actions, and finally, Bai Mu reluctantly stopped. Can he not wear that silver armor anymore? No one here will discriminate against you. Hei wanted to say that there was one, that green-skinned zombie, but she didn't say it out loud. Instead, she said, if the adult likes, I can maintain my true form in front of the adult alone. Upon hearing this, Bai Mu became excited. It was good to see something nice all by himself without showing it to others. With this excitement, Bai Mu could no longer hold back, and he started to have thoughts about Hei. As a night passed, the next day at noon, Hei and the extremely evil corpse were already respectfully standing in the hall, quietly waiting. Bai Mu walked out looking a bit tired. He had slept until noon. He was really too exhausted from yesterday. As it was the first time he had slept holding the young lady, too excited in his heart, but unable to do anything, which resulted in almost not sleeping all night. In the end, he didn't even know how he fell asleep. Stretching lazily, Bai Mu asked, has the army arrived? The extremely evil corpse replied, no, there are only people leaving the city, but I haven't seen anyone entering the city. Bai Mu felt puzzled. Could something have happened? At that moment, a series of cracking sounds came from the sky, and Bai Mu and the others quickly walked towards the castle, looking up at the sky. The blood-red sky actually showed signs of cracking, as if it were about to collapse. Bai Mu felt that something was wrong. Was the world about to perish? He randomly ordered, Little Evil, Little Black, you two quickly search for all the survivors in the city. Tell them that this place is about to be destroyed. Those who are willing to come, kill them and bring them here. Those who are unwilling can just perish. The extreme evil corpse said, my lord, are you planning to take these people as your subordinates? Bai Mu replied, yes, go. The speed of human growth is always astonishing. Recruiting humans is definitely more advantageous than recruiting those zombie-mutated creatures. The extreme evil corpses and the black entities did not dare to delay and quickly took action. Bai Mu looked at the blood-red sky in silence. In this apocalyptic world, humans who have not evolved and those mindless zombies should be eliminated. And if he wants to carve out a large territory in this new world, he first needs a population. Although Bai Mu saved these people, their survival in his territory also means they are under his control. The city defense battle at the brink of life and death will also come in handy. And if they commit any heinous acts under Bai Mu's jurisdiction, he will expel them immediately. Those who are expelled will lose the support of Bai Mu's power, and naturally, they will die. The main reason Bai Mu recruits humans is that their growth rate is incredibly impressive by recruiting them early. He might even encounter a few unexpected strong individuals. Lost in thought, Bai Mu suddenly focused his gaze and noticed someone was watching him. So he instantly flashed to that person's back. The person hurriedly turned around, their face filled with disbelief. No, it's impossible. How could you be this strong? Bai Mu saw that this person was actually a human and became interested. It was the first time he had encountered a human with a power level exceeding 5. Before Bai Mu could speak, the person attempted to escape, but his retreat was blocked by a blackened skeleton, which was the bone demon. Seeing no way out, the person confronted Bai Mu. Bai Mu didn't care at all and spoke first. I'm curious, how did you, a human, level up so quickly? The person replied with an indifferent expression, it's none of your business. Heh, quite tough. I have plenty of ways to make you speak. Bai Mu believed that this person must be a killer, ruthlessly slaughtering his kind to quickly enhance his power, as the man's expression was cold and full of murderous intent. Clearly someone who had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. He now needed to confirm this. If it were true, Bai Mu would not hesitate to kill him. The man remained silent, and Bai Mu continued, the reason I haven't done so is to give you a chance. The pressure radiating from him silently weighed down on the man. Under the subtle influence of this pressure, the man finally gave up resisting and slowly said, I have upgraded so quickly because I knew in advance where treasures and zombies were. Oh, you can predict the future? The man shook his head. You might not understand if I told you, but I am a reincarnator, returned from 10 years in the future. Bai Mu pretended to be confused on the outside, but inside he was already shocked. Could it be that this is the true protagonist, and I am not the protagonist? The man looked at the confused Bai Mu, knowing that he couldn't understand either. Bai Mu pretended to come back to his senses and said, "Since you know where the danger is, why did you come here? Do you know that I can save your life here?" The man was a bit surprised to hear this, but then shook his head. "Because in my last life, I searched this city for a long time and never found someone like you. Moreover, the sky was not the blood-red color it is now, and there was no collapse. Everything has changed. So I thought of you, which is why I came here and ended up being caught by you." After listening, Bai Mu understood and said slowly, "You now have two options. First, die. Second, die and then become my subordinate." The man replied, "Can I live and be your subordinate?" Bai Mu was startled to hear that. The main characters are all rebellious, and without some restrictions, how could they be trusted? No way. Bai Mu used the power of the system. The man felt a shock to his soul, spat out a mouthful of blood, and knelt on the ground. He was already horrified inside, as his system had just alerted him. "Host, this being is far stronger than me. Even I cannot analyze him roughly. If even the system couldn't see through this blood-colored pure energy monster, how strong could it be?" Bai Mu looked at the dazed man and didn't see any problem. It's common for people to react this way under his pressure. After a long while, the man reluctantly said, "I choose to." Thus, the man was penetrated by Bai Mu's mind and then revived, and from then on, Bai Mu had an able general. The protagonist is still me. Chapter 12, Blood-Colored Barrier. Lord Bai, are we just going to stay here? The one speaking was the reincarnator named Yi Yan, who possessed ice-type abilities with a power level of 7. After subduing Yi Yan, Bai Mu had the little skeleton bring over a stool to sit on top of the city wall. Bai Mu ignored Yi Yan's words and continued to quietly gaze into the distance. The sky nowadays had long lost its distinction between day and night. Aside from relying on the biological clock of the extreme evil corpses to judge the time, Bai Mu himself could no longer tell the time. After an unknown period of waiting, dozens of figures slowly approached from afar. They were the extreme evil corpses in Bai, with all the little skeletons carrying a corpse on their backs. Bai Mu stood up and counted, a total of 24. Yi Yan frowned upon seeing so many corpses. "Lord Bai, aren't you supposed to be protecting humanity? Is it good to forcibly recruit followers?" Bai Mu did not look at Yi Yan, but continued to gaze at the distant crowd, calmly saying, "These people are here voluntarily, and it's not that easy to enter my territory." As the crowd slowly approached, Bai Mu extended his right hand, fingers spread, and bloodlight surged towards his palm. "Rise dead." The originally dead bodies instantly revived. Compared to zombies, the resurrected humans automatically restored their bodies. After coming back to life, these individuals subconsciously felt a connection to Bai Mu and knelt down to worship him, which is a distinction between intelligent beings and mindless zombies. Bai Mu teleported down to the city, facing the worshipping crowd. He pointed at 17 people one by one, and without turning back, he spoke directly. "Yi Yan, kill these people." Yi Yan was puzzled as to why he needed to kill for no reason, but he still acted. A burst of ice exploded, causing casualties everywhere, and finally, with his hands turning into ice blades, he slaughtered the remaining individuals one by one. Just as he was about to kill the last person, Bai Mu called out to him. Bai Mu looked at the 7 trembling individuals and said, "I know you are curious why I killed them. I don't want to explain much to you, so just listen." The last survivor that was pointed at suddenly spoke in a dazed manner about the things he had done in these past few days. He was nothing but scum. Deservedly so, he should die. The remaining people murmured among themselves. After the dazed man finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to awaken, looking at Bai Mu in terror, crying out and begging for mercy while kneeling. Initially, these people were scared when a monster came to find them, but after learning the reason, they thought that following these monsters would make it safer to kill, so they came. Yi Yan looked at the man who was speaking to himself and kneeling, feeling a sense of worry. As long as he became a subordinate of Bai Mu, all his thoughts would be known, and he wondered if his own matters with the system would also be revealed. Bai Mu seemed to know what Yi Yan was thinking and smiled at him. Yi Yan understood from Bai Mu's smile and mercilessly killed the last person. Only 7 out of the 24 resurrected individuals were left, and these 7 felt both anger towards what had been done to the dead and fear towards Bai Mu, afraid that he would kill them next. Bai Mu naturally would not kill them. He wouldn't harm law-abiding citizens. He turned and walked away. The 7 were driven into the castle by the evil corpses. and the skeleton minions allocated tents and other living supplies to them. Yi Yin did not follow Bai Mu. Instead, he approached these 7 individuals. Lord Bai would not provide you with supplies for free. These are only temporarily lent to you, and you will have to repay them once you become stronger in the future. After giving everyone a few minutes to think, he said, the master will announce various regulations and tasks tomorrow. You can earn points by completing tasks and then exchange them for supplies. Then Yi Yin turned and left. Entering the castle, the extremely evil corpse lay on the windowsill of the 3rd floor, watching Yi Yin and the other humans. Is this little thing a new subordinate of the master? It was done quite meticulously. Bai Mu was now resting on Hei's lap, looking like a salted fish, letting Hei feed him snacks. Just for today, tomorrow he would work hard on his training. As he thought about it, he turned over. In the evening, at exactly 7 o'clock, the sky emitted a series of rumbling sounds. Bai Mu suddenly sat up, and the indifferent-looking Hei came to the balcony with him. Looking up at the sky, he saw the cracks in the sky getting larger and larger, until the sky began to fall in chunks. Before long, more and more pieces of the sky started to descend. The massive chunks of sky crashing to the ground created huge craters, and the shockwaves directly destroyed the surrounding buildings. Some of the sky pieces fell over the city of the undead, only to be deflected by a layer of transparent barrier. Bai Mu felt a sense of relief at this scene. At least the city was still safe. As the sky continued to fall, the city where Bai Mu was located had turned into a giant pit, with numerous small craters scattered throughout. Only a 50-meter area of the city remained intact. It was at this moment that Bai Mu realized they had been within a barrier all along. The original sky was merely a facade. Now that the barrier was broken, the originally pitch-black sky was revealed, with stars twinkling beautifully in the night. Without the city's lights, the stars looked quite lovely in the darkness. Outside the Black Castle, the 7 humans were already so scared that their legs were weak, yet they were also relieved that they had made the right choice. Otherwise, they would have been crushed by the falling sky like others. Seeing this, Bai Mu felt the crisis had been averted, so he moved a lounge chair and lay on the balcony to watch the stars, letting Hei serve him. As he watched, Bai Mu noticed the stars were getting bigger. So he asked Hei, "Little Hei, don't you think those stars are getting bigger?" Hei looked up at the stars, his pupils slightly dilating, and after a moment, he transformed into silver armor. "My lord, those are the warships of the angel race." Bai Mu jumped up and said to Hei, "Take me up there. I want to have a look." Hei said nothing more and lifted Bai Mu into the air. In the high sky, he shared Hei's vision and saw 7 golden warships slowly flying towards the planet. They were not specifically heading towards the city, which added a sense of stability to Bai Mu's previously heightened sense of crisis. He then used his vision to look at the entrance of the city and found many military vehicles and numerous corpses with severed limbs, indicating that they had been dead for some time. It seemed the army had already arrived, but he didn't know what had wiped them out. Bai Mu thought of the bone demon. Perhaps it was done by his kind. He then asked Hei to put him down and said, "Do the angel race also belong to the abyss of demons?" The black shook its head. The angel race belongs to the heavenly domain, which is considerably weaker compared to the abyss. After hearing this, Bai Mu didn't ask any further. After all, the abyss is still powerful. At least I am a variant shadow demon, and who knows, I might be able to recognize a relative and borrow some population to have some fun. However, with this large group of outsiders coming to this planet, I must prepare a way out. If they settle here, I will have to move the castle immediately. Lost in thought, I let the blackened one transform into silver armor again and hugged it while looking at what seemed to be a comic. Anyway, it's safe for now. I'll talk about it tomorrow. Chapter 13. Personnel allocation. Bai Mu slept very comfortably today. It was the most restful night since arriving in this world. Waking up, Bai Mu leaned against the pillow and glanced beside him. Sure enough, Little Black had left early again. He got up from the bed. As a mutant shadow demon, he didn't need to wash up. His body would clean itself automatically. It was at this moment that he remembered the comics inside his body, so he took them out and arranged them nicely on the bookshelf. Sigh. I've been a bit carried away lately, and after becoming a happy person, I actually forgot about you all. Don't worry, I still remember you all. When I become powerful in the future, let's see if I can create things and bring you from the 2nd dimension into the 3rd dimension. At this moment, Bai Mu had a new cheap goal, and he might have even forgotten how many oats he had made. Then, Bai Mu tried to make himself smaller to put on a black robe, as the previous one was torn, so he found a spare one. After finishing everything, he went to the castle hall and summoned Yi Yin with his mind. Yi Yin, upon being summoned, did not dare to be slow and hurried to the hall. While Ji Shi and He also arrived at the same time. Bai Mu sat on the soft sofa in the hall, looking at the three people standing in front of him. He first glanced at Ji Shi and He, feeling a warmth in his heart. These two little cuties always stuck to him. Then he turned to Yin and asked, "Have you explained everything that happened yesterday to those survivors?" "Master, I have already explained it to them," Yin replied. Bai Mu nodded. "Well, today you take this notice to them and assign the tasks." Bai Mu picked up a document from the table in front of the sofa, something he had prepared long ago for this moment. Yin stepped forward to take the document with both hands, then returned to his original position. After Yin took the document, Bai Mu calmly said, "Go." "Yes." Yin then slowly stepped back. Once there were no outsiders, Bai Mu returned to his usual demeanor and waved to He. "Come here, Xiao He, sit beside me." The extremely evil corpse looked at He with jealousy and then turned to Bai Mu. As soon as Bai Mu saw the extreme evil corpse's expression, he knew something must have happened again. Sure enough, the next moment the evil corpse said, "My lord, since yesterday, all the nearby survivors and zombies have perished. But the mutated creatures have not been completely wiped out. Their growth rate has significantly increased, and the amount of anomalous energy in the air has also noticeably risen. Now, some of the mutated creatures have reached level 2 in strength." After hearing this, Bai Mu's expression became serious as he asked, "Are there any other abnormalities with these mutated creatures?" "Master, some of these mutated creatures are not afraid of your presence, and some will approach your city to provoke." After hearing this, Bai Mu's fleeting sense of security from yesterday disappeared again. These mutated creatures are indeed troublesome. Little evil. If any mutated creature dares to cause trouble, eliminate them all. "As you command, master." Then the extremely evil corpse also left. Here, he could only see the intimate contact between the adult and the black one, which made him unhappy, so he went to vent his anger on those mutated creatures. Yin arrived at the northwest corner of the city, where Bai Mu had temporarily set up shelter for the survivors. At this moment, there were 6 camping tents in this corner, along with some daily necessities, pots, and so on. As soon as Yin arrived, the 7 people who were chatting lined up in front of him. Yin glanced at the crowd. "Is there anyone among you who has awakened their abilities?" A girl who looked like a student with a ponytail stepped forward. "I awakened." Yin looked the girl up and down and asked, "What is your name? What is your awakened ability, and what is its function?" "My name is Feng Xiaolan, and my ability is Hidden Blade, which allows me to transform my hands into transparent short blades. I can also achieve a semi-invisible state, and my speed is significantly enhanced." After hearing this, Yin praised, "Your ability is quite good. You will train with me from now on, and you can earn 2 points as a reward every day." Upon hearing that she would train with Yin, Feng Xiaolan couldn't help but feel happy, but she didn't quite understand what Yin meant by points, so she asked. Yin replied directly, "Points are basically the currency you will earn from completing tasks in the future. Don't underestimate 2 points. It's enough for you to eat for a week." He added, "Provided that you're not the kind of person who eats for 2. The others finally understood, and Feng Xiaolan returned to the group. Yin then asked again, "Is there anyone else?" A rough voice spoke, belonging to a middle-aged man. The man stepped forward and said, "My name is Yin Chong, and my ability is strength. I can enhance all physical attributes. Currently, my strength can reach about 2 tons, but when I use my ability, it can double, as can my resistance and speed." That's good. No wonder you've survived until now. You will train with Bone Demon from now on, earning 2 points every day, Yin said appreciatively. Yin Chong thanked him and returned to his teammates. Yin then looked at the 5 people, and one elderly man in the group said, "My son and I do not have abilities, but we are farmers, and we can cultivate land. Can we earn points this way?" Yin was amused upon hearing this. Food was definitely the most scarce resource now, and anyone who could farm was surely in demand. He smiled and said, "Of course, in a few days, I'll let you try farming. For now, you 2 can each take 1 point." The elderly and the youth knelt down and bowed several times, and Yin did not stop them. Among the last 3, one was in construction, so Yin gave him 1 point per day, as such a person would be useful in the future. The remaining 2 didn't know anything, so he had the little skeleton soldiers spar with them, ensuring they had enough to eat every day. Yin looked at these few people who were suddenly so satisfied, and he felt a bit moved. He had long lost such emotions. Although the unexpected arrival of Bai Mu added some change, everything had returned to normal since the sky fell. It was just that some things happened earlier, such as the level 7 Peak Angel battleship, which had always been a background presence in his original timeline. It was precisely when he was at level 4 that this angel battleship appeared with an invincible stance, firing its main cannon with a diameter of 100 meters, which directly flattened the shelter he was in, and he was reborn because of it. Now, this golden battleship, which was thousands of meters long, had appeared right at the beginning of the apocalypse. He didn't know if he could survive for another 10 years. Then he thought of Bai Mu. Perhaps he was the key. After all, he was an existence that even his own system could not observe. On the 5th floor of the castle, Bai Mu suddenly sensed something unusual. He found that his experience was rapidly increasing, going from over 300 to 800 in just about 20 minutes. Curious, Bai Mu used shared vision to look at all his subordinates and then saw many bizarre things. This little skeleton wasn't very bright and was actually stuck in the ruins. So he dismissed the summon and then re-summoned it at the base, allowing the little skeleton to be rescued. There were even more little skeletons doing silly things. No wonder it was always so hard to see these little skeletons if they weren't summoned. After several jumps in vision, he finally found the source, which was an extremely evil corpse. He discovered a nest of mutated insectoids, which appeared to be ants. And the extremely evil corpse was single-handedly fighting against tens of thousands of ants. These ants were each the size of a cat. And Bai Mu didn't know what these ants lived on, but who could explain the anomalies of this world clearly? Looking at these ants, I have some thoughts. These are all free experiences. Chapter 14:2 Angels Xiao He, I have a goal again. Give me a ride. Saying this, Bai Mu pointed towards the direction where the extreme evil corpse was located. Behind him, black wings appeared. Then, on the 5th floor of the castle, a golden beam shot straight up. Meanwhile, the extreme evil corpse was like a god of death among the swarm of ants. Any ants that came within 2 meters of him were torn apart by his giant claws. The extreme evil corpse was originally hunting a mutated rat, and each time he caught it, he would only inflict a new wound on the rat's body before letting it go. He would then chase after the rat again once it had run far enough, repeating this until the mutated rat eventually died. However, this time, the rat was intercepted by several mutated ants and taken as food to their nest. The extreme evil corpse followed the scent to the ant nest, and before he could think much, he was ambushed by these ants. Thus, the extreme evil corpse began a massacre. These ants actually took the initiative to provoke him. Despite suffering countless casualties, the ants, lacking intelligence, did not fear the extreme evil corpse, seeing him merely as prey, and the extreme evil corpse viewed them the same way. After slaughtering for a while, the extreme evil corpse found it somewhat boring. You brainless ants don't even know how to be afraid. This is no fun at all. This king won't play with you anymore. After tearing apart another group of ants, the green ability surged on the extreme evil corpse's right claw, then spread to his entire arm. Death Strike. The claw reached directly for his feet, and a circle of green spikes erupted from the ground around him. The spikes, which were over 1 meter long, instantly covered an area of more than 10 meters. The ants within this range couldn't dodge in time and were directly impaled. The evil corpse didn't stop its actions. It leaped up and jumped into another ant swarm, striking the ground with several deadly blows. At that moment, Bai Mu was not far from here and could see the evil corpse in the air among the ant swarm. Bai Mu shouted from the sky, "Little evil, don't make a move, let me handle it." The evil corpse heard Bai Mu's shout. Although it was filled with a murderous intent towards the ants, it suppressed its killing instinct, stopped its movements, and turned to approach Bai Mu. The ant swarm would not cease their attack just because it left. The ants chased after the evil corpse. Several ants that were close to the evil corpse jumped onto it and opened their jaws to bite. However, their jaws simply shattered upon impact. The evil corpse merely used its imposing aura to send these ants flying without killing them, as it would never steal the prey that the adult had set its sights on. With Bai Mu's arrival, the fate of these ants was predictable. They would die without him needing to lift a finger. However, things did not unfold as expected. A thick ray suddenly shot out, targeting Bai Mu and the other person in the air. Bai Mu reacted quickly, instantly activating a protective barrier, and the ray hit the barrier without causing any disturbance. "Who is it? Show yourself," Bai Mu coldly said towards the direction from which the rays were emitted, feeling very displeased about being ambushed. After a moment, 2 figures slowly emerged, revealing 2 angels. Unlike He, Bai Mu could recognize them without looking at any information, as the pair of pure white wings on their backs was the best proof. The 2 angels were also slightly different from He in that they wore golden armor, while He wore silver armor. Both angels had short golden hair and looked about 70 to 80% alike, with somewhat feminine features. Bai Mu couldn't help but inwardly criticize, thinking that these two angels might be a bit too effeminate. However, aside from that, the aura of these two angels is truly strong. Similar to the dark energy aura when He activated his dark transformation skill before. Bai Mu was just thinking about this when He gently whispered in his ear, "These two, like me, are battle angels, but they are both tier 3 angels." Only then did Bai Mu notice that He had activated his dark transformation without him realizing it. The angel on the right among the two looked at Bai Mu in surprise and said, "I didn't expect that you, a mere shadow demon at the early stage of tier 2, could block my attack without a scratch." The Shadow Demon clan is many times stronger than their angel clan. They do not dare to insult them, but they wouldn't mind killing each other. The angel then looked at He. The guy, entirely shrouded in darkness, looked disgusting. He neither resembled an angel nor a demon. It was hard to imagine how angels and demons could fall in love. Before Bai Mu could speak, the talkative angel continued. "My name is Adder, and he is Karn. We have no other intention in telling you our names. We just want you to know who killed you after you die." He slowly descended with Bai Mu, and the extreme evil corpse also arrived, standing beside Bai Mu. What an arrogant angel. At this moment, Bai Mu's heart was filled with turmoil. The ant swarm had also come over, and Arthur glanced sideways, his right hand manifesting a golden longsword. A replica of the Sword of Judgment, a weapon each battle angel of the angelic race carried. With a casual swing of the sword, a beam of golden sword energy shot out, cleaving countless ants in half and rushing straight into the ant nest, causing the ants to scatter in disarray. This single strike directly killed the ant queen, and naturally, the ants fled in panic. Bai Mu watched as the ants he was about to catch escaped, feeling indescribable pain in his heart, growing increasingly annoyed with this angel. Arthur looked at the expressions of the others and sneered. "I can give you a chance to strike first." Karn stepped forward behind him. "Arthur, you must treat even the weakest enemies with seriousness. Have you forgotten?" Arthur casually turned around and said, "The Archangel isn't here, so it's fine to have some fun." Karn actually didn't like the Archangel much either, and was persuaded by Arthur's casual remarks. Arthur turned back to see that Bai Mu wasn't making a move, so he spoke up. "Since you're not struggling, I'll take the first shot." As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze sharpened, and his figure suddenly disappeared, reappearing in front of Bai Mu in the next moment. Holding a sword in one hand and slashing towards Bai Mu. Bai Mu didn't activate the light barrier this time, as there was no need to protect He, and Bai Mu himself wouldn't easily die. However, the sword didn't strike down, as it was caught by a hand. He had blocked the attack. "Master, it's best to avoid the angel's sword. Their power inflicts great damage on the undead. Even if the master has been harmed multiple times, there will still be some damage." At that moment, He resembled a demon, exuding a murderous aura. Despite this appearance, Bai Mu knew that whether before or after He's transformation, He was still the one protecting him. This was evident from the many times she had saved him and shielded him from enemies. Arthur saw this scene and exclaimed, "Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but this is a battle now, so can you take it seriously?" Then, with a forceful grip, the sword was ultimately brought down. At the critical moment, He embraced Bai Mu and dodged this strike. Unfortunately, the extremely evil corpse was hit by the aftermath of the sword and was blasted away. A sword mark appeared at the original position of Bai Mu, stretching for hundreds of meters, creating a chasm several dozen centimeters wide and bottomless. Arthur straightened up and mockingly looked at the two who had managed to evade. "Not bad. Let's see if you can dodge again." He let go of Bai Mu. "My lord, stand behind me. I'll handle this angel." After that, He shielded Bai Mu behind him. Chapter 15, Invincible Light Barrier. Battle in the sky, he said coldly in a dark tone. Then, his light wings flickered and soared into the sky. Arthur did not take the opportunity to ambush Bai Mu, but instead chased after him. Now, only Bai Mu and Cain remained in this place. "I won't act like Arthur," Cain said. He conjured a copy of the Sword of Judgment and held it in his hands, raising it above his head. "I will fight you with all my strength. Take this move, Judgment." An endless radiance appeared above Karn and Bai Mu, enclosing the two like a prison, preventing anyone from escaping during the judgment. Karn finished charging his sword, and the entire blade shimmered with golden light. Without further ado, Karn swung down the sword. A thick golden beam shot towards Bai Mu, causing the ground along its path to explode. Bai Mu looked seriously at the incoming beam, unsure if his dark barrier could withstand this attack. But he had no choice but to try. With a thought, a 10-meter black barrier appeared, protecting the fallen evil corpse beside him. As Bai Mu worried that the energy backlash from Karn would turn the evil corpse to ashes. This energy exceeded the detection limit of Bai Mu's system, which could only detect up to 60 points of power. Bai Mu, with just over 10 points of power, could easily demolish buildings. If the energy exceeded 60 points and was fully unleashed, it would likely turn the area into wasteland, so he concentrated on his barrier. Although this power was extremely terrifying, it was still being absorbed by the barrier, clearly within its tolerance range. Bai Mu felt much more at ease and gradually relaxed. Karn, who released the judgment, could not see the movements inside. Bai Mu was already immersed in a golden ocean within several meters around him. To be safe, Karn continued to empower the judgment, ensuring that everything was foolproof. Bai Mu inside the barrier felt very relaxed. He approached the fallen evil corpse and squatted down, pinching its stiff face. "Stop sleeping, little evil. Wake up." After a while, the evil corpse opened its eyes and saw Bai Mu, looking a bit embarrassed. "Master, okay." Bai Mu stood up and teased, "Little evil. Why are you so weak that you fell down so easily?" The face of the extreme evil corpse turned even greener. "My lord, it's not that I'm weak. It's that the enemy is too strong. I currently have 19 points in strength." 19 points in strength? How many points are needed to reach level 3? Bai Mu asked. "My lord, with only 30 points of strength, I just reached level 3, which is why I was knocked down in one hit. The gap is too big." After listening, Bai Mu fell into deep thought. Previously, Artur's single-handed sword strike reached 39 points of strength, while Karn's full strength exceeded 60. In his darkened state, Black's strength directly increased to 30 points, and he was able to withstand it without any apparent effort. Bai Mu looked again at the significant gap between the two extreme evil corpses. Outside the light curtain, Karn retracted his energy, thinking that the people below should have all died by now. As the energy was retracted, the scene below was revealed. Bai Mu, of course, had no injuries, but the ground within 100 meters around him had already sunk. Seeing that Bai Mu had no injuries at all, Karn's emotions fluctuated greatly. How could your defense be so strong? Although he had never killed any shadow demons before, he had never seen a shadow demon that could withstand judgment from the records within his clan. Usually, they would expand their domains, hide within them, and display their invincible forms, easily devouring angels. Originally, Cain wanted to take advantage of the situation and achieve a first kill of an angel against a shadow demon, even though this shadow demon was somewhat different from others in color. However, Cain quickly regained his senses, as it was possible that the shadow demon had secret techniques that they were unaware of. No matter how strong your defense is, there is always a limit. He gripped his sword with both hands and slashed at the light barrier created by Bai Mu, but there was still no ripple. Nevertheless, Cain continued to attack the light barrier. Bai Mu wanted to attack, but unfortunately, he had no offensive skills. Suddenly, he remembered that he seemed to have a strange handgun. So, he took out the toy-like handgun from his body and pulled the trigger at Cain. Cain paid no attention to him, and the light bullet fired by Bai Mu hit Cain without causing any reaction. Seeing this, Bai Mu silently put the gun away. At that moment, Cain, who was attacking outside, was suddenly struck by a beam of light, letting out a pained cry. The owner of that beam of light was Hay. Cain turned around to look at Arthur angrily and said, "Arthur, what are you doing?" Arthur ignored Cain, chasing after Hay like a raging bull. Hay's speed was too fast. Even an ordinary level 4 powerhouse could not match her. Moreover, since she was a ranged attacker, despite Arthur's strength far exceeding Hay's, he had no way to deal with her. He occasionally took hits here and there, becoming increasingly agitated as he could do nothing about Hay. Seeing this situation, Cain also chose not to say anything and took a deep look at Bai Mu before changing his target. Thus, while Hay entangled Arthur, she also had spare means to attack Cain. Bai Mu slowly approached the city. Once they reached the city, they would be safe, and he informed Hay to retreat while fighting. This battle continued until deep into the night, with no one showing any signs of fatigue, which made the nearby extreme evil corpse envious. Finally, Bai Mu and the others successfully retreated into the city, while Cain and Arthur tried to bombard the city's defensive wall. But all their attacks were deflected. Bai Mu shamelessly pressed against the defensive wall, taunting the two angels outside. Furious, Cain stepped forward and pressed against the defensive wall, just over 10 centimeters away from Bai Mu, staring at him. Unexpectedly, Bai Mu suddenly smiled and activated the light barrier again, enveloping Cain within it. Cain was puzzled, but as Bai Mu slowly expanded the area of the light barrier, Cain understood Bai Mu's intentions. He struggled desperately within the barrier, but he could not break it at all. Gradually, the barrier began to shrink, bringing him closer and closer to the city's defensive wall. And soon he was trapped between the barrier and the wall, unable to move. Arthur saw this and exclaimed, "Cain." The next moment, Cain's chest was pierced by an iron hand. It was Hay. Cain's eyes widened as he stared at Hay. Then transparent blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. After a few convulsions, he died. Arthur watched Cain die helplessly, filled with rage. He glared at Bai Mu and the others without saying a word. Then his figure flickered for a moment before he left. At this point, Bai Mu received an increase in experience points, gaining over 500 experience from a level 3 angel. Compared to those ants, this amount of experience was hardly worth mentioning. The angel's body did not remain and dissipated after death. Without lingering, Bai Mu instructed the extreme evil corpse and Hay, "Stay inside the city for the next few days and don't go out." Both the extreme evil corpse and Hay nodded in agreement. Then Bai Mu took Hay's small hand and entered the castle. Meanwhile, the fleeing Arthur encountered other angels. A total of 4, one of whom was even stronger than Arthur. The strongest angel, seeing Arthur in distress, asked, "What happened to you? Where's Cain?" Arthur, with a panicked expression, replied, "My lord, Cain was killed by the Shadow Demon clan." Upon hearing this, the leading angel's expression changed dramatically. "The Shadow Demon clan?" Arthur slowly recounted the events. The leading angel's expression returned to normal. "Take me there." The 5 angels then flew towards Bai Mu's city. Chapter 16. Main canon. The angels quickly arrived outside Bai Mu's city, hovering in the air. Meanwhile, Bai Mu had not done anything yet and noticed the several angels outside. Frowning as he stepped out of the castle, standing on the city wall, he looked at the angels outside with resentment. The leading angel squinted at Bai Mu. "So, it is the Shadow Demon clan." Bai Mu saw Arthur and knew that he had definitely brought reinforcements, but he didn't know how strong they were. The commotion outside naturally attracted the attention of others. Yi Yan said to the group of 7 survivors, "Continue your training. I'll go take a look." Thus, another person joined the city wall, with Yi Yan standing behind Bai Mu. Arthur flew in the air to the defensive wall, but remained at a distance from Bai Mu, shouting, "You killed Cain, and for that, you will all die." After saying this, Arthur turned and whispered something timidly into the ear of the leading angel. The leading angel's expression remained unchanged. They did not initiate an attack, while Bai Mu's side occasionally let Hay shoot at the angels outside. But it was of little use, mainly just to harass them. Time passed minute by minute, and more angels arrived from behind the clouds. Bai Mu counted, and there were several hundred, all at level 3, some even more terrifying. They stood at the front of the formation alongside the previously mentioned leading angel. Bai Mu knew that these individuals were definitely above level 3. Yi Yan was greatly moved at this moment. The angels who once seemed godlike were now right in front of him, and yet Lord Bai was blocking them outside, leaving them with no way in. The first of the level 3 angels surveyed everyone and said flatly, "Attack." The next moment, hundreds of angels wielding long swords unleashed judgment, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. Countless beams of light struck the city's defensive wall. The people inside felt the overwhelming roar and were filled with unease, but only Bai Mu remained relaxed. He knew that although these lights were dazzling, they were not enough to break the defensive wall, which gave him a better understanding of the city's defensive capabilities. After attacking for a while, the 7 leading angels communicated, and one male angel said, "Even with so many of our kin's powers gathered, we still cannot break through. I calculated that this city's shield requires at least level 5 strength to breach." Another male angel suggested, "Should we ask the archangel to intervene?" This proposal was quickly agreed upon by all the angels, and they sent a level 3 angel to summon help while the rest stayed behind. Inside a golden battleship in the sky, a male angel lounged on his throne, watching the battlefields on screens across various locations. The angel clan had officially invaded this planet, and chaos reigned worldwide. This angel couldn't help but sneer at the sight of the slaughtered natives on the screen. Even if those who survived the cleansing of the abyss gained power, they were still no match for the angels. Below, a weaker angel than the one on the throne chimed in, "You are right, my lord. The expressions of those from the abyss must be quite interesting right now. This planet's natives are weaker than those of previous planets." The angel on the throne was pleased to hear these words from his subordinate. Ironically, these natives had broken the barrier that the abyss used to protect them. "Haha, the Lord mentioned this again." Another angel agreed, then added, "But these natives still have some skill. That thing they invented called a nuclear bomb can actually reach level 5 strength. The leading angel said nonchalantly. I casually took that thing. It's of no use. A group of high-ranking angels were chatting and laughing inside the battleship. Report. A discordant voice interrupted the multitude of angels. Several angels sitting in the back cast displeased glances at the third-level angel. The third-level angel felt somewhat suffocated by the overwhelming presence of so many powerful beings. As they were all fifth-level angels, and the one on the throne was a legendary figure. The angel on the throne did not show any signs of displeasure. They simply asked casually, "What is it?" The third-level angel felt that he had recounted the requests of the adults below. The angel on the throne simply responded with an "oh," then calmly said, "Fire the main cannon. I don't want to get involved over such trivial matters." After hearing this, the third-level angel dared not say more, quickly nodded, and withdrew. After coming out, he relayed the message to the group of angels below. The leading angel below, upon receiving the message, did not linger and turned to leave, followed by a large number of angels departing as well. Arthur looked at the departing angels and asked the leading angel, "My lord, why are we retreating?" The leading angel turned around and glanced at Arthur before turning back. And Arthur suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured just from a single glance. This left him too afraid to ask more questions, and he retreated while looking back at the city below 3 times. The golden energy slowly retreated, and the few people below looked at the departing angels with puzzled expressions. Bai Mu was the same, but before they could react, a massive battleship emerged from the clouds. This battleship was primarily golden with a bit of white. Bai Mu recognized it immediately. It was one of the several battleships he had seen in the night sky before. The others only saw the battleship, which was thousands of meters long, and their legs went weak, unable to stand. Only Bai Mu's few trusted subordinates remained calm. Yan, although a reborn individual, was also seeing this battleship for the first time and felt the same fear. Bai Mu knew that the appearance of the battleship meant trouble, so he decided to relocate the city. He was uncertain, as the relocation could move thousands of kilometers, but he had no idea if the situation would be better there than here. However, he feared that if he did not relocate, he might end up perishing here. Thus, Bai Mu initiated the relocation procedure, which would take a few minutes, and he could only hope that nothing would happen during that time. His worries soon came true. In front of the battleship, parts began to rise into the air. Slowly, they started to form something, and in just a few seconds, it took shape. It was a cannon with a barrel diameter of 100 meters, and just looking at it was enough to evoke despair. The anomalous energy around the cannon gradually concentrated at its mouth. Golden anomalous energy rapidly gathered from all directions, starting at level 1 and quickly rising to level 2 within seconds. After gathering energy for over a minute, it finally reached level 6. Meanwhile, Bai Mu's relocation skill was still preparing, and before the cannon fired, the protective barrier around the city began to vibrate. Although Bai Mu did not know how powerful the cannon shot would be, he was sure that one shot would annihilate everyone on his side. Even his undying constitution would not survive. Before he could think further, the cannon finally fired. A shockwave swept through the air, dispersing the surrounding clouds for miles. And where the energy of the cannon passed, the space itself was torn apart, with large dark cracks appearing in the sky. The angels inside the battleship paid no attention to the cannon fire, continuing their conversation and laughter. Chapter 17. Shadow Demon. Just as the cannon was about to hit the city's protective barrier, it was blocked by a mass of black shadow. The terrifying energy struck the black shadow, like a small droplet entering the ocean, creating no ripples. Then the black shadow gradually expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the entire sky, including the golden battleship. In the next moment, the entire continent was enveloped by this shadow. Within the shadow, all senses were stripped away. Everyone knew they were still alive, but could see and touch nothing, not even move. Bai Mu was experiencing the same thing, but suddenly, within a 50-meter radius of his city, the shadow receded, and a neutral voice came through. Here actually exists a little fellow from my race. A figure passed through the protective barrier from the shadows outside the city. It was an extraordinarily beautiful person, slender and about 1.7 meters tall. Bai Mu was captivated by the sight. Compared to the darkness, this figure shone. However, Bai Mu could sense the strength of the newcomer and shook his head to calm himself down. Pretending to be composed, he asked, "Did you save us, senior?" The person didn't say anything, just continued to scrutinize Bai Mu, muttering to themselves, The little red guy, different in color from my clan, should be a variant. But even if it's a variant, it's still from my clan, and no one is allowed to bully it. This extremely beautiful person said to Bai Mu, little guy, you must be very scared right now, right? Who is the heartless guy that brought you here? But with me around, no one can hurt you. Are you willing to return with me to my clan? Bai Mu said without thinking, I am willing. Before he could finish, the preparation time for the teleportation was complete, and Bai Mu instantly teleported thousands of kilometers away. This extremely beautiful shadow demon looked in one direction, which was exactly where Bai Mu's Undead City teleportation point was located. Even at a distance of thousands of kilometers, the shadow demon could still observe it. In the land covered by shadows, everything could be known to the shadow demon. This is not the innate skill of my race. It seems this little guy has had some fortuitous encounter. However, he was just about to say he was willing, right? Our clan is about to have one more member. The shadow demon was so delighted that he forgot his purpose for coming here, and was about to teleport towards Bai Mu's location. However, he was stopped after just a few steps by a mysterious voice that said something to him, causing him to give up. The shadow demon looked in the direction of Bai Mu and said, I guess I'll have to wait until next time to find you. I don't have much time left here. He then retracted his domain, and the shadows over the entire continent gradually dissipated, while the main cannon of the golden battleship continued to strike along its original path. The original target of the main cannon was blocked by the shadow demon, who looked up, raised his hand, and waved it casually. A shadow appeared, deflecting the energy shot by the main cannon onto the ground nearby. The energy struck the earth, resulting in a deafening explosion, and the shockwave from the blast extended for tens of thousands of kilometers. Even Bai Mu, far away, could hear the sound of the explosion. The mushroom cloud generated by the explosion had not yet dissipated, and in the center, a figure was floating in the air. It was the shadow demon, completely unscathed. However, the other beings on the land had left not even ashes behind. They were all annihilated. In the next moment, the shadow demon appeared directly in front of the golden battleship, and in another instant, he was in front of the angel on the throne. The angel, who had been lounging on the throne, instantly perked up and stood up. The shadow demon smiled, turned around, and slowly walked down the steps, conjuring a half-human-sized sphere that floated in the air behind him. This area can no longer be used. You should relocate the exchange stone door to spread it elsewhere. Also, next time, do not use this main cannon before humans have 5-level powerhouses. The angels remained silent, not daring to speak, and the shadow demon did not stay long before dissipating. The angels breathed a sigh of relief when the shadow demon left, but at that moment, his voice echoed again. By the way, do not hunt my underage kin, or you can wait for your extermination. Although the tone was flat, all the angels subconsciously held their breath. It wasn't until a long time after that voice faded away, and they waited for a while without hearing any other sounds, that they finally let out a sigh of relief. The angel on the throne accepted the items sent by the shadow demon. At this moment, a level 5 angel angrily exclaimed, Damn it, just a level 5 shadow demon is so arrogant. Unexpectedly, the angel sitting on the throne instantly appeared in front of the speaking angel and struck him with a palm. The level 5 angel was sent flying without any chance to resist, landing on the ground with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. But he quickly got up, not daring to give the angel on the throne a fierce look, only lowering his head in silence. Angels fear the strong. Based on your performance today, you are not suitable to hold the position of commander anymore. Your position as commander is revoked, and from now on, you will join the combat team. I believe the captain of the combat team is more suited for you. Thank you, my lord. The level 5 angel respectfully replied. In reality, he was demoted, but at least he didn't die. Previously, when the lord was angry, he would directly beat someone to death. The angel on the throne did not glance at him again and directly returned to the captain's quarters. After removing his outer robe, this legendary angel couldn't help but think of the scene just now. He was at level 6, only one step away from the strongest level 7 immortal realm. Yet he felt an insurmountable fear towards a level 5 shadow demon. He even thought that he couldn't withstand 10 moves from that shadow demon. And facing that shadow demon would undoubtedly lead to his death, with no possibility of mutual destruction. The only thing he could do was escape. The third shadow demon clan from the abyss had personally demonstrated their strength today, which was even greater than the legends suggested. Angels couldn't afford to provoke them. Subsequently, this angel became immersed in this power, developing the thought that it would be great if he were also a shadow demon. Suddenly, he remembered something and opened the communicator to contact his deputy. The angel said, Send the order down, No one is to pursue that underage shadow demon. Let today's incident be treated as if it never happened. Understood, my lord. The deputy replied. By the way, deal with the source of this incident. The legendary angel added. After that, the legendary angel hung up the communication. Angels were destined to be sidelined. Millions of miles away, in a forest, a black city stood, which was the city of the Undying, ruled by Bai Mu. At this moment, Bai Mu was completely petrified. The system had chosen this time to betray him when he was about to successfully return with that young lady. Beside him, the evil corpse looked at Bai Mu and asked, My lord, what's wrong? Bai Mu instinctively replied, Little evil. Do you think that powerful young lady will come looking for me? The evil corpse said seriously, My lord, that person just now was not female. He is male. The Shadow Demon clan tends to be quite delicate in appearance. Bai Mu's face showed disbelief upon hearing this. His dreams were shattered. Little Black is better. I will never trust appearances again. After that, Bai Mu sat on the steps of the castle gate, leaning against Little Black, muttering to himself. I really envy that person with a humanoid body. Chapter 18, Leaving the City. The evil corpse heard Bai Mu's mutterings and said, My lord, you might not know this. As long as you reach level 3, you can take on a form. You can change to male or female. Bai Mu was first excited, then thought of something. So, I am currently genderless. The evil corpse nodded. After pondering for a long time, Bai Mu set a new goal in his heart. He wanted to take on a form. The most handsome form, his original appearance. Bai Mu shamelessly believed he was the world's #1 handsome guy. After fantasizing for a while, he began to think about that shadow demon's strength. Little evil, how strong do you think that person is? I feel he should be above level 6. After all, he easily blocked that main cannon, and his domain covered the entire world in darkness. My lord, that person is a level 5 powerhouse. Bai Mu asked in doubt. Level 5? How are you so sure, little evil? The evil corpse angrily responded. My lord, have you forgotten? I am a king of the dead. In the realm of the dead, I am also a level 6 powerhouse. Bai Mu retorted, if you hadn't said it, I would have really forgotten. So after being summoned by me, you became level 2? The evil corpse had been entangled by opponents several times, leading Bai Mu to subconsciously think the evil corpse was weak. My lord, you cannot bear powers that are too high, so the system weakened me. However, I still have the vision of a level 6 and will soon return to my peak. All right, Bai Mu said no more, resting for a day and planning to deal with other matters tomorrow. Before leaving, he mentally instructed Yi Yin a few things, and Yi Yin watched Bai Mu enter the castle before leaving. He had now recognized Bai Mu as his master and no longer needed to live a life on the edge. Who wouldn't like such a peaceful existence? After that, Yi Yin approached the 7 survivors who were fortunate to have escaped a disaster. I have taken care of you for several days. Now is the time my lord needs you. The middle-aged man, Yin Chong, stepped forward. My lord, just tell me what task to do, and I will guarantee its completion. Yi Yin nodded. Next, I need you to go out with Feng Xiaolan and scout the nearby 1-kilometer area. Don't worry, you 1T just go out like that. Each of you can take 3 skeleton soldiers with you. The skeleton soldiers were summoned by Bai Mu's summoning skill, no matter how they fought. They wouldn't level up, but would grow stronger with Bai Mu's level. They represented half of Bai Mu's power. Bai Mu currently had 12 points of power. So each skeleton soldier had 6 points, which still far exceeded Yin Chong and the others. The reason for not sending the skeleton soldiers directly was that their intelligence was too low, so it was better to send a normal person to supervise. Afterward, Yin Chong and Feng Xiaolan each took 3 skeleton soldiers and left. Yi Yin also instructed the 2 farmer father and son to take 10 skeleton soldiers to cut down the nearby trees by their roots for several meters. They would continue to expand the area after Yin Chong's team finished scouting and confirmed there was no danger. Bai Mu wanted to turn the surrounding area into flat land for about 20 miles and establish a city on it. This was also the first step towards his new world kingdom. With his own power, the sources of intelligence would also be broader, allowing him to quickly learn of any large-scale beast tides and level up. Bai Mu was too lazy to do this himself. He left everything to Yi Yin to manage. The 4 city walls also had 4 teams of skeleton soldiers patrolling, with each team consisting of 10 skeletons. They patrolled continuously and did not tire, consuming only energy. In this way, several days passed, and the farmer and his son had already cleared dozens of meters around, with a lot of wood piled up in the cleared area. Bai Mu, along with Little Black and the evil corpse, also ventured out of the castle because the angels had not pursued them during these days. Bai Mu instructed the evil corpse to head east, Little Black to go west, while he himself went south to scout. Bai Mu walked about 2 kilometers, and on the way, the plants did not wither. He observed closely and realized it was not because the plants were strong. From this, Bai Mu deduced that his domain would not harm the plants. Along the way, Bai Mu encountered a few mutated creatures, most of which were above level 6 and were rarely killed directly by his domain. It was evident that the growth rate of mutated creatures was astonishingly fast. At this moment, Bai Mu pulled his fist out of a mutated wolf's head. It had only been a few days, and the growth rate of these mutated creatures was too fast. Even the humans he had collected were the same. Was this growth rate meant to counter those alien races? The battles during these days had also yielded Bai Mu items other than the green gems. One of them was points. Bai Mu did not know what these points were for, but they were recorded in the system, since he didn't know their purpose. Bai Mu set them aside for now and didn't pay much attention to them. Surrounding Bai Mu were dozens of gray mutated wolves, the size of bulls. They stared at Bai Mu with fierce expressions, ready to attack the moment Bai Mu showed a flaw. Seeing these wolves, Bai Mu intentionally revealed a weakness, and the wolves immediately lunged at him. In that instant, Bai Mu activated the light barrier, and the pack of wolves crashed into the barrier without having time to react. Bai Mu accelerated and punched a wolf's head, causing it to explode. He then turned around, gun in hand, and shot, hitting another wolf behind him with a large hole, instantly killing it. The blood from the corpse was still burning. By the time the wolf pack reacted, 2 wolves were already dead. After repeating this several times and nearly wiping out the wolf pack, the remaining wolves realized the danger and attempted to flee. However, Bai Mu wouldn't let the prey escape so easily. He instantly summoned skeleton minions to intercept the wolf pack. Seeing the skeleton minions blocking their way, the wolves angrily lunged forward, trying to tear a path to escape. Bai Mu pursued from behind, and more skeletons encircled them, quickly leading to the annihilation of the wolf pack. The skeleton minions bent down to dig up the green gems, while also carrying the wolf carcasses on their backs. These days, Bai Mu had been eating lavishly and treating his allies well, which led to a significant decrease in his food reserves. So, he took the opportunity to hunt while exploring outside. As for the collected green gems, ever since his extreme evil power reached 20, he stopped eating them. And He also refused to eat. Bai Mu tried biting one himself, but it was hard and not tasty at all, so he decided to keep them for later use. Bai Mu put away his gun and checked the system interface. The so-called points had already exceeded 200, and his experience had increased to over 2,400. Still needing more than 7,000 experience points. Killing mutated creatures indeed provided more experience than zombies. Then Bai Mu thought to himself, the local zombies must have gone extinct by now. After all, so many alien races have arrived. Bai Mu was right about this. The local zombies have indeed been exterminated. But the world's zombies have not been eradicated, and the corpse world, where the extremely evil corpses reside, has also invaded this planet. Among them, many zombie leaders have come. Chapter 19, Exchange Stone Door. As Bai Mu was thinking, 2 angels flew towards him from a distance. The outcome Bai Mu was most worried about had finally come. Have they finally discovered us? It was much later than expected. Soon, the angels descended in front of Bai Mu. Bai Mu opened his mouth and said, "You guys are a bit late. It seems your battleship's speed isn't that great." The 2 angels first showed expressions of confusion. Then one of them realized and politely said, "Young Shadow Demon, you are mistaken. We angels will not harm any of you survivors." Bai Mu felt a bit strange, wondering why the angels had suddenly changed. "Oh, so you came this time to say this?" The angel took out a smaller round ball from their body. "It's considered to be so, but the main purpose is this round ball. Please accept it." Bai Mu, feeling suspicious, activated the light screen and took the round ball into their hand. The angel remained silent, only displaying a polite smile. When Bai Mu successfully obtained it and retreated to a safe distance, the angel still did not initiate an attack, which made Bai Mu lower their guard a bit. Bai Mu asked, "What is this?" The angel explained, "This is called the Exchange Stone Door. If you plant it anywhere, it will generate an indestructible stone door. Inside the stone door is another layer of space, which requires points to enter. Points can also be used to exchange for goods inside." Bai Mu understood roughly after hearing this. "Isn't it just a system mall? Why did they give it to me? I only have a system and no store, and now they just sent one over?" The angel shook his head and said, "I am just following orders, and I do not know the purpose behind it." At that moment, a sonic boom was heard from afar, and a silver figure flew in at high speed, quickly shielding Bai Mu behind him. The newcomer was He, who had just received Bai Mu's distress signal and hurriedly left the monster he was dealing with to come. The angel, seeing Hei's stance. "We are not here to cause trouble, so there's no need to worry," Bai Mu explained on the side, and only then did Hei return to Bai Mu's side. After that, Bai Mu and the angel exchanged a few more words, and the angel finally said, "If there are no other questions, then I will take my leave." Bai Mu waved his hand and said goodbye. It felt like two very close friends parting ways. Bai Mu took out the small round ball given by the angel and said to Hei, "Xiao Hei, is this exchange stone door created by the angel?" Hei replied, "This is something passed down from the abyss. The angels and other foreign races must eliminate all the native residents here if they want to take this planet. In order to prevent those foreign races from easily seizing the planet, the abyss created this stone gate, primarily to allow the native residents to upgrade more conveniently to resist the foreign races." Bai Mu listened and was very confused. Why would the abyss help this planet? Their name sounds like villains. "Master, the abyss is the largest force in this universe, and they control more than half of the life planets in the universe. They have plenty of resources and don't need to plunder for a little bit of resources. Moreover, this is also a part of the abyss's dark amusement. They want to see others fight and do not want to see things develop too smoothly." After hearing this, Bai Mu felt that the abyss was truly inexplicable. Then he thought of the bone demon and asked, "Little Black, why do you think the bone demons from the abyss are on this planet? Aren't they indifferent to this little bit of resources?" Knowing the power of the abyss, Bai Mu was worried that if the abyss also got involved, this planet would absolutely have no chance of turning the tide. "My lord, aside from the top few big clans, the rest of the abyss has ideas similar to those angels. They will also secretly send their people to invade the planet. The big clans of the abyss turn a blind eye to this, but there's no need to worry too much. They don't dare send too many of their people, so their overall strength is still inferior to that of the angels." After understanding this, Bai Mu nodded. "Xiao Hei, let's go back and plant this thing at the south gate to see the effect." This time, Bai Mu didn't let Hei carry him. Instead, he walked home, enjoying the scenery along the way. If he didn't look now, he wouldn't have a chance later because Bai Mu planned to excavate this entire area. The two of them walked ahead, followed by a dozen skeleton minions, each carrying a wolf corpse on their heads. With no incidents along the way, Bai Mu first had the skeletons store the wolf corpses properly. Then he walked into the south gate, reached out, and planted the round sphere in the ground. Stepping back afterward, the sphere instantly merged into the ground, and an unusual energy fluctuation occurred in the air. Soon, a stone door appeared out of thin air. This door wasn't very large, standing 2 meters high and a little over 1 meter wide, with a vortex in the middle. Bai Mu shared the vision of one of the skeleton minions, allowing it to enter first. Inside was a large space with a door on each side, and at the top was a large crystal screen with a 30-centimeter crystal ball below it. After confirming there were no threats, Bai Mu reached out and touched the vortex, which instantly transported him inside, with Hei following closely behind. Bai Mu looked around. The left door indicated competition, while the right one indicated teleportation. Both doors were black, with only frames and empty centers. Bai Mu touched them but got no response and gave up. He then approached the crystal ball, touched it, and a store instantly appeared in his mind, displaying various goods. Since he had the system, Bai Mu didn't find this strange. He browsed for a while. The lowest priced items were 1 point, while the highest were 10,000 points. Bai Mu continued to scroll back, but couldn't move any further. At this point, Hei said, "My lord, this store upgrades with the improvement of your level. You need level 3 to unlock the items further back." "Okay, got it, Xiao Hei." Bai Mu didn't continue looking further back. He clicked on the cheapest item, which was a food gift pack. "With this, I won't need to go hunting anymore." Great. There were 2 options, a cooked food gift pack and an ingredient gift pack. Bai Mu was a bit uncertain, so he used his mind to send a message to Yi Yan. "Xiao Yan, are there any cooks among the survivors?" "Yi Yan, Xiao Yan, Lord Bai. There are indeed 2 people who have no skills, but they are a bit better at cooking than others." Bai Mu asked, "Is it delicious?" "Delicious." Yi Yan couldn't help but salivate at the thought, as he hadn't eaten home-cooked meals for 10 years, only grilled meat without any side dishes. Bai Mu, upon hearing this, replied, "That's good," and then directly disconnected. Bai Mu chose the ingredient gift pack because the cooked food gift pack surprisingly required 10 points, while the ingredients only cost 1 point. Just after making his selection, a plastic-wrapped pack of carrots fell from the air, and Bai Mu instinctively reached out to catch it. Then a bundle of Napa cabbage fell, followed by bok choy, radishes, potatoes, and so on. These vegetables piled up to Bai Mu's waist. This is such a great deal. Then let the little skeleton store these ingredients in the exercise storage room. These vegetables were seen by Yi Yan halfway, who stared at them with wide eyes, drooling. Finally, no more snacks or frozen food. It's not over yet. Bai Mu is still calculating how to raise some chickens and sheep. But he currently doesn't have a chicken coop or sheep pen. He plans to have that architect build them. Now he has bought some chickens, ducks, fish, and half a ton of beef and lamb. And he also got various seasonings, which he had the skeleton soldiers transport away. Yi Yan looked at the various foods being brought out from this magical door and curiously walked inside. Chapter 20. Exchange items inside the stone door. Bai Mu was browsing the weapon area again. The most expensive gun was a handgun. It turned out that my handgun was a Tier 1 gun. Crystal Flame Mass Production Type. Handgun Level. Tier 1 Power. 15 Skill. Accompanies Burning Effect, Ordinary Flame. Bai Mu recalled the first time he was hit. He indeed felt a moment of burning on his body, but his healing ability was too strong and extinguished it instantly. The second time was with that angel. It couldn't even break through the armor, let alone the wound. The wolf's head, however, was blown apart, and its flesh burned for a while. At that time, he thought it was the heat emitted by the light bullet that made the flesh catch fire. Later, Bai Mu discovered that this crystal ball had an identification function, so he placed his handgun on it to take a look. Crystal Flame Limited Edition. Type. Handgun Level. Tier 1, Upgradable. Power. 20 Skill. Accompanies Burning Effect. Purple Flame. Limited Edition. Is it still possible to upgrade? The strength has reached a full 20 points. After Bai Mu finished appraising, he hung the pistol on himself. This time he didn't store it in his body, as it has now become his regular weapon. At this stage, it's still quite good to use, with a strength that is 8 points higher than Bai Mu's own, and a decent firing rate, able to shoot 17 rounds per second with his hand speed, though the accuracy isn't great. After deducting the points for buying ingredients, he still has 194 points left. However, a crystal flame costs 1,000 points, which made him abandon the idea of everyone having one. So, he bought some ordinary first-level enhancement swords and knives, spending a little over 100 points. After sending the swords and knives out again, Bai Mu bought some healing potions, which were surprisingly expensive. A small one actually costs 50 points. Small healing potion effect can restore up to 20 of total damage directly. Due to the high cost, Bai Mu only bought one, just in case. His real intention was to let those survivors see the effect, so he could later trick them out of some points. After that, Bai Mu browsed and found a first-level enhancement potion, and out of curiosity, he clicked to take a look. First-level enhancement potion effect slightly increases the strength of a first-level ability user. Bai Mu clicked to purchase, but it showed insufficient balance. Upon checking, he found that this item also costs 50 points. However, he had become broke, with only 12 points left. Seeing this, He said to Bai Mu, "My lord, do you need points? I can transfer it to you." Bai Mu asked, "Can it still be transferred? How to transfer?" Next, He let Bai Mu place his hand on the crystal ball, and he did the same. Although He was thinking about transferring points to Bai Mu with his mind, Bai Mu felt his points surge dramatically, suddenly reaching over 500. After it ended, Bai Mu was so happy that he couldn't help but kiss He. After the kiss, he realized what he had done, blushing as he continued to buy potions. Anyway, his face was already red, so even if he blushed, no one would know. Bai Mu bought 10 bottles all at once, but when he tried to use the enhancement potion, he was prompted that it couldn't be used. Damn! Bai Mu reluctantly absorbed the enhancement potion into his body and exited the shop. He had no points now, so he couldn't buy anything. He finally turned his attention to the last large crystal screen. The content on it was very simple. Tasks, densely packed with many of them, but all were low-level tasks. Bai Mu could tell at a glance that these were definitely the worst kinds of tasks, as they had never been anything good. However, he couldn't understand the items listed in the tasks, such as fire crystal or black-hearted grass and 5-leaf flowers. So he asked Black, "Xiaohei, what are these things?" He didn't know either. But Yi Yan suddenly jumped out and said, "My lord, these are all mutated plants and ores that appeared after the changes in the world. These are materials for making various equipment and potions." Bai Mu understood upon hearing this, and then reacted. "When did you get here, you guy?" Yi Yan chuckled and said, "My lord, I've been here for a long time." Bai Mu replied, "Your presence is quite low. I didn't even notice you." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Mu took out a bottle of enhancement potion and handed it to Yi Yan, saying, "Since you're here, give it a try and see if you can use it." Yi Yan didn't resist and directly opened the potion, downing it in one go. Bai Mu didn't need to resort to underhanded tactics to kill him, and his system also indicated that this was an enhancement potion. However, whenever the system was mentioned, Yi felt frustrated. Since encountering Bai Mu, the system had become timid, and all the original tasks had been cleared. They had all turned into tasks on how to please Bai Mu, which left Yi speechless, but he could only comply. In fact, he thought that being a sycophant was much easier than wandering alone. Bai Mu didn't care what Yi was thinking. He wouldn't invade someone else's thoughts for no reason. He simply observed the changes in Yi body. Ultimately, through Yi, Bai Mu learned the specific value of the enhancement potion. A single bottle could increase strength by 1 point. After knowing the effect, Bai Mu felt a bit envious. Could it be that it didn't work on me because it's only a first-level enhancement potion? If I buy the second level, it's just that the second level is too expensive, requiring 500 points. After putting aside the matter of the potion, Bai Mu took on some gathering tasks, preparing to post them in his castle for the people there to help him find. After seeing the points system at the stone gate, he felt that the castle couldn't use the points system anymore. So he changed the points system in his castle to a credit point system and had Yi go down to issue orders. As the absolute king of this territory, he wanted everyone to work for him, earning credit points from him and then buying various things from him, ensuring that he would never lose and would still make a profit. Bai Mu planned to take on the hunting tasks. So when he accepted a task to hunt fireballs, the previously blank gate suddenly showed unusual signs, and a vortex appeared in the door frame, which was the door on the right labeled teleport. Seeing the emerging anomaly, Bai Mu understood that it could directly teleport him to the location of the prey. But he was still unsure if he could return, so he didn't enter immediately. Instead, he exited the exchange stone gate. After leaving the exchange stone gate, Bai Mu sent 4 skeleton soldiers to guard the gate, as he didn't want others to enter for the time being. He went to where a father and son were chopping trees. The father and son were seriously directing the skeleton soldiers to chop trees and didn't even notice Bai Mu's arrival. Bai Mu praised the 2 people who were working seriously, saying, "These 2 are quite diligent." Then he noticed the pile of wood in the open space and asked, "Are they still living in tents?" "Yes, Master Bai," Yi replied. "I remember one of them is an architecture, right?" He instructed a few skeleton minions to build a wooden villa here, which would later serve as the residence for the 7 survivors. After Bai Mu finished speaking, he left with He, handing over the rest to Yi. It was just the right time for dinner, and he felt a bit hungry. Upon entering the hall of the castle, Bai Mu waved his hand, and a rectangular dining table slowly rose from the ground. He then sat down at the head of the table and sent a mental message to Mao Er and Duan Wan, asking them to try cooking a few dishes. These 2 were the only ones in his territory who had no special abilities but knew how to cook, besides Bai Mu, who was originally a homebody. The others were either skilled in combat or pampered students from before. None of them could handle such small tasks. Now that there were fresh ingredients, it would be a waste not to enjoy some good food. Bai Mu planned to restore the good habit of having 3 meals a day. He had been indulging in snacks lately. He quietly waited for the dishes to be served while He sat beside him. Bai Mu also sent a message to the evil corpse, who was currently on the way back. At this moment, Bai Mu only showed closeness to the heroes he summoned. He wasn't keen on getting too close to others for now, so he only called for He and the evil corpse. He wasn't sure why he had such thoughts. Perhaps it was because the heroes he summoned were particularly attached to him, especially He, who never resisted and was very obedient. Chapter 21. Growth soon. The skeleton minions, acting like waiters, brought 4 dishes to the dining table. They were quite simple, consisting of home-cooked meals, braised fish, spicy stir-fried meat, stir-fried carrots with meat, and a plate of cabbage. It seemed these 2 weren't great chefs. Bai Mu didn't know about the others, but he used to eat spicy stir-fried meat every day. He had gotten a bit tired of it back then when he was ordering takeout at home, but now seeing it again made him feel nostalgic. Damn, he forgot to exchange for rice. Maybe he hasn't eaten recently and forgot about rice, and only remembered it when he saw these dishes. Bai Mu noticed that the extremely ugly corpse hadn't returned yet, and feeling hungry, he didn't wait for him. So, Bai Mu picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a large piece of meat to chew and savor. Although its appearance was a bit lacking compared to takeout. I don't know if it's the quality of the ingredients or the cook's skill, but the taste was surprisingly good. He then picked up a few more pieces and also tried the other 3 dishes, all of which were quite nice. While chewing on the meat, Bai Mu saw He just sitting quietly in the chair and not eating. So he asked, "Xiao He, why aren't you eating?" He shook his head, not needing to eat, mainly because he didn't want to eat anything. just like he resolutely refused to consume the gems produced in the brains of mutated creatures before. Bai Mu found it difficult to deal with him. Usually, he was quite accommodating, but he was always very stubborn on this matter. Looking at him like this, Bai Mu couldn't help but reach out to tease him. Then Bai Mu simply started eating heartily, as there was plenty of food. He estimated that he used at least 7 or 8 pounds of meat for this meal. Not long after Bai Mu began eating, the extreme evil corpse returned. He didn't eat either, instead sitting beside Bai Mu like Black, but he was more restless and couldn't help himself. Bai Mu asked him why he wasn't eating, but naturally, it was a futile effort, and he ended up grossing himself out. This guy hadn't changed, still loving fresh raw meat. Half a month had passed, and the area around the city had already been cleared for a kilometer. This area had turned into a barren expanse of yellow earth, completely devoid of any crops. Among them, the wooden villa outside the south gate had also been completed, 3 stories high, occupying about 1/6 of Bai Mu's city, which was enough to accommodate 7 people. Bai Mu's farm had also been built, currently housing 20 fire bulls, 30 cotton sheep, and around 100 dazed chickens, all of which were Bai Mu's treasures. Many things had happened in these past 2 weeks. Many alien races that Bai Mu didn't recognize frequently passed by the sky or nearby. Some would try to attack the city, but would give up after realizing they couldn't break through. Others saw Bai Mu and the extreme evil corpse and mistook them for an alien race, not wanting to provoke conflict in the early stages of clearing. They ignored the area. There were also those who didn't even glance at the city before leaving, feeling that the resources here were too scarce and not worth their attention, eager to find fertile land and hurriedly departing. In terms of characters, the extreme evil corpse had also leveled up to level 3 in these 2 weeks, with his strength increasing to 31. Black was not like the extreme evil corpse, who had summoned a certain boss before, so her strength remained at 25 points. But her darkening skill did not improve due to her strength increase. After activating her skill, her combat power remained the same as before, yet the extreme evil corpse still couldn't defeat Black. Bai Mu's experience had also increased to over 6,400, with his strength rising to 20 points. And all his skeleton minions had leveled up to level 2. The other humans under Bai Mu, except for Yan, had not yet broken through to level 2, while Yan's strength had reached 14 points, the same as that bone demon. Due to the bone demon's low talent, its leveling up had been relatively slow. In these days, Bai Mu also discovered changes in this world. He unexpectedly found orcs in this forest, those who had human faces but possessed animal ears and tails. Although Bai Mu was fond of the 2-dimensional world and liked beast-eared girls, seeing them in reality still felt quite curious. So far, he hadn't found any pretty beast-eared girls, only some rough big men, and he also sensed a crisis. He worried that these orcs would become enemies. Many of them had level 2 strength. And although he wasn't afraid, the farms and residential villas outside the city would surely suffer. He still needed people to establish his influence. Losing even one would hurt him. On other fronts, half a month had passed since the gathering tasks were sent out. Some people had taken them, but none had completed the tasks yet. Bai Mu speculated that the planet had not fully mutated yet, which was why the crops of this new world had not mutated. It might also be because the resources here were too scarce. However, Bai Mu had already settled here and didn't want to change locations. On this day, half a month later, Bai Mu once again entered the exchange stone door, not knowing how many times he had come in. This time, he didn't exchange items, but chose to teleport again, directly teleporting into the habitat of the fire bulls. Bai Mu easily completed the task, as these bulls weren't very strong. After teleporting a few more times, Bai Mu discovered he could freely teleport back and forth, so he often came and went to hunt. Bai Mu thought the only downside to this teleportation was that he couldn't bring back the corpses, and he couldn't teleport home before completing the free hunting task. This time, walking into the vortex, Bai Mu only brought Black along, leaving the extreme evil corpse to guard the home. Black was more convenient, able to do reconnaissance work and serve as a vehicle, and most importantly, she looked good. Bai Mu looked at the crystal screen and accepted a free task, with both of them earning 1,000 points to complete it. To earn 1,000 points, they could kill 2 level 3 creatures or 100 level 2 creatures. Bai Mu chose the latter. Level 3 creatures were indeed difficult to kill, and Black needed the right time, place, and people to succeed. The moment he accepted the task, the teleportation portal's vortex appeared, and Bai Mu slowly walked in with Black. "Welcome to the spirit world," an electronic voice echoed in Bai Mu and Black's ears. Bai Mu was already used to this. He had frequently used the teleportation portal these days, and now he was mainly concerned about the strength of this world. Bai Mu asked He, but the result was that he was completely clueless, so the two of them began to wander around this realm like headless flies. In Bai Mu's exploration, this realm was almost entirely composed of rocks, extremely desolate, with very few green plants. Bai Mu didn't know if all places in this realm were like this, or if it was just their specific location. At this moment, as the two were passing under a cliff, a sudden noise startled them. Without thinking, Bai Mu instantly drew the gun from his waist and fired several shots at the source of the sound. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets hit the cliff wall, causing some small clouds of smoke to rise. As the smoke cleared, Bai Mu looked closely at where he had shot and found only some rubble, feeling a bit embarrassed. Sir, it was just a small stone that fell from the cliff, He said. Bai Mu replied softly, Oh, got it. However, my lord, there really are enemies on the cliff, and not just there. As soon as the black figure finished speaking, a beam of light shot out from the tip of his finger. The beam directly created a large hole at the top of the cliff, causing the cliff's edge to crack, and several boulders the size of cars fell down. The black figure continued to shoot. Countless beams struck the falling boulders, turning them into dust in midair. This allowed Bai Mu to witness Black's marksmanship once again. He was simply a sharpshooter, never missing a shot. Bai Mu felt an increase of 10 experience points, indicating that there had just been a level 2 creature hiding at the top of the cliff. With the prey dealt with, Bai Mu was about to leave when Black suddenly pulled him back, and a sharp spider spear shot out from where Bai Mu had just been standing. My lord, I just mentioned that there is more than one enemy. We need to be cautious. As the spider spear failed to hit its target and was about to retract, Black dashed forward, grabbed the spear with both hands, and forcefully broke it. The spider underground let out an angry roar, bursting through the ground. In an instant, the ground exploded, and rocks flew everywhere. Chapter 22. Desolate world. When the spider emerged from the ground, the surrounding land erupted, and rock fragments scattered. Black directly jumped back with Bai Mu, avoiding the spider's attack range. Bai Mu looked at the spider, which was about 10 meters long, with some hostility. This creature actually dared to ambush him. Fortunately, Black was there. Although he wouldn't be easily injured, being ambushed was still quite unpleasant. Once the spider appeared, Black released Bai Mu and prepared to fight. But Bai Mu still held on to Black tightly. My lord, this spider is about the same strength as me. We can't underestimate it. It's making it difficult for me to move. Hearing this, Bai Mu also loosened his grip. Go for it, little Black. I will provide support below. All right, master. He replied. The Black transformation activated, and the demonic figure of He reappeared, his wings striking the spider like light cannons. The spider's armor was hit, creating some cracks, and it clearly didn't dare to withstand the attack any longer, burrowing underground. Although the spider was underground, He could clearly sense its location. Bai Mu also climbed onto a large rock, holding his pistol to prevent surprise attacks. The spider lingered underground for a long time, finally unable to contain itself, and launched a surprise attack on Bai Mu. Bursting out from the ground, it had lost one of its front legs, so it only had one leg to stab at Bai Mu. Bai Mu sensed it but did not dodge. Instead, he turned and aimed his pistol at the spider's eyes, firing continuously. Whether it was luck or something else, Bai Mu actually managed to hit the spider's eye. The egg-sized eye exploded, oozing thick green blood. The spider endured the burning pain in its eye and thrust its front leg through Bai Mu's chest. But right after that, He's light bullet struck, entering the spider's brain. The bullet exploded from the inside, shattering the spider's head into pieces, with the exploding flesh and thick green blood splattering everywhere. Afterward, the headless body of the spider struggled for a while before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Bai Mu slowly pulled the spider's front leg out of his chest and looked at his body, which had already healed instantly. He descended from the sky and came to Bai Mu's side to check him. Seeing this, Bai Mu said, It's fine, little He. I'm immortal. This little thing can't do anything to me. Only then did He step back. Let's go, Bai Mu said. This spider was still at the peak of level 2, just a bit short of reaching level 3, which was why Bai Mu only received 10 points. The two continued to explore, with Bai Mu on the ground and He flying in the sky, scouting above, below, and underground, with a vast range of spiritual perception. In the following time, the two killed several level 1 and 2 creatures, and then the originally blue sky suddenly became turbulent. In the sky, a phantom figure gradually appeared. It was a man with flowing long hair, dressed in a purple robe, which was clearly different from modern clothing. Bai Mu noticed the man was in a primitive forest, filled with ancient trees of various shapes and sizes, overwhelming to behold. Towering trees with trunks several meters thick stood high into the clouds, and the purple-robed man was calmly standing on one of the thick trunks. Facing him was an overwhelming number of monsters, all of immense size, with crystal-like heads adorned with 2 black horns and bat-like flesh wings connecting their limbs. Bai Mu felt that the energy radiating from each of these monsters was countless times higher than that emitted by the previous golden battleship. At this rate, I would probably be slapped to death with one blow. Bai Mu couldn't help but mock himself. The next moment, the 2 horned monsters surged toward the man in the purple robe. The man showed no signs of fear and emitted no fluctuations in his aura. He simply waved his hand. However, as he did so, an overwhelming aura began to emanate from him, one that surpassed the strength of the 2 horned monsters and exceeded Bai Mu's imagination. This single palm strike directly obliterated the nearby monsters. Although they were illusions, Bai Mu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. At that moment, Hei took Bai Mu's uneasy hand, and seeing Hei gave Bai Mu some reassurance. The illusions in the sky continued, as if the monsters were endless. No matter how the man killed them, they just kept coming. So the man stopped his actions, and a more ethereal figure emerged behind him, its face indistinguishable and its entire body appearing purple. Was this a stand-in? He also saw that figure. Master, that is the Nebula body, a skill that all level 5 superpowers will awaken. Oh, the man in the purple robe remained motionless, while the nebula behind him had its hands clasped together. The unusual energy in his palms surged to completion in an instant, ultimately striking the ground. Soon after, the world was engulfed in a purple storm, and it was unclear how long it lasted before the storm dissipated. Only the man in the purple robe remained standing, while the 2 horned monsters had all been annihilated, leaving no ashes behind. The man glanced indifferently at the desolate world before vanishing into the horizon. This desolate world was very similar to the one Bai Mu inhabited, making Bai Mu instantly realize that they were the same world. After witnessing the illusion, Bai Mu felt a profound impact and sighed. Is this the reason for the world's desolation? Can I become this strong in the future? Heian heard Bai Mu's sigh and thought for a moment before saying, if it's what you said, then no. Bai Mu turned his head, his face darkened. Xiao Hei, am I really that incapable in your eyes? Although he is indeed a bit lazy usually, he has been working hard to change. Hei knew that Bai Mu had misunderstood, so he explained, my lord, this power exceeds my understanding. I believe this is not a power that can exist in this world. Therefore, my lord will definitely not be able to reach it. After hearing this, Bai Mu felt much better and thought, if it's a power not from this world, then it must be from a stronger world. Isn't it just changing the map? I will definitely change the map in the future, as it is written in the novel. Bai Mu insisted that he could handle it, and Hei remained silent, going along with Bai Mu. After a while following the end of the illusion, Bai Mu felt the ground tremble, and Hei flew directly into the sky to scout. In the distance, many beasts from another world were rushing towards them, looking quite panicked. They must be fleeing. Upon hearing this, Bai Mu knew it was time to earn some points, so he asked Xiao Hei for a ride, and the 2 of them sniped at the beast horde from the air. Next, Bai Mu and Hei proactively approached the beast horde. Bai Mu fired his gun continuously, while Hei used her light wings to shoot beams of light. The beasts on the ground suffered heavy casualties, unable to fight back, and could only continue to flee. Bai Mu didn't care why they were running. He just wanted to earn more experience points. After several hours of sniping, the 1,000 points they had earned together was finally in hand, but Bai Mu appeared somewhat exhausted. He had been firing his handgun the entire time, and it felt like the gun was draining him. Although he had unlimited bullets, they were based on his own ability energy. Hei, on the other hand, seemed to be in much better shape, only slightly out of breath, which made Bai Mu feel relieved. The fleeing beast horde had mostly escaped, with only a few still struggling to run in the area, and Bai Mu was too lazy to continue the chase. Resting was the most important thing for him right now. While he was recovering, Hei stood guard beside him, clearing away the approaching beasts, which also allowed Bai Mu to gain a little more experience. Now, Bai Mu had over 1,200 points and more than 8,000 experience points, which were still slowly increasing, likely due to the subordinates from his original world hunting mutated creatures. Staying in this desolate world didn't seem meaningful anymore. It was time to go back, Xiao Hei. After analyzing during this brief rest, Bai Mu felt that the beast tide was triggered by the illusion, as the beast horde appeared right after the illusion ended. Bai Mu had spent the majority of his time in this world searching for beasts, yet he had only earned a small number of points. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the beast horde after the striking illusion, they wouldn't know how much longer they would have to stay here. Bai Mu's main goal was to earn points and experience, and since he had enough points now, it was better to leave quickly. Chapter 23. Beastmen. After teleporting back inside the exchange stone door and receiving the task completion reward of 1,000 points, Bai Mu now had over 2,000 points. He then spent over 100 points to buy dozens of sheep, dozens of cows, and about 100 chickens, and bought some daily necessities, weapons, and enhancement potions, spending over 800 points in total. He temporarily left the remaining points unused, as he was the only one currently using this exchange crystal. Everyone else's points were still in their own hands. He planned to sell those weapons to them later and extract their points. As soon as Bai Mu came out after shopping, Yi Yan ran over and reported various daily matters to him. Bai Mu casually listened to some unimportant things. But when Yi Yan mentioned that the beastmen wanted to seek Bai Mu's protection, he was surprised. Why would those beastmen, who are living well, need my protection? Yi Yan replied, My lord, they say that the mutated beasts nearby often attack them, and they are powerless to resist. However, whenever they get close to your territory, those mutated beasts always stop and do not continue their attacks. So, some bold beastmen entered your territory, and when our people caught them, they brought them to me. After inquiring, I learned the reason. Those beastmen seek our protection. Bai Mu listened quietly and did not show any emotion. He shared his vision with the little skeleton to observe those beastmen. Most of them were minotaurs, with a few mixed in from rabbitmen, sheepmen, and other herbivorous animals. These beastmen should be helpful for gathering mutated plants. After considering for a moment, Bai Mu spoke. Tell them that if they want my protection, they must work for me without compensation, and I also want to take one of their souls. Yes, my lord. Bai Mu quietly watched Yi Yan walk away. Now that there was a shortage of population, these beastmen had actually come to him voluntarily. He had thought they would be a great enemy. Afterward, Bai Mu and He went to inspect the farm. The person in charge there was also a farmer father and son. When they saw Bai Mu arrive, they put down their work and bowed to him. Bai Mu casually nodded for them to rise, and seeing how healthy these animals were, he felt relieved. They were all delicious. After browsing around other places, Bai Mu spent the whole day without finding the extremely evil corpse, which made him a bit curious about where this guy had gone wandering. Usually, this guy would stick to him as soon as he arrived. After sharing his vision and taking a look, he lost interest. This guy was back to doing his old job, and he could only silently mourn for that mutated tiger. At this point, Yi Yan had already come into contact with those beastmen. He explained Bai Mu's requirements to them. A dim-witted minotaur stepped forward and said, We are willing to work, but we can't do anything else. I still have strength. Then the ram-headed man, the rooster-headed man, the rabbit-headed man, and others also agreed. Yi Yan took out a mysterious small square and captured the souls of these beastmen inside. Yi Yan said, Since you have agreed, you are now one of us. I will assign you tasks now. First, he pointed out several minotaurs to look after the fire cattle pen, the ram-headed man to look after the sheep pen, and the rooster-headed man to look after the dumb chickens. Yi Yan arranged this because, although these beastmen were evolved beings, they were still a kind of creature similar to livestock, and they understood animals better than humans, so it was safer to let them take care of them. After assigning the tasks, Yi Yan led dozens of beastmen to find the farmer and his son. They quickly found the farmer father feeding the chickens. Wang Zheng, come here for a moment. I need to talk to you. When Wang Zheng saw it was Yi Yan, he smiled and ran over. Manager Yi good. Yi Yan nodded and then pointed out about 10 beastmen. Starting today, you will be in charge of managing these beastmen, but do not treat them like slaves. Treat them equally. Yi Yan understood the principle that where there is oppression, there is resistance, so he didn't want that. Nevertheless, he wouldn't let these beastmen enjoy treatment that was too good, as it wouldn't align with their value. Allowing them too much enjoyment would only lead them to develop a sense of entitlement, which was the last thing Yi Yan wanted to happen. Then Yi Yan gave Wang Zheng several bags of potatoes and wheat seeds, pointing to a piece of land and asking him to try planting them. That piece of land had been irrigated with a life potion to make it suitable for planting, which would significantly increase the yield. This life potion was also obtained from Bai Mu. After giving the instructions, Yi Yan left with the remaining beastmen and found the architect, Lu Lin. Handing over the remaining beastmen to him, he let them choose a piece of land and build their own houses. Once they had a place to live, they would become more dependent on the Lord's territory. Thinking of this, Yin looked at the yellow earth beneath his feet and muttered to himself. We also need to pave roads for these beastmen. This is how a city should look. Then Yin looked towards the dark forest a few hundred meters away. Defense needs to be arranged as well. If mutated creatures attack in the future, all previous efforts will be in vain. A few minutes later, Yin entered his wooden house, pulled out a notebook, and began to write a training plan for those beastmen. It was essential to strengthen their power. Each one had nearly reached the peak of level 1, yet they were all timid and incredibly weak. Knock, knock, knock. A sound of knocking came. Come in, Yin casually said, busy concentrating on the small notebook in his hand. Outside, Feng Xiaolan gently opened the door and walked in. Seeing Yin working seriously, she stood quietly beside him, waiting. Not knowing how long had passed, Yin stretched, tucked the notebook into his arms, and turned around to find someone standing behind him. How long have you been here? Feng Xiaolan had no feelings of dissatisfaction and simply replied, about 1 or 2 hours. Sorry, I get like this when I work, Yin said apologetically. Then Feng Xiaolan explained the reason for her visit. Instructor Yi, I've gathered 60 credit points, and I want to exchange them for a level 1 enhancement potion. She now had 9 points in strength, just 1 point short of level 2. So her strong desire for power pushed her to directly use the potion to level up. In fact, the potion had no side effects. But a level 1 potion could only be consumed a maximum of 5 times, and this was Feng Xiaolan's first time. Next door, Yin Chong had already used it 4 times and would be using it again at 9 points in strength. Yi Yin said nothing more and turned to take a bottle of enhancement potion from the drawer. From Feng Xiaolan's perspective, she could see that there were still quite a few left inside, but she wouldn't think of stealing. Firstly, the survivors filtered by Bai Mu had good character, and secondly, after understanding Bai Mu's terror, they didn't dare to entertain any thoughts of breaking the rules. Feng Xiaolan then completed the transaction by connecting to the electronic watch on Yi Yan's wrist. This electronic watch was also exchanged from the exchange stone gate by Bai Mu, used to store credit points and conduct daily transactions and task acceptances, and it had an automatic ownership recognition function, so even if someone else picked it up, they couldn't use it. This item wasn't expensive. Bai Mu didn't mark up the price, selling it to survivors for 1 credit point after buying it for 1 point. Chapter 24. Carnivorous Beastmen. After receiving the potion, Feng Xiaolan directly opened it and swallowed it. In a moment, a faint light blue glow spread around her body, which was her supernatural energy. After breaking through the limit, her momentum rapidly increased at a visible speed. Although there was only 1 level difference between 9 points and 10 points in strength, the disparity in power was significant. After leveling up, Feng Xiaolan joyfully felt her supernatural energy, and Yi Yin said from the side, although you've leveled up, don't be too proud or complacent. Level 2 is still too weak in this world. You can't feel it now because you're under the protection of adults, understand? Understood, Instructor Yi, Feng Xiaolan said, humbly accepting it. Yi Yin nodded and then gave Feng Xiaolan some verbal instructions before letting her leave. Yi Yin leaned back in his chair and took out a list that recorded the basic information of various survivors within the territory. With another level 2 supernatural ability user added, Yin Chong would also be leveling up soon, and with the new beastmen joining, the Lord's territory could be considered a powerful force at this point. In his past life, when the apocalypse first began, he had cautiously survived, and even by this time, he hadn't awakened any supernatural abilities. He was lucky to have been saved by a level 1 supernatural user, eventually entering the force associated with that user, which was one of the top powers in his past life. He wondered if that force still existed in this life, as most things had been disrupted. Just then, another group of beastmen arrived outside the territory. These were carnivorous animals. A young minotaur playing on the outskirts saw these carnivorous beasts and shouted in fear as he ran towards his mother. The mother minotaur, hearing her child's call, immediately rushed toward the sound without a second thought. After finding her frightened child, she picked him up and ran back. The carnivorous beastmen following behind looked confused. They were just here to pledge allegiance to the boss, so why did these beastmen run away upon seeing them? Although these mutated carnivorous beastmen still ate meat, they had gained intelligence and some semblance of humanity. As long as they weren't starving, they wouldn't eat their own kind, just like the herbivore beastmen. In fact, aside from the significant appearance differences between these beastmen and humans, there wasn't much difference otherwise. Their diet had also become more varied. Tiger beastmen could eat vegetables, and cow beastmen could eat meat. However, herbivorous beastmen were naturally timid, and since they used to be prey animals, they still feared carnivorous animals even after gaining intelligence. At this moment, Feng Xiaolan happened to be walking along this road. The fleeing mother minotaur saw her and shouted, "The wolf is coming! The wolf is coming!" Then she ran past Feng Xiaolan, continuing to warn the others of her kind. Just as Feng Xiaolan had just broken through and was feeling energetic. She thought the frightened mother minotaur was being attacked, so she chased after her. This mother minotaur had not trained and was quickly caught up to. "Wait, Mrs. Minotaur. What wolf is coming?" The mother minotaur, holding her crying young one, hurriedly said, "Miss Human, run for your life. Those carnivorous animals are coming. They're very cruel and eat cattle." Feng Xiaolan then let the mother minotaur go, understanding the situation. Cruel carnivorous animals? It's just the right time for me to try out my new skills. Although she was a girl, her blood was boiling under Yi Yan's guidance. Then, a faint blue supernatural aura enveloped her, and Feng Xiaolan's figure gradually became transparent. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to see her. She leaped up and moved swiftly among the tree branches, soon encountering those beastmen. The carnivorous beastmen were unaware that someone was hiding in the branches, preparing to attack them. The tiger and wolf beastmen were joking and chatting as they traveled, when suddenly a green snake beastman called to a halt. "Tiger brother, wolf brother. I feel like something is watching us." The tiger and wolf beastmen shivered at the snake's words and took a defensive posture. Although this green snake's combat power was not as strong as theirs, it had the best senses. If it felt something, there was likely something there. The tiger beastman shouted to the other beastmen, "Get close together, back to back. Something's up." The beastmen, already in a group, complied without resistance, huddling together and peering around cautiously. The wolf beastman said, "Snake brother, could it be that the boss of this place is watching us?" The green snake flicked its tongue and replied, "No, we haven't done anything. Instead, we're here to pledge allegiance to him. A strong person like him has no reason to kill us." This time, the gaze I felt carries strong hostility. Feng Xiaolan found it strange that these suddenly alert beastmen seemed to be instinctively sensing danger but didn't know their own position. Moreover, despite this, they were slowly moving toward the Lord's castle. She couldn't let them approach the castle and harm those poor beastmen. Feng Xiaolan decided to take the initiative. She noticed that the green snake was the most sensitive, so she decided to subdue him first. She formed hidden blades with both hands and then leaped down from the branch, aiming the blades directly at the green snake's neck. The green snake reacted the moment Feng Xiaolan launched her attack, twisting its head to dodge this strike, but still lost some scales. Feng Xiaolan's strike missed, and without pausing, she used her skill 1/. Feng Xiaolan's skill 1/ increased her attack power by 30 and speed by 60 for 3 seconds. This attack came too quickly and from an awkward position, so the green snake couldn't dodge. It raised its hand to block. The blade cut into the green snake's arm, but it got stuck just right. The green snake hissed in pain but endured it, opening its mouth wide to bite at Feng Xiaolan. Although the poison wasn't deadly, it could cause paralysis. The tiger and wolf beastmen also reacted, extending their claws toward Feng Xiaolan. Feng Xiaolan wanted to pull the knife out but found the green snake's arm firmly gripping it, so she gave up on the blade and tried to dodge the bite. Unfortunately, her previous move left her no time to evade, and the green snake bit down on her shoulder, injecting a large amount of venom. The tiger's paw and wolf's claw followed suit, sending Feng Xiaolan flying. Feng Xiaolan, who had fallen backward, crashed into several large trees before finally hitting the ground. At this moment, her body was covered in wounds, with multiple fractures, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. She didn't care and simply wiped the corner of her mouth with her sleeve. Struggling to get up, the injuries and poison made it difficult for her to stand, and after a few seconds, she fainted on the ground. Tigers, snakes, wolves, and other beastmen surrounded Feng Xiaolan. The werewolf said, "Should we kill this little thief?" The green snake, supporting its injured arm, replied, "No need. Bind this assassin and take her to the territory of that lord. I heard there are many humans there. Once we pledge allegiance to that lord, we can offer this little girl as a gift. Perhaps someone will take a liking to her and look after us. This girl attempted to assassinate us. Not killing her is already the greatest tolerance. If someone accuses us later, we can justify it." The tiger man responded, "This is indeed a good idea, but what if this girl is actually from that lord's side?" The green snake replied, "That's why I want to kill her. Besides, I just mentioned that she attacked us without cause first. That lord shouldn't be unreasonable. If he truly is, then he is not worth our allegiance." The tiger and werewolf nodded, agreeing with the reasoning. Indeed, Brother Snake, if we choose wrong, the worst outcome is death. After all, we would die here anyway. So we might as well take a gamble. The group continued their journey, and a bear man volunteered to carry the unconscious Feng Xiaolan. Chapter 25. Handling the cow man was still shouting around, causing more and more herbivores to be alarmed. Yi Yin also came out of the wooden house and encountered a chicken man who was calling out everywhere and asked, "What is happening? Why is there so much noise?" The yellow chicken man saw Yi Yin as if he had met a savior and quickly said, "Manager Yi, I'm so glad to see you. Those carnivores are attacking us, claiming they will eat us all and seize this land." Yi Yin showed no emotion and simply asked, "Who told you this?" The chicken man replied, "Sister Rabbit told me." Yi Yin then asked the chicken man to take him to find Sister Rabbit. Before long, they arrived at where the rabbit person was, who was digging a hole to hide in. Yi Yin approached her from behind and playfully tugged at her tail. The rabbit person screamed in fright, then turned around and calmed down upon seeing Yi Yin. Blushing, she said, "Manager Yi, what are you doing?" Yi Yin repeated the chicken man's words to her, only to have the rabbit person shake her head and say, "Madam Cow only told me that those beast men are coming to eat us. I don't know about seizing this place." After hearing this, Yi Yin did not linger. He already sensed that this matter was not simple, but the beastmen themselves didn't seem to understand the situation. After leaving, he didn't look for Madam Cow, but headed straight to Bai Mu. Just as he was about to enter, Bai Mu's voice came from inside, saying, "Go west. There's a group of beastmen. Go check it out." Yi Yin, upon hearing this at the door, respectfully replied, "Yes, my lord." He slowly retreated, took 10 skeleton soldiers, and headed west. Soon, Yi Yin encountered the group of beastmen led by the tiger, wolf, and snake brothers. When Yi Yin saw Feng Xiaolan, half dead on the bear man's shoulder, his originally gentle demeanor instantly turned stern. Although he had become Bai Mu's loyal follower, he had also survived in the apocalypse for 10 years. In those 10 years, he didn't know how many powerful creatures he had slain, and seeing his usually lively student in such a state made him furious. The snake man noticed Yi Yin's cold expression and then saw the 10 skeletons behind him, realizing they were the subordinates of that lord. He then looked at Feng Xiaolan and understood that she was also one of that lord's subordinates, calming himself. "Bear 3, hand this lady over to the human in front." The bear man stepped forward and gently placed Feng Xiaolan on the ground. Yi Yin sent a skeleton to carry Feng Xiaolan in a princess hold. Facing each other, the green snake spoke, "My lord, we are not here to cause trouble. And that lady did not attack us first." He then added, "It was this lady who suddenly attacked us, and we only retaliated lightly." Yi Yin did not respond. He looked at Feng Xiaolan, who was severely injured and on the verge of death, barely breathing. He took out a small healing potion, pried open her mouth, and administered the potion, stabilizing her life. The green snake felt a bit awkward seeing the human girl in such a state. He glanced at the tiger and wolf. The tiger and wolf protested, "We held back. If we hadn't, she would have been in pieces by now." The green snake had no choice but to look at Yi Yin, who was tending to Feng Xiaolan, and said, "If someone tries to kill you for no reason, you can't just stick your head out to let them do it, right?" Yi Yin turned his cold gaze toward the snake man. He understood the reasoning, but seeing his student beaten to near death, his emotions overpowered his rationality. His heart rejected the snake man's words. Now he only wanted to teach this group of beastmen a lesson. He didn't want to kill them because of Bai Mu's previous orders. And even in his irrational state, he didn't dare to defy them. Just as he was about to act, the tiger, snake, and wolf prepared for death when a giant rock fell from the sky, landing between the two groups and sending dirt flying. With another loud crash, a green light descended from the sky, striking the giant rock and shattering it, creating a cloud of smoke. Debris flew everywhere, with small fragments landing on both sides. The beastmen and Yi Yin simultaneously brushed off the small fragments. After a while, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a figure standing amidst the rubble, a green-skinned zombie clad in dark green armor. The green-skinned zombie did not look at anyone and said blandly, "I've said it before. Humans are too complex in their hearts and easily emotional." Then he casually sent a burst of green energy into Feng Xiaolan's body, instantly healing her injuries. "As the only enforcer under the Lord, I've corrected many of my flaws. How can you, a human who has lived 2 lives, be like this? Yi, you work for the Lord. You must distinguish right from wrong." Feng Xiaolan recovered, and, seeing Yi Yin and the beastmen, hurriedly asked, "Instructor Yi, did you save me?" Yi Yin remained silent, But upon seeing Feng Xiaolan regain her composure, her emotions gradually stabilized. The evil corpse looked at Feng Xiaolan and said, "You are responsible for reconnaissance, right?" Acting impulsively without understanding the situation this time. Fortunately, they didn't kill you. Otherwise, even the Lord wouldn't be able to save you. You will isolate yourself for 3 days. If you do this again, you will just handle logistics. Feng Xiaolan didn't understand what had happened, but the rarely seen zombie lord had personally come, which couldn't be a good sign. She quietly replied, seeing the strong aura emanating from the zombie. The green snake immediately knelt, followed by many carnivorous beastmen. "My lord, we are willing to pledge loyalty to you." The evil corpse did not directly agree, but asked, "For what reason?" The green snake replied, "My lord, since our evolution, our living territory has been constantly robbed. Those alien races not only want to drive us away, but also kill us. The mutated beasts evolved before us, and we cannot fight back. We saw the Lord take in those herbivorous beastmen, so we wish to do the same." The evil corpse said, "You can pledge allegiance, but you must accept my corpse blood." The evil corpse did not explain the effects of the corpse blood. It was a method he used to control his subordinates. As long as their power did not exceed his or was at the same level, they would never escape his control. After a discussion among the beastmen, almost everyone agreed, except for a few who did not. A small number of them naturally returned empty-handed, and no one knew whether they would survive in the end. The evil corpse did not linger and quickly left, leaving this place to Yi Yan. At this moment, Yi Yan had calmed down. Although he was angry just now because Feng Xiaolan was on the verge of death, she had now completely recovered and looked nothing like the half-dead person from before. "Xiaolan, you should go according to Lord Corpse's orders first." Yi Yan then looked at the orcs, without wasting any more words, simply saying, "Follow me." It would definitely be difficult for the herbivorous and carnivorous orcs to accept each other all at once, so he planned to take it slow, first settling the two types of orcs together. Now that he had calmed down, he did not intend to give those orcs a hard time. Firstly, this matter was not the orcs' fault, and secondly, Lord Bai would not allow any illegal activities to occur within his territory. However, the herbivorous orcs still needed to be punished. Those who spread rumors would be confined for a few days. He also needed to find a specific time to educate them about the Lord's laws. Chapter 26. Deep into the night that afternoon, Yi Yan found the female cow orc, rabbit orc, and chicken orc, and gave them a thorough education. He then locked them in a single room in the wooden villa for no less than 3 days, absolutely not letting them out. The little calf was too young. Although this incident was caused by him, he did not have the ability to distinguish right from wrong, only feeling pure fear, so he was not punished. It wasn't long before this new batch of orcs was integrated into the construction team, and the training subjects Yi Yan arranged for them were also lighter than those for the herbivores, from the fact that they could defeat Feng Xiaolan. It was clear that these carnivorous orcs still possessed some combat skills. Yi Yan was busy until evening before he finally had some free time. He went to the city wall, leaned against it, and looked at the stars in the sky. At that moment, a female voice came. "Instructor Yi, are you here looking at the stars too?" Yi Yan didn't need to guess to know who it was. "Why aren't you staying in your room? How did you come out by yourself?" The voice belonged to Feng Xiaolan, the only woman who could approach Bai Mu in the entire territory. Feng Xiaolan stuck out her tongue playfully and said, "It's too stuffy to be alone in the room, and Lord Corpse won't mind these little things." He probably forgot about it right after saying it. Yi Yan looked at Feng Xiaolan helplessly and said, "You have no sense of discipline at all." Then he thought to himself that Lord Bai had protected his territory too well, making it feel nothing like the apocalypse. He used to survive under the oppression of alien races, living a life where a little food could cost lives. He had to worry about being hunted by alien races, and even if he was lucky enough to find a shelter, without strength, he could only starve. Those with strength were not necessarily better off. Humans were ultimately no match for alien races, unable to even defeat the vanguard troops of the aliens. It wasn't until 10 years later that the strongest humans reached only level 4, while the main force against the alien races on this planet was those orcs. Although these orcs fought against the alien races, they also harbored hostility towards humans, making life even harder for humans. In the early stages, which was the period Yi Yan was in now, these orcs were the lowest on the food chain, bullied by everyone. They were mostly a race enslaved by humans and alien races. They were treated as slaves and trampled upon without any human rights. Initially, the orcs only hoped to coexist peacefully with humans and those alien races. However, due to their inability to achieve strength, as time went on, The orcs gradually became stronger, moving from the bottom of the food chain to a position where they could contend with ordinary alien races. By that time, it was too late for humans to reconcile. The orcs had transformed from a peaceful race into warlike factions. In the end, humans became the lowest existence on the food chain. Yian stood up and looked at the orcs below who were diligently building houses. Now these orcs were living in harmony with humans, and the future for humanity would surely be much better than the future he had experienced. Feng Xiaolan noticed that Yian was lost in thought while watching the orcs work and asked, "Instructor Yi, do you have something on your mind? Is there a problem with those orcs?" Yian shook his head. "Nothing, just suddenly thought of some things." The two then fell into a moment of silence. Unsure of what to say, Yian cleared his throat and feigned seriousness. "You're still under confinement. You're not allowed to disobey the Lord's orders. Shouldn't you go back?" Seeing Yian like this, Feng Xiaolan could only respond softly and then slowly descended from the city wall. In the Black Castle, on the 5th floor. In Bai Mu's bedroom, Bai Mu lay on his side on the bed. Beside him was He, who was also lying on her side. Bai Mu looked at her, and she looked back at him. "Xiao He, I like you. Do you like me?" "I do," He replied, but it was hard to detect any emotion in her voice. Bai Mu had long since gotten used to this tone, so he continued, "I like your personality, Xiao He, and also your appearance. What do you like about me?" He thought for a moment and replied, her tone slightly more emotional. "Maybe it's because of my parents. The love between angels and demons feels very magical to me. So I've fantasized about being in love with a demon since I was little. The Lord is the first person who hasn't looked down on me because of my appearance and background, and he's a shadow demon, so he fits my ideal partner." Bai Mu then asked, "What if before me, there were other demons who liked you? Would you like them? Or if I stopped liking you later, what would you do?" He replied seriously, "I would probably like that demon. And if the Lord no longer loves me, then I don't plan to live in this world anymore. Xiao He, you really have no pretense at all, but I like you just the way you are." Saying this, he moved closer to He. Although He was his summon and her fondness for him might be due to the system's influence, as they got to know each other more deeply. Bai Mu's feelings for He had transformed from initial fondness to genuine affection. He had long since discarded the idea of a harem. Having a little He was enough. Of course, it was still fine to have a few 2D wives to like. One night passed. The next morning, He was always tightly held by Bai Mu, so she couldn't leave early in the morning. Bai Mu had a good sleep, and when he opened his eyes, he saw He looking at him. He knew He had stayed up all night just watching him. Bai Mu actually didn't need to sleep. He was just used to it, and sleeping was really comfortable. So why torture himself by staying awake? After finishing everything, Bai Mu and He went downstairs. Breakfast was already prepared, several dazed chicken eggs, a bowl of meat porridge. And Bai Mu chose salt and soup. After finishing breakfast, Bai Mu went to the city wall to look at the hard-working orcs. Due to his own circumstances, he couldn't get close to the orcs. At the same time, a 50-meter radius around the city was a forbidden area, surrounded by a circle of wooden walls to prevent anyone from getting close. Although it was a wooden wall, designed by Lu Lin, the architect, it was quite pleasing to the eye. Bai Mu then saw that group of orcs learning to dig foundations like humans. Bai Mu was very tolerant towards good people, whether they were human or beast. As they were among the first to join, Bai Mu gave each family a piece of land. He taught them various human knowledge, how to build houses, how to grow food, and provided them with food seeds. Of course, it wasn't completely free. Bai Mu was a very stingy person, and these were just temporarily lent to the orcs. In the future, the orcs would need to work for Bai Mu to repay him, and when enemies attacked, they would also need to help defend the territory, giving a portion of the harvest from farming. The portion given wouldn't be too much, just enough for Bai Mu to manage, and he wouldn't exploit these orcs, keeping everything within acceptable limits. Bai Mu currently has only 9 Legion followers, 8 human survivors, and 1 bone demon. The others either died in the initial explosion or were killed during the raid. And ultimately, Bai Mu liberated all the zombies. Zombies are simply too weak for the new world. Therefore, Bai Mu's current thought is to recruit these orcs as subordinates. But he will not force them. He will let the orcs understand everything and decide based on their own will, even if they disagree. He will not hold it against them. Chapter 27. Promotion after checking the system interface. He realized he was just a few hundred experience points away from leveling up to level 3. There was no need for Bai Mu to go out and grind for this little experience. He just let the extremely evil corpse and the little skeletons go grind casually, while he enjoyed himself in the castle. With power, he naturally wanted to enjoy it well. Bai Mu was not a self-harming cultivation fanatic. So he would not torture himself to practice. He would only occasionally go out to hunt monsters himself. A day later, Bai Mu was lounging on the sofa, letting Hay feed him fruit, living a fairy-like life. Suddenly, a prompt sound echoed in his mind, and Bai Mu's consciousness entered his mind to take a look. He had reached level 3. There was not much surprise. This was already expected. What he was more curious about now was how to transform. As the system gave no hints on how to do it, Bai Mu turned to Hay beside him and asked, "Little Hay, do I look human now?" Hay shook his head. Bai Mu had not changed at all. So Bai Mu called over the extremely evil corpse. "Little evil, didn't you say I could transform at level 3? How do I do it?" "My lord, you can transform into whatever form you envision in your heart." After hearing this, Bai Mu understood. It was easy to comprehend. He then tried to think of what he originally looked like. To be honest, he hadn't seen himself in so long that he had somewhat forgotten what he looked like. He only remembered that he was very handsome. So he thought and thought. And gradually, the color of his skin changed from red to human skin. In no time, Bai Mu transformed into a normal human. "Do I look good?" Hay replied. "My lord looks good no matter what." Bai Mu then looked at the extremely evil corpse. "My lord is definitely charming and handsome." After a long stream of flattery from the extremely evil corpse, it finally added, "If my lord were a bit more masculine, it would be even more perfect." Bai Mu was quite pleased with the flattery from the extremely evil corpse, but he disregarded the last suggestion. "Masculine? Does he want me to become like Zhang Fei?" Bai Mu didn't want to turn into a brutish appearance. Bai Mu looked at himself in the mirror, feeling very good about himself. Then he put down the mirror, pulled up his black robe with Hay and the extremely evil corpse, and looked below. "Hey, this area is normal too." He lowered the black robe. And now everything about Bai Mu was normal. He asked the little skeleton to bring a knife to see if he could still be immortal after transforming into human form. After receiving the blade, he gently touched it against his skin, leaving a slight, white mark. Still no pain. So Bai Mu became bolder and stabbed through his palm. No blood flowed out. When he looked at the wound, he saw pure red energy. An immortal body, super high appearance, boundless power. This was simply a perfect being. The extremely evil corpse also occasionally flattered him, which made Bai Mu feel even more pleased. After a while, the transformation completed, and he decided to check how much his original skills had improved and what new skills he had acquired. His strength increased to 30 points. Now that he had just entered level 3, he could be considered a strong individual. His experience cap increased to 100,000. The radius of his passive death field increased from 50 meters to 100 meters. At this rate, he might soon cause a mass extinction. However, on second thought, this passive skill didn't seem to have much use against opponents of equal level, and it currently limited his mobility. But when Bai Mu saw the introduction at the back, he was delighted. This passive skill could now be freely activated or deactivated, allowing him to finally approach strangers. This made things much more convenient. The skill city of the Undead also gained a plus sign. Curious, Bai Mu clicked on it, and in the next moment, he felt the ground beneath him tremble. The orcs outside were startled by this tremor and put down what they were doing, feeling anxious. This tremor lasted only a short while before stopping. Bai Mu's consciousness looked down at the city of the Undead and found that its area increased from 50 meters to 100 meters, while the distance between the external buildings and his city did not close. This left Bai Mu somewhat confused, and since no one explained it to him, he didn't think about it further. The upper limit of the skills summon Undead increased, from summoning 100 skeletons to 500. The little skeletons were quite convenient. And now with the increased cap, it would be even more useful. It would just be better if their intelligence improved a bit more. The number of hero followers increased from 2 to 3, and the Legion followers increased from 100 to 1,000. However, Bai Mu temporarily set aside summoning and wanted to understand the newly added skills first. Now he had 3 new skills. Copy. Perfectly replicate a lifeless object, permanently exists. Can copy summon creatures, limited to lifeless summon creatures, does not include hero followers, for a duration of 1 hour. This skill was quite useful, but it seemed that he could only copy his little skeletons. Rejuvenation increases the strength, speed, and defense of 7 targets by 50, and restores a total of 50 life, can be used on oneself, can be used once every hour. Just do it. Shadow Impact. Gathers shadows to deal an impact damage around oneself. Damage is twice the base strength. Bai Mu was somewhat excited to see this skill. He finally had an attack skill. This was a new skill unlocked through his abilities. The summoning system was all about support skills. While his abilities were generally focused on killing skills, the two complemented each other perfectly, making him nearly invincible. Then Bai Mu left everyone else behind, not even taking the time to say a word, and dashed into the stone door for exchange, arriving in front of the crystal screen. He accepted the task of hunting the amethyst tiger. Bai Mu transmitted his consciousness to the crystal screen, and soon it was accepted successfully. Bai Mu directly entered the teleportation vortex, and in the next moment, he found himself on a mountainous area. Surrounding the surface of the mountains were many purple crystal veins. Bai Mu did not recognize this place, but he knew his prey was definitely here. He had wanted to take this task before, but his strength was insufficient. This was a solo mission with a reward of 1,000 points. For someone strong enough, this was practically a freebie. Upon arriving here, Bai Mu felt his new body again. It feels great to be back on solid ground. After doing some warm-up exercises, Bai Mu began to look around, not noticing anything unusual. Wait a minute, doesn't the system normally teleport me right next to my prey? Bai Mu approached a purple crystal and knocked on it. There was no response, so he went to another one, and after several attempts, Bai Mu began to relax his guard. Just then, the purple crystal vein that Bai Mu was preparing to approach suddenly sprang to life and lunged at him. Before he could react, Bai Mu was pinned down by the purple crystal. The purple crystal gradually transformed, slowly becoming a tiger, albeit one made of crystal. The amethyst tiger viciously clawed at Bai Mu, tearing through his fair skin and revealing bursts of blood-red energy. Two tiger paws pinned down Bai Mu's arms. The strength too great for him to move. Damn, this dead tiger dares to ride me. Bai Mu quickly released his human form, adjusting his posture to be less ambiguous. In the next moment, the blood-red body surrounded by black shadows increased significantly. The black shadow instantly enveloped both Bai Mu and the amethyst tiger. At that moment of enveloping, Bai Mu's shadows erupted, sending a black shockwave radiating outward. A massive explosion center produced a small mushroom cloud. All the amethysts within 100 meters shattered due to the shockwave. The amethyst tiger was blown to pieces, its fragmented purple body falling to the distance. Being hit by 60 points of force, it was surprising that it didn't turn to dust. Watching the tiger die in such a miserable state, Bai Mu had no feelings. After all, this tiger was composed of crystals, so there was nothing disgusting about it. Bai Mu then transformed back into his human form, and his previously damaged skin returned to normal. He took out a set of white clothes from somewhere and put them on. After testing his strength, Bai Mu nodded in satisfaction and teleported back to the exchange stone gate. After claiming his mission rewards, he now had over 2,000 points. He then looked at the level 3 shop, the building system, just in time to be placed in my barren city. He then glanced at the weapons and felt a bit disappointed. The weapons in the level 3 shop were just some level 2 enhanced knives. And he didn't see the special pistol like the crystal flame from before. The potions in the potion area had also increased by 1 level, and there were some additional types of potions as well. Chapter 28. Dark Knight. Having finished everything, Bai Mu found it all rather dull. Suddenly, he remembered that he still had a hero follower position available. So, he returned to the Black Castle and, under the witness of the Black and the Evil Corpse, reopened the long-unused summoning. Summon of the Demon. A prompt sound followed. Summoning cannot be completed here. Please move to an open area. Bai Mu was taken aback by the prompt. The places he had summoned before were much smaller than this. How could he not summon here? Regardless of his thoughts, Bai Mu quickly made his way outside the castle and, once again under the witness of the Black and the Evil Corpse, summoned. This time it was very successful. A blood-red magic circle appeared on the floor before Bai Mu. A blood-red beam shot straight into the sky and gradually dissipated. An elf dressed in green, with golden hair and blue eyes, appeared. The elf looked at Bai Mu, first stunned, then showed a terrified expression. This elf was the same one from before. Bai Mu was also somewhat surprised at the appearance of this elf, smirking at her. If she dared to act recklessly again, he would definitely leave her with a deeper impression this time. However, the elf had learned her lesson this time. She chose to kneel and plead for mercy. But just as she was about to kneel, the sky erupted with a series of roars, and the originally clear sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds. The rumbling sounds caused all alien races plundering across the continent, and the survivors fleeing to instinctively stop their actions. They looked up at the sky, where they saw an endless darkness as if the world was about to be destroyed. After a while, the black clouds covering the entire sky began to swirl towards the center, with the vortexes centered directly above Bai Mu's summoning magic circle. The vortex spun faster and faster. And finally, a massive, thick black energy column shot from the center of the vortex down onto the magic circle. The endless black energy completely enveloped the elf. And the three outside Bai Mu could neither see nor hear what was happening inside the black energy column. The black pillar came quickly and left just as fast. Soon, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the black energy aura on the magic circle was still hazy, eventually slowly forming into a humanoid creature. The original green-clad elf was no longer there. She had been replaced by a man clad in black knight armor. The Black Knight was surrounded by countless strands of black energy, and at a glance, it was clear that he was a major villain. Bai Mu stared at the scene before him in a daze. Did I summon two beings? He then opened the system interface and looked at the Black Knight's information. Name, Dark Knight race, unknown level, 3 strength, 97 talent, skills, none. The system couldn't even determine his level, and did his talent represent infinity? Bai Mu gasped. The Black Knight looked at Bai Mu and said mockingly, "Congratulations, little guy, for summoning me." Although his voice was pleasant, Bai Mu felt unhappy being called little guy. He was not small at all. Did all these big shots like to call others that? The Black Knight continued, noticing Bai Mu's expression, unhappy. Want to use the system to suppress me? It's useless. Bai Mu, however, didn't think so. The invincible system couldn't handle him. Cautiously, he replied, "How about we give it a try?" It was better to be cautious. If the system really couldn't handle it, there would still be a way out. The Black Knight replied, Bai Mu, being careful, immediately released spiritual pressure on the Black Knight using the system. However, the Black Knight seemed unfazed, even yawning. Bai Mu tried several more times, but found no effect, stepping back to look at the evil corpse with a questioning expression. The evil corpse shook his head. He had never seen this person before, only knew that this person's aura was incredibly powerful. Bai Mu didn't get the answer he wanted, so he turned to the evil corpse. At this moment, the evil corpse was already in shock, his mouth agape. It was the first time Bai Mu had seen him like this, and it was somewhat cute. Regarding something the system couldn't handle, Bai Mu was even more at a loss. Just as he was thinking about what to do, the Black Knight performed a standard knight's salute and introduced himself. 4th major clan of the Abyss, clan leader. As for my race, you can consider me human. This sudden change left Bai Mu at a loss. At first, it was fine, but then he heard he was from the Abyss, a place full of big shots. He felt things weren't simple anymore. Then he heard he was from the 4th major clan and was the clan leader. What the heck was that? Bai Mu was already grinning from ear to ear, thinking about how incredibly lucky he was. He had completely forgotten about being unable to control this knight. After a long time of calming down, Bai Mu couldn't help but smile foolishly at his luck. However, he noticed a problem and asked, "Senior, is the Abyss human the 4th major clan?" The Black Knight replied, "No." "Oh, then can you summon some of your clansmen to support me here?" Bai Mu asked. "That might be difficult," the Black Knight replied. Bai Mu immediately understood. It was a common plot in novels where he must have been betrayed by his clan. And this wounded individual, by coincidence, was summoned by him. After that, he would teach Bai Mu powerful skills, teach him alchemy, and lead him to the pinnacle of life, helping him take revenge. Then Bai Mu would achieve great mastery and attain invincible realms. Bai Mu had already imagined all of this and solemnly asked, "Senior, have you encountered misfortune?" But before he could finish, the evil corpse covered Bai Mu's mouth and whispered in his ear, "Master, say less. This one is the current king of the Abyss, the strongest existence." Bai Mu broke free from the evil corpse's green hand and whispered to him, "The strongest of the Abyss? The current king? Then why is the race ranked 4th? Shouldn't the strongest be ranked 1st? The evil corpse replied, "Master, his entire race has only him, so it's ranked 4th. Moreover, he is most averse to others mentioning his race's population." After understanding the reason, Bai Mu nodded like a chick pecking at rice. The two turned their heads and looked obediently at the Black Knight. The Black Knight couldn't help but chuckle. "You little guy is interesting. No wonder the ancestor chose you as the master of this generation's system. Your ideas are quite similar, but the way of action differs greatly." This statement instantly piqued Bai Mu's interest. "Senior, is the system your ancestor?" The Black Knight, seeing Bai Mu's curious expression, nodded affirmatively. After receiving confirmation, Bai Mu asked, "Then does he have any goals?" This was the question Bai Mu was most concerned about. What if the system ultimately harmed him? Novels always wrote about such things. The Black Knight did not answer the question directly, and he wasn't quite sure himself. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "It's probably the bad taste of our ancestors. This answer caught Bai Mu off guard, but seeing the Black Knight's expression, it was clear he was also unsure, so Bai Mu chose not to ask further. The Black Knight then said, "Is there anything else you want to ask?" Bai Mu said, "Senior, you don't need to call me that. It makes me sound old." Bai Mu continued, "But your name is quite hard to pronounce." After a while, Bai Mu finally stopped calling him Senior. Since Bai Mu already had Little Black and Old Black, and now another Black, he thought of Big Black. However, under the Black Knight's piercing gaze, Bai Mu ultimately called him by his proper name. From the Black Knight, Bai Mu learned that he had a name. Thousands of years ago, he was still human and had a human name, Xiaoyang. Bai Mu also saw the true appearance of the Dark Knight. He had an angelic face, short golden hair, and golden eyes. Unlike the angels Bai Mu had seen, the Dark Knight's features were filled with masculine elegance. This true form was quite at odds with the power he possessed, having such an appearance yet wielding the strongest dark energy in the world. Chapter 29. The Boss's Hobby. Xiaoyang. Aren't you afraid of being hunted by your enemies after your powers have weakened since you came here? Bai Mu, who had already gained some understanding, felt bolder. Hunted? Little Mu, hasn't that little green-skinned creature next to you told you? We merely manifest in this realm using you as a vessel. Killing my incarnation would come at the cost of extermination. Who would be foolish enough to do that? If there were such an idiot, they would at least need to have the strength to back it up. Anything below level 7 isn't worth my notice. Alright then. Is it because you like humans, but are unwilling to protect them directly that you do all this? As soon as Bai Mu finished speaking, Xiaoyang suddenly stepped forward, pinching Bai Mu's little face, and said lightly, "Little Mu, you're too naive. I have long since severed ties with humanity. I do all this just for fun." He then released his hand and turned around, saying, "Forget about that. Buy a building capsule and open up a small space in the northeast corner of your city for me. I want to mold a building." Bai Mu rubbed his red, pinched face and thought to himself, why resort to physical actions when just talking would suffice? But when he heard the last part, he felt a bit disappointed and asked, "Are you going to live alone?" Bai Mu still hoped for a loving family to live together, even though this big shot had just arrived not long ago. However, this person gave Bai Mu a good impression. Despite having peak powers, he was down to earth, and Bai Mu had already considered him family. Xiaoyang continued walking without stopping, saying, "No, no, no. I'm going to open a shop, a small restaurant." Bai Mu caught up, and He and Ji also followed behind. Bai Mu asked, "Opening a shop? Is that your hobby, boss?" A peerless powerhouse. A person who was the focus of the masses, wielding a spatula and cooking. Bai Mu couldn't even imagine that scene. Xiaoyang, however, didn't care at all, saying, "There's no need to worry about others' opinions. As long as I'm happy, that's enough." Although Bai Mu didn't really take that in, he nodded to pretend he understood. He then asked, "So why do you want to open a restaurant?" Xiaoyang thought for a moment, and the next second, his originally cold and handsome face seemed to change into someone else entirely. "It's all because of those old fossils in the arena. They're all ancient and have nothing better to do than run restaurants. And they're actually quite good. I want to eat more. But they keep refusing me and tease my appetite every day. I wanted to apprentice with them, but they wouldn't take me. I have looks and strength. How could those old fossils?" He then returned to his normal expression. "So I taught myself. Besides, those old geezers have taken up all the space. And the little guys from the abyss don't appreciate the food I make. I happened to see you summoning one of my subordinates, so I took his spot. Since the abyss won't work, I'll just open the shop here." Bai Mu understood the whole story. He didn't expect Xiaoyang to have such an experience. Who would actually refuse such a peak powerhouse? He was now very curious about how good the dishes of this chef were, and also curious about Xiaoyang's cooking skills. Before long, Xiaoyang selected a piece of land in the corner, covering an area of less than 50 square meters. Bai Mu ran to exchange for stone gate meat, and painfully spent 1,000 points to buy a shape-shifting building capsule. This item allows one to mold various building shapes and arrange furniture inside as desired. However, the general materials are not that great. To get sturdier materials, one needs better capsules, which are also more expensive. Xiaoyang didn't care about the quality of the capsule. He directly took it from Bai Mu's hand. "Don't make that face. It's just 1,000 points. In the future, you'll have as many as you want." He then activated the capsule, and a white, clay-like sphere floated before him. Bai Mu watched as Xiaoyang rapidly molded the white sphere with incredible speed. Even with Bai Mu's third-level ability, he couldn't see Xiaoyang's movements clearly. Now, as long as Bai Mu used his ability, even the trajectory of bullets appeared to him in slow motion. Yet he couldn't see this hand speed at all. The gap in strength was still too great. The more he understood the difference in power, the more he felt that the novels he read before were fake. Where was the promised invincibility among peers? Where was the promised defeating those stronger than oneself? How could 30 points of strength contend with 100 points of strength? They weren't even in the same league. While Bai Mu was lost in thought, Xiaoyang had already finished molding. A mini house with a Western style was completed, and Xiaoyang used both hands to gently lower the house into the designated spot. The moment the house landed, it expanded dozens of times, adding a building to the city. Xiaoyang turned to everyone and said, "All right, come in and take a look. This is the result of combining all the food shops on that street in the arena." After saying that, he was the first to enter. He saw Bai Mu still in a daze and patted him. Bai Mu finally snapped back to reality and noticed the building, then followed He and Ji inside. The outside was Western style, but how had it turned into an ancient style inside? This was Bai Mu's first impression after entering. The space inside was not large, with about 10 tables, and behind the counter was the kitchen, which was quite modern. Bai Mu found the nearest table to the counter and sat down with He and Ji. At this point, Xiaoyang was already in the kitchen, asking Little Mu, "Is there anything you want to eat? I can make anything, especially certain fried rice." Xiaoyang hinted wildly. Bai Mu, seated, thought for a moment and said, "Can you make braised pork ribs?" This was Bai Mu's favorite dish, and he always ordered it at restaurants. This time, he suddenly remembered it and directly said it. Xiaoyang paused for a moment after hearing braised pork ribs. "What is that? I can't make it." Bai Mu felt a bit regretful but didn't say anything. He then asked, "What about sweet and sour ribs?" "I can't make that either." "How about potatoes stewed with ribs?" "I can't make that." "Stir-fried ribs at home?" "Steamed ribs?" "Plum-flavored ribs?" "Spicy chicken ribs?" Bai Mu listed a dozen rib dishes, simply because he loved ribs too much. "I can't make any of those." Xiaoyang felt a bit awkward at this point. Those old geezers actually lied to him, who said that the first dish guests would always eat would be fried rice. Why didn't Little Mu just say, "Please give me a serving of fried rice"? After eating, he could have said with a face full of enjoyment, "So delicious. It's simply a delicacy. Boss, I want another serving." At this moment, I could coldly refuse Bai Mu's request. However, the current situation was completely different from what I had imagined, leaving me feeling like I had wasted 3 months learning to make fried rice. After struggling internally for a while, I slowly said, "Ahem, due to the limited materials at our newly opened shop, we can only offer fried rice." Chapter 30. Fried rice. Bai Mu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He understood that since there were no ingredients available, it couldn't be made. If he provided the ingredients, then it could be done. After all, such a powerful big shot who actively opened a restaurant surely knew how to make these simple dishes. No ingredients, huh? I still have plenty of wood pork here, and the mutated spirit plants I eat daily have delicious meat that guarantees you can cook to your heart's content. You can make the best ribs. I couldn't help but swallow as I said this. After a long silence, looking at Bai Mu's expectant face, Xiaoyang finally confessed. "Xiao Mu, actually, I only know how to make fried rice." It was better to be honest and not pretend. Saying it out loud made me feel much better. Bai Mu replied, "Then give me a portion of fried rice." Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. This was the correct start to everything. Although it was somewhat different from my imagination of Bai Mu begging me to make him fried rice, this little detail could be ignored. A dark aura swept over Xiaoyang, who was wearing knight armor and changed into a clean chef's outfit. As he picked up the kitchen knife, he suddenly realized that he didn't even have the ingredients for fried rice. However, since his image had already collapsed, why care about face? So he turned to Bai Mu and said, "Xiao Mu, I came in a hurry and forgot to bring the ingredients for fried rice. I need to trouble you a bit." "All right." Bai Mu instructed 2 little skeletons to bring the ingredients: 10 silly chicken eggs, 10 pounds of wood pork tenderloin, and freshly cooked red rice. Then he brought some seasonings, all high-tech stuff. Xiaoyang picked up a silly chicken egg, somewhat disappointed, and said, "Is this the only kind of egg? Do you have any dragon blood hybrid chickens?" He then looked at the other ingredients and was also unsatisfied. Seeing this, Bai Mu helplessly said, "These are the best I have. I can't unlock or exchange for better ones." Upon hearing Bai Mu's explanation, Xiaoyang realized that Bai Mu was still a newbie, unable to obtain high-level ingredients. He suddenly wanted to smack the person who set the shop level. He just forgot that he was one of those who voted in favor initially. In the end, Xiaoyang still used these ordinary materials to fry his fried rice. Since the kitchen was right behind the counter, Bai Mu could see inside with just a slight stretch of his head while Xiaoyang was busy. Bai Mu saw Xiaoyang skillfully cutting the pork into small cubes and performing the egg cracking and other operations with great proficiency. It seemed that this unreliable big shot could really make fried rice. Xiaoyang naturally knew that there was a pair of little eyes watching him. But he pretended not to know and waited for Bai Mu to sit back down. You still don't believe me, Xiao Mu? You'll know my prowess soon. He only thought this in his heart. After a series of metallic sounds from the spatula hitting the pan, Xiaoyang finished frying the rice. Bai Mu had already started drooling. As soon as Xiaoyang began frying, the aroma was stimulating his taste buds since they were so close. Xiaoyang proudly plated the fried rice and then transformed from a chef into a waiter, bringing the golden fried rice to Bai Mu and the others. Bai Mu looked at the golden fried rice on the table, picked up a spoon, and took a scoop to his mouth. Delicious. Bai Mu was at a loss for words to describe how good it was, but it was simply delicious. His hands didn't stop. One hand held the bowl, while the other used the spoon to shove the remaining fried rice into his mouth. Xiaoyang looked at Bai Mu's eating expression and nodded in satisfaction. He then glanced at the evil corpse in black. The evil corpse looked at the fried rice in front of him, but didn't make a move. Although the fried rice was fragrant and irresistible. With the fresh aroma of green onions combined with the smell of eggs and rice, it made one feel an impulsive urge to feast. He preferred fresh meat, like newly caught grass-fed beef. The evil corpse said, I prefer raw food, so I won't have the fried rice. Then he sensed something and looked up to see Xiaoyang's murderous gaze, so he quickly added, but I won't be polite with this fried rice. He took a big scoop with a spoon and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling how delicious it was. He finished even before Bai Mu and sat upright in his chair like a good child. Xiaoyang then looked at Black, who also hadn't moved. Bai Mu knew Black's situation. She wouldn't even taste anything delicious. Bai Mu quickly said, Xiaoyang, Black can't eat for special reasons. Her portion should go to me. On one hand, Bai Mu was doing it for Black's sake, and on the other hand, he was really craving it. Unexpectedly, Black slowly picked up a spoon, gently scooped a small spoonful, and opened her cherry-like mouth to taste the fried rice delicately. Black also had a desire for survival. She might not have had it before, but now she did, and she didn't want to leave Bai Mu. Xiaoyang then returned to normal, squinting his eyes with a smile, and said, Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't eat. I want to force you. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Bai Mu couldn't help but internally complain. I'd be a fool to believe you. You're quite the trickster. As Xiaoyang said this, he walked back to the kitchen, changing from the waiter outfit back into an apron. After Bai Mu finished the fried rice, he wanted more. So he called out to Xiaoyang in the kitchen, Boss, another bowl, please. Xiaoyang replied from the kitchen, All right, just a moment. After some bustling around, he brought out another plate, this time without preparing any for Black and the evil corpse. As soon as he served it, Xiaoyang realized, hey, shouldn't I be heartlessly refusing them? Seeing Xiaoyang still holding the plate, Bai Mu could no longer wait and reached out to grab it. As Bai Mu's hand brushed against Xiaoyang's long fingers while grabbing the plate, a shiver ran through Xiaoyang's body. He quickly withdrew his hand and shot Bai Mu a glare. Then, Xiaoyang re-entered the kitchen, determined to refuse Bai Mu this time. Just like those old folks who rejected him, he wanted to see how others would look when they were turned down. Soon, Bai Mu finished another plate and still wanted another bowl. Black, who chewed slowly, also finished. Her first experience of eating felt quite good, really tasty, so she weakly said, I'd like another bowl. Bai Mu simultaneously called for another bowl as well. Sitting at the counter in a daze, Xiaoyang instinctively replied, okay. He then quickly reacted, pretending to be cold. In this shop, each person can only eat one bowl a day. Bai Mu exclaimed, but I've eaten 2 bowls. Xiaoyang awkwardly turned his head away and didn't respond. Bai Mu had no choice but to ask, what about drinks? A restaurant should have something to drink. Xiaoyang then came back to himself. As for drinks, I actually brought some. He turned around, not knowing what he was doing. Bai Mu quietly watched Xiaoyang's back. Looking at him, he resembled a housewife, cooking delicious food. If he could also do housework, whoever married him would surely be happy. Just as Bai Mu was lost in thought, Xiaoyang turned around to look at Bai Mu. Bai Mu was startled and immediately sat up straight. Pretending not to know anything, Xiaoyang stared at Bai Mu for a moment before turning back to get the drinks. But he always felt something was off. That kid must have been thinking something inappropriate just now. Chapter 31. Precious little juice. After some time preparing, Xiaoyang pulled out several glass cups from somewhere and placed them in front of the 3. Then he pointed his index finger at the cups, and golden liquid appeared in them out of thin air. Bai Mu sniffed the liquid in the cup, and a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted up, which smelled quite good. He then asked, "What is this?" Xiaoyang said, "This juice is made from the morning dew fruit that grows on the morning dew tree by the morning dew river on our mother star, Mo Yuan. It's fresh and pure, freshly squeezed on site, guaranteeing you'll find it delicious." In the past, hardly anyone dared to eat the fried rice he made. Not because of the taste, but because they were intimidated by his presence. The few guys who could eat his fried rice were of similar status to him and were already tired of the morning dew juice. Bai Mu listened to the introduction and felt it sounded very luxurious, so he picked up the cup and drank it all in one go. Curious to know what such an impressive juice tasted like. There's an indescribable flavor, but it's really delicious. Even the soda he used to love the most can't compare to this. It's simply not on the same level. The evil corpse and He didn't gulp it down like Bai Mu did. The energy contained in this juice was immense. Just one fruit could shatter a sun-like star. They didn't have Bai Mu's unique body structure, so they could only sip it slowly. While it contained powerful energy, drinking it could also significantly increase their abilities. After finishing this juice, the evil corpse and He could at least gain 5 points of strength. The reason for such a large energy yield only increasing by 5 points was that a complete morning dew fruit was incredibly large. With a diameter of over 100 kilometers, this cup only contained a minuscule amount of energy. Speaking of the fruit itself, despite its enormous size, it remained precious because Mo Yuan hardly sold it externally, and the fruit's yield was not high. Only one fruit could grow every 100 years. And Mo Yuan only had several tens of thousands of them, which was far too low a quantity in the face of the entire universe. Bai Mu didn't know how precious the fruit was. He just knew the juice was really good, and he wanted more. So he asked Xiaoyang, "Is there any more? This morning dew fruit juice is really good. Can I have another cup?" Xiaoyang regained his smug demeanor. In this establishment, each person can only drink 1 cup a day. Bai Mu. Xiaoyang just liked seeing Bai Mu like this. No wonder those old guys liked to set such rules. Watching people get frustrated was so amusing. It was much more enjoyable than facing those expressionless guys in Mo Yuan every day. After Bai Mu got frustrated, he didn't give up and set his sights on the evil corpse and He. He looked at the evil corpse and quickly shook his head, saying, "I don't want to share a cup with a man." So he turned his attention to He. "Little He, can you finish it all by yourself?" He paused and licked her lips with her little tongue. I can finish it." So she started sipping from the cup again. Bai Mu saw that He didn't understand his meaning, so he simply pulled his chair next to her and sat down. He directly said, "Little He, can you share a little bit with me? Just a little bit." He paused again and hesitated. "There's my saliva on the cup. Does the adult mind?" I don't mind. Bai Mu wouldn't care about that. He already liked He, and besides, He wasn't like the evil corpse. So he wouldn't mind even more. Seeing Bai Mu's eager look, He slowly brought the glass in front of Bai Mu. Bai Mu didn't hesitate and quickly drank most of the juice. "Wow, it's delicious." Before He could say anything, Xiaoyang pinched Bai Mu's cheek and said, "Look at you, bullying the little girl." Bai Mu shouted, "Ah, little He gave it to me. You can't blame me." For some reason, every time Xiaoyang pinched him, he could actually feel pain, and it was very painful. After a while, the three of them sat obediently in their chairs, while Xiaoyang was in the kitchen working on new dishes. With a flushed face, Bai Mu felt bored and restless. So he asked Xiaoyang, "I heard you mention the arena before. Is it the one inside the stone gate for exchanging?" Xiaoyang responded without turning his head, acknowledging with a faint sound. After confirming, Bai Mu continued, "How do you get into that arena?" Xiaoyang still replied lightly, "That's not open to this planet yet. So you can't enter. Is there any way to get in?" Bai Mu was curious, but more importantly, he wanted to see those old guys that this unreliable big shot talked about. Since Xiaoyang could make fried rice taste so delicious with the skills he learned secretly, wouldn't the food made by those old guys in the arena be even better? Moreover, Xiaoyang wouldn't make it for him here. He would have to wait until tomorrow, which was too hard to bear. He didn't want to wait. Xiaoyang stopped what he was doing, somewhat unexpectedly. "Oh, this little guy who shows no ambition is actually thinking about going to the arena? You want to hone your skills? All right. In light of you providing materials, I'll take you there." As he spoke, Xiaoyang transformed, his apron turning into a pitch-black knight's armor. Xiaoyang reverted to the mysterious and aloof appearance he had when he first arrived. If someone who didn't know him saw this, they would definitely be deceived by this appearance, thinking he was a rather serious demon god. Bai Mu joked, "Looking at Xiaoyang in this form, now you look like the demon king of Mo Yuan." Xiaoyang turned his head, his crimson eyes peering at Bai Mu through the gaps in his helmet. Don't say that again. The title of Demon King is a taboo in Mo Yuan. Everyone calls me the Demon Lord. Bai Mu, looking at the serious Xiao Yang, wasn't he scared, just a bit confused. Why is the title of Demon King a taboo? Is there a reason behind it? Xiao Yang slowly explained. The Demon King is the title of the ancestor who created Mo Yuan. Although he has long since wandered between the universes and never returned to Mo Yuan, the title of Demon King has always belonged to the ancestor. We absolutely cannot use his name. Bai Mu obediently nodded. Oh, all right. Xiao Yang continued to walk outside, while Bai Mu didn't follow immediately. He looked at the evil corpse and hey. Little hey, you come with me. Little evil, you stay here to guard the home. All right, Lord. The evil corpse initially wanted to shirk the responsibility, but then compromised. The evil corpse thought about how significant and challenging this task was. Protecting the Lord's base was such an important task. The Lord entrusted this significant task to him, showing that the Lord trusted him the most. He must be the one who trusted that guy Hey the least, which is why he brought her along every day. The evil corpse comforted himself. Then the evil corpse vowed, My Lord, I promise to guard the base well. Bai Mu didn't understand why the evil corpse suddenly became so motivated. Then patted the evil corpse on the shoulder. It's up to you, little evil. So Bai Mu took Hei's little hand and followed Xiao Yang's pace. The evil corpse watched Bai Mu leave for a long time. Outside the stone gate, Xiao Yang looked at Bai Mu and hey, you bring your little girlfriend with you everywhere. Being young is great. It sounded strange coming from someone who looked even younger than Bai Mu. But Bai Mu knew that this guy in front of him was at least over 10,000 years old, or even much older. The three stood still, and a black vortex slowly appeared in front of Xiao Yang. Without needing Xiao Yang to explain, Bai Mu knew this was likely the entrance to the arena. Chapter 32. The Arena in Starry Space. Xiao Yang entered first, followed by Bai Mu and He. After a wave of dizziness, Bai Mu found himself in a huge square. He looked around and saw countless stars exceptionally close to him, varying in size. Are these the stars in the sky? Have I arrived in outer space? But I can still breathe. Has my body reached the realm of traveling through the universe? The square Bai Mu was in was indeed in outer space. However, he did not possess the strong physique required for space travel. This square was built from dust scattered throughout the universe by some powerful force, with every corner protected by the laws of power, allowing living beings to move freely on it. The square is just a part of the arena. But even this part is vast, comparable in size to a small galaxy cluster. Surrounding the square are countless galaxies of varying sizes. The planets, stars, and other celestial bodies within these galaxies serve as the main line of defense for the square. If someone foolishly attempts to intrude, these celestial bodies become the most effective lethal weapons. Although the arena passage of the Bai Mu planet has yet to be opened, the arena passages of most other planets are already open. Therefore, at this moment, the square is bustling with beings from various cosmic races, moving around in the shops. There are all kinds of races in the square, some as large as mountains, while others are as small as ants. Bai Mu's gaze fell on a creature the size of an ant, which exuded a powerful aura, estimated to be at least level 7. Seeing this ant-sized creature reminded Bai Mu of a phrase often said by villains in novels. Crushing you is as easy as squashing an ant. If it were this ant, it would probably be the one getting squashed instead. Bai Mu chuckled at the thought of this tiny creature. Xiao Yang, hearing Bai Mu's silly laughter, looked towards the race Bai Mu was staring at. The ant's gaze had turned towards Bai Mu, extremely unfriendly. However, after noticing Xiao Yang, it withdrew its gaze and left. Xiao Yang then turned back and gave Bai Mu a light tap on the head. Come on, stop laughing at them. With one breath, they could wipe you out. I didn't. Bai Mu replied somewhat aggrieved. After walking for a while, Xiao Yang realized that this little guy had come for food, which left him speechless. But he still took Bai Mu towards the food street. Due to the immense size of the arena, if it were a normal embodiment, Xiao Yang would naturally jump directly through space to reach their destination. However, with their current bodies, that was impossible, especially while carrying Bai Mu. So they had to use the teleportation array to go to other places. The teleportation array is a formation created by an unknown force that cannot be destroyed, allowing for transportation over vast distances in just a few minutes. One only needs to stand on the array and silently think of their desired destination, and they can go anywhere in the arena except for forbidden areas. As they walked, Bai Mu was awestruck by the buildings along the way and the celestial bodies in the sky, and he curiously asked, "Did you guys from the magic abyss create this place?" Xiao Yang shook his head. It has nothing to do with us. This space existed long before our ancestors, and no one knows who created it. Xiaoyang continued, but I personally believe this should be a power that transcends the universe, because even I am far from being able to achieve it. Bai Mu was greatly moved after hearing this. Xiaoyang is the strongest being in the current era, and he actually said he was far from it. When Xiaoyang mentioned powers beyond the universe, Bai Mu recalled that Black had also said something similar, referring to the man in the purple robe from the spirit realm. So Bai Mu asked again, "Can you destroy a world with your own power?" Xiaoyang thought for a moment and replied, "I could destroy a world if it were measured by a single galaxy, but if it were a galaxy cluster like this, I couldn't do it." After understanding Xiaoyang's strength, Bai Mu then began to ask him the question he most wanted to know. "You must know about the spirit realm, right? Do you know who that man in the purple robe is? Is he also in existence beyond the universe? The spirit realm? That desolate world? The man in the purple robe you mentioned must be that illusion, right?" Xiaoyang replied somewhat surprised. This lazy kid had actually been there. The spirit realm was discovered by our ancestors. It is actually a galaxy-level world. Later, it was artificially destroyed and abandoned. As for who that man in the purple robe is, I don't know him, but I speculate he should be a transcender, an existence beyond the universe. After hearing Xiaoyang's words, Bai Mu's mouth slightly opened, and he seemed somewhat lost in thought. The man in the purple robe, Xiaoyang, must be the strongest. Judging by the behavior of the man in the purple robe, he should not be a good person. If he hadn't destroyed my planet that day out of displeasure, even Xiaoyang wouldn't have been able to stop him. Although I still don't know how strong the man in the purple robe is, at least within this universe. No one can compare to him. No wonder Black said I could never reach that height. Bai Mu lacked confidence in whether he could surpass Xiaoyang, let alone that man in the purple robe. Seeing Bai Mu like this, Xiaoyang couldn't help but pinch Bai Mu's cheeks. "What are you thinking? Do you think I'm inferior to that guy?" Bai Mu, pinched and in pain, shook his head vigorously. "Then what are you worried about? Are you afraid of that man in the purple robe?" Xiaoyang then smiled, looking quite handsome. Being strong doesn't necessarily mean all is good. Take that man in the purple robe for example. He can never come to our side of the world. Bai Mu asked why. "No reason, just know that." After that, they walked in silence until the three of them finally arrived at the teleportation array. Upon arrival, Bai Mu's face was once again pinched red. Xiaoyang liked to pinch Bai Mu because, in his eyes, Bai Mu was as innocent and naive as a newborn baby, and the texture was quite nice, making him unable to resist. Here is the teleportation array. There is one every 3 kilometers. Given the scale of this square, I can't tell how many there are, Xiaoyang said. The entire array was simply laid out. Aside from the patterns on the ground, there were only 4 stone pillars made of unknown materials surrounding it. The array was circular in shape and could transport over 1,000 people at once. Xiaoyang didn't linger outside and went in first, followed closely by Bai Mu and Black. Once inside the array, Xiaoyang immediately reached out and grabbed Bai Mu's hand. Bai Mu felt a bit shy and tried to break free but was tightly held by Xiaoyang. "You should hold on to your little girlfriend's hand too. Otherwise, if we suddenly teleport away, you might never find her again." Knowing the reason, Bai Mu stopped resisting and held on to Black with his other hand tightly. Xiaoyang looked at Bai Mu's actions and said, "Just act normal. We're in public." Bai Mu replied seriously, "It's safer this way." "All right, do as you like." Chapter 33, Dragon Blood Demon Chicken. A few minutes later, the three of them were teleported to Area 1 of the square. Area 1 is where the most powerful, wealthy, and influential people can have a presence. Naturally, Xiaoyang was taking Bai Mu to a small restaurant opened by a powerful person in this area. A restaurant that covered only 100 square meters. When Bai Mu and the others arrived, there weren't many people in line in front of the restaurant. Just a dozen or so. Bai Mu asked, "Is it really that delicious? Why aren't there many people?" Xiaoyang explained, "Because you can take it to go." "Take it to go? Then can't you just have someone else take it to go and eat 2 servings? It's too complicated to explain in detail. So let me put it simply. If you have someone else take it to you, that serving will turn from delicious to vomit," Xiaoyang said. Recalling the taste and feeling a bit nauseous. He had considered this method before, but the result was the most disgusting food in the world. He couldn't understand how a chef capable of creating such delicious food could also make something so repulsive. "Enough talk, let's line up." Saying that, Xiaoyang moved to the back of the line, and Bai Mu, hugging Black, followed closely behind. At that moment, a curious creature behind Bai Mu reached out and tapped him on the shoulder. Bai Mu instinctively turned to look at this curious creature, and the next moment, he jumped back in shock, unable to help but exclaim, "Damn." The startled Bai Mu bumped into Xiao Yang, who turned around and asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Mu?" Bai Mu pointed at the curious creature. Xiao Yang then looked at the peculiar creature, which was just staring back at him expressionlessly. It was merely an ordinary Taro tribe member, nothing to be overly surprised about. After all, once you've seen more bizarre cosmic creatures, it won't seem strange anymore. He then turned back and continued to wait in line. Although Xiao Yang said that, Bai Mu still found this creature to be quite odd. And what was it doing by slapping itself? At that moment, the Taro tribe member pointed at the black-clad figure in silver armor and said, "Is she the female you've conquered? If so, please let her stand behind you. Everyone must queue to eat here." Bai Mu then understood why this creature had slapped itself. Apologetically, he released He, allowing him to stand behind him. The Taro tribe member stopped talking and stood behind He. Bai Mu leaned closer to Xiao Yang and whispered, "Does everyone have to queue? What if someone causes trouble and doesn't queue?" "You can skip the queue if you can beat the boss," Xiao Yang replied. "What about you? You're the best in the world. Did you queue in the past?" Xiao Yang tilted his head and quietly said, "I always came in disguise. Otherwise, if my true form appeared, the boss would be so mesmerized that he wouldn't be able to cook, and a bunch of fans would follow me outside. How would we eat then?" Bai Mu rolled his eyes and said, "You're so narcissistic." They fell silent. But Bai Mu couldn't help but think back to what Xiao Yang had said and recalled his true form, which indeed was quite good-looking, even better than his own. After waiting for dozens of minutes, it was finally the turn of the three of them. As soon as Xiao Yang entered, he seemed to transform into a different person, finding a corner to sit down with an air of dignity and elegance. This series of actions caused the boss behind the counter to pause momentarily, glancing at Xiao Yang out of the corner of his eye. This set of actions felt somewhat familiar, reminding him of an important person in his heart. Bai Mu and He sat opposite Xiao Yang, with Bai Mu propping his elbow on the table, surveying the surroundings. The arrangement of this place was surprisingly similar to Xiao Yang's restaurant. Bai Mu smirked at Xiao Yang, thinking to himself that this guy had actually copied someone else's setup. Xiao Yang seemed oblivious to Bai Mu's gaze, quietly sitting in his spot. Soon, a waitress approached. She was a woman dressed in gorgeous ancient attire, looking nothing like a waitress. She asked, "What would you like to eat? Take out or dine in?" Xiao Yang replied softly, 3 servings of roasted dragon blood demon chicken, spicy." Bai Mu had nothing to add. He liked spicy food too. At that moment, He weakly said, "I don't want it spicy." The ancient dressed woman acknowledged and returned to the counter. The young boss behind the counter, dressed in white ancient clothing, had been cooking but remained spotless. Upon hearing the waitress, he didn't pause his movements or say anything, but thought to himself, "Dragon blood demon chicken? It's also my favorite dish." While waiting, Bai Mu was feeling quite bored and occasionally made small gestures towards He. After a while, 3 roasted dragon blood demon chickens were brought over by the waitress, each chicken being the size of an ostrich. The dragon blood demon chicken, a native beast growing in the demon abyss, can reach level 7 at adulthood, possessing immense power to easily swallow a star in its rage. Only in a place full of strong beings could it be made into a dish. Xiao Yang took off his helmet, smacked his lips, and grabbed a chicken leg, tearing into it. I haven't eaten all day. I'm starving." Bai Mu watched Xiao Yang enjoy his meal and couldn't help but swallow. He mimicked Xiao Yang and tore off a big chicken leg to start eating. He was a bit more graceful. She slowly tore off the chicken meat with chopsticks and savored it. Ever since that bowl of fried rice, she had realized how wonderful eating could be. Thus, the 3 of them quietly ate the dragon chickens, not willing to talk much. The young boss in white, however, was continuously observing Bai Mu's side. Not only were their actions similar, but their faces also bore a striking resemblance. Except for their eating habits. Could she be related to him? If they could build a good relationship, the white-clad boss was lost in thought, forgetting to cook, even as the waitress called out to him. Despite the massive size of the dragon chickens, they couldn't withstand the appetites of Bai Mu and the others, and soon the 3 chickens were reduced to bones. Bai Mu slumped comfortably in his seat, wondering what seasoning had been added. 1 chicken had filled him up completely. Bai Mu said, "I'll treat this meal." Xiao Yang slumped down opposite him. Although he could eat more, according to the rules here, he couldn't have another. He, unlike Bai Mu and Xiao Yang, was more concerned about her image. She quietly sat in her chair, even though she felt quite full. Just then, the waitress approached and said, "That'll be 90 blue crystals." Upon hearing blue crystals, Bai Mu instinctively asked, "What are blue crystals?" The waitress, although slightly puzzled, replied. Blue crystals are produced by every native mutated species. They are produced within level 3 mutated organisms. Bai Mu suddenly realized that the gems he had been collecting were actually a universal currency in the universe. Then he thought of something and instantly deflated. He only had one blue crystal. Chapter 34, Xiao Yang's Backup Plan. Bai Mu weakly asked, "Can I pay with green gems?" The waitress replied, "If it's green gems, it'll be 9,000. Bai Mu was dumbfounded and asked, 100 green gems for one blue crystal? The waitress nodded, yes. Bai Mu straightened up, then stood up and walked toward Xiao Yang. The waitress patiently stood by. Bai Mu leaned close to Xiao Yang's ear and whispered, "What if I don't have enough money? Do you have any?" Xiao Yang straightened up immediately and whispered back, "You don't have money? I don't have any either. Then what do we do?" Bai Mu asked. Xiao Yang rested his chin and thought for a moment, seemingly struggling internally. After a while, he returned to normal and quietly said to Bai Mu, "We can only dine and dash." "Huh, dine and dash. Do you think you can take on this boss in your current state?" Xiao Yang replied, "I can't take him on with my body, but I have other ways." Bai Mu returned to his seat, smiling at the waitress. "Please wait a moment. We'll digest a bit before paying." "Okay." The waitress left. Shortly after, a wave of gasps erupted outside. "Look, it's Fairy Xiaoxiang. She must be here for the dragon blood demon chicken." Outside, the stunning woman referred to as Fairy Xiaoxiang entered without queuing, directly walking in. The surrounding cosmic races didn't stop her because the boss didn't mind her cutting in line. As soon as Fairy Xiaoxiang entered, she glanced at Bai Mu and the others in the corner. Since they had occupied her spot, she found another corner to sit in. In that corner sat a member of the demon dragon tribe, who immediately vacated his seat upon seeing Fairy Xiaoxiang, cleaning up the table and switching to another one. The boss, who had been dazed, snapped back to reality when Fairy Xiaoxiang entered, maintaining a smile as he looked at her. Fairy Xiaoxiang sat quietly in the corner without ordering any dishes. The white-clad boss, knowing her preferences, had already begun roasting the dragon blood demon chicken. Before long, the chicken was personally served to her by the boss. Fairy Xiaoxiang savored the delicacy just like hay, taking her time to enjoy it. After a long while, one entire chicken was devoured clean, and Fairy Xiaoxiang wiped her mouth with a napkin. She then asked, "Can I have another serving?" The white-clad boss hesitated internally, but his principles won out, and he refused her request. Fairy Xiaoxiang then asked, "Can you take me as your disciple?" This request does not actually violate the principles of the white-clad boss. It is just that the white-clad boss is worried that if he teaches the Fairy Xiaoxiang, she will no longer come back, and he will never see her again. Thus, he rejected her again. The guests nearby whispered to each other timidly, "See, I told you he would refuse again. Just give him the money." "Sigh, I've lost to this guy again. Why is the boss still like this?" The guests began to bet on the matter again. After hearing this, Fairy Xiaoxiang did not speak further. She simply wiped the grease from her lips quietly. After putting down the tissue, she slowly said, "Then let's have another battle. If I defeat you, you will take me as your disciple." Without waiting for the boss to respond, she struck out directly with a palm. This palm contained no energy. At their level, if they fought outside the arena, it would cause unimaginable destruction and harm the innocent. Although they did not care about weak beings, the rules of the arena would not allow it. They would be expelled from the arena and could not enter again. The white-clad boss was surprised that Xiaoxiang acted directly and did not challenge him in the advanced arena as usual. She just started to fight. However, surprises aside, the white-clad boss did not hesitate to respond, reaching out to receive her palm. All the remaining guests and passers-by focused their attention on these two extraordinary powerhouses. Bai Mu was also captivated. He was so engrossed that Xiao Yang pinched his face and said, "Still watching? Hurry up and leave. Have you forgotten you have no money and want to wash dishes?" Bai Mu excitedly replied, "It's fine. There's still time to wait. Battles between strong people are rare." Xiao Yang urged, "Let's go quickly. If you want to see strong people compete, I can be your sparring partner later." Hearing this, Bai Mu found it feasible and grinned. "Then let's go?" Just as he finished speaking, a soft gasp came from He. Bai Mu immediately turned to look at He. "Xiao He, what's wrong?" He, with a flushed face, replied softly, "I think I'm about to level up." Unlike Bai Mu, who needed time to stabilize his abilities when leveling up, He could not leave in this situation, so Bai Mu could not leave either. He had to protect He. Xiao Yang looked at He and understood. This little girl had been stuck at the peak of level 2, and now, after the energy wash from the dragon blood demon chicken, she had directly advanced to level 3. Knowing the reason, Xiao Yang shot a glare at Bai Mu. "If you hadn't snatched the juice earlier, it wouldn't have been like this. Bai Mu could only chuckle awkwardly. Anyway, they couldn't leave now. He guarded He while watching the duel between the white-clad boss and Fairy Xiaoxiang. Xiaoyang sat quietly, eyes closed, not knowing what he was thinking. Over here, Fairy Xiaoxiang and the white-clad boss exchanged dozens of moves without determining a winner. It appeared that neither had the upper hand, but in reality, it was all intentional on the part of the white-clad boss. Only in this way could he interact with her up close without being suspicious. But the white-clad boss was a gentleman and did not take advantage. Besides the arms that had to touch during the battle, he had not touched any other part of her. However, just the sight of Xiaoxiang's delicate jade hands was enough to satisfy the white-clad boss. Looking at the stunning woman across from him, he had fallen into a state of oblivion. He did not realize that this duel was unusually long. Usually, Xiaoxiang would use her killing move after 4 or 5 exchanges, forcing him to exert half his strength to end the duel. The guests watching were normally viewing from the arena's big screen, but now that they could see it live, they wouldn't miss it. Although they could not understand it all, watching the showdown of the big shots was enough. Why bother with anything else? Thus, the crowd watching grew larger and larger. As the battle dragged on, He finally stabilized her energy and recovered. Seeing this, Xiaoyang immediately stood up and said, "Let's go." Without waiting for Bai Mu to react, he pulled Bai Mu and He out of the crowd. The pushed passers-by were not angry at all. They made way and continued watching the two big shots duel. After running several miles and passing through the teleportation array multiple times, Xiaoyang finally stopped. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Bai Mu couldn't help but say, "Isn't it unnecessary to be this scared? After all, you're still the #1 in the world." Xiaoyang glared at Bai Mu. "You don't care. If you want to wash dishes, go ahead. I'm not the same as you. Cooking is fine. But if people know I have no money for food and get stuck washing dishes, how can I face people outside?" On the other side, after Bai Mu and the others left, Fairy Xiaoxiang suddenly changed her tactics. The white-clad boss, who was originally immersed in the battle, struggled to defend and quickly ended the duel. The white-clad boss won again. "Fairy, why are you different today compared to usual?" Fairy Xiaoxiang did not answer and simply brushed past the white-clad boss. A cold voice reached the white-clad boss's ears as he stood still. "Tomorrow, I will come again to challenge you." Upon hearing this, the white-clad boss revealed a faint smile, murmuring to himself, "Xiaoxiang, one day I will make you mine." Chapter 35. Registering an account. This should be about it. That guy's sensing range isn't this far. The one speaking was naturally Xiaoyang. They had now teleported to Zone 7. Bai Mu, relieved that they no longer had to flee, tidied himself up and said, "Xiaoyang, thankfully that fairy was here, otherwise, the three of us would have to wash dishes." Xiaoyang was unhappy and grabbed Bai Mu by the shoulders, saying, "You should be thanking me." Bai Mu suddenly realized. No wonder it was so coincidental. That fairy was your subordinate, wasn't she? You sent her over to deliberately stall the boss so we could escape, right? As long as you know. Xiaoyang released Bai Mu and turned his head away, then said, "Now that you've eaten, why aren't you going to do something serious?" Bai Mu was puzzled. What serious matter? Of course, the arena. These squares are built around this arena. What else can we do here if not compete? Oh, got it. Xiaoyang then took Bai Mu to a giant purple crystal ball. This crystal ball was similar to the exchange stone gate, just many times larger. Xiaoyang said, "Since it's your first time here, you need to register an account. After registering, this will be your code name here in the future. Also, if you don't register, you can only stay in the arena for 1 day, and you won't be able to enter again in the future." He glanced at He and added, "It's your first time too. You should create an account as well." He didn't say much and just nodded obediently. "Just stretch out one hand." Bai Mu followed suit, extending his right hand. As he did, a white beam of light shot directly onto Bai Mu's palm. Bai Mu felt no sensation on his palm, whether it was due to himself or something else. It wasn't until the white light disappeared that Bai Mu noticed a strange mark had appeared on his palm, which faded quickly. At the same time, Bai Mu also found a new pop-up on his system interface. Another system? Bai Mu clicked on the arena system, which showed some personal information, introducing his name, race, level, and rank. Bai Mu didn't need to look at the race name. He focused on the rank, which read bronze, with 3 darkened star slots behind it. Bai Mu recognized it at a glance. As a frequent gamer, how could he not know this? Unexpectedly, these aliens also play games. The difference is that this is a real person's game. Bai Mu then noticed the leaderboard. There's a leaderboard? Isn't this thing meant to stimulate players to spend money? Can real people still pay? Bai Mu clicked on it, but suddenly a window popped up. "Please register your code name." Without thinking much, Bai Mu entered 2 characters in the box. Little Bai. But it didn't work. It showed that the code was already taken. And added a 9527 to the back of Bai Mu's Xiao Bai. Bai Mu immediately deleted the number at the back and created another Xiao Bai. Naturally, that didn't work either. After fiddling for a long time, Bai Mu finally got a name for his account. Xiao Bai 233, that was his name. After naming it, he didn't forget to call on He, telling him to name himself Xiao He 233, making it clear that they were together. After they finished their codes, they finally saw the leaderboard, which displayed full-body photos. The first place was naturally a guy named Mo Zhu, his whole body shrouded in black mist, making it hard to see, and his race was unknown. Bai Mu asked, Xiaoyang, is that person in first place you? Xiaoyang, who had just created a secondary account, turned with a slightly unpleasant expression. Of course it's me. Who else would dare to use that name? The reason Xiaoyang had an unpleasant look was that he originally wanted to input Black Knight, but that name was already taken. He clicked too quickly, and as a result, a number popped up in the system after Black Knight, which happened to be 233, and he confirmed it just in time. After receiving Xiaoyang's confirmation, Bai Mu continued to look at the second place, being Ruo Yu, of the Mo Yuan Ice Demon race. Third place was TZ Lin, of the Mo Yuan Blood Demon race. Fourth was Qian Ling Xian, of the Mo Yuan Shadow Demon race. Bai Mu scrolled down to see the 10th place. All of them strong figures from Mo Yuan, 7 men and 3 women. Bai Mu chuckled. Xiaoyang, aside from you, the strongest among you Mo Yuan are actually all women. Xiaoyang replied, gender doesn't matter. In this world, physical strength is no longer important. If you want to be a man, be a man. If you want to be a woman, be a woman. Only by aligning with your own abilities and putting in effort can you become stronger. Then Xiaoyang began to indulge in self-admiration. Of course, even if abilities align perfectly, no one can surpass me no matter how hard they try. I am the perfect existence. Upon hearing this, Bai Mu immediately lost interest. It's true that he was being narcissistic, but he wasn't wrong. His rank in the super tier arena was over 500 stars, while the second place, being Ruo Yu, only had over 300 stars. There really was no comparison. Xiao Mu, come over. I'll add you as a friend, Xiaoyang said seriously. The 3 of them then added each other as friends. Xiaoyang continued. This thing actually has a cosmic channel where you can chat with other races and also private message, but it requires silver to unlock. If we're not together in the future, you can contact me there. This is your exclusive privilege. Bai Mu nodded. If I curse someone there, will I get into trouble? Xiaoyang rolled his eyes at him. If the other party is at a lower level, they won't be able to do anything to you. However, this comes with a built-in navigation system. If you provoke a strong person, they might just come through the network and squash you. After hearing this, Bai Mu shivered all over and immediately gave up the idea of being a keyboard warrior. Then Xiaoyang noticed that it was getting late and suggested they find a hotel for the night. This starry arena had its own day-night system, operating on a 24-hour cycle. Bai Mu was reluctant to stay because he didn't have much money, but he didn't want to go back just like that. In the end, it was Xiaoyang who told him that staying was super cheap, which made Bai Mu agree. However, later on, they ended up booking a room with a double bed for 1,000 green gems. In the inn, Xiaoyang was lying half on the bed in white pajamas, holding a magazine of unknown content and reading it with great interest. He was in the bathroom, and on the other bed sat Bai Mu, who was taking out green gems from his body one by one. Ever since he leveled up, the space inside him had been continuously expanding. Now his body could hold the equivalent of a large truck. The green gems that had been taken out were now piled into a small hill. Bai Mu was counting them one by one, and at that moment, he took out the last one from his body. 3,047 gems, plus 1 blue crystal stone. Bai Mu finally cleared out all the green gems from his body. When he paid the bill earlier, Bai Mu had thought of an idea, but he hadn't had the chance to do it outside. Now, in the inn, surrounded by Xiaoyang who had checked for any eavesdroppers, he felt at ease. He wanted to try his mirror duplication ability to see if he could duplicate these green gems. Without thinking too much, Bai Mu immediately took action. He placed his hand on the pile of green gems, and with a thought, blue light began to glow from his hand. Duplicate. The next second, the small mountain of green gems successfully turned into 2 piles, and the blue crystal stone was also successfully duplicated. It really worked. Chapter 36, Jungle Ambush. Xiaoyang on the other bed also noticed the situation here, threw the magazine aside, and climbed onto Bai Mu's bed. You little guy are capable, huh? Is that from the system? Bai Mu nodded. Xiaoyang thought of something and smiled widely. Tomorrow, Use your skill to duplicate some of that food too. Bai Mu thought that was a good idea, but suddenly realized he couldn't even afford to buy groceries. So he explained the situation to Xiaoyang. And upon hearing Bai Mu, Xiaoyang also thought of this point and immediately deflated. Although Xiaoyang had a very impressive identity, the higher the status, the less likely they were to carry money. Although he still had some small juice on him, that was reserved for himself and absolutely could not be sold. Besides, paying for things was not as enjoyable as getting it for free, so he picked the magazine back up and continued to act like a salted fish. After Bai Mu put the green gems back, he said, Xiaoyang, when we get home tomorrow, let us make some money to pay back what we owed before, so we can go out to eat openly. Xiaoyang lazily replied without looking at Bai Mu, suit yourself. At this moment, He just finished washing up and came out of the bathroom, and then Bai Mu stored 6,094 green gems and 2 blue crystals back into his body. The next morning, Xiaoyang woke up early and came to Bai Mu's side, shaking him with his hand. Hey, Xiao Mu, wake up. Bai Mu, who was originally deep in sleep, was suddenly awakened by Xiaoyang. Huh, what is wrong so early? Xiaoyang said, let us go have some fun. With your money. As long as we don't spend it in the high-level area, we can still play for a day or two. Bai Mu looked at He for confirmation. But to his surprise, He also nodded happily. Looks like you want to have fun too. Xiao He, you've changed. Near Bai Mu's territory, in a dense forest, a group of armed human squads was slowly moving forward. The squad had 5 members, all men, except for the leader, a middle-aged man. The other 4 were young men in their 20s. Just as the team was advancing, the young man at the back suddenly vanished without a sound, and the 4 in front did not notice. After the team continued moving for a while, a young man wearing a white t-shirt turned his head and said, Zhang Ming, why haven't you spoken for so long? As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that there was no one behind him. The young man immediately turned back, heart racing, and said, Captain Ding, Zhang Ming. He has gone. The middle-aged man and the 2 young men turned back simultaneously. An artsy young man spoke up. Could Zhang Ming have gone to the bathroom? The middle-aged man looked sternly at the speaking young man. In this threatening jungle, would you go to the bathroom alone without a sound? The young man had nothing to say in response. At that moment, the 4 suddenly realized that the surroundings were eerily quiet. There were no animal roars, no insect sounds, and no wind. It was completely silent. The artsy young man said again, do you hear that? It seems to be getting quieter around us. At this point, the silence was so profound that they could hear their own heartbeats. Just as he finished speaking, the artsy young man suddenly exploded into pieces. The middle-aged man was startled and shouted, Who is it? Dare to act pretentiously in front of me. Saying this, he pulled out a handgun from his waist, which was a production model of the crystal flame. The fact that the middle-aged man had this handgun indicated that he was not a weakling. After the artistic youth exploded, the previously silent young man was so frightened that he immediately fled into the forest. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace, leaving the middle-aged man and the t-shirt-clad youth behind. This fool. The middle-aged man cursed, then looked at the last young man seriously and said, You follow closely behind me. I'm going to take a look. The last young man nodded vigorously. The middle-aged man then slowly walked toward the dense forest where the youth had fled. Ahead of him, tall wild grass blocked the way, and the middle-aged man reached out to slowly push aside the obstructing grass, only to reveal a figure. It was indeed the fleeing youth, who was now dead beyond revival. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man quickly took several steps back, retreating to his previous position while looking around with his gun in hand. He didn't know what had targeted him. It could be a beast or an alien race. The middle-aged man glanced at the bewildered youth and decided to sacrifice him to escape. Although the chances were slim, he had made it this far, and there was always a chance for success. Just as the middle-aged man came back to his senses, he found the youth being blocked by a green figure. This green figure ruthlessly killed the young man in the white t-shirt. Then, the green figure slowly turned around, revealing its evil smile. Although the middle-aged man was frightened, he quickly pulled the trigger. A beam shot out of the gun, aimed directly at the green figure's forehead. The green being, known as the Extreme Evil Corpse, raised its hand and, faster than the bullet, caught the beam in its hand. Then, it closed its fingers and crushed the beam. Hee, human, you're playing with fire. In the next instant, the Extreme Evil Corpse flashed forward and directly broke the middle-aged man's arm holding the gun. The Extreme Evil Corpse threw the severed hand on the ground and took the gun in its hand, saying, This gun now belongs to the master. The middle-aged man, now with a broken arm, screamed while covering the stump with his other hand. Trembling all over, he looked at the extreme evil corpse before him. His pained face also filled with terror. The extreme evil corpse twirled the gun and said, "The closer you are, the stronger your scent becomes. The master is going to kill people like you. However, I won't kill you. I'll take you back to offer to the master. The master will surely reward me." After saying this, it punched the man in the stomach, sending him flying. The man didn't have time to react before losing consciousness from the intense pain, and the extreme evil corpse dragged him back to its territory. It didn't take long to return to the territory, where the extreme evil corpse saw Yi Yan busy, and called out, "Little one, this person is for you. Put him in the mud pool, feed him daily, and don't let him die. When the master returns, report to the master." Yi Yan looked at the disfigured middle-aged man and felt a bit of sympathy due to their shared kind. However, because he was brought back by the extreme evil corpse, he felt fortunate that he was still intact. Although he had lost an arm, he was at least still alive. This was perhaps the greatest mercy of the extreme evil corpse. Yi Yan didn't dare to say much and immediately took over the middle-aged man from the extreme evil corpse. Yi Yan replied. A day later, the exchange stone door vortex at the south gate opened. 3 figures emerged. 2 had cheerful expressions, while 1 had a cold face devoid of emotion. The cheerful figures were naturally Bai Mu and Xiaoyang, who had had a great time in Zone 7. The other was He, who had been somewhat normal in Zone 7, occasionally accommodating the two, but upon returning here, she reverted to her old self. The 3 walked side by side, with Bai Mu admiringly saying, "Xiaoyang, your subordinates are really useful. We got free meals 3 times in that restaurant." And he didn't even notice. Xiaoyang raised his head proudly and said, "Of course, you should see who I am." Chapter 37, Bai Mu's Little Thoughts. 1. As the 3 were joking, Yi Yan hurriedly approached them. Soon, he reached Bai Mu's side and calmly said, "Lord Bai, yesterday, Lord Corpse captured a human full of sins." Initially, Yi Yan felt some sympathy for the middle-aged man because they were of the same kind. But after interacting with him in the mud pool, the middle-aged man revealed all his sins under the influence of the extreme evil corpse's terrifying methods, making Yi Yan angrier with each passing moment. By today, he felt nothing for the middle-aged man and even wanted to kill him directly. Upon hearing this, Bai Mu's smile faded. To be honest, after having so much fun these past few days, such a matter naturally dampened his mood. A human full of sins? Why not just kill him? You know I detest people like that the most. Yi Yan replied, "Lord Corpse instructed me to report it to you." As soon as Bai Mu heard this, his expression returned to normal. The extreme evil corpse was an embodiment of evil thoughts. Now, it seemed normal only because of its loyalty to Bai Mu, and partly due to the system's influence on its thoughts. If the extreme evil corpse had come to this world alone, it would not be another corpse king leading the corpse realm's invasion. If the extreme evil corpse led the corpse clan, everywhere it passed would be even worse than now. There probably wouldn't even be any survivors left. Because the extreme evil corpse is an embodiment of evil thoughts, it has a strong ability to sense any evil thoughts, without needing to control someone like Bai Mu to probe their thoughts. Once a person with sinful thoughts appears near the extreme evil corpse, it can sense them and understand all the negative information about that person throughout their life. Even the smallest act, like stepping on an ant or engaging in shameful acts alone in a room, would be detected by the extreme evil corpse. Of course, such small matters don't matter. Stepping on ants can continue, and private matters can proceed without anyone caring. Bai Mu muttered, "Little evil must be thinking of some bad ideas again. Well, I'll go take a look." Bai Mu initially wanted Xiaoyang to go with him, but Xiaoyang refused, saying, "You go ahead. I'm going back to the restaurant to work on new dishes." Saying this, he left alone. So Bai Mu had no choice but to bring He and follow Yi Yan. The mud pool was only a few hundred meters away from Bai Mu, and it didn't take long for him to arrive. This place wasn't set up by Bai Mu. He would never allow anyone with ulterior motives to enter his territory. Therefore, he had never considered things like prisons. This place must have been arranged by the extreme evil corpse itself. Bai Mu looked at the barely alive middle-aged man, and a faint blue pistol appeared in his hand, made from an unknown crystal. This was Bai Mu's limited edition crystal flame. In the next moment, he pulled the trigger, and this time the energy released was even greater, infused with Bai Mu's level 3 abnormal energy. Bai Mu's racial bloodline became increasingly potent, and the gun's power grew stronger. One shot directly blew the middle-aged man apart, and then the man's flesh and blood healed in midair. Gradually, the middle-aged man revived, crawling on the ground, too afraid to make a sound. While resurrecting him, Bai Mu learned everything. Bai Mu said, "There's actually a sanctuary for thousands. Little evil did well this time." After saying this, Bai Mu shot the middle-aged man again, ending his sinful half-life. The people in the sanctuary were somewhat fortunate. Due to the influence of the abyss of magic, no high-level alien race had come to destroy the blood-red barrier. Their barrier disappeared on its own, and after disappearing, they had developed some self-protective abilities. Coupled with the fact that the location's resources were not rich, there were no powerful races to compete with them. They relied on the falling exchange stone door to be self-sufficient. The middle-aged man's team originally had 30 people. While hunting mutated beasts, they encountered an alien race and, after suffering casualties, fled in panic. Due to the blocked escape route, the middle-aged man fled to another place, eventually arriving at the territory under Bai Mu's jurisdiction. He initially intended to find a weak human settlement to dominate and become the boss, but unfortunately, he encountered the extremely evil corpse. After learning about this shelter, Bai Mu planned to attack and turn all the qualified individuals inside into his subordinates. Bai Mu believed that a world without scheming and deceit among his own people, where they united against external enemies, would be a perfect world. As for the scale of this world, Bai Mu did not seek to make the entire universe like this. It was enough as long as it was within his capabilities. The territory under Bai Mu's jurisdiction had already become this way, where there was no bullying, and the beastmen lived and worked in peace. Whether the large shelter would be peacefully subdued or taken by force depended entirely on the choices of the people within it. Without thinking too much, Bai Mu left, instructing Yi Yan to have the beastmen hunt more mutated beasts and bring back more green gemstones. After saying this, he left with hay without looking back. Yi Yan stood there, puzzled by Bai Mu's rapid change in demeanor, going from being aloof like a king to suddenly acting silly. However, he quickly dismissed his thoughts and decided to follow the adult's instructions and hunt mutated beasts. After visiting the starry sky once, Bai Mu became addicted and resolved that next time he would not be a penniless person. He wanted to be wealthy, so that when he returned next time, he could repay his debts and leave through the front door after enjoying a meal. Bai Mu also had a bit of vanity. Although his local reputation had yet to spread, he was already thinking about the starry sky. When the time came, he would crush his opponents in the arena, directly advancing from bronze to diamond, surely garnering more admiration. Moreover, Xiaoyang had also said that the higher the rank, the better the benefits. He had looked into the rules of the arena, where each match was a one-on-one contest, and it was a real battle between players. If someone died in the arena, they were truly dead, but Bai Mu would not die. Even if he couldn't win, he could at least secure a draw. The matching mechanism was also based on rank. As a level 3, he would only be matched with other level 3s until he reached diamond. After diamond, it would be a duel between big shots. And Bai Mu figured that he wouldn't be matched against anyone above diamond unless he personally reached level 6. Deep in thought, he arrived outside Xiaoyang's restaurant, pushed the door open, and entered to mooch another meal. According to the rules, he could have a bowl of egg fried rice and a glass of morning juice today. Bai Mu and He obediently sat down, and Bai Mu said, "Boss, 2 bowls of fried rice and 2 glasses of morning juice." Xiaoyang had seen Bai Mu the moment he entered and looked up to say, "There's no fried rice today, nor is there any juice." Bai Mu was puzzled and replied, "Huh? It's been 2 days already." Seeing Bai Mu's confusion, Xiaoyang suddenly laughed and said, "I mentioned it before. I'm experimenting with new dishes today." He then took out a plucked chicken and placed it on the plate. "If you really want to eat, how about helping me try the new dish?" Bai Mu looked at the hairless chicken and asked, "Roast chicken?" Xiaoyang nodded. After that day of tasting, combined with my culinary talent, I have a general idea of how to prepare that dragon blood demon chicken. Actually, I've been secretly learning it every day. Bai Mu naturally applauded and went to the counter to watch Xiaoyang cook the chicken. After watching for a while, Xiaoyang said while cooking, "Can you not stand so close to me? It makes me uncomfortable." Bai Mu then realized that the aroma of the roast chicken had drawn him in. And after being told this, he stepped back half a step. Chapter 38, Bai Mu's Little Thoughts, Part 2, After a flurry of activity. A perfectly roasted chicken was served on the table. Since it was a trial dish, Xiaoyang had only prepared 1 roast chicken. Looking at Bai Mu's eager expression, Bai Mu nodded vigorously and then looked at the roast chicken. The chicken was beautifully golden, with a crispy exterior and tender, juicy meat that was fragrant and enticing. Bai Mu picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a drumstick, taking a big bite. Thanks to his strong teeth, he managed to eat both meat and bone. The chicken was perfectly seasoned, flavorful, and not greasy even after long eating. Bai Mu chewed with enjoyment, occasionally giving a thumbs up. Hay across from him stared at the roast chicken, swallowing his saliva, which Bai Mu noticed. Bai Mu said, "Little Hay, you can eat too." Upon hearing this, Hay moved his chair closer to Bai Mu, picked up a bowl and chopsticks, and began to eat the chicken. Xiaoyang, seeing their appearance, already had an idea in his mind, and smiled. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Bai Mu was too busy eating to respond, so he could only give a thumbs up to express his thoughts. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction, picked up his chopsticks, and took a piece of chicken for himself. Then, slightly annoyed, he said, "Good job, little Mu. You actually tricked me." Bai Mu was taken aback, swallowing the chicken in his mouth hard, confused. "No, it really tastes good." Hay also nodded in agreement. Xiaoyang continued, "It's far from the dragon blood demon chicken. It's just not tasty." He then attempted to throw the plate of chicken away, but Bai Mu quickly grabbed the plate and held it close. This might be a problem with the ingredients. How can such delicious chicken be thrown away? If you switch to the demon chicken, it would definitely taste better than what that boss made. Really? Really? After another round of flattery, Xiaoyang regained his pride and continued to fiddle with the roast chicken in the kitchen. Bai Mu successfully convinced him to make 2 more roast chickens, which he shared with Hay. At this point, Bai Mu said, "Xiaoyang, I'm going to attack a human shelter next. Do you want to come?" Xiaoyang looked at him incredulously and said, "You, who lack ambition, actually want to take the initiative to strike. Your current thoughts are no different from those alien races. But I want to mind. Tell me what you plan to do." Bai Mu replied, "I'm different from them. I just want to make the world a better place." Bai Mu then explained to Xiaoyang how he intended to achieve his goal and what kind of world he wanted to establish. After listening seriously, Xiaoyang said solemnly, "I want to go. Fighting and killing isn't interesting." He then added, "The world you want can be found in our demon abyss. Our home planet isn't much different from what you described." Bai Mu was somewhat confused. The demon abyss felt like a colossal entity to him, and he wondered how such a large population could control their desires. Seeing Bai Mu's confusion, Xiaoyang explained, "On our home planet, including me, there are only 3 major clans. I don't know about the others, but those 3 clans are different. They are absolutely united and will never fight among themselves." Then Xiaoyang asked, "Little Mu, you encountered a shadow demon before, right? How did he treat you?" Bai Mu recalled carefully and replied, "He saved my life and seemed very happy to see me, wanting to take me to his clan. Unfortunately, something happened, and I haven't seen him since." Xiaoyang said eagerly, "See? Very few races can accept their kin who are different from themselves. Little Mu, you are not like ordinary shadow demons. Nor are you in the clan registry. Most ordinary races would directly eliminate such existence. But we are different. Instead, we generously embrace such unique individuals into our clan and treat them as kin." Bai Mu didn't know what to say. Perhaps it was indeed like this. But he thought of a question. How did such a kind and pure race become the top-tier group in the universe? Xiaoyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Being kind is enough as long as it's to our own kind. We have always been indifferent to other races, although we do not plunder. If someone uses despicable means to bully our kin, we have always exterminated the entire race without distinction." Xiaoyang spoke casually, making Bai Mu feel anxious. Fortunately, the great figure of the demon abyss is on my side. Then Xiaoyang changed his serious demeanor and accused, "When it comes to the 3 major clans, I get angry, especially those 3 demon emperors, each with lofty ambitions. I can't stand it, so I captured them to teach them a lesson. They actually didn't appreciate it. One couldn't defeat me, so 3 came at me together." Bai Mu was a bit speechless. How could the demon emperors be beaten? And they were women. It would be strange if they didn't team up against you. However, she said, "So, who has the upper hand?" Xiaoyang proudly replied, "Of course, it's me. I can crush them one by one. Even if 3 come at me, it's just a 1-to-9 situation." "Oh, you won against their 9. How do you have the upper hand?" "Wrong. It's me 9. Them 1. I'm the demon lord, a perfect existence. How could I be bullied?" Then Xiaoyang continued to talk about how powerful he was, while He quietly listened, and Bai Mu occasionally made remarks. After a long time, Xiaoyang said he was tired, took out some dawn juice, and shared it with Bai Mu and He. It wasn't until night fell that Bai Mu left the restaurant with Xiaoyang and went back to the castle to rest. Bai Mu and He were on the 5th floor, while Xiaoyang was on the 4th floor. The evil corpse was also on the 4th floor, but often stayed out at night, not knowing where he wandered off to. Bai Mu lay in bed, unable to sleep for a long time. Xiaoyang's words from the day lingered in her mind. "Now I can be considered a lord, A king, right? Bai Mu gently poked Hei's face and said, Little Hei, you are mine. Don't call me master anymore. I'll call you Little Hei, and you can call me Little Bai? MHM. Little Hei, Little Bai. A night passed. In the morning, Bai Mu and Hei went downstairs to the hall and called for the evil corpse and Yi Yan. From today on, let's change how you address me. Don't call me master anymore. The evil corpse asked in confusion, Then what should we call you? Bai Mu replied, From today on, I am the king of this planet from now on. You can call me your majesty or great king. Yi Yan joked, I assent your majesty better? Are you trying to act in a historical drama? Your majesty? After a bit of teasing, the evil corpse and others returned to seriousness and were about to formally kneel when Bai Mu stopped them. We can skip this formal procedure. You are all my most trusted and closest people, so there's no need for all that. Yes, great king. Then Bai Mu sent the evil corpse and others away and kept Hei behind, wanting to do something mischievous. Oh, little Mu. I didn't expect you to have this kind of interest. Xiao Yang, holding a girl's comic book, half sat on the stair railing and slid down. Seeing Bai Mu and Hei about to do something mischievous, he said, Oh, did I interrupt you? Continue, just pretend I'm not here. The next moment, Xiao Yang sat on the other side of the sofa, watching Bai Mu and Hei. Chapter 39. Development. Bai Mu awkwardly cleared her throat, turned around to look at Xiao Yang, and then saw the girl's comic book in his hand. Bai Mu shyly asked, What are you doing with my comic? Xiao Yang, flipping through the comic, exclaimed, Little Mu, you have a girlfriend and still read this stuff. Bai Mu replied, It's different. They don't exist in the same dimension. Xiao Yang nodded thoughtfully, but his fingers emitted a small wave of energy. Then, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Yang reached into the comic as if breaking through the dimensional wall. When he withdrew his hand, he was holding a slender, delicate hand. Soon after, a girl in uniform was pulled out from the comic by Xiao Yang. Isn't this just a different dimension? Bai Mu was dumbfounded by the scene. Xiao Yang didn't stop there. He continued pulling out another girl. Before long, the room was filled with two-dimensional girls. Bai Mu dazedly touched these two-dimensional girls. They were solid, not illusions. Before she could do anything else, in the next moment, all the girls disappeared, returning to the comic, as Xiao Yang sent them back. What's so good about them? They can't compare to my little ones from the demon abyss. Bai Mu had indeed seen those 3 demon emperors and couldn't refute that they were beautiful. Bai Mu could only say, These wives in the comic are just a mental support. In any case, you wouldn't understand. After all, before Hei, they were the only ones who kept me company. Saying this, Bai Mu hugged Hei. After all, little Hei will always be my favorite, and that won't change. You lecherous one, still looking for excuses. Xiao Yang turned his head away. Bai Mu coaxed, Don't mind that. Let's talk about what just happened. How did you do that? Can you teach me? Xiao Yang shot her a glance and said, With you being so lecherous, I won't teach you. In fact, this kind of materialization technique could only be achieved by someone at Xiao Yang's level. Even if he taught Bai Mu, she wouldn't be able to do it. After Bai Mu showed some weakness, the next day was spent in laughter among the 3. 10 days later, the beastmen had already built their houses and found a stable place. Some beastmen had also reached level 2, and they discovered some mines and plants containing energy around their territory. Because of these changes, many beastmen used their talents to find the materials needed for tasks and earn silver coins. The silver coins were a new currency that Bai Mu had made for the beastmen to mint after the credit points, which combined the new silver mine and incorporated a bit of his aura into it, making it impossible for others to replicate. Naturally, the beastmen used the money they earned to buy equipment. Now, most of the beastmen going out were equipped with enhanced knives, enhanced armor, etc., and their efficiency in completing tasks was increasing. Xiao Yang's small restaurant had recently attracted a wave of beastmen because one day, when Xiao Yang threw a failed dish into the trash can, a passing beastman caught a whiff of the food's aroma. So, the beastman picked up the failed dish from the trash can and devoured it. Soon, the news spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100. And all the beastmen knew about Xiao Yang. Now, Xiao Yang's shop was always filled with beastmen. But most of them were broke and wanted to eat Xiao Yang's failed dishes for free. With the beastmen developing, Bai Mu also earned a significant amount of points. He had saved up over 20,000 points, which was left after Bai Mu replenished his inventory. Bai Mu's experience was also slowly increasing daily, and he now had over 10,000 experience, still needing over 80,000 to reach the next level. One day, Bai Mu felt it was time to hold a meeting. But at this meeting, the evil corpse ran towards Bai Mu first and stretched out his palm, revealing 7 blue crystals. The evil corpse excitedly said, "Great king. There are already mutated creatures that have reached level 3. This is my harvest from hunting these days." While speaking, he even licked his lips. A small action that Bai Mu noticed. Bai Mu said, "Just like before, I only need a portion. Keep the rest for yourself." So Bai Mu took 2 of them. But the evil corpse didn't agree. "Great king, I've already eaten before. These are all for you." Bai Mu didn't speak. He checked the evil corpse's journey in his mind and realized this guy hadn't eaten at all. He had saved them all for himself. After some persuasion, Bai Mu finally accepted 2 more. Meanwhile, Hei also came down from the sky, bringing out 5 blue crystals, which Bai Mu directly accepted. The reason Hei didn't refuse was that she didn't rely on this to level up. Moreover, Hei's personal desires were not high. She didn't care for money. As long as she could be with Bai Mu every day, that was enough. After handling these matters, Bai Mu sent a summons message to all the qualified beastmen in the territory through their electronic devices. Not long after, Bai Mu stood atop the city wall, with Hei and the evil corpse on either side of him. Xiao Yang lounged lazily, watching everything unfold with a smile. Behind Bai Mu stood the 7 humans who had joined him first. Below the city wall, 20 herbivorous beastmen and 30 carnivorous beastmen stood in formation. At this moment, Bai Mu began to speak, first discussing some trivial matters before finally addressing the main purpose. "Since you all came after receiving the news, I will officially accept you as my subordinates. You should all understand my rules, right?" The next moment, the beastmen responded in unison, their voices echoing through the sky. Bai Mu nodded with satisfaction. "Let's begin." The beastmen all took off their reinforced armor and puffed out their chests. Hei flew into the air, his luminous wings appearing, and countless terrifying golden beams shot out. The beastmen felt the powerful aura emanating from Hei and knew what was coming, yet none of them displayed fear. The next moment, each beam struck precisely at the chest of every beastman, and before they could react, they all fell to the ground, dead. Then, as Hei landed, Bai Mu extended his hand, and after a flash of bloodlight, the fallen beastmen were all revived. They had now officially become Bai Mu's subordinates, and before they could express their excitement, they all knelt before Bai Mu. The beastmen were thrilled, now that they were officially Bai Mu's subordinates. They would receive 3 silver coins each month. 1 silver coin was equal to 100 points, and with 3 coins, they could eat for a month with leftovers. With 3 coins each month, they could live better lives, and after saving for a few months, they might even be able to afford a big house. Bai Mu then shared some encouraging words he had copied from books with the beastmen, and then he handed them over to Yi Yan for distribution, leaving the details to him. After disbanding the assembly without doing anything else, Bai Mu went to find Xiao Yang, first to see if Xiao Yang would come with him, and second to enjoy one last meal before he set off. Upon entering the door, he saw a group of beastmen seated, and those without seats stood. Some had pooled together to buy a meal, while others waited to eat Xiao Yang's failed creations. Bai Mu was somewhat speechless at this scene. Now the only time he could chat with Xiao Yang would be at night in the Black Castle. As Bai Mu entered, the beastmen nearest to the counter automatically vacated their seats. Bai Mu and Hei sat down directly, and this time Xiao Yang did not refuse Bai Mu. Soon, fried rice and roasted chicken were prepared and served. The surrounding beastmen instinctively leaned in to sniff the enticing aroma of the dishes. Bai Mu did not explain the reason immediately, waiting until they finished eating before standing up and pulling Xiao Yang out of the kitchen to a secluded corner. "Are you really not coming with me?" "I don't want to go. I'll stay here." Just then, someone rushed out and shouted, "My king, I want to go." Chapter 40. The mechanical race. Bai Mu turned around to see Yi Yan waving his hand, saying, "Little Leaf, what are you doing here? Go to the side." However, Yi Yan did not leave and earnestly pleaded, "My king, let me go. Your status is noble. I can take care of you on the way." Bai Mu thought for a moment and found Yi Yan's reasoning quite detailed. "All right, Little Leaf, you can come along, but what about those beastmen you are responsible for?" Yi Yan patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, my king. I've arranged everything. Xiaolon will take care of it." Bai Mu didn't understand much about this, so he said nothing more and glanced at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang still shook his head. So Bai Mu had to give up and left with Yi Yan. Soon, at the north gate of the city, the group said their final goodbyes. The evil corpse and Xiao Yang bid farewell to Bai Mu. The evil corpse had initially wanted to go too, but Bai Mu directly rejected him. His appearance was too unique, and bringing him along would likely prevent them from even entering the door. Bai Mu's purpose for this trip was first to scout and see whether to charge in directly or resolve things peacefully. However, the aim was the same. Those who did not meet the standards would be expelled from the sanctuary, left to perish on their own. Once they left the sanctuary, those people would only become food for mutated beasts or slaves to alien races, and Bai Mu would not feel sorry for them. They were reaping what they sowed. After the farewells, Bai Mu and Yi Yin walked through the dense woods, while He scouted in the sky. Bai Mu looked around at the lush forest and said, "Let us slow down the plan for expansion. Our territory is currently vast but sparsely populated, and we have enough land for now." "Yes, my king." After strolling through the woods for a while, Bai Mu stopped being lazy and had He carry him in one hand and Yi Yin in the other, speeding towards the target sanctuary. After flying for a while, they encountered mutated beasts in the air, but Bai Mu ignored them entirely. After flying for over 10 miles, several figures flew toward them. These humanoid creatures, without He's explanation, Bai Mu had a rough idea of what they were. Each one was made of steel and iron, but their bodies were covered in flesh and blood, which varied from one to another. These were all cyborgs, transformed humans or beasts captured by the mechanical race, brainwashed and turned into killing machines that only obey commands. These beings had lost their ability to think independently and were entirely controlled by the mechanical race. This squad of cyborgs was controlled by a small blue energy orb at the front. The blue energy orb was not large, only about 30 centimeters long. And aside from the energy fluctuations on the outside, the internal metal sphere was less than 10 centimeters. As the blue energy orb approached Bai Mu and the others, it drilled into the core of one of the cyborgs. Subsequently, the cyborg's eyes emitted a blue glow, and it became the leader of the group. The remaining cyborgs quickly surrounded Bai Mu and his companions. Bai Mu let He set him down, as he was not good at standing in the air. The leader spoke, "Humans, if you do not resist, we will transform you painlessly. However, if you resist, the pain you experience will be multiplied tenfold." After saying this, it quietly awaited Bai Mu's response, and the other cyborgs did the same. However, the laser guns of the cyborgs were aimed at Bai Mu and his companions, and any sign of movement would result in them firing without hesitation. Hearing the leader's words made Bai Mu laugh in anger, and he signaled to Yi Yin. Yi Yin understood Bai Mu's intention and charged out. "You blocked the king's path without kneeling, and you dare to shout." Saying this, he formed 2 ice blades and quickly approached the cyborg leader. The other cyborgs reacted swiftly, aiming their guns at Yi Yin and firing in unison. Yi Yin ignored the lasers. As the cyborg shot, Bai Mu cast rejuvenation on him, increasing his power, speed, and defense by 50 each. After receiving this boost, Yi Yin did not dodge or evade. In an instant, he passed through all the lasers, with the ice blades aimed directly at the cyborg leader's neck. "It seems you have chosen the latter." The mechanical leader punched quickly, delivering a blow without any energy fluctuations, relying solely on its own strength. Since the mechanical race was not considered biological, cosmic laws had not granted them any abilities. They relied exclusively on their technological power for upgrades. "Oh no, I can't beat this tin can." Yi Yin quickly switched from offense to defense. If he didn't the mechanical leader's punch could cost him his life. Although he felt a bit stiff during the transition, he successfully converted the ice elemental energy from virtual to real, forming a thick ice shield in front of him. Just as Yi Yin felt he had narrowly escaped death, the mechanical leader's fist, about to strike the ice shield, suddenly emitted a blue glow from its core. A ring of blue light surrounded him, and Yi Yin suddenly felt uncomfortable, struggling to breathe. His abnormal energy instantly went out of control, and the ice shield lost the enhancement from the abnormal energy, turning into an ordinary block of ice. At that moment, the mechanical leader struck the ice block, shattering it into pieces, and his fist rushed straight towards Yi Yan's face. Yi Yin had no time to dodge and instinctively closed his eyes. Bang! When Yi Yin opened his eyes, he found that he had not been blown up as he had imagined. A layer of black light shielded him from the mechanical leader's punch. The mechanical leader withdrew his fist and stood straight, saying, "Abnormal abilities are indeed profound. Even at such a low level, there are skills that can resist our interference." Bai Mu remained silent. At the moment the light curtain was lifted, darkness suddenly enveloped the area, and countless rays shot out from around her, striking the semi-mechanical beings. Bai Mu then raised his hand, and a handgun appeared out of thin air, which he grasped tightly. Black abnormal energy coiled around his arm, and then a black energy bullet shot forth. This shot merged the characteristics of shadow impact, doubling the damage. The semi-mechanical beings could not withstand the black rays and were instantly disassembled. their parts scattering as their bodies exploded. The mechanical leader looked at the black energy bullet flying towards him, unmoved. Humans are indeed cunning, using a secondary level of abnormal energy fluctuations to lure us into their trap. Before he could finish, the energy bullet hit him and exploded. The explosion affected the area within a few miles, and at the last moment, he self-destructed. However, Bai Mu and the others were unscathed. Bai Mu activated the dark light curtain, and such an explosion could not harm the curtain in the slightest. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, small metal spheres fell into the crater. The surrounding blue energy fluctuated, nearing death. A mechanical voice emanated from the metal sphere. "Human, your information has been transmitted to Lord Ruler. One day, our Lord Ruler will decipher your skills." Subsequently, the metal sphere's body cracked open. White arcs of electricity flashed, emitting puffs of smoke before falling silent. Bai Mu blew on the gun barrel and asked, "Mechanical race, are they strong?" He replied, "Little Bai, the mechanical race is a secondary group in the celestial domain. They are not very strong." Bai Mu retracted his statement about their strength and casually said, "Then there's no need to worry about them." Then Bai Mu added, "However, the fact that their bodies, without any abnormal energy, can unleash a third-level power is quite impressive. How strong is their ruler?" He responded, "Their ruler is at the early stage of level 7, but with combined matches, they can reach the peak of level 7. Oh. Bai Mu lost interest in the mechanical race. Without a super level, having one Xiaoyang around was already invincible. Usually, even a super level Xiaoyang could take on a whole group, let alone just one level 7. Chapter 41. The dog-licking system. Since annihilating that mechanical race team, they had not encountered any other actively attacking enemies. However, there were still some enemies, but they were merely zombies with energy fluctuations between levels 1 and 2. Unlike before, these zombies were mostly strange races, with very few humanoid zombies. However, if there were humanoid ones, they would definitely possess second-level strength. After a thorough explanation from He, Bai Mu learned that these were all zombies from the extreme evil corpse realm, along with some other zombies. However, very few of these zombies could fly, and even if there were flying ones, they actively avoided Bai Mu. Soon, Bai Mu and the others landed a few miles from the shelter. He intended to infiltrate and investigate the situation discreetly, so he did not want to be discovered too soon. They walked along the way, occasionally encountering mindless zombies, which Yen took the initiative to eliminate without Bai Mu needing to do anything or say a word. After some time, they finally arrived beneath the shelter. This shelter was surrounded by a ring of concrete walls, not very high, only about 4 meters tall. The walls appeared to be newly built, but they were covered in claw marks from zombies and mutated beasts, with places that had been breached by energy cannons. Some of these areas had been repaired, but others were still damaged, and some workers were currently patching them up. Bai Mu approached the entrance of the shelter, which was open, and people occasionally walked in and out. Bai Mu blended in with the crowd, walking boldly inside, but the 8 guards at the entrance hesitated, wanting to question him but unsure due to Bai Mu's pristine appearance. As Bai Mu and his group walked halfway in, one person finally couldn't help but stepped forward to ask. Before he could speak, Yen stepped forward, releasing a powerful aura and shouted, "Bold." The person who had approached to inquire was already apprehensive, and with that sudden shout, he trembled and hurriedly apologized, backing away and scolding himself in his heart. Indeed, I shouldn't meddle. At this stage, the only people who could remain spotless without a trace of filth were likely the young masters and young ladies from prominent families. Moreover, having such a strong bodyguard beside him, the young lady next to Bai Mu was certainly not an ordinary human, given how tightly she was protected. The guards all lowered their heads and stopped speaking. Although it felt somewhat unprofessional, they could not provoke such an identity. The onlookers around them quickly made way, and those who had been ahead of Bai Mu stepped aside in fear at his imposing presence. Bai Mu watched this scene, shot Yen a glance, and felt delighted, forgetting about his intention to keep a low profile. Hee, I love this feeling. Yen felt a bit embarrassed. He had just received a task from his dog-licking system, which only required him to shout like that to earn a blue crystal as a reward. It was worth doing, even if it meant losing some face. Although he didn't know what it was for, the king really liked blue crystals, and presenting it to the king could make him look more favorably upon him. Previously, he had always blamed the system for being a dog-licking one, unaware that he had gradually been influenced as well. As Bai Mu gradually walked further away, the crowd returned to normal. After entering, Bai Mu noticed the appearance of the shelter. Most of it consisted of temporary iron sheds, with occasional 1- or 2-story houses. Many scraps and garbage were scattered along both sides of the road, with only a small clean area in the middle. The smell along the way was quite unpleasant, and Bai Mu couldn't help but pinch his nose. It was like heaven and hell compared to the places he usually stayed. Some sheds or houses had chained beastmen outside, and the beastmen, starving and emaciated, huddled on the ground. There were some slightly better off, with their hands and feet shackled, doing hard labor, while others were scantily clad, wearing chains around their necks, following behind some who looked like unscrupulous merchants. As Bai Mu and his companions moved forward, someone actively approached to promote the cat-eared female beastman behind him. Bai Mu disdainfully dodged the person and took out a handkerchief to wipe the part of his clothes that had been touched. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Yan stepped forward and shouted, Are you tired of living? Dare to block our king's way? If you don't compensate for our king's losses today, you won't be able to leave." The merchant promoting the beastman quickly knelt down, trembling as he pleaded, "It's all my fault. My lord, please spare me. I have an elderly parent and young ones to feed. My whole family relies on me." He even started slapping himself, thinking it wasn't enough, and bowed his head repeatedly. As a result, Bai Mu and his companions were once again surrounded by onlookers. Hearing Yi Yan's words and seeing this scene, Bai Mu stopped wiping and looked at Yi Yan in disbelief, thinking, "Why does it feel like this guy has become the lackey while I've turned into the villain bullying the weak?" Bai Mu shook his head at Yi Yan, who then said, "Our king has a kind heart. We'll let you go this time. Now hurry up and scram." "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." But the merchant did not leave and continued to bow his head, not getting up. Bai Mu did not look at these people any longer. He quickened his pace, heading toward the edge of the crowd with Hay, while Yi Yan hurriedly followed behind. The onlookers parted to make way, not daring to say much. Once Bai Mu had moved far away, the crowd began to whisper and point, with some even helping the merchant who had been kneeling. The merchant was now feeling a sense of dread. After all, those young masters usually seemed to enjoy this sort of thing, didn't they? One of the merchant's servants, a werewolf, gritted his teeth fiercely and handed a towel to the merchant. The merchant took the towel to wipe the blood dripping from his forehead wound and eventually cleaned it up. After wiping it clean, he carelessly tossed the towel onto the werewolf's face, noticing the werewolf's expression. He sneered, "What, you filthy beast, do you want to kill me? Are you craving the whip again?" Upon hearing the word whip, the werewolf's face turned pale with fear, no longer daring to grit his teeth. The merchant then viciously struck the werewolf a few times, making it too afraid to look at him, before finally turning his satisfied gaze toward the cat-eared beastman. The merchant picked up the whip again and lashed it at the cat-eared beastman, cursing as he did so. "It must be because of you, you wretched creature, that I'm having such bad luck. I'll beat you to death." Even as the cat-eared beastman was beaten to a pulp, the onlookers nearby were used to this scene. After all, who didn't have a couple of beastman slaves at home? Daily beatings had become a common sight, as these beastmen were either transformed stray cats and dogs from the city or ones that were originally raised at home, as well as those captured from outside. Initially, people had harbored deep hatred for these newly introduced species due to the persecution they faced from zombies and mutated animals. At first, they feared these beastmen, but gradually found that they were kind-hearted and easily deceived, leading to their exploitation. By now, beastmen had become slaves, with nearly every household keeping a few to hunt for them. Once Bai Mu had moved far enough away, he and the two others slipped into a small alley, finally escaping the crowd. He looked at Yi Yan and asked, "Xiao Yezi, what was that all about just now?" Yi Yan felt a bit embarrassed, but also had other emotions stirring within him. Just as that merchant had approached to sell his wares, he had triggered a system task. And on top of that, he had always disliked treating beastmen as slaves in his previous life. His first lover had been a cat-eared girl, a pure white-furred beauty who was quite striking. When Yi Yan first met her, he was just a 23-year-old youth, a mere cannon fodder, naive and ignorant about love. One day, while passing by a street stall, he had seen that cat-eared girl and fallen deeply in love with her. With the knowing look from the stall owner, he had spent 3 days' worth of rations to buy her. Therefore, this time it wasn't just about the system. His initial purpose for coming with Bai Mu was to serve him, and the second was for these female beastmen. So he stepped forward. Chapter 42. Transaction. Yi Yan did not hesitate and slowly explained his thoughts to Bai Mu. After pondering for a moment, Bai Mu said, "So, you have a thing for beast ears?" Yi Yan's face flushed slightly, and he didn't deny it. Seeing Yi Yan's shyness, Bai Mu said, "Xiao Yezi, it's just the nature of men. After all, there aren't many good men like me left. I won't blame you for your special preference. He couldn't help but chuckle at this, while Yi Yin was left speechless. The king was obviously also lecherous. The three then exited the alley and continued walking further in. The deeper they went, the more the surroundings began to change, looking less like a slum. After quite a while, Yi Yin, who had been silent, said, "Your Majesty, weren't we here to conquer this shelter? Given its strength, shouldn't it be an easy task? Why does the king want to act low-key and wander around the streets?" Bai Mu tilted his head slightly and replied, "Xiao Yezi, you don't understand this, do you?" Yi Yin moved a bit closer to Bai Mu, saying, "Please enlighten me." "Your Majesty." Bai Mu looked back at the road ahead and said, "What I want is their gratitude, not their hatred. Only then can I recruit more loyal subordinates." "What does the king plan to do?" Bai Mu calmly replied, "I will wait until this shelter is in its most desperate situation before taking action. It won't be long before foreign tribes come to invade." Yi Yin thought for a moment and guessed which tribe it might be, saying, "Your Majesty, even if the foreign tribes dare to come, some people who have been in power for too long may not easily submit. If you start killing, it might incite unrest among the people and lead to unnecessary casualties." Bai Mu remained calm and said, "Don't worry. I will deal with those who are the most restless beforehand." Yi Yin felt as if Bai Mu knew everything, and his admiration for Bai Mu intensified. He decided not to think too much about it and just follow Bai Mu's words. Just focus on being a loyal follower. No need to think about other useless things. The three continued walking, and the streets became somewhat cleaner, with buildings gradually rising to 3 or 4 stories. Although there were still some dilapidated structures, it was definitely better than the outside slums. There were still street vendors selling their goods. Such professions could be found everywhere, including at the upscale Starry Sky Arena they had visited before. Bai Mu looked around and saw that most of the items were low-level mutated beast claws, teeth, and flesh, which were of no use to him. At that moment, Yi Yin gently tugged at Bai Mu's clothing. Bai Mu turned and asked, "What's wrong?" "Your Majesty, look over there. Someone is selling emeralds. And there are quite a few." Bai Mu followed his gaze and indeed saw several people selling them. It was then that Bai Mu realized he had overlooked something. The crystals produced by these mutated beasts were of no use to humans. While he had seen his beastmen munching on those crystals back in his territory, he had instinctively ignored this fact. Yi Yin, noticing that Bai Mu was lost in thought, called out, "Your Majesty, look." Yi Yin took out 2 blue crystals from his pocket, and Bai Mu's eyes lit up at the sight of them. "Where did you get these? You can't hunt level 3 mutated beasts with your level 2 skills, can you?" Yi Yin disregarded the system's desperate pleas in his mind and directly explained the reason. "A loyal follower system? Xiao Yezi, how come your system as a reborn person is so peculiar?" Yi Yin didn't know what to say. Before meeting Bai Mu, the system had seemed quite normal. But after encountering Bai Mu, it had become unusual. Yi Yin also had no idea how to explain the reasons to Bai Mu, so he just left it vague. Bai Mu didn't delve deeper and headed toward the vendors selling emeralds. The lazy vendor noticed Bai Mu approaching and, upon seeing his attire, immediately perked up. He quickly got up and, before Bai Mu could get close, stood at his stall, bending down with a smile, full of flattery. Bai Mu didn't pay attention to the vendor's expressions. He simply said, "How much do you want for these emeralds?" The vendor, feeling constrained, replied, "My lord, these green gems are complimentary." He then took out several books from his stall, revealing a lewd smile and saying, "Actually, what I mainly sell is this. If my lord buys this, you can take all those emeralds." Upon seeing the vendor take out those books, Bai Mu felt a surge of emotions. He had unexpectedly found such items in this place. He pretended to be indifferent and casually flipped through a few pages of the books. "Hey, this guy seems to be one of like-minded individuals. If he hasn't done anything wrong, I might just let him off this time." Seeing Bai Mu holding his prized possession without showing any of the expressions he had hoped for, the vendor's lewd smile involuntarily faded. At this moment, the vendor was filled with unease. Just now, in a moment of impulsiveness, he had forgotten Bai Mu's identity and treated him as an ordinary civilian like himself. Looking back, how could someone of Bai Mu's status possibly lack women? He certainly wouldn't be interested in these paper dolls. Bai Mu, seeing that they were almost done, coldly handed the notebook to Yi Yin. "Put it away." Yi Yin took the notebook with both hands and put it away. Bai Mu looked at the anxious vendor and said, "I've bought the goods." The anxious vendor suddenly looked up, gazing at Bai Mu in disbelief. Not expecting that Bai Mu would really make a purchase, the vendor's face was filled with excitement as he said, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." Bai Mu continued, "How much?" The vendor hesitated and said, "My lord, Just grant me a female beastman as a reward. I don't care about her appearance. If that's not possible, 10 days worth of food money would be fine. Bai Mu replied, I'll give you 10 days worth of food money then, 10 points? The vendor was dumbfounded upon hearing points. Is that the points used to exchange for stones at the gate? Yes. The vendor couldn't believe it. Such a rare commodity was actually being used for trade with him. He usually traded using the new currency issued by the shelter. He had previously sold a large number of cherished figurines to earn 3,000 new coins, spending 1,000 to buy an electronic watch for trading. Only to find out later that points were hard to earn. He had to live off his savings. And now he was almost starving before he started selling his treasured collectibles again. The vendor then knelt on the ground, banging his head and saying, I'll exchange. I'll exchange. This scene attracted the attention of the onlookers nearby, who thought Bai Mu was bullying the weak, but dared not speak up. Bai Mu didn't notice that he was being watched again and signaled to Yi Yan. Yi Yan, not pleased, approached the vendor, who had just attempted to trade for a female beastman, and naturally would not give the vendor a good expression. Yi Yan shook his electronic watch at him and said, Get up. Only then did the vendor eagerly stand up, but he remained kneeling. He took out the electronic watch used for trading from an inner pocket of his clothing, and then Yi Yan completed the transaction with his watch. At this moment, the onlookers finally understood. This was not bullying at all. This was simply giving out benefits. That was a full 10 points. Buying a strengthened knife would greatly boost combat power, allowing one to go out and hunt mutated beasts. Most of these people were those who had been timid before. After the Abyss brought the points system, there were no cheap zombies to kill anymore. Chapter 43. Acting alone after the transaction was completed, Yi Yan began to collect the pile of green gemstones, roughly estimating there were about 100. Bai Mu also bent down to pick one up and said, With your frail body, how did you get these gemstones? Moreover, it seemed like you had never earned any points. How could you kill mutated beasts without having seen points? The vendor explained, I found these outside, those strong ones. After killing mutated beasts, found these crystals useless and even mind-altering, so they would throw them away carelessly. I've been picking them up one by one over these days out of a collecting mindset, and here are about 100. After understanding this, Bai Mu stopped questioning. He thought for a moment and came up with a good idea. How about this? You continue to collect these things in the future. For every 10, I'll give you 1 point. I'll take as many as you bring. The vendor was initially puzzled. Why would this lord want to collect something that was useless and harmful? However, he quickly dismissed the doubt. One shouldn't pass up money. He excitedly said, My lord, I will definitely work twice as hard to collect. Saying this, he bowed to Bai Mu again. Bai Mu added, I see we have a connection. For these 100 or so green gemstones, I'll give you 1 more point. Originally, according to what was said before, these green gemstones were gifts that didn't require payment. But Bai Mu was in a good mood and decided to give an extra point. As for points, it was too easy for him to obtain. He could have as many as he wanted. The onlookers around also started to have thoughts. Some of them had green gemstones at home, while others planned to start collecting from now on. Soon, the crowd dispersed in large numbers. Bai Mu looked at them and simply smiled without saying anything, leaving with hay. Before long, after inquiring, the 3 of them arrived at the edge of the wealthy district, where there were roadblocks and dozens of level 1 powerful guards on duty. Bai Mu did not enter directly. He casually found a hotel close to the wealthy district. Most hotels were those iron sheds that provided no privacy at all, making any shameful acts visible. Bai Mu had never stayed in such a shabby place and naturally wouldn't choose an iron shed. The hotel Bai Mu found was 6 stories high, a rare sight in the civilian area. Upon entering, the female attendant at the counter approached him, wanting to strike up a conversation. Yi Yan stepped forward, his expression fierce, blocking the attendant. We need 2 rooms. Hurry up and prepare. The female attendant was somewhat intimidated by Yi Yan's imposing demeanor and immediately nodded and bowed in response. However, she did not leave directly and instead whispered, Do you need special services? I can. Yi Yan shot her a glare and remained silent. Yi Yan had been tricked by such special service offers once before, which left him with a shadow over all human women other than his own people. Even the women he trusted the most did not invoke feelings of love in him, which later led him to develop an interest in beast-eared girls. Seeing this kind of attendant again, how could he treat her kindly? The female attendant, frightened, took a few steps back and hurriedly produced 2 sets of keys from behind the counter, leading the way. Bai Mu and the others followed her. Along the way, Bai Mu occasionally glanced at Yi Yan with a smile. After a while, they each entered their respective rooms, with Yi Yan in one and Bai Mu and He in another. The accommodation cost 1 point, and since Bai Mu had no new coins, 1 point served as a month's rent. Upon entering the room, Bai Mu casually surveyed it. It was ordinary with nothing special. The bathroom only had cold water. No hot water, the TV and computer screens were cracked, and the window glass was likewise broken. The room was relatively clean, and the bed was tidy enough. However, Bai Mu felt it was not enough and took out a small bottle from his body. It had a spray nozzle, and when Bai Mu pressed it, a faint mist of pleasant fragrance sprayed out. This was a cleaning perfume from the living area of the stone gate, capable of purifying the air and removing pollution and bacteria. After doing this, Bai Mu opened the curtains, as they were on the highest floor in the area, and no one could peek in, so there was no need to close them. In the next room, Yian entered his room and immediately checked for any spying devices. After confirming it was safe, he tightly closed the curtains. He then took a cold shower in the bathroom, cleaning himself thoroughly before finally getting down to business. He took out the notebooks Bai Mu had asked him to put away earlier, pulling out one of them. It was a book featuring beast-eared girls. And then Yian opened it. In the evening, Bai Mu let He rest first while he went outside to take a look, as it was time for him to handle serious matters. Going downstairs alone, the attendant didn't think much of Bai Mu leaving. The shelter at night was mostly closed tight, with almost no one going out, only some homeless people sleeping outside, along with the beastmen tied up at home. Mostly male beastmen and unattractive female beastmen. A person like Bai Mu walking on the street stood out significantly. Due to the lack of people on the road at night, Bai Mu did not intend to sneak in. He walked straight toward the roadblock. The guards noticed Bai Mu, and one of them stepped forward to look him over. "Which family are you from? I haven't seen you before." Bai Mu said calmly, "I'm from out of town." The guard carefully looked at Bai Mu, raised a mass-produced handgun to Bai Mu's chin, and said, "You're from the Shilin shelter, right? Looking at your outfit, you don't seem like one of those poor folks. I won't make it hard for you. Pay the toll, and you can get in." "Toll? Then we'll have to see how your character is." In the next moment, Bai Mu unfolded his long-and-used dead silence domain, just covering the distance of all the guards. Subsequently, all the guards collapsed to the ground without any resistance, rolling around. They felt as if their skin was burning, painfully clawing at themselves, resulting in them tearing off their own flesh. It didn't take long for the sounds to fade, leaving only a dozen bloody bones in this place. This sound did not disturb anyone. The people in the shelter had long since become accustomed to hearing screams at midnight. Such things happened frequently. Bai Mu casually resurrected the crowd, but then he activated his ability, shooting shadow impacts in the form of fine lines, turning 11 of them into a mist of blood. It was clear that these people did not meet Bai Mu's requirements, so he decided not to let them live. Bai Mu walked past the checkpoint and into the interior, not looking at the remaining panicked guards. As for what to say tomorrow, you know what I mean. The few survivors all knelt down and nodded in unison. Once entering the wealthy district, Bai Mu truly felt the difference from the apocalypse style. It was far better than the wooden villas outside his territory, and the roads were not like the yellow earth outside his territory either. However, many of the building windows were still broken, and there was no light. The wealthy district was not as populated as Bai Mu had imagined. Only 2 men sat on public benches as if they were asleep. Chapter 44. Ali. Bai Mu walked quietly, passing by the 2 men, who showed no signs of movement. After Bai Mu walked about 10 meters, the 2 finally raised their heads and looked at Bai Mu's retreating figure. The 2 exchanged glances, stood up together, and followed Bai Mu's footsteps. Bai Mu felt the 2 behind him and slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Then he returned to a normal expression, pretending to be anxious as he looked back, making a worried face. When he looked back, he found nothing behind him. The 2 men were still sitting on the public bench sleeping, but the bench was no longer the same one. Bai Mu pretended not to notice anything unusual and continued walking forward. The 2 men on the bench raised their heads again, and one bald man whispered to the other man with a horse face, "This kid is pretty cautious." The horse-faced man replied, "Yeah, but he hasn't cultivated, and he's daring to walk at night." The bald man suppressed a laugh and said, "Did you see his expression when he turned around just now?" Hee. The horse-faced man licked his lips. These 2 were famous strong men in the shelter, and they were brothers, but their sexual orientation was different from that of ordinary people. They were fond of handsome men, especially those with fair skin, and it was clear that Bai Mu had caught their eye. Bai Mu thought they were just ordinary robbers and didn't know their true intentions. He planned to lead them into an alley to ask for some information. After several detours, the 2 closely followed, and Bai Mu would occasionally look back, but the result was still the same as before. Bai Mu pretended to be lost and exclaimed, What's going on? Why am I going in circles? The layout of this wealthy district was indeed very similar. A newcomer would genuinely think they were lost. The two heard Bai Mu's muttering, and the bald man whispered, "Nail, look at this newcomer. He really is a rich young master who has never seen the world." The horse-faced man nodded and said, "Yeah, this little guy is interesting. I'll go easy on him later." After playing around for a while, the bald man asked, "Have we played enough? Should we just go and grab him now?" The horse-faced man was about to nod in agreement when Bai Mu started moving again, this time directly slipping into a hidden alley. The bald man exclaimed excitedly, "Ha! The opportunity has come." They rushed after him, with the horse-faced man closely following. Once they entered, they found Bai Mu facing the wall, with his back to them. The bald man shouted, "Kid, turn around." Bai Mu obediently turned around slowly, trembling all over, and said, "What do you want?" The horse-faced man leered, "What do we want? You'll find out soon." Bai Mu panicked. "There are many people living here. Are you robbing me? Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" The bald man stepped forward and tore off his outer garment, saying, "We not only rob for money, but also for pleasure. Even if you scream until tomorrow, no one will come to save you." Upon hearing this, Bai Mu sensed something was off when he saw their expressions. He weakly asked, "Aren't you here to rob me of money?" The two did not answer, only slowly approached Bai Mu. Seeing their expressions and movements, Bai Mu's face darkened, and he fell silent. Suddenly, Bai Mu thought of a scene and pitifully shouted, "Don't come over." This only intensified the interest of the bald and horse-faced men who were about to grab him. But at that moment, the formerly pitiful Bai Mu suddenly revealed a smile. He playfully stuck out his tongue and said, "How was my performance? Did it look good?" Then he transformed into his true appearance, instantly growing over 2 meters tall. A blood-red, pure energy body appeared, and Bai Mu looked down at the two with his crimson eyes. Ah, ah, ah. The next moment, the alley was filled with horrifying wails. The screams were so piercing that a nearby household heard the noise and turned on the lights, causing a commotion inside. The homeowner was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, looking quite refined. He was about to open the door to check outside, but was stopped by a pair of delicate white hands. "Weijia, no?" The speaker was a female beast man with a pair of black cat ears, looking very delicate. The middle-aged man, named Weijia, reached out to press down on the cat-eared beastman's hand. "Yuer, there's no need to worry. I'm just going to take a look, nothing else." This kind-hearted middle-aged man felt a bit reluctant upon hearing the screams. He wanted to see if he could try to help. However, the cat-eared beastman shook her head, not wanting her husband to take risks, even though she felt a bit uneasy hearing those terrifying screams. But for her husband's safety, she chose to remain silent. Seeing his wife's demeanor, the middle-aged man had no choice but to give up when she refused to let go. Just then, the door opened automatically, and a figure walked in. The cat-eared beast man was so frightened that she hurriedly tried to put a chain from the table around her neck, but it was too late. The figure had already entered and seen their situation. The middle-aged man, realizing the situation was exposed, protected the cat-eared beast man behind him. The cat-eared beast man, looking terrified, clung tightly to the back of the middle-aged man. The visitor was Bai Mu, who had now returned to human form, grinning mischievously at the couple. "Your relationship seems quite special?" The middle-aged man felt a tremor in his heart at these words, but his expression remained calm. He did not respond directly, but looked at his wife. The cat-eared beast man, holding onto the middle-aged man's sleeve, instinctively tightened her grip and looked at him, nodding. The middle-aged man then turned back to Bai Mu and said, "Yes. My relationship with Yuer is special. We are a genuinely loving couple, and you demons would never understand." After receiving confirmation, Bai Mu put away his smile and nodded in satisfaction. He thought to himself, "This person can be recruited as a subordinate." Then Bai Mu spoke, "Are you willing to become mine?" The middle-aged man immediately felt a chill upon hearing those words. He did not want to dance with someone who intentionally harmed others, especially someone who could cause such horrifying screams. The middle-aged man knew what would happen to him for refusing such a cruel person, but he had already prepared himself to die with his wife. After a moment, Bai Mu did not make a move. He simply said, "If you refuse now, you might die in a few days. Do you still want to refuse?" The middle-aged man felt somewhat swayed. Although he was ready to die, who truly wanted to die? Moreover, from Bai Mu's words, it seemed he did not intend to kill him and his wife right now. He did not know if he would still have the same resolve in a few days. So he took a step back and asked if I agree. "What about my wife?" Bai Mu shook his head and replied, "She can't." This was Bai Mu's malicious interest. He said this deliberately to see how the middle-aged man would react next. After hearing this, the middle-aged man decisively refused again, and the couple embraced each other. Seeing them like this, Bai Mu simply said, "Very good," and left. These two had good intentions, but lacked matching strength. However, no one in the world is perfect. Everyone has a bit of selfishness. Bai Mu himself could not achieve that, so he decided to recruit the middle-aged man as his subordinate. This middle-aged man was the most compassionate human Bai Mu had encountered in recent days. Chapter 45, Night Attack 1. After leaving, Bai Mu did not indulge in strange thoughts of fishing for other targets, but headed straight for the residence of the shelter's leader. After checking the memories of the guards and the two brothers, Bai Mu grasped the defensive layout of the leader's mansion and where the leader usually stayed. He quickly arrived at the front gate of the mansion, jumped onto the roof, and surveyed the buildings inside. They really know how to enjoy themselves. It's even more luxurious than my castle. Bai Mu sighed inwardly. He then started jumping across the roof, leaping over the gate and landing on the lawn inside without alerting anyone. Using the cover of the lawn, he stealthily approached the corner of the wall. Following the wall, he slipped through a window into the house. After climbing in through the window, Bai Mu first looked around and saw no one inside. He was now in a corridor, with a red carpet stretching to the end, and a pair of vases placed at intervals beside every door. He adjusted his collar and tidied up his appearance with the help of the smooth wall. Suddenly, there was some commotion coming from a room on the right. Bai Mu focused his attention on that room. He quietly opened the door and sneaked inside, discovering a person under the covers on the bed, not knowing what they were doing inside. He also found several scattered indecent books on the bed. Bai Mu did not pay much attention to those books. If he weren't made of paper, he wouldn't bother looking at them. This kid is actually using his five-fingered girlfriend, Bai Mu thought whimsically, moving forward to pull the blanket away. The person inside was startled and looked up at Bai Mu. He was a boy who seemed to be around 15 or 16 years old. He was interrupted at the most critical moment and had to stop, likely leaving him with a psychological shadow. Without waiting for the boy to say much, Bai Mu raised his hand and knocked him unconscious, not learning anything good. But this instead, how pathetic. Bai Mu then laid the boy flat on the bed, covered him with the blanket, and left the room. This time, Bai Mu moved as casually as if he were in his own home, occasionally teasing the tender leaves of the nearby vases as he walked through the corridor with a light smile. At that moment, two people approached from the front. They saw Bai Mu's expression shift from lazy to cautious, then to terrified, before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Bai Mu ignored their bodies and continued walking, then climbed the stairs, where two more guards were stationed. Bai Mu smiled at them, and they fell to the ground immediately. The guards' bodies rolled down the stairs, and Bai Mu easily stepped over them. He did not revive these people. They were unqualified and did not deserve to waste resources living in the world. In just a few minutes, he finally arrived at the last door. Bai Mu could clearly see the scene inside through the door. Inside, there were two people on the bed, a man and a woman. The woman looked ashen, while the man. Bai Mu grasped the doorknob and gently opened the door. With a creak, the door opened. The sound was not loud, but a normal person would have heard it. The man on the bed was immersed in his activities and did not notice the door opening. Bai Mu slowly walked to the bedside, approaching the man's side, who remained oblivious. The woman, who had appeared lifeless with dull eyes, slightly moved her gaze and noticed Bai Mu. In the next moment, the man saw Bai Mu in the reflection of the woman's eyes, but did not have time to react. A blood-red hand pierced through the man's back, and blood gushed out, splattering the woman. The woman showed no sign of panic. The man, in pain, could not utter any sound. He could only widen his eyes, staring at his own chest, and soon died. Bai Mu withdrew his hand, and the man's corpse fell onto the woman. Bai Mu and the woman exchanged glances, both silent. After a while, Bai Mu spoke. "Do you want to survive, or do you want me to free you?" "I want to be freed." In the next instant, Bai Mu used his hand like a knife and swiftly cut through, causing the woman to die on the spot. Then, Bai Mu concentrated his abilities in his palm and struck the bathroom faucet, causing water to gush out. With his other hand, he submerged the woman's body in the water, washing away the man's blood. After completing this, Bai Mu levitated the woman's body into the air and used shadows to turn her into ashes. He took a jar from his body and filled it with the ashes, then stored the jar inside himself, planning to have a small skeleton bury it after the shelter was subdued. After dealing with the biggest fish, Bai Mu was ready to take care of some restless little fish next. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard some footsteps outside. So, Bai Mu leisurely walked to the door and peeked out. A team of guards was cautiously coming up the stairs, each holding a mass-produced handgun. Bai Mu did not rush out to kill them. He closed the door, opened the window, and was about to hide outside for a sneak attack when he suddenly noticed a blanket on a chair. An odd idea struck him. He took the blanket in his hand, draped it over himself, faced the wall, and squatted in the corner, trembling all over. The guards going upstairs soon reached the door. They did not enter directly but pressed against the door, none daring to go in first. The captain glanced at the team behind him, signaling one of them to go first. The team member hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to step forward and kick the door open. At the moment of kicking it open, he raised his handgun in front of him, only to find no assassins inside. He only saw a not particularly strong person trembling in the corner. He immediately relaxed. Then he saw the leader on the bed, pierced through the heart and staring wide-eyed in death, and shouted, "Boss, he has been killed." This shout caused all the guards lurking outside to rush in, and everyone immediately looked at the leader, who could not be more dead. The captain stepped forward, bent down, and touched the leader's body. After confirming he was indeed dead, he straightened up, a smile unintentionally appearing on his lips. This small action was noticed by a subordinate beside him, and the captain also realized he was being watched. He turned to look at the team member, who was scratching his head and smiling awkwardly. The captain did not pay much attention to it, and turned back to look at the leader's corpse. He was not genuinely loyal to the deceased leader. He also had ambitions, but had previously lacked the strength. Now that the leader is dead, as long as I take care of his 2 sons and the strongest steward, and use a portion of the leader's money to bribe the remaining people, this shelter will belong to me, Wu San, from now on. After daydreaming for a while, he finally noticed the trembling Bai Mu, and then turned to him and said, "You, get up." Bai Mu did not move, still crouching and shivering. Wu San was somewhat displeased, roughly grabbing Bai Mu's arm and pulling him up to face himself. "Oh, it's a man. When did this dead guy change his taste?" But after taking a closer look, Wu San noticed Bai Mu's face and felt an extreme sense of jealousy. Why is this person so handsome? Chapter 46, Night Attack, Part 2. Wu San pulled a dagger from his waist with one hand and pressed it against Bai Mu's delicate face, saying, "Pretty boy, beg me quickly, and I won't cut your face. I might even let you go." Wu San naturally wouldn't let Bai Mu go. He was just deliberately trying to give Bai Mu a bit of hope. Not to mention that Bai Mu was the former leader's male pet. He also hated pretty boys the most, especially handsome men. Bai Mu's pupils slowly looked down at the dagger pressed against his face. In a trembling voice, he said, "You are all here, right?" Wu San was very confused by what Bai Mu said, and the others were the same, looking at each other. Wu San said fiercely, "Less nonsense. Don't test my patience, or you'll regret it." Bai Mu's pupils gradually turned red, but his body did not change this time. In the next moment, a layer of black light enveloped the entire room, covering everyone inside. "Since you are all here, it saves me the trouble of killing you one by one." Bai Mu exerted strength, and the hand that Wu San was holding reversed to grab Wu San's wrist. Then, with a turn, he slammed Wu San down to the ground. Bai Mu stepped on his chest, crushing it, and Wu San died on the spot. After that, he flashed around several times, using his hands like blades to kill the entire team of guards. After finishing all this, Bai Mu revived 2 team members, not expecting to encounter 2 decent people in such a place. The 2 revived individuals trembled all over, kneeling on the floor and not daring to make a sound. Bai Mu walked to the bathroom, using splashing water to wash the blood off his hands. While washing, he said, "Am I really that scary? Why are you so afraid?" The 2 remained kneeling and did not get up or speak. Bai Mu, interested, looked at one of them and said, "Wang Ming, get up and give me a smile." The person called Wang Ming, upon hearing Bai Mu call him, shivered all over, then slowly got up, revealing a smile that looked worse than crying. After washing his hands clean, Bai Mu called, "Come, help me dry them." Wang Ming slowly leaned forward but did not immediately start. He looked at Bai Mu's fair hands, which had just been the razor-sharp hands that had directly severed his head. He looked at those hands. Beads of cold sweat began to flow down his forehead, and he swallowed hard. Then he picked up an unopened towel from the bathroom, tore open the package, and carefully wiped Bai Mu's damp palms. Bai Mu would tremble slightly with any small movement from him. During the wiping process, Wang Ming dared not relax at all, not missing any part of Bai Mu's injured hands. Finally, when the last drop of water was wiped clean, nothing happened, and Wang Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. Bai Mu showed a gentle smile and said, "Don't be afraid. I never kill my own people. Now we are one of us." Wang Ming looked at Bai Mu's smile, like an angel, and his heart was instantly infected. The other kneeling person also saw this smile, and instinctively said, "My lord, I will lick your shoes." Bai Mu ignored that person and turned around. "Now, let's clean this place up." Bai Mu walked out alone, and after a few minutes, the two finally came to their senses. Regardless of whether Bai Mu could hear them or not, they both shouted in unison, "We swear to serve you, my lord." Bai Mu, who had walked far away, could naturally hear their vows since they were now his subordinates. Bai Mu was secretly delighted, thinking that learning to smile like Xiao Yang really worked. But it must also be because my personal charm is strong enough. Bai Mu, feeling pleased, went directly downstairs, where there were 4 corpses, the 4 who had died earlier. He directly stepped over the corpses and walked out the front door of the house, where guards were still stationed. Seeing a stranger walk out from inside, the 2 guards immediately became alert, but before they could speak, they were naturally killed. Bai Mu ignored them and continued to walk out. Tonight's operation was quite successful, having eliminated so many parasites. However, there was still one most important thing to do, to exchange for the stone door. The leader had hidden it under the grass behind the front yard, where there was a secret door. Since there were not many living people in the mansion, Bai Mu naturally did not plan to hide anything anymore and swaggered towards the grass where the secret door was hidden. He reached out and unleashed a blast, shattering the secret door into pieces and slowly descended the steps. Passing through a dark tunnel, he finally saw a light. Following the light, Bai Mu discovered that the endpoint was a basement, with several large cages on both sides, containing many female beastmen. There were various races, including some Bai Mu did not recognize. In front of him, a young man had his back to Bai Mu, torturing a female beastman who was tied up tightly. The beastman looked no different from a normal person, except for a pair of small feathered wings on her head and some bruises on her back. Bai Mu analyzed that this should be a bird-type beastman, who originally should have had a pair of wings but had been forcibly plucked. The young man seemed to sense some aura, suddenly turned around, and looked at the motionless Bai Mu. He questioned, "Who are you? Who let you in?" Bai Mu ignored him, looking at the beastmen inside the cages, who were as gray as ashes, and waved his hand again. Endless black shadow energy surged out, shadowy masses rushing towards all sides, shattering all the iron cages, and the beastmen inside turned to ashes. Bai Mu then summoned 4 pure white little skeletons to collect the floating ashes into jars. Bai Mu slowly walked towards the young man, who, seeing Bai Mu's casually unleashed power, was no longer as arrogant as before. The young man hurriedly knelt before Bai Mu, begging for mercy while calling him a hero. Bai Mu said nothing, stepping his right foot on the young man's head. The young man felt the pressure and did not show any dissatisfaction. He only pressed his forehead to the ground without moving, and then Bai Mu slowly moved his foot to the young man's chin, gently lifting his head. The young man noticed Bai Mu looking at him like he was trash, and he did not dare to show any anger. Suddenly, the young man hugged Bai Mu's shoe. Bai Mu's expression changed, showing a look of confusion. He thought this young man was a tough character who dared to resist even with such a power gap. Just as he was about to kick the young man away, the young man did not resist. Instead, he began to lick Bai Mu's shoe in a flattering manner. Bai Mu looked at this young man, who liked to abuse others, now wanting to lick his shoe like a dog to save his life, and he simply smiled. This smile made the young man beam with joy, thinking Bai Mu was satisfied with his actions, so he tried to work harder. But the next moment, Bai Mu quickly retracted his foot, kicking the young man's chin and sending him flying into the air. The young man did not have time to scream. Bai Mu raised his foot again and used his heel to kick him down into the ground. The young man died on the spot from these 2 kicks, not even twitching before death, his eyes still holding a semblance of a smile. Bai Mu rubbed his foot on the young man's luxurious clothes to wipe off the saliva. Then he looked at the bound female birdman, gathering his abilities to free her. Unexpectedly, the birdman shook her head violently, her eyes wide open. Bai Mu sensed that she had something to say, so he reached out and removed the cloth covering her mouth. The birdman anxiously shouted, "I don't want to die?" Bai Mu was somewhat surprised. This orc, who had been mistreated, looked like she was pleading for death, while this birdman had a strong desire to survive. The birdman looked at Bai Mu with a face full of help, and without saying a word, Bai Mu waved his hand, cutting the ropes binding her. The birdman fell to the ground from the air, feeling pain, but she didn't care about the pain and immediately bowed 3 times to Bai Mu. "Thank you for saving me, my lord. I have no way to repay you, so I can only serve you as a cow or horse in my next life." She quickly stripped off the dead young man's outer clothing and put it on, then ran away. Bai Mu didn't care whether this birdman would repay him. He didn't expect help from a completely defenseless orc. He looked at the stone wall in front of him. The exchange stone door was just behind the wall, which had a password lock. To enter, one must input the correct password. If someone forced their way in, it would trigger a bomb that could cover the entire secret room with its explosion. Even if one wasn't afraid of the bomb, it might damage the stone door inside. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to force it, so the former leader was quite at ease. However, Bai Mu smiled. He naturally wasn't afraid of a small bomb. As for damaging the stone door, that was a joke. The stone door had indestructible properties, so how could it be harmed by a small bomb? Thus, Bai Mu casually unleashed a shockwave, shattering the stone wall. In an instant, flames erupted, and a wave of heat surged toward Bai Mu. Bai Mu casually activated a light barrier to block the heat wave. After a while, when the heat wave subsided, Bai Mu canceled the barrier and walked inside. A white stone door appeared before him, and indeed, it showed no signs of damage, not even a speck of dirt. Bai Mu directly entered the stone door. The layout inside was almost identical to the one at his home. Bai Mu looked at the door leading to the arena. It was hollow as well, and this stone door also couldn't lead to the arena. Without lingering, he exited the stone door and used telepathy to contact Xiao Yang in his mind. On the 4th floor of the Black Castle, Xiao Yang was awkwardly lying on his side, hugging a 60-centimeter round pillow while sleeping. When Bai Mu's telepathy arrived, it abruptly woke him up. Xiao Yang rubbed his eyes and said, "What's up? You're disturbing my sweet dreams at this late hour." Bai Mu laughed. "I missed you." "Missed me? You mean you missed the food I made?" Bai Mu chuckled. "Well, your cooking is indeed part of the reason. Let's get to the point." Xiao Yang communicated. Bai Mu put away his smile and became serious. "I want to ask how to move that exchange stone door." "It can't be moved. You just need to not let others destroy it." "But isn't it indestructible?" "Generally, it is indeed indestructible, but for those at the super rank, it would be quite simple." "All right then." Bai Mu thought that the super rank was something that might be a long way off, and he didn't dare to think about it now. This stone door could only be guarded for now, but Bai Mu was a bit troubled about who to assign for the task. "Hey, is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up to continue sleeping." Xiao Yang's voice came through. "Nothing else, you can keep sleeping." Shortly after, Xiao Yang cut off the telepathy. Tonight's operation was nearly over. Bai Mu summoned about 10 skeletons to guard the area. After taking one last look at the stone door, he recalled the jars that the skeletons had collected and left. Leaving the leader's mansion was quite easy. No one obstructed Bai Mu anymore. After exiting the wealthy district, Bai Mu checked his electronic watch. It was already 1 a.m. The civilian area was still the same, but there were a few more people, as some human powerhouses who had been hunting mutated beasts returned. There were also some unwilling female orcs posing submissively, and Bai Mu quickly guessed what they were doing. With a sigh, Bai Mu hurriedly walked back to the hotel. The front desk attendant was already asleep with her head on the counter. Bai Mu glanced at her and went straight back to his room. When he returned, Hei had already gone to bed, so Bai Mu didn't wake her up. He took off his outer clothes and climbed into bed. The next day, Hei had gotten up early and neatly folded Bai Mu's clothes, placing them beside him. Bai Mu slept until he naturally woke up, got dressed, stretched, and twisted his waist before getting out of bed. Seeing Hei beside him, Bai Mu couldn't help but give her a kiss, then took her out the door. Just as they stepped out, they ran into Yi Yan, who had 2 not-so-obvious dark circles under his eyes. Bai Mu smirked. "What were you doing last night to end up like this?" Yi Yan instantly blushed. What he did last night was not easy to say out loud. Seeing Yi Yan like this, Bai Mu counted and decided not to press further. He softly said, "Let's go. Let's have breakfast together." Then he turned and left with Hei, while Yi Yan paused for a moment before following them. The streets in the morning were crowded, and Bai Mu led Hei and Yi Yan to look for a place to eat. Passers-by would try to avoid the 3 of them, fearing they might upset Bai Mu. Bai Mu found it amusing that people were so afraid of him, despite him being so handsome. After wandering around the street for a while, they finally found a small shop that seemed to be a small business with not many customers. Most people preferred to eat the cheap and convenient dry rations sold in stores, so only those with extra money would eat in shops. When Bai Mu entered the shop, there were only 2 tables with 4 customers. Upon seeing Bai Mu and the others enter, the customers instinctively tensed up. Bai Mu found a spot, but before he could sit down, Yi Yan stepped forward, wiped the chair clean, and politely invited Bai Mu to sit. Bai Mu didn't sit down immediately. He patted Yi Yan's shoulder and communicated, "Xiao Yezi, you don't have to be so enthusiastic." Yi Yan replied telepathically, "My lord, don't mind me. I'm doing this voluntarily." Since he received blue crystal stones, he also earned experience, so after tasting a bit of sweetness, he couldn't stop. Bai Mu had no choice but to take a seat. Yi Yin ran to another spot to wipe another chair and invited He to sit down. After doing all this, Yi Yin asked Bai Mu, "My lord, what do you want to eat? I'll go tell them to make it." Bai Mu casually answered, then turned to He. "Xiao He, what do you want to eat?" He replied, "I'll eat whatever you eat." Just then, a strong male beastman with dog ears approached them. This dog-eared beastman was dressed in simple clothes and wore a chain around his neck. He spoke softly, which didn't match his strong physique. Introducing himself as a waiter in the small shop, Yi Yin had a good attitude towards beastmen and asked, "Do you have buns?" The dog-eared beastman nodded. Yi Yin then said, "I'll have 2 baskets of buns, meat and vegetable ones are fine." The dog-eared beastman hurriedly went to the kitchen without hesitation. After ordering the buns, Yi Yin returned to stand behind Bai Mu. Bai Mu tilted his head and asked Yi Yin, "Aren't you going to sit?" Yi Yin shook his head, "My lord, I'll just stand here, no need to mind me. As long as you're happy." Bai Mu didn't persuade Yi Yin any further and turned to He to chat about some daily matters. Meanwhile, the dog-eared beastman arrived at the kitchen and said, "Boss." A rich young master came in from outside and ordered 2 baskets of buns. The boss of this dog-eared beastman was a young woman in her 20s. Hearing this, the woman frowned, showing a look of difficulty. The dog-eared orc asked in confusion, "Master, why do you have such an expression?" The woman looked at the dog-eared orc in silence. This orc was evolved from her pet dog and was quite simple-minded. She had never mistreated him. She only put a chain on him because it was a requirement from above. After pondering for a moment, the woman said to the dog-eared orc, "Sigh. It's not about wanting buns. They must be here to collect rent again." The dog-eared orc remained puzzled, "But I think they seem quite nice." The woman patted the dog-eared orc's head and said no more, starting to take out the steamed buns. She handed 2 baskets of buns to the dog-eared orc, saying, "I hope so." Chapter 48. Taking action before long, the dog-eared orc brought the 2 baskets of buns up. He then stood to the side, watching Bai Mu and the others, while the boss lady at the kitchen door peeked at Bai Mu. She breathed a sigh of relief when she realized Bai Mu was not the Chun family's young master who frequently came to collect rent. But she continued to watch him secretly. Bai Mu also felt that gaze but paid no attention. There was no malice in those eyes. He picked up a large meat bun and took a bite. Compared to the buns he had eaten before, this one wasn't greasy. And the filling was generous, truly a conscientious shop. After Bai Mu picked up a bun, He also took one for himself and started eating. The more Bai Mu looked at He, the cuter he found him, and he couldn't help but want to poke He's cheek. At that moment, a group of 6 people strode in aggressively from outside. The leading young man was dressed extravagantly, clearly a rich kid. Beside him was a gaunt old man with a sinister look in his eyes, indicating he was not a good person. This old man and the 4 people behind him were the young man's subordinates. Upon seeing the group outside, the dog-eared orc immediately welcomed them with a smile. However, before he could say anything, the leading young man kicked the dog-eared orc several meters away, even deliberately enhancing the kick with his abilities. The dog-eared orc fell several meters away, not dying on the spot. He propped himself up with his elbows and spat out blood, looking fearfully at the young man. A lackey behind the young man shouted, "You beast! You didn't kneel to welcome our young master when you saw him. And you dared to approach him. Are you plotting something against him?" The dog-eared orc was naturally not plotting anything, but he was too scared to speak. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. The onlookers, not understanding the situation, only saw the orc being kicked away and, due to their prejudice against orcs, began pointing and whispering. Bai Mu, who had been enjoying his buns, had already noticed the commotion when the orc was kicked away and then heard the lackey's words. He glanced at Yi Yin out of the corner of his eye, thinking that the 2 of them really looked alike. However, when he heard the crowd pointing at the injured orc, Bai Mu lost the mood to joke, and his gaze towards the crowd grew colder. At this moment, the boss lady who had been peeking from the kitchen reacted and rushed out to embrace the injured dog-eared orc. With tears in her eyes, she said to the young man, "We will find a way to repay the money we owe you. The dog is innocent. Why do you have to hurt him?" The young man scoffed, "What's there to pity a dog? If you don't pay up soon, I'll smash your shop." The boss lady had been running this breakfast shop with her husband and the dog-eared orc. The prices were not high, and they usually didn't make much profit. They often helped starving survivors who couldn't walk. They relied on her husband's hunting and selling for a living. However, her husband hadn't returned since leaving with the group over 10 days ago, and the Chin family had repeatedly come to collect exorbitant rent in the past few days. As a weak woman, She couldn't fight back and didn't want to cause trouble, so she complied with their demands for payment. However, these people were never satisfied after one payment. They returned every few days to collect more money, and now she had no money left. Yesterday, the Chun family's young master came again to collect money, but the boss lady had none, so he forced her to sign a prepared IOU. Once the crowd understood that this woman owed the young master money, they began to discuss among themselves, believing it was only right to pay debts. If she didn't pay, she deserved to be treated this way. Some in the crowd looked at the boss lady with sympathy, as they had also been extorted by these rich kids. Bai Mu continued eating his meat bun while coldly watching the crowd, silently sending a message for the extremely evil corpse to come from the territory. Yi Yin beside Bai Mu looked at him and said, "My lord, these people are too disgusting. I want to." Bai Mu didn't directly agree but took a bite of his bun and said, "Generally speaking, being chivalrous is the best way to win people's favor. However, in this situation, it would only produce the opposite effect." After stuffing the last bit of the bun into his mouth, Bai Mu continued, "You can go ask around first. If the crowd is still like this, then don't worry about their opinions." Yi Yin nodded and then instantly appeared in front of the boss lady. The sinister old man looked at the suddenly appearing man and immediately became alert. The young master looked at the man and asked, "Who are you?" The onlookers also noticed Yi Yin and then turned their attention to Bai Mu, who was still munching on a bun. A fat onlooker said, "It's him again." Another onlooker asked, "Brother, do you know him?" The fat onlooker replied, "I've seen him 3 times since yesterday, and every time he causes trouble." The questioning onlooker and the person beside him then understood, and they all looked at Bai Mu and the young master, knowing there would be more drama to witness, which was much more interesting than watching a rich young master bully a weak woman. Yi Yin ignored the crowd and directly asked the boss lady about the situation. The boss lady tearfully recounted her story, and Yi Yin listened intently. The onlookers found it hard to believe what the boss lady was saying, as they had never experienced such things themselves. The young master, hearing the boss lady's words, became furious and wanted to silence her. But Yi Yin would not let him succeed, positioning himself in front of the boss lady. The young master wanted to act, but feeling that he was no match for this unfamiliar man, he stopped. He looked at the old man, who also shook his head, indicating he had no confidence either. Once the boss lady finished speaking, Yi Yin glanced at the onlookers, who still looked the same. Yi Yin sent a message to Bai Mu, saying, "My lord, I'm going to take action." Bai Mu responded affirmatively. In the next moment, Yi Yin suddenly sprang into action, kicking the young master's knee. The speed was so fast that the old man didn't have time to react, and the young master certainly couldn't respond in time either. This kick directly shattered the young master's knee, and he screamed as he knelt on the ground, clutching his knee and wailing. The sinister old man looked at the young master howling on the ground, squatted down to check his knee, and upon discovering it was shattered and irreparable, glared at Yi Yin with hatred. "How dare you?" The sinister old man wanted to kill Yi Yin directly, but he felt that his strength was about the same as Yi Yan's, and he wouldn't be able to determine the outcome by fighting him. So, he signaled to the 4 subordinates behind him, one of whom quickly dashed through the crowd to fetch reinforcements. Seeing that the old man wasn't taking action didn't mean Yi Yin wanted to keep holding back. He took the initiative to attack. Upon seeing Yi Yin charge at him, the old man viciously shouted, "I didn't want to lower myself to your level, but since you dare to seek death, I'll oblige." Despite saying this, the old man felt uncertain inside. However, since Yi Yin had already attacked, he had no choice but to retaliate. The two exchanged blows in an instant. Yi Yin stood still, his breath showing no signs of disturbance, while the old man's chest bore a deep knife wound, slowly oozing thick blood. The chill from the wound made it difficult for the old man to stand. He knelt on one knee on the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 49. The attack. Yi Yin was about to make another move when the gasping old man hurriedly said, "Wait, this is all a misunderstanding. Please, young hero, show mercy." Yi Yin ignored the old man's words, sprang forward without giving him any time to react, and used the ice blade in his hand to cut the old man's meridians in his hands and feet. "Ah!" The old man let out a miserable scream, collapsing face down on the ground, blood gushing from his hands, feet, and chest. The remaining 3 subordinates, seeing that the sinister old man couldn't withstand even 2 exchanges and was incapacitated, dared not linger any longer and turned to flee without looking back. Yi Yin naturally would not let them escape, flashing several steps to kill the 3 of them. At this moment, the onlookers began to panic. Previously, They thought the conflict between the big figures would only be verbal shouting. Who would have thought that people would actually be killed? Although only a few servants had died. The leg of the young master of the Qin family was ruined, and his dedicated bodyguard was completely incapacitated. The onlookers no longer dared to continue watching and began to retreat, but some bold individuals and others for various reasons did not leave. Yi Yan looked at the howling young Master Chun, grabbed his head, and walked towards the boss lady. Then Yi Yan slammed young Master Chen's head down against the boss lady with a thud, causing his forehead to smash hard against the ground. The impact cracked a small portion of the ground, and young Master Chen's skull shattered, resulting in his immediate death. The boss lady was terrified by this act, her mind going blank as she stared at the shattered head of young Master Chun. After doing all this, Yi Yan looked at the old man and said, "He has already kowtowed and apologized. Now it's your turn." The old man desperately shook his head, mumbling no, but Yi Yan ignored him, similarly grabbing his head and bringing him in front of the boss lady. He slammed the old man's head against the ground, causing the ground to crack. But the old man only bled a little. Yi Yan looked at the old man and said, "I didn't expect your head to be quite hard. Let's do it a few more times." He then pressed down repeatedly, while the old man let out piercing screams and begged for mercy. But Yi Yan showed no signs of stopping. After an unknown number of strikes, the old man's voice gradually faded until there was no sound left. Yi Yan finally stopped his actions. The onlookers, seeing the heads of the old man and the young master now unrecognizable, felt a chill run down their spines. This person was too brutal. He not only killed without mercy, but also tortured people in the same manner. At that moment, a bystander emerged from the crowd, showing Yi Yan a flattering smile. It was the vendor who sold booklets yesterday. Yi Yan guessed what he was about to do when he saw the vendor approach. Sure enough, the vendor next pulled out 10 green gems from his pocket and said, "Sir, please take a look." Yi Yan took the gems and said, 10 gems equal 1 point. The electronic device connected the two for a transfer. The vendor's face lit up with joy as he received the points, thanking Yi Yan while stepping back. Some people in the crowd, seeing this, could no longer contain themselves, as they had heard about the 10 gems for 1 point yesterday. Soon, a few more individuals stepped forward, all smiling and carrying large, bulging cloth bags on their backs. Yi Yan looked at these people with an inquiring gaze towards Bai Mu in the shop. Bai Mu stood up and walked out of the store, while Yi Yan stepped back behind her. Bai Mu said, "Do you all want to trade with me?" The few who came out nodded frantically. "All right, I'm indifferent. Bring as much as you want." Hearing this, the people finally relaxed, took off the cloth bags from their backs, and spread them out on the ground, each bringing hundreds of green gems. The few people looked at Bai Mu with eager eyes. Bai Mu glanced at one pile and said, 136. "I'll count it as 14 points." The owner of that pile quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sir. Thank you." Bai Mu then looked at the other piles of gems and collected them in the same manner. This made the few gem bearers beam with joy and develop an even greater fondness for Bai Mu. Not just these few, but others who had heard the news from other places also rushed over to trade their collected gems. On the other side, outside the shelter's gate, survivors were coming and going as usual. The guards were lazily chatting with each other. One guard, while happily conversing with another, suddenly noticed a red dot on the forehead of the guard opposite him. So he asked, and the questioned guard took out a dagger to use as a mirror to check his forehead and said, "Hey, there really is." Bang! Everyone heard a sound similar to a gunshot, and the guard with the red dot on his forehead suddenly flew backward. The passing survivors were frightened by the sudden gunshot and all ran toward the shelter. "Don't run, Wild. Don't run," a guard shouted. But it had no effect on the panicking survivors. Some guards, seeing their companion fly out, rushed forward to check on him, while others remained on high alert, watching for any ambush. As the ones who went to check approached the flying guard, they found that his head had not shattered like a watermelon, but there was a small metal ball on his forehead. Curious, one person reached out to grab the metal ball, but as soon as he touched it, the ball lit up and directly knocked him back, crashing him to the ground. The metal ball instantly melted into a liquid state upon contact, rapidly spreading to envelop the previously flying guard completely. The guard, wrapped in the liquid, was not dead. He struggled violently, but the seemingly thin membrane could not be broken. "Help me, please help me," the trapped guard cried out in panic. The few who had come forward to check ignored his pleas and hurriedly stepped back. However, one person angrily rebuked, "How can you be so selfish? He is our companion." The retreating ones did not care. Their own lives were more important. The angry individual approached the wrapped person and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you." He took out a dagger and slashed at the membrane. But it left no mark whatsoever. Instead, the person inside let out a scream as if the blade had cut into him. "Ah, it hurts." The one with the dagger, unable to do anything, had no choice but to try to tear the membrane with his hands. The cries inside grew fainter, but the rescuer did not give up. Just then, several gunshots rang out, and the person tearing at the membrane also screamed and flew backward. Soon after, that person was also enveloped by the liquid membrane, struggling violently and calling for help just like the previous one. At this moment, a guard shouted, "It's from the sky. The sound is coming from above." Just after he spoke, he was also hit by a metal ball, and soon became like the others. "Run." The guards who had been retreating dared not stay any longer. One guard took the lead and ran, and the alert ones followed suit into the shelter. Those who were slow were also stuck by the metal balls and soon became wrapped like cocoons. Chapter 50. Facing the enemy, a mechanical figure made of metal appeared in midair, followed by a large group of semi-mechanical beings. This fully metallic mechanical being was different from the previous one, as it was made of an unknown alloy, while the earlier one was inhabited by a semi-mechanical person. The mechanical being did not speak. Several of the semi-mechanical beings behind it descended to the ground, capturing the humans wrapped in cocoons into a special spatial device. This was how the mechanical beings captured humans or beasts for transformation and the development of their own race. After watching the half-mechanical beings finish everything, the leader of the mechanical race raised his hand to signal, and all the half-mechanical beings fell into invisibility once again. They flew towards the shelter, and all the human survivors and orcs along the way were transformed into liquid cocoons by their special methods, then collected by the half-mechanical beings. Inside the leader's mansion, a group of people had also gathered. The heads of the Chun and Li families were pacing outside a hidden door, with a crowd of subordinates standing behind them. Early this morning, the former leader's steward had approached them, saying that the leader's family had been wiped out overnight, prompting them to come with different thoughts. They then discovered the broken hidden door, and after sending their subordinates inside, they were met with a series of screams from within, followed by silence. It was then they realized there was something else inside, so they sent people to check multiple times, only to find dozens of skeletal creatures, as well as that stone door. They were now at a standstill outside, unable to enter, while the skeletons did not come out. Meanwhile, the steward of the leader was anxiously standing inside with the leader's youngest son. The youngest son was still haunted by the shadows of last night. Upon learning of the deaths of his father, brother, and most of the servants, he felt little sadness. He also guessed that this must be related to the person who had knocked him out the night before. Instead, whenever that person was mentioned, a hint of shyness appeared on his face, as that person had seen him in such a disheveled state. The steward's anxiety stemmed from the fact that he had gone outside to find an orc to satisfy his cravings, only to return and find himself, who was once a high-ranking steward, now reduced to a stray dog. Although he was still quite strong and could manage to survive, his status had certainly diminished. He was now contemplating whether to ally with the Li family or the Qin family. After wandering outside for a long time, the head of the Qin family spoke up. "Are the skeletons inside that powerful? So many have gone in without a trace." A middle-aged man behind him said, "Head, let me go in. I can definitely clear out all those skeletons." The man was quite confident, as he had second-tier strength and was one of the top figures in the shelter. The head of the Qin family thought for a long time and had no other option but to agree, saying in a deep voice, "Go ahead." Just as this middle-aged man was about to take his subordinates down, the head of the Li family spoke up. "Wait." The middle-aged man looked back at the head of the Li family and politely asked, "What does the head of the Li family suggest?" The head of the Li family replied, "Wang Wu, let Lu Jian go with you. With both of your strengths, even if you can't defeat them, you can still support each other and retreat safely." Wang Wu glanced at Lu Jian and said, "All right." They were just about to go down when another person shouted, "Not good. Head, not good." Both heads of the Chun and Li families turned to look at the panting attendant. The head of the Qin family asked, "Ding San, what's the matter? Why are you in such a panic?" Ding San hurriedly replied, "The young master has had his leg broken by someone." The head of the Qin family's eyes widened, and he kicked Ding San away in anger, shouting, "Who dares to touch my son here?" Then realizing he was overreacting, he calmed down, took a few steps forward, and grabbed Ding San by the collar. "Who did it?" However, no matter how the head of the Chun family shook Ding San, he did not respond anymore. That kick had killed him instantly. The head of the Qin family said nothing more, dropped Ding San's corpse, and stood back outside the hidden door. The remaining subordinates lowered their heads, not daring to speak. The head of the Li family smiled and said, "Old Chun, calm down. There's no need to get so angry over such a small matter." But before he could finish, another person rushed in, shouting, "Head, it's bad." The head of the Qin family turned sharply. "Who did it?" The newcomer looked confused at the head of the Qin family. "I don't know who it was." Everyone has inexplicably turned into cocoons, seeing that the newcomer's words made no sense. The head of the Qin family lost his strength upon realizing it was a guard from the Li family. The head of the Li family stepped up to the man and asked, "What did you say? Repeat it." The newcomer took a deep breath and repeated himself. After hearing this, the head of the Li family frowned, feeling increasingly that something was off. He looked at the head of the Qin family and said, "Old Chun, let's not worry about your son for now. Those alien races have arrived. We should unite against them first and deal with these matters later." Although the head of the Qin family was angry, he agreed with the head of the Li family on this matter. Thus, the two family heads led their subordinates to support the outskirts of the shelter. Meanwhile, Bai Mu and the others were still trading when suddenly a large crowd fled deeper into the shelter. A curious passerby grabbed a fleeing person and asked, "What happened? Why are you running for your life?" The fleeing person hurriedly replied, "Aliens have come. Run." The urgent tone made the curious passerby unable to catch the details. So he tried to ask again. The fleeing person quickly shook off the curious passerby's hand. "Don't stop me from escaping. I don't want to die." After saying that, he was about to run again, but the curious passerby grabbed the fleeing person tightly. "If you don't explain, I won't let you go." Seeing he couldn't break free, the fleeing person cried out, "We're really going to die?" Just then, a metallic sphere hit the curious passerby on the back of the head. And since he was holding on to the fleeing person, they both flew back due to the impact. The next moment, they were enveloped in the same liquid membrane. The fleeing person shouted, "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. I'll bite you to death." The membrane echoed with screams, which were the curious passerby's voice. Soon, more passersby fell victim, unable to fight back. A metallic sphere flew towards Bai Mu, who extended 2 fingers to pinch it. Just as he was about to examine the metallic sphere closely, it suddenly exploded, and metallic liquid slowly covered Bai Mu's arm, trying to envelop his whole body. Bai Mu flicked his hand, sending the metallic liquid down to the ground. However, the metallic liquid did not stop expanding. Finally, the metallic sphere spread to over 5 meters before stopping, forming a perfectly square sheet of metal. Bai Mu crouched down, picked up the metallic sheet with both hands, and applied a little force. It was quite resilient. But the next moment, Bai Mu tore the metallic sheet apart. It seemed to only withstand a maximum of 20 points of force. After discarding the metallic sheet, Bai Mu stood up and looked at the sky, realizing this must be the strange weapon of the mechanical race. Chapter 51. Battle in midair. No enemies were visible, but metal balls continued to shoot into the crowd. Many were also aimed at Bai Mu, but he knocked them all away. Bai Mu felt a bit troubled. These robots were clearly much stronger than before and were all invisible, making it impossible to fight back. Just as Bai Mu was feeling a headache, He flew beside him. Now in a darkened state, clad in black armor, He looked at the sky and pointed to a spot. "Xiao Bai, those half-mechanical beings are over there." Then, a beam of light shot out from his fingertip, hitting the half-mechanical being he pointed at before it had a chance to react. This strike from He did not use much of his abilities, and the half-mechanical being was not severely injured, but its invisibility was broken. In midair, arcs of electricity appeared, revealing a bewildered half-mechanical being. Bai Mu watched this scene with delight. "Xiao He, can you see them?" He nodded slightly. "Xiao Bai, you can share my vision, and you'll know their positions." "Okay," Bai Mu replied. He then closed his eyes and shared his vision with He, who shot up into the sky towards the half-mechanical beings. Bai Mu stayed below, wielding a handgun enhanced with his crystal flame black ability, and feeling that the damage was insufficient. He also cast a rejuvenation spell on himself and He, boosting their stats by 50. The muzzle was aimed at the half-mechanical robot in a state of confusion, and the energy projectile shot straight out. However, the projectile did not hit the half-mechanical robot. Instead, it skimmed past its feet, directly collapsing a building behind it and forming a large pit in the ground. "Huh, it missed." Bai Mu hadn't said much when Yi Yan suddenly jumped out and praised. "That shot from the king was wonderful." Bai Mu turned with a mischievous smile and looked at Yi Yan, asking, "What is so wonderful about it?" "Wonderful in its own way, Yian stammered in reply. The half-mechanical robot didn't care about what Bai Mu and Yian were saying. After Bai Mu shot at it, it had already reacted, with flames spewing from its back as it moved towards Bai Mu, firing its laser gun at him. Bai Mu didn't dodge, but instead opened a light curtain, quietly waiting for the robot to get closer. If it was too far, his aim wouldn't be good, so he decided to shoot only when it was closer. Meanwhile, in midair, He was flying towards the mechanical tribe leader, and at the same time, a large golden energy projectile was forming at his fingertips. This time it was not a casual shot like before. The golden energy projectile shot straight out, and the mechanical tribe leader, who was searching for cocoons below, suddenly sensed a strong energy rushing towards him. The mechanical tribe leader quickly turned his head and saw the golden projectile coming at him. He clenched his right fist, and his metal fist struck the projectile with force. Bang! The area where the mechanical tribe leader was located was filled with smoke from the explosion, but the next moment, a laser as thick as a thigh shot out from the smoke. This laser was the counterattack of the mechanical tribe leader. He looked at the laser rushing towards him, unfazed, and slightly accelerated, dodging to the right. The laser then brushed past He, but it didn't stop. Instead, it continued to extend and struck the fleeing crowd below. Where the laser passed, it left deep charred marks, and the survivors who were hit by the laser were directly cut in half, their wounds burned. The survivors didn't die immediately, but rolled on the ground in pain, screaming. As the smoke in the air dissipated, the mechanical tribe leader appeared. Apart from some stains from the explosion, he was unharmed. The mechanical tribe leader, using his emotionless electronic synthetic voice, said, "Angels, we have no conflict of interest with you right now. Why did you ambush me?" After a while, when the mechanical tribe leader didn't hear any response, he suddenly sensed that one of his subordinates had died. The mechanical tribe leader looked down and saw a young man in white, holding a gun as if he had just fired. Just a few meters in front of the young man lay a half-mechanical robot that had almost been cut in two. The moment he saw Bai Mu, the mechanical tribe leader instantly retrieved Bai Mu's information from his database. This was the human with the strange shield. The mechanical tribe leader then looked at He and said, "You angels have actually collaborated with humans." The mechanical tribe leader's voice was loud, and Bai Mu below heard it. But he found it somewhat strange. Didn't this mechanical tribe realize I'm not human? After saying that, the mechanical tribe leader emitted a special signal, causing all the beast-like mechanical creatures that were preparing outside the shelter to rush towards it. The walls of the shelter were like paper to these beast-type mechanical creatures, and they were smashed to pieces in an instant. The half-mechanical robots that were originally capturing people also shifted their targets, all moving towards the mechanical tribe leader. In another part of the battlefield, the Chun and Li family heads, who were about to be captured, looked at the departing half-mechanical robots and smiled with joy. They had finally made it through. They had just gone through intense fighting, but not a single half-mechanical robot had died. Instead, more and more people had turned into cocoons and taken away, yet many were still struggling on the ground. The half-mechanical robots hadn't managed to collect them before being recalled. After a moment of relief, the heads of the Chun and Li families, along with several strong individuals nearby, began to look for ways to help these people escape from their cocoons. It wasn't out of kindness to save people. It was because without these subordinates, it would be much harder to stabilize their positions. The mechanical tribe leader, sensing the sporadic deaths of his subordinates, looked at He and said, "Originally, I came here today to destroy this shelter, but I didn't expect to encounter you. Today, I can accomplish both goals." Below, Bai Mu aimed his gun at the mechanical tribe leader and said, "I'm afraid you won't accomplish either goal today." He fired a shot, and the mechanical tribe leader sensed that this shot could harm him, so he chose not to move. Sure enough, this shot missed again. However, Bai Mu pretended as if nothing had happened and said, "That shot was just a test. I didn't expect you to have some courage." The mechanical tribe leader, initially puzzled, believed Bai Mu after hearing this. He explained to Bai Mu, "For our mechanical tribe, the death of our bodies is not a big deal. As long as the master is not dead, we can continuously resurrect. What is there to fear about death?" Just as the mechanical tribe leader was speaking, He suddenly moved, launching a sneak attack on him. The distance closed rapidly, and He was suddenly just a few body lengths away from the mechanical tribe leader. He gathered another golden energy projectile at his fingertips, and at such a close distance, the mechanical tribe leader couldn't retaliate. However, the mechanical tribe leader didn't counterattack. Instead, he directly deployed a transparent shield. When He's strike hit the mechanical tribe leader's shield, it exploded, sending the mechanical tribe leader flying backwards for dozens of meters. The mechanical tribe leader stabilized himself, but the shield was already shattered. The mechanical tribe leader didn't care. The shield was merely made of energy. And as long as he had enough energy, he could reactivate it. Chapter 52. Mechanical Beast after stabilizing himself. The mechanical tribe leader's two metal arms restructured and transformed from hands into two dark cannon muzzles. One of the cannon muzzles was aimed at Bai Mu, and the other at He. Seeing this, He accelerated and flew around the mechanical tribe leader, but the leader's hand cannons aimed at He's movements. Yet He was too fast for him to successfully lock on. So, the mechanical tribe leader simply fired both cannon barrels at Bai Mu. Bai Mu below didn't hesitate. He immediately opened the light curtain and simultaneously fired a crystal flame projectile. This projectile was unexpectedly accurate, hitting one of the mechanical tribe leader's cannonballs. That cannonball exploded violently upon impact, and the other one was affected and also detonated. The explosions occurred in midair, but the residual shock waves cracked the ground below, creating numerous fissures. The survivors trapped in cocoons below, along with the cocoons, were instantly torn to shreds. With the absence of the survivors' screams, the area fell silent. The mechanical tribe leader did not stop his attack, firing madly at Bai Mu's light curtain, and Bai Mu countered from below. Sometimes he managed to hit a cannonball, but most of the time they missed and struck other areas. After countless cannonballs bombarded the area, the only intact ground left was where Bai Mu stood. The surrounding area had long become a deep pit. The pit itself was uneven, scorched earth was everywhere, and waves of heat were rising. While the mechanical tribe leader attacked Bai Mu, He had been sneaking up from behind. If it weren't for the dozen or so half-mechanical robots following him, He would have already injured the mechanical tribe leader. At this time, the beast-like mechanical tribe also arrived, led by a tiger-type mechanical creature. 6 meters long and 3 meters tall, with a cannon in its mouth. Following the tiger-type mechanical creature was a large group of mechanical beasts with emeralds in the center of their foreheads. The tiger-type mechanical tribe charged towards Bai Mu and Yi Yin, accompanied by countless mechanical beasts. Other mechanical beasts rushed towards other areas of the shelter. This group of mechanical beasts was not there to capture people. They were only there to kill. The mechanical tribe leader in midair saw the tiger-type mechanical tribe and said, "You've finally arrived. That person below is yours to handle." The tiger-type mechanical tribe did not speak, but a sound indicating receipt of the order came from within its body. The tiger-shaped mechanical clan opened its jaws wide, emitting thick energy waves that surged towards Bai Mu's light barrier. However, this attack was ineffective against the barrier. The tiger-shaped mechanical clan did not give up and let out a roar. All the mechanical beasts behind it surged towards Bai Mu's light barrier, clinging to it like rubber balls. Each mechanical beast exerted all its strength to bite or claw at the barrier. A chill emanated from Yi Yin, who was beside Bai Mu. He pointed one hand to the sky, using 2 fingers as a sword, and concentrated all the cold energy at the tips of his fingers. A phantom of sword energy appeared at Yi Yin's fingertips. Yi Yin shouted, "Xianbing slash." Then he swept his fingers towards the mechanical beasts outside. A cold ice sword energy shot out, slicing the mechanical beasts in half, which froze into ice blocks before hitting the ground. However, the mechanical beasts still clung to the light barrier, and Yi Yin slashed several more times. Finally, feeling somewhat drained, he weakly returned to Bai Mu's side and said, "My lord, there are too many beasts. This won't work." Bai Mu felt uneasy as well, not because there were too many beasts. He actually welcomed it. His discomfort stemmed from the fact that killing these mechanical beasts did not yield any experience points. Killing them was like a waste. Bai Mu looked at Yi Yin and said, "You take a break. Leave these things to me." After saying that, a green magic circle appeared on the ground beneath Bai Mu. One by one, pure white skeleton hands emerged, slowly crawling out from underground. One skeleton appeared right at Bai Mu's feet, but it couldn't seem to find its way out and pushed upwards, which caught Bai Mu's attention. Without hesitation, Bai Mu stomped the clumsy skeleton back down. After a moment, the skeleton finally emerged from another spot, opening and closing its jaw as if trying to say something. Due to the limited space within the light barrier, Bai Mu could only summon a dozen skeletons at a time. More were still stuck beneath the magic circle. Bai Mu looked at the dozen or so skeletons that had crawled out and shouted, "You guys take care of those mechanical beasts." In the next moment, the pure white skeletons opened their jaws and charged out of the light barrier, grabbing hold of the mechanical beasts and starting to tear them apart. However, They only managed to hold back a portion of them, and more mechanical beasts rushed towards Bai Mu. Bai Mu then canceled the light barrier, which expanded the space, allowing more skeletons to emerge in waves from the magic circle. Each skeleton could hold back several mechanical beasts, and eventually, these dozens of pure white skeletons successfully blocked the mechanical beasts. The tiger-shaped mechanical clan ignored its subordinates and the skeletons, jumping directly to the center of the battlefield. Right in front of Bai Mu. Bai Mu picked up the weakened Yin and tossed him to the back, then looked at the tiger-shaped mechanical clan and stretched. "If I can live longer, why rush to die?" Bai Mu said. The tiger-shaped mechanical clan roared, swiftly raising a paw and lunging at Bai Mu with great force. Bai Mu raised his left hand to block, and the tiger's claw collided with the back of his hand, tearing his sleeve. A massive circular shockwave expanded outward from both Bai Mu and the beast. The ground beneath Bai Mu cracked, sinking him slightly. However, he was unharmed, while the mechanical tiger's claw showed some signs of cracking. In the next moment, Bai Mu swiftly grabbed the tiger's claw, yanking it off the tiger's arm. The tiger-shaped mechanical clan, made of metal, naturally felt no pain and did not retreat from losing its claw. It opened its jaws wide and lunged at Bai Mu, biting into his flesh and exposing the red energy beneath. Then, the cannon beneath its jaw fired again, unleashing a powerful energy blast at such close range that it exploded instantly. The massive energy enveloped both Bai Mu and the beast, sending Yin, who was watching, flying away. As the energy column gradually dissipated, the metal armor on the tiger's head shattered, revealing the internal mechanical parts. Bai Mu had already dropped his human form, appearing in his original appearance before the tiger-shaped mechanical clan. The mechanical clan exclaimed, "No wonder you're so strong. It turns out this is how it is." In the next moment, a black aura surged around Bai Mu, and endless black energy rushed toward the tiger-shaped mechanical clan, creating a shadow impact. A circular wave of black energy expanded in front of Bai Mu, instantly turning all the mechanical beasts hit by this energy into debris, and the only intact patch of ground transformed into a giant pit. Experience 500. Bai Mu casually glanced at the experience panel, then looked at the battlefield in the sky, no longer paying attention to the mechanical beasts rushing in from outside. Those mechanical beasts could be held off by his skeletons. Bai Mu took out the crystal flame and began using the half-mechanical beings in the sky as targets. This action also attracted the attention of some half-mechanical beings, who began firing back with their laser guns. However, Bai Mu immediately activated the light barrier, rendering the robot's attacks ineffective. Chapter 53, Annihilation. The half-mechanical beings circling in the air were drawn away, making things considerably easier as they flew and shot light projectiles behind them. The mechanical clan leader, accompanied by a group of half-mechanical beings, pursued closely. This time, the mechanical clan leader charged up energy again, with intense energy waves gathering at its chest. Its eyes locked onto Hay. As Hay flew in a straight line for about a second, the mechanical clan leader shot out a blue laser from its chest. However, this attack was still dodged by Hay, and at the moment the mechanical clan leader entered its cooldown phase, Hay's wings flashed again, shooting out countless golden rays in all directions. One half-mechanical being after another was hit. Although they did not suffer severe damage, they all lost their cloaking status. Bai Mu also severed his visual connection with Hay. Without that strange perspective, Bai Mu felt more comfortable. Each time he shared Hay's perspective, the erratic high-speed flight made him feel dizzy. Thus, as soon as he shared the connection and determined the general location of the half-mechanical beings, he immediately cut off the link. Now that Hay had revealed most of the half-mechanical beings, it was no longer as troublesome as before. First, Bai Mu actively approached those half-mechanical beings attacking him. Seeing Bai Mu moving the light barrier, Yin, who was sitting on the ground, immediately got up to follow. If he didn't move, he would be outside the barrier, making him a target. Bai Mu fired several shots, but the half-mechanical beings were particularly adept at dodging, making it impossible for him to hit them. In a moment of desperation, Bai Mu used Shadow Impact, but the distance still made it ineffective against the half-mechanical beings. Then, in a surge of excitement, the black shadows around Bai Mu automatically transformed into linear forms, greatly increasing the attack range. Seeing this, Bai Mu shot countless shadow lines towards the half-mechanical beings. Due to the sheer number, these half-mechanical beings were directly shot into scrap metal. Although the damage from the thin lines was not as high as the original, the double damage characteristic of this skill meant that even with lower base damage, The total damage was still overwhelming for these half-mechanical beings. Each half-mechanical being killed provided experience, around 510 points each. After eliminating those attacking half-mechanical beings, Bai Mu canceled the light barrier and began targeting the half-mechanical beings pursuing He with his pistol. Bai Mu loved pulling off surprise attacks like this. His shooting accuracy was much improved compared to before, and those pursuing half-mechanical beings inexplicably turned into scrap metal with a single shot. As time passed, through Bai Mu's ambushes and He's occasional return fire, only a few half-mechanical beings remained. However, Bai Mu was quickly exhausting his energy due to the excessive use of his abilities. Nevertheless, his shooting speed did not decrease at all. Those who dared to chase He were not going to have an easy time. Just as Bai Mu was aiming, suddenly a large hole exploded in his chest, allowing him to see the scene behind him. A broken half-mechanical being with only one mechanical arm was holding a laser gun aimed at Bai Mu. The muzzle still had some energy fluctuations remaining. Just now, it was the surviving cyborg who ambushed Bai Mu while he was distracted looking at the sky. Bai Mu glanced at the large hole in his chest, which was beginning to slowly heal, and then turned around to find the damaged cyborg. Yan, realizing the situation, immediately got up with his ice blade, ready to cleave the cyborg in half, but Bai Mu called out to stop him. The cyborg did not show mercy just because Bai Mu stopped Yan from killing it. Instead, it fired another shot. This time, Bai Mu used his psychic energy enhancement, and the cyborg's laser hit him without causing a ripple. Bai Mu aimed his handgun at the cyborg's head and said, "You can't even kill me standing here. Why not just lie still on the ground and pretend to be dead? Why come out to die?" Bang! The thick energy bullet hit the cyborg at such close range, blowing it to pieces. Bai Mu ignored the remnants and continued to ambush the remaining cyborgs. After a while, Bai Mu had no idea how many bullets he had fired, and after exhausting himself, he finally blew up all the cyborgs. Now, only the mechanical clan leader was chasing after He. Suddenly, the mechanical clan leader, who was originally pursuing He, stopped and no longer chased him. The mechanical clan leader turned around and slowly flew towards Bai Mu, hovering not far above him, and said, "The tiger type has been killed by you, which also made us realize that you are not human." Bang! He seized the opportunity to shoot a small golden beam at the back of the mechanical clan leader, causing the metal armor on his back to dent slightly. The mechanical clan leader glanced back at He but did not retaliate, instead looking back at Bai Mu. Bang! Bang! He fired several more beams at the back of the head of the mechanical clan leader, causing multiple dents to form on his back. However, the mechanical clan leader endured it and was about to speak when countless beams shot towards him, accompanied by a large energy bullet. The mechanical clan leader was struck by numerous beams and then directly hit by the large energy bullet. With a loud bang, the mechanical clan leader crashed down from midair into a pit on the ground. Before the smoke could clear, He flew to a point not far above the mechanical clan leader, and just as he was about to condense another energy bullet at his fingertips, the mechanical clan leader's voice came from the smoke, mixed with crackling electricity. "Can you let me finish speaking?" He looked back at Bai Mu with a questioning expression, and Bai Mu gestured for the mechanical clan leader to speak. Understanding the meaning, He descended to a position a few paces away from the mechanical clan leader, still ready to shoot with a condensed energy bullet at his fingertips. As the smoke cleared, the mechanical clan leader was half lying in the center of the pit, now in tatters with parts scattered everywhere. The mechanical clan leader spoke. "I didn't expect that the high and mighty clan would actually covet such a small resource. It's not a loss to have fought against such a powerful clan for so long." After saying this, the mechanical clan leader fell to the ground and did not make another sound. Seeing that the mechanical clan leader remained silent for a long time, He dissipated the energy bullet at his fingertips and returned to Bai Mu's side. Bai Mu, however, approached the dead body of the mechanical clan leader and started to fiddle with it. Suddenly, a blue light appeared on the body, and a small blue energy ball floated out. Upon seeing Bai Mu, the blue ball immediately sped away towards the horizon. Bai Mu shouted, "No wonder I didn't gain any experience. It really was pretending to be dead." He once again conjured a crystal flame, ready to shoot at the blue energy ball, when a golden beam shot from behind him and hit the blue energy ball first. The blue energy ball was smashed to pieces like tofu. Bai Mu felt an increase in experience, realizing that the mechanical clan leader was indeed dead. However, seeing that this mechanical clan also had such a blue energy ball, and it was particularly weak, he had a strange thought of capturing it as a pet. Chapter 54. The humble survivor. After Bai Mu dealt with the mechanical clan leader, the The other battlefield was still in turmoil between the Chun and Li families. To be precise, they were in the midst of fleeing. Now, there were only a dozen people left from the two families combined. They were originally trying to rescue those trapped in cocoons. Suddenly, a group of mechanical beasts charged out, and in the initial battle, they lost a large number of their subordinates. Seeing this, the head of the Li family took the lead in fleeing, followed closely by the head of the Qin family, and they had been running ever since. After a long period of running, when their stamina was nearly exhausted, suddenly, a figure wrapped in a black robe descended from the sky. The robed figure slammed a fist into the ground, causing a series of large spikes to erupt, piercing through the nearby mechanical beasts. The appearance of the spikes also blocked the pursuit of the mechanical beasts behind them, temporarily preventing them from advancing. The head of the Li family, seeing that a powerful ally had suddenly saved their lives and that the mechanical beasts were blocked, let out a sigh of relief and slumped down on the ground. With the others doing the same, the black-robed figure spoke in a grim voice, "Don't sit here, follow me." The black-robed figure headed towards the leader's mansion. And the two family heads, initially reluctant to move, quickly stood up in fright upon hearing shouts from behind and followed the black-robed figure. After walking for several minutes, the head of the Qin family looked ahead and asked the black-robed figure with a smile, "Are you taking us to the leader's mansion?" The black-robed figure did not answer his question, but instead said, "Leader's mansion, safe." After the heads of the Chun and Li families asked several more questions to no avail, they fell silent and quietly followed behind. Soon, they arrived outside the leader's mansion, where there were indeed no mechanical beasts nearby, and inside, there were several hundred survivors, all from the previous fleeing crowd. Seeing that there was no threat inside, they all squeezed in, those who couldn't squeeze and were killed by the mechanical beasts outside. The members of the Chun and Li families, filled with joy, rushed to the door of the leader's mansion, but the door was tightly shut, and they could see people blocking it through the iron gate. "Open the door, let us in. Those metal monsters are about to chase us," the subordinates outside shouted. But the few survivors blocking the door inside looked coldly at the crowd knocking on the door and refused to open it. Looking for death, the black-robed figure shouted angrily and shot forward from a distance, punching the iron door. The survivors behind the iron door, seeing the black-robed figure's punch coming, hastily enhanced their abilities to prepare for the impact. However, their power was too weak. The black-robed figure's punch shattered the iron door into pieces, and the remaining force directly turned the survivors behind the door into a mist of blood. The survivors inside the leader's mansion, witnessing the terrifying strike of the black-robed figure, all instinctively took a few steps back. But soon after, some people in the crowd shouted, "How can you still kill people in this situation? With one less person? We are in more danger. And now that the door is gone, how can we block those mechanical beasts? Are you trying to harm us?" Others sat in a pool of blood, crying, "You died so miserably." It was hard to tell whether they were genuinely crying or just pretending, and as these cries echoed, more and more people began to join in. Meanwhile, the members of the Chun and Li families were naturally grateful to the black-robed figure. If it weren't for him, they would have been dead long ago. Now that they had finally reached a safe place, they were blocked outside by this group of cowardly fools. The black-robed figure initially paid no attention to this, but as more and more people began to condemn him, he became enraged, and everyone could only see a flash of green light. The loudest group of people was instantly turned into fragments, dead beyond recognition, causing the remaining survivors to instinctively fall silent. But there was still someone who quietly expressed dissatisfaction. The man in the black robe glanced at him, and with another flash of green light, that man was dead. At this point, there were finally no more voices of discontent in the crowd, only the sound of wailing, which was genuine. Even the Chun and Li families, who had originally stood by the black-robed man, were stunned by this ruthless method and dared not utter another word. After a long while, once everyone had settled down, the black-robed man pointed at the dark door and said again, "You two go in." The ones called were naturally the heads of the Chun and Li families. Li's head, somewhat hesitant, said, "Senior, but there are skeletons down there." The black-robed man calmly replied, "Those skeletons have already been killed by me, so hurry up and go in." The two family heads were afraid that refusing would provoke the black-robed man, and in a fit of rage, they might end up like the others. So they had no choice but to brace themselves and go in, with the black-robed man following behind them. They entered the passage and walked all the way to the end, and indeed, they did not see any skeletons. The two family heads finally saw the coveted exchange stone door, and just as they were about to express their emotions, they were suddenly grabbed by a pair of strong hands. These hands grabbed one of each of their palms and pressed them hard against the wall. Both of them screamed in agony. Their hands were directly embedded in the wall, and the strong hands then broke their hands off. After that, the hands quickly repeated the action several times, and in the end, the entire limbs of the two family heads were embedded in the wall in a strange manner. The two family heads screamed in pain, and when Li's head clearly saw the owner of those hands, he screamed while crying out, "Senior, you saved us. But why are you doing this to us?" The black-robed man did not answer, but took off his black robe, revealing a green face to the two men. This person was none other than the extremely evil corpse in disguise, who grinned and said, "Hee, you will know what I am going to do soon." Upon seeing the face of the black-robed man, Li's head widened his eyes in shock. Bai Mu was currently in a place filled with many tiny cocoons, each no larger than a thumb, wriggling on the ground. These were the ones that had exploded from the previously killed blue ball. Bai Mu instructed about 10 pure white skeletons to collect the green gemstones from the foreheads of the dead mechanical beasts and sent a few skeletons to gather the tiny cocoons. Bai Mu, along with He and Yi Yan, also personally bent down to pick up the cocoons. Bai Mu picked one up and held it in his hand, finding it soft and pleasant to squeeze. As he squeezed it, a series of tiny sounds emerged from inside the cocoon, but Bai Mu could not make out what they were. Suddenly, Bai Mu had a curious idea, and he squeezed the cocoon firmly, causing a chorus of tiny cries to come from within. How fun! After teasing it several times and remembering that there were people inside, Bai Mu decided not to play with the cocoons anymore. He collected each one and stored it in his body, not worried that the people inside would suffocate. Because if they were going to suffocate, they would have done so long ago, not waiting this long. Before long, most of the skeletons finished collecting the cocoons in their assigned areas and returned to Bai Mu's magic array. However, one little skeleton was still collecting. Bai Mu found it strange and went over to see what was happening with that skeleton. The skeleton did not know to close its fingers to hold the cocoon. Every time it picked up a cocoon with its left hand, it placed it on its right hand's open palm, causing the cocoon to fall through the gaps. Seeing the cocoon fall, the skeleton would go pick it up again, repeating this process without success. Bai Mu, amused, walked over and patted the little skeleton. At that moment, the little skeleton was holding a cocoon when Bai Mu patted it. The little skeleton turned around, saw Bai Mu, and handed the cocoon to him. Bai Mu took the cocoon and said, "You can go back now?" The little skeleton opened and closed its mouth, looking very happy, and joyfully ran back to the magic array to find its brothers. Thus, Bai Mu, He, and Yi Yan began to work hard collecting these cocoons. However, Bai Mu, being a lazy guy, often joked with He, while most of the work was done by Yi Yan alone. Yi Yan also enjoyed this feeling, as he was rapidly gaining experience and accumulating a few blue gemstones. He planned to give all the blue gemstones to Bai Mu when he returned home, as giving a large batch at once would definitely make Bai Mu happier than giving them one by one. The happier Bai Mu was, the more he valued himself, and the richer the rewards from his sycophant system became. Chapter 55, Birdman 1. After collecting all the valuable items, Bai Mu and the others began to head towards the group of survivors. From the information he gathered from the extremely evil corpse, Bai Mu knew that there were still hundreds of survivors over there, and combined with the hundreds of cocoons they had, it was approaching 1,000. Picking out the people he wanted from this nearly 1,000 would probably take less than 100. The number was too large. It would be too slow for Bai Mu to kill them one by one to judge, so he wanted the extremely evil corpse to quickly confirm. Soon, the three arrived outside the leader's mansion, and the survivors inside looked at the three. He was completely unharmed with no signs of injury. Bai Mu's sleeves were gone, and there was a large hole in the middle of his shirt at the chest, while Yi Yan was in tatters. The survivors looked at these three fierce individuals and instantly felt that they were saved, believing that someone could fight against the black-robed man. Upon entering the leader's mansion, Bai Mu ignored the survivors and went down the dark door with He. Yi Yan stayed above and began his usual work. After passing through the passage, Bai Mu saw the extremely evil corpse and called out to him. The extremely evil corpse sensed his presence and said to the people in the wall before him, "The king has arrived. You are lucky." With that, the extremely evil corpse punched the two people in the wall, turning them into a mist of blood. Bai Mu did not pay attention to what the extremely evil corpse was doing. He took out a pile of cocoons from his body and said, "Little evil, come take a look at these and separate the qualified from the unqualified." The extremely evil corpse looked at the pile of cocoons on the ground and responded affirmatively. Picking one up from the ground, the cocoon started to twist wildly as it sensed it was being held. At that moment, the extremely evil corpse said that one was no good, then pressed hard with his finger, crushing the cocoon and splattering blood on his hand. Although Bai Mu had thought about crushing these cocoons, he dismissed the idea upon realizing there were people inside. Now, watching the extremely evil corpse crush several cocoons, Bai Mu decided he did not want to watch any longer and would wait for the results instead. Little evil, you take your time here. I'm going outside. Just as he was about to leave, the extremely evil corpse called out, "Wait a moment, my king." Bai Mu asked, "Is there something wrong?" The extremely evil corpse took out a palm-sized glass jar from his bosom and said, "My king, this was given to me by Lord Demon Master to deliver to you. He instructed me to give this to a female birdman with a special mark on her leg." Bai Mu took the jar, somewhat confused. "A mark on the leg? Is this asking me to be a pervert? Do I have to look at the legs when I see female beastmen?" However, Bai Mu did not ask further and left with He. After a while, when Bai Mu and He emerged from the dark door, the survivors outside had already divided into two factions, each standing on opposite sides. On the left were mostly human survivors, including some beastmen. But these beastmen were still treated as slaves even now. On the right, however, there were mostly beastmen, and the humans there also held fairly high status. Some humans were closely intertwined with the beastmen. At this moment, Yin was in front of a beautiful female beastman, looking somewhat shy as he asked, "Miss, may I see your leg?" Upon hearing Yi Yan's words, the female beastman's expression turned wary, and she looked at Yi Yan with a hostile demeanor. The female beastman had initially thought that Yi Yan was different from ordinary humans and considered him a good person, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be a pervert as well. Yi Yan noticed the way the female orc was looking at him and realized she must have misunderstood him. He hurriedly explained, "Miss, you misunderstood. I was just taking a look, nothing else." Upon hearing this, the female orc was even more convinced that Yi Yan was a pervert, not knowing how many perverts had said similar words to deceive young girls. Bai Mu, who was behind, also saw Yi Yan with the female orc and recognized her as the bird person he had saved before. Bai Mu didn't expect the bird person to be alive and was curious to see Yi Yan entangled with her, so he wanted to approach. At that moment, the female orc looked at Yi Yan with eager eyes and then thought of something. She asked, "What is your relationship with that young man in white who came with you?" Yi Yan was puzzled by her sudden question, but he proudly replied, "That person is my lord. I am his first exclusive attendant." The female orc understood. This pervert was actually under that young man. Then, seeing Yi Yan's gaze, she made up her mind. Since her body was already tainted, she might as well let this pervert take a look. With that, the female orc rolled up her pants. Yi Yan was initially confused by the sudden change in the female orc's demeanor, but when he saw her legs, he immediately crouched down to take a closer look. Bai Mu, seeing Yi Yan suddenly squatting down like a pervert to look at the legs, was startled and quickly rushed forward, grabbing Yi Yan by the back of his collar and pulling him away to a distance. Bai Mu glanced around to see that no one was paying attention to them, then said to Yi Yan, "Little Yi, how can you tease a young girl in broad daylight? Besides, she has been abused before." Yi Yan, suddenly being pulled away, came to his senses and quickly explained, "My lord, I didn't. There is a reason for this." Before Bai Mu could say anything, Yi Yan continued, "I thought this orc looked familiar since the first time I saw her, so I was looking at her legs to confirm my thoughts." "Oh, what thoughts?" Bai Mu asked. "This orc resembles a powerful orc from my previous life. That orc had a blue eagle-shaped mark on her leg. After my careful inspection just now, she has that mark too." Bai Mu became interested and asked, "A strong one? How strong?" Yi Yan said, "This orc was called the white-clothed assassin in my previous life, specializing in hunting down men who bullied women, regardless of whether they were human, orc, or extraterrestrial. She particularly enjoyed killing humans, so she was also called the Human Slayer, with a strength level of 5. Naturally, most men resented her and wished to kill her, but I was the exception. I thought she was great. So, I secretly collected a lot of her footage and other materials behind my wife's back, which is why I am quite familiar with her." After hearing Yi Yan's lengthy explanation, Bai Mu looked at the bird person again. The bird person, seeing Bai Mu looking at her, shyly lowered her head. Bai Mu couldn't understand how this bird person became strong. Suddenly, he thought of the glass jar that Xiao Yang had given him, realizing there might be some connection. After pondering for a moment, Bai Mu asked Yi Yan, "Do you know how she rose to power?" She doesn't look like someone who would become strong in the future, not even having any special abilities. This question puzzled Yi Yan. He thought hard, recalling his past memories, and suddenly had an epiphany. My lord, I once heard a saying that this white-clothed assassin claimed she wasn't strong in her early years and was also a slave. She was abused by a human to the point of death and was eventually thrown into a garbage dump. With her strong will to survive, she crawled her way out of the garbage dump, but she died just after crawling out. However, at the moment she died, there was a strange phenomenon in the heavens and the earth. That area was surrounded by endless darkness, while the place where she died was illuminated by a golden light. According to her, the moment she was illuminated, she revived, and all her injuries healed on their own. In that golden light was a man in white, with long golden hair down to his waist, obscured features, who smiled at her. Since then, she awakened dark abilities, began wearing white clothes, and started hunting down evil men. After listening to Yi Yan's complete account, Bai Mu was 100% certain that the golden-haired man was Xiao Yang. However, Bai Mu was puzzled as to why Xiao Yang didn't personally grant the bird person abilities this time, but let him do it instead. Was it because of him? Bai Mu thought for a long time and guessed that this shelter wouldn't have been attacked, and the bird person wouldn't have been saved by him. Ultimately, he also connected it to the fact that he wouldn't have been the protagonist. He must have taken Yi Yan's place as the true protagonist because of his crossing over. He hadn't thought much about this before, but now he wanted to ask Xiao Yang. According to the usual narrative, as a reincarnated person, Yi Yan would definitely have to defeat the big boss in the future, and Xiao Yang was the biggest one. Bai Mu wondered if Xiao Yang knew that Yi Yan was a reincarnated person. Both of them were close to him, and he couldn't accept it no matter who left him. Chapter 56. The Bird Person, Part 2. Coming back to his senses, Bai Mu said, Little Yi, you can go look at her legs later. Let's handle the important matters first. Yi Yan nodded and followed Bai Mu back into the crowd. At this time, Bai Mu took out 2 sets of clothes from his body, tossing one to Yi Yan and changing into the other. When the survivors saw Bai Mu take out clothes from his body, some revealed greedy expressions, as spatial equipment was quite rare. Bai Mu quickly stripped off his original clothes and casually tossed them aside, causing a wave of gasps among the female survivors who all rushed to grab the torn clothes. Seeing this, Heijian spread his wings and swiftly grabbed the clothes from midair, storing them away. The female survivors had to retreat back into the crowd, and soon many of the green-eyed men began to quarrel with their girlfriends. Bai Mu secretly watched all this, feeling quite pleased with himself. His charm was indeed strong. Yi Yan, seeing this, imitated Bai Mu and tossed the clothes, but no female survivors rushed forward. Instead, they all distanced themselves from the torn clothes. In their eyes, Yi Yan was a pervert, and anything touched by a pervert was to be avoided at all costs. Yi Yan looked at this scene, holding back tears as he put on the new clothes. The Lord's charm is indeed something we cannot compare to. Bai Mu's ears slightly twitched. He heard this and felt even more proud. Yi Yan also felt his experience increase a bit, and he found a blue crystal in his pocket. So he continued to flatter Bai Mu. Soon, Bai Mu stood on the steps, and all the survivors looked at him. However, Bai Mu did not speak. And Yi Yan stepped forward, saying, From now on, this place belongs to my lord, and you all belong to my lord as well. The survivors dared not say much, as they were no match for Bai Mu and the others. Seeing the peaceful atmosphere below, Yi Yan took out a green gem and said, You should all have this. Right? Now my lord is feeling generous and is giving out points for free. Just 10 green gems can be exchanged for 1 point. The crowd below did not show any excitement, and Yi Yan, seeing the unresponsive crowd, asked, What's the matter? Do you think it's too little? At this moment, a small person stood up respectfully and said, No, my lord, it's just that we have lost everything. And what use do these points have? Yi Yan chuckled and replied, You don't need to worry about that. Since you all belong to my lord now, he will definitely help you rebuild your homes. After a few more words, the crowd finally rekindled their hope. Those with green gems rushed to exchange, while those without went to look for them. As for the mechanical beasts outside, Bai Mu noticed when he arrived that they had mysteriously malfunctioned. Finally, after observing the crowd, Bai Mu left, and Yi Yan began the exchange work. On the way, He said, Xiao Bai, why didn't you assess their character this time? Bai Mu rubbed Hei's face and said, Silly. This way I can maximize their utility to collect gems for me. Tomorrow, we'll start eliminating those with evil intentions. Oh, Hei replied. Bai Mu said, We haven't gone for a walk at night in a long time. Let's take a stroll tonight. It seems we didn't go out just yesterday, Hei remarked. That's still quite a while. Bai Mu said seriously. As night fell, the streets were dark, but Bai Mu's little skeletons acted as lights, each with a lamp on their heads. Bai Mu and He strolled down the street, when suddenly a figure approached from a distance and stopped a few meters in front of Bai Mu. It was the bird person from earlier, a beast man evolved from a blue eagle, now kneeling before Bai Mu. The bird person pleaded, "Please, young master, teach me how to become stronger. I am willing to be your slave. You can do whatever you want with me." The bird person understood that survival in this world required strength, and after learning about Bai Mu's true power today, she made her decision. She had nothing else of value, only her own body, so to become stronger, she decided to follow Bai Mu. However, she had other reasons as well. Bai Mu was her benefactor and handsome, and she wanted to stay by his side, which meant becoming his slave. Bai Mu looked at the bird person and did not speak immediately. He felt that the bird person's heart was truly strong. Despite enduring inhumane abuse for so long, she had not developed any twisted thoughts. The beast still leaned towards kindness, never thinking of harming others, only wanting to survive and one day find a partner to live with. Moreover, her requirements for a partner were not high. As long as he sincerely liked her, she could handle the household chores and provide for the family. What a nice girl, but unfortunately, Bai Mu already had Xiao He, so he had no need for the bird person. Coming back to his senses, Bai Mu directly refused to take the bird person as a slave. "I never take anyone or any beast as a slave, so give up on that idea." The bird person's heart sank upon hearing Bai Mu's words, and tears welled up in her eyes, streaming down her cheeks. Hearing her sobbing, Bai Mu realized she was crying. He quickly reached out, using a power to lift her body while wiping away her tears. "Although I won't take you as a slave, I can help you become stronger." Still with some tears, the bird person asked, "Really?" Bai Mu took out a glass jar and said, "This is for you," gently holding the glass jar with his power. He handed it to the bird person, who carefully cradled it in her hands. To be honest, Bai Mu didn't know how this jar would make the bird person stronger. He just followed what Xiao Yang said and gave it to her. The bird person looked at the black aura sealed inside the jar and felt it was somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had seen it before. As she gently opened the lid of the glass jar, the previously dormant black aura suddenly surged, wrapping around the bird person's hand. "Ah!" The bird person cried out in intense pain, frantically waving her arms to shake off the black aura. Seeing this, Bai Mu wanted to intervene, but he heard Xiao Yang's voice in his mind telling him not to worry, so he stopped his actions. The invasion of the black aura continued, and the bird person's screams echoed around them. Eventually, the screams faded, leaving only the black aura. Bai Mu looked at the black aura in disbelief and said, "Is she dead?" He, standing nearby, silently stared at the black aura and said, "I sense a powerful dark force." Just as he finished speaking, the black aura began to surge again and slowly took on a humanoid shape. Soon, the bird person reappeared in front of Bai Mu. At this point, her wings had regrown, and her expression had turned cold. She emitted a terrifying aura, although it was only at level 1, due to the awakening of her powers. Bai Mu believed she could be invincible against anyone below level 3. The bird person's cold gaze softened the moment she saw Bai Mu, returning to her previous innocent demeanor. She felt an endless power within herself, and she realized she was now whole, truly like an unpersecuted girl. Overjoyed, the bird person knelt before Bai Mu and bowed repeatedly. Bai Mu said, "You really should not thank me. This is what you deserve. From now on, follow Yi Yan." As the bird person reformed her body, Bai Mu felt a connection established between them. She was now his subordinate. Hearing Bai Mu's words, the bird person quickly agreed. But when she realized she would be under the control of that lecher, she worried about what might happen to her. The bird person looked at Bai Mu, who seemed resolute and unwilling to change his mind, and she had no choice but to accept it. After Bai Mu left, the bird person comforted herself, thinking that the lecher was actually quite good-looking, and as long as he pursued her sincerely, it could work out. Chapter 57. Choosing Survivors. The next morning, Bai Mu emerged from the tent. The reason for staying in a tent was that Bai Mu's original place had been destroyed, and the commander's residence was not very clean. After all, Bai Mu had killed so many people inside, so he slept in the tent with He. As soon as he came out, Yi Yan rushed over, followed by 4 little skeletons carrying a large cloth bag that was 2 people tall, filled with green gems. Yi Yan pulled out a small notebook and said, "Your Majesty, there are a total of 6,342 green gems in here." Upon hearing this number, Bai Mu felt somewhat disappointed. He had estimated there should be at least 10,000. Yi Yin explained, because there were originally only 426 survivors, plus the 62 survivors released by the Great Evil Corpse. Collecting this many green gems is already quite a lot. Bai Mu felt indifferent to the first half of the sentence, but was shocked by the latter half. Over 500 cocoons, and only 62 qualified? Yi Yin nodded. Bai Mu's face turned ashen. He had overestimated these humans and figured that the 426 survivors outside Mutant have many left either. He needed to let the Great Evil Corpse lower the standards since he wanted more people to work for him. After gathering the bag into his body, Bai Mu called the crowd together and began to address them. Dozens of skeletons stood guard at various points in front of the commander's residence to prevent anyone from escaping. Among the skeletons were 2 humans and 1 bird person. The 2 humans were the subordinates Bai Mu had recruited in the commander's room earlier. The others he had taken in that night had all perished, leaving only these 2 who stayed in the residence and survived. Bai Mu stood quietly on the steps without speaking, while He and Yi Yin stood beside him. The crowd below was anxious, having seen the Great Evil Corpse and the skeletons, leading to a sense of foreboding. They were shocked to see a human mingling with these alien monsters. The black-robed figure from yesterday had not come out since entering the secret door. Bai Mu had also gone in, and afterward, the Great Evil Corpse emerged, causing the crowd to speculate that the black-robed figure was indeed the Great Evil Corpse. Finally, after a long period of murmuring among the crowd, Bai Mu spoke from the steps. Now you have 2 choices. First, submit to me. Second, leave this place and go into the forest outside. And you are not allowed to return to the shelter. Upon hearing these words, the murmurs among the survivors grew more intense. Some chose the first option, willing to submit to anyone as long as they could survive, while a small number chose the second option, refusing to dance with monsters even if it meant death. Bai Mu looked down and saw that the discussion was almost over, and then spoke again. Those who choose to surrender stand on my left, and those who want to leave stand on my right. Soon the crowd took their positions, with all the orcs and most of the humans running to Bai Mu's left side. Some humans, seeing that their slaves wanted to leave them, tried hard to pull their orc slaves to the right, but they couldn't move them. They began to kick and hit the orc slaves, who merely curled up on the ground, covering their heads and not fighting back. After a while, most people gave up on beating and scolding. But there was one cat-eared girl still being kicked, and it happened to be the black cat Bai Mu had seen when she first arrived at the shelter. However, she had changed owners, now belonging to a fat, big-eared man, who was kicking the black cat girl hard. Bai Mu watched this scene and subtly signaled to He. He nodded and raised his hand, shooting a beam of light directly into the fat man's chest, piercing through it. The fat man fell backward, maintaining a fierce expression, and died on the spot. The black cat girl, seeing this, panicked and crawled into the crowd on the left, where other orcs helped the frightened cat girl up. Now there were a total of 456 humans and orcs on Bai Mu's left, while there were 32 humans on the right. The 32 on the right were all strong and robust, some were villains, and some were good people. Some had fierce looks and clearly appeared to be great evildoers, while others looked gentle and did not seem bad. Bai Mu stood on the steps, seemingly saying and doing nothing, but secretly placed nanobots on half of those 32 people. This was also an item from the exchange stone door, specifically used for monitoring others, although anyone with level 3 strength could detect them. After completing this, Bai Mu looked at the people on his left and said, "The first round of selection is over. Now we will begin the second round." Bai Mu did not move, and the evil corpse walked to the front of the crowd, first approaching the first person and grinning wickedly at him. The person felt a chill as he looked at the green-skinned zombie, staring at him up close. Fortunately, it didn't last long before the evil corpse spoke. "This one is qualified." Then it moved to the next person, continuing to examine them. After more than an hour, the evil corpse finally confirmed all the people carefully. Although everyone had been standing there for so long, no one dared to complain. Bai Mu, however, was bored and yawned, and as soon as the evil corpse finished selecting, he quickly said, "All those who are unqualified, come to the center." As soon as this was said, the crowd began to murmur again, not understanding why they were deemed unqualified. Nevertheless, they reluctantly moved to the center, and when some people attempted to take advantage of the situation, the evil corpse immediately threw that person into the middle, causing them to scream. So far, there were only 12 people on the right, 8 orcs and 4 humans, while in the center, there were 421 humans and orcs. The 12 were all righteous, while the 421 had some selfish desires but were not considered bad people. Bai Mu also placed the last 23 people into the pile of evildoers, as they were not good either. After assigning the survivors in the center, Bai Mu spoke, "Send those people on my right away." After saying this, he was about to leave, but a human ran out from the crowd in the middle. The person pleaded with Bai Mu, "My lord, can you not let my brother leave here?" Bai Mu glanced at the speaker and said seriously, "Your brother is not a good person." The speaker continued, "Even if he is not a good person, he is still my brother." Bai Mu mercilessly rejected the person's request again, and in the end, the person had to say, "Since my brother cannot stay here with me, then please, my lord, let me leave with my brother." Bai Mu had no difficulty agreeing to this request, as the person seemed to be loyal. After agreeing to the person's request, Bai Mu scanned the crowd and asked, "Is there anyone else like him?" As soon as he finished speaking, about 10 more people stood up. Bai Mu agreed to all of them as well, but left nanobots on them. "Since you are brothers, let you monitor these evildoers." After a group of more than 10 people left, there were still 405 humans and orcs left in the middle. Bai Mu took the 12 righteous individuals as his subordinates and entrusted the 405 people to them for supervision, except for Wang Ming and Li San, whom Bai Mu had initially subdued. He did not take any of the others back to his territory, as the shelter needed people to manage it. This place would become Bai Mu's subordinate shelter in the future. As for reorganizing the shelter, that would be left to the 12 people to consider. Bai Mu did not care about these matters and was not good at managing them. Chapter 58. Inspecting the warehouse. As Bai Mu was leaving the leader's mansion, he called Wang Ming and Li San, who was next to him. A group of 5 was about to leave when the bird person also followed them, refusing to leave no matter what. Yi Yin had no choice but to let her follow behind. Bai Mu glanced at Yi Yin with appreciation, thinking that this little Yi would no longer have to do shameful things alone in the house. Although Bai Mu had never spied on Yi Yin, he had deduced from the creases on one page of the notebook she returned and a faint smell that Yi Yin had used the notebook for something inappropriate. After thinking for a while, Bai Mu pushed these thoughts aside and suddenly spoke while walking at the front. "Wang Ming, take me to your warehouse to take a look. I want to take some supplies back." The guards of this shelter nearly all carried a certain type of mass-produced pistol, indicating that it was quite wealthy. Much better than his own home, where they still wielded steel knives. With such a rich shelter, the warehouse must also be quite prosperous. Wang Ming blushed as he looked at Bai Mu and replied, "Yes, my lord." Li San looked at Wang Ming with jealousy. Since that night, the two had been conquered by Bai Mu and had fallen deeply in love with him. Bai Mu looked at their expressions and felt a bit regretful, wishing he hadn't been so mischievous, but he also sighed at how outstanding and handsome he was. Soon, Wang Ming led Bai Mu and the group to the warehouse door, which was locked. Wang Ming did not have the key and could not enter, leaving everyone stuck outside. At this moment, the evil corpse stepped forward and said, "I'm the best at breaking down doors." After saying this, he grabbed the solid iron door, leaving 2 deep claw marks. The evil corpse then placed both hands on the claw marks and pulled forcefully, creating a large hole in the more than 10-centimeter thick iron door in an instant. The evil corpse then stepped aside and gestured to Bai Mu. "My lord, please go ahead." Bai Mu leisurely walked in, and He, who had been following closely behind, was squeezed in by the evil corpse, who then hurriedly crawled in. He looked speechless at the back of the evil corpse before following. The others entered in an orderly manner without pushing or shoving. Once Bai Mu entered the warehouse, he saw that it was as large as a basketball court but contained no equipment, only some daily necessities, with most of it being dry food and canned goods. Bai Mu looked at the dry food and canned goods with disgust, as every meal he had eaten from yesterday until now had been dry food, hard and unpalatable. Before arriving, he had thought that there would be other items in the warehouse, but it turned out to be just these things. However, Bai Mu was still not willing to give up and asked, "Are there any other warehouses, or food other than canned goods and dry food?" Wang Ming thought for a moment and said, "My lord, there must be more than one warehouse, but I found that most of them were destroyed along the way, and the items inside were likely damaged as well." After hearing this, Bai Mu pondered for a moment and asked, "Then are there any other foods?" "Eating dry food every day would get boring." Wang Ming replied, "My lord, rest assured, besides dry food, there are also frozen dumplings, frozen chicken, frozen duck, instant noodles, and so on in the warehouse." Bai Mu had no interest in those frozen items, but when he heard about instant noodles, he suddenly became excited. "Quick, bring out all the instant noodles." Instant noodles are great. They were a staple food for Bai Mu when he stayed at home. Now, even if he drank poison, he wouldn't die, So he didn't care about whether instant noodles were harmful to his health. He just wanted something tasty. Seeing Bai Mu's enthusiastic reaction, Wang Ming hurriedly ran to the supplies pile to start searching. Bai Mu also summoned a few skeletons to help Wang Ming look for the noodles. He and the extreme evil corpse were wandering around the supplies in the warehouse, not sure what they were doing. After a while, a small skeleton happily brought a box of frozen dumplings to Bai Mu. Bai Mu initially thought the small skeleton had found the instant noodles, but upon closer inspection, he helplessly patted the small skeleton's head and told it to keep looking. The small skeleton realized it had made a mistake and energetically dove back into the pile of goods. I found it. It was Yi Yan's voice. At that moment, Yi Yan carefully pushed aside the surrounding goods and retrieved the box of instant noodles buried inside. Just as he was about to say something, the earlier small skeleton snatched it away and handed the instant noodles to Bai Mu. Bai Mu looked at the instant noodles with satisfaction and patted the small skeleton's head. The small skeleton's dark eyes curved slightly, showing excitement. Then Bai Mu summoned a few more skeletons and instructed them to search for more items based on what the small skeleton was holding. Half an hour later, the warehouse had been thoroughly searched, and dozens of boxes of instant noodles were piled up in front of Bai Mu. Looking at the piles, Bai Mu felt it was a bit lacking. It wasn't worth it to set up such a large shelter for just this little bit of food. So he had the skeletons take away half of the frozen dumplings and some canned fruits and fish. In the end, Bai Mu left half of the supplies in the warehouse, which was enough for the few hundred people to eat for a month. As for future transport of supplies between the two places, it would be convenient. Before leaving, Bai Mu asked Wang Ming, "Do you have any trucks here?" Wang Ming shook his head and said, "All the vehicles were scrapped when the apocalypse first began." This made Bai Mu feel a bit overwhelmed, so he asked, "Then why not go to Sherman to exchange for one?" Wang Ming replied, "I heard from the former leader that those things are expensive, and since the shelter is surrounded by forests, we wouldn't need them, so we didn't buy any." After confirming that there were really no vehicles, Bai Mu decided to buy one himself. He looked at his own 20,000 points and thought it should be enough. Soon after, Bai Mu went alone to the exchange portal under the leader's residence. Upon entering, he pressed the crystal ball and clicked on the transportation section. There were cars, motorcycles, and trucks in the first and second level transportation tools. The truck was exactly what he needed, but then he thought about the road conditions outside and dismissed the idea. When he scrolled to the third level transportation section, Bai Mu's eyes immediately landed on a small transport spaceship. According to the description, the ship was 10 meters long, 5 meters high, and 4 meters wide, and it was powered by solar energy, requiring only 5 minutes of sunlight to fly at full power for 6 hours. If not at full power, it could fly even longer, and it could recharge while flying in the sunlight. Bai Mu looked at the price, 350,000 points, and his desire instantly extinguished. However, then he thought of borrowing. He could borrow points from He, who would definitely lend them to him. So he quickly contacted He, not explaining the reason at first, but asking him to come over. He didn't ask much and flew towards Bai Mu at his fastest speed, spreading his light wings. The previously idle Yi Yan and the extreme evil corpse saw He's movement and followed him out, while the Birdman slipped away upon seeing this. Only Wang Ming and the small skeletons were left, feeling a bit confused. On the other side, He quickly entered the exchange portal. Upon seeing He arrive, Bai Mu immediately greeted him with a smile. "Little He, you're finally here. Can you lend me some points?" He replied, "Sure, my points are yours, little Bai. You can use them freely." Saying this, he transferred the points to Bai Mu. Bai Mu saw 10,000 points added to his account and happily said, "You're the best." Little He, Yi Yan, who had been following closely behind, perked up his ears to listen to everything. When he heard the latter part, he rushed in and said, "Great King, I have some points too. You can use them without needing to return them." Bai Mu didn't refuse and directly accepted the points transferred to him. Looking at the 500 points he received, Bai Mu said, "Little Yi, you're pretty good too." Yi Yan felt delighted upon hearing this. He had been waiting for Bai Mu to say this. With a swoosh, an ice-blue energy aura erupted from Yi Yan's body. And in that moment of receiving Bai Mu's praise, he leveled up successfully to level 3. Feeling his newfound power, Yi Yan reflected on how he had struggled through great hardships to reach level 3 in his previous life, while in this life, he had merely spoken a few words to level up. Oh well, but I like it this way. Leveling up quickly is awesome. Chapter 59. Small transport spaceship. Bai Mu looked at the suddenly promoted Yi Yan without disturbing him, letting him stabilize his powers alone. Later, the extreme evil corpse entered and noticed Yi Yan sitting on the ground, stable and calm, and wondered why this kid leveled up so fast. Bai Mu's eyes lit up upon seeing the extreme evil corpse. He still needed over 4,000 points to buy the small transport ship. And now that the extreme evil corpse had arrived, it was just right to borrow some. The extreme evil corpse often went out at night to fight and hunt, so he must have earned quite a few points. Bai Mu explained his reason, and the extreme evil corpse patted his chest confidently, saying, "Great king, you don't need to borrow from me. I'll give it all to you." After a while, Bai Mu looked at the 50,000 points that had been added and gasped. This little evil guy was indeed wealthy. He thought he should pay more attention to him in the future since he had been a bit forgetful lately. However, Bai Mu still prioritized business and directly purchased a small transport spaceship, spending 350,000 points, leaving him with 48,078 points. Bai Mu glanced at the three little cuties who were watching him, then called them out. The three were puzzled but still went outside, leaving Bai Mu alone in the exchange portal, where he thought for a long time. Little Hay loved sweets, so Bai Mu bought a large pile of cakes, chocolate lollipops, and other pastries, storing them in his body. Little Evil loved to play with prey, and after thinking for a long time, Bai Mu suddenly thought of the dazed chicken. He decided to give the dazed chicken to Little Evil to play with when he got home, and also set up an interrogation room. Little Yi loved beast-eared girls, and since he had arranged for the Birdman to be under his command, that could be considered a reward for him. Feeling satisfied, Bai Mu walked out of the exchange portal and led the confused three back outside the warehouse. "Little Hay, could you make the hole in this iron door a bit bigger?" "Okay." Hay clasped his hands together, then extended his index and middle fingers straight out, forming a huge light orb with 4 fingers. Seeing this, Bai Mu felt relieved and cast a light shield around the iron door so that Hay's light orb wouldn't damage anything else outside the door. With a loud bang, the light orb struck the iron door, and the entire door was vaporized. Afterward, Bai Mu dismissed the light shield and took out a small spaceship model from his body, throwing it to the ground. When the model touched the ground, it slowly enlarged, and soon a 10-meter-long small spaceship appeared before everyone. Passers-by who had been watching Bai Mu and the others were astonished to see the spaceship. They had seen spaceships before, but that was before the apocalypse. Ever since that day, everything electronic and advanced technology had been destroyed, making it feel like they had returned to the old days. Now that the new leader had produced a spaceship, how could they not be amazed? Moreover, this spaceship was much more advanced than theirs, and it could even change size. It was truly marvelous. Bai Mu looked at the appearance of the spaceship and felt somewhat dissatisfied. The spaceship was blue, but Bai Mu liked black. However, he couldn't choose the color when he bought it. Now that it had grown larger, he thought the spaceship looked really ugly, but he could only accept it with tears. He planned to try and see if his mirror duplication ability could replicate another spaceship once he got home, and then maybe dye it. Lost in thought, he reached the side of the spaceship, and the hatch automatically opened. Bai Mu walked inside. Next to the hatch was a small kitchen over a meter long, equipped with a heating induction cooker. Opposite the hatch was a U-shaped leather sofa, apparently made from some kind of bird feathers. In front of the sofa was a transparent glass long table, which was empty. As Bai Mu looked further inside the spaceship, he saw a soft large bed. He pressed down on it and found it was even better than the bed in his castle. Next to the bed was a half-meter wide walkway, leading to a platform with a few steps. Bai Mu walked up the steps to the platform, which had a fixed round table and 2 chairs. Above the table was a transparent skylight, perfect for stargazing at night. After taking in all this, Bai Mu couldn't help but complain, "Is this really not a houseboat? Is it a transport spaceship?" After stepping down from the platform, Bai Mu quickly pulled out the manual from his body to confirm that it was indeed a transport spaceship, then followed the instructions to enter the cockpit. The cockpit felt just like driving a car, the only difference being the absence of a gear shift. The space was particularly large, equipped with an air purification device and a temperature control system. Following the manual's instructions, Bai Mu pressed a yellow star-shaped button inside the cockpit. Soon, 2 mini container-like objects, about the size of his fingers, were ejected from the front of the spaceship. With a loud bang, they landed heavily on the ground, and then enlarged into containers the same size as the spaceship. Bai Mu left the spaceship and signaled the little skeletons to put the sorted supplies into the container. The little skeletons moved their mouths in a rhythmic manner, transporting box after box of food into the container. Once they finished loading, Bai Mu pressed a red button on the outside of the container, and it shrank down to a very compact size. He tried to lift it with both hands, but found it surprisingly heavy. So heavy? After enhancing his abilities, He finally managed to lift the container and placed it in the safe inside the spaceship. Clapping his hands, Bai Mu said, "Little cuties, it's time to go home." The little skeletons all moved towards Bai Mu, but he didn't let them enter the spaceship. He said, "You stay here to guard this shelter, and come back when it no longer needs protection." The little skeletons shook their heads vigorously. Although they couldn't speak, Bai Mu understood they were unwilling. However, besides the little skeletons, he had no other subordinates to choose from, so he gently stroked their smooth heads one by one. Only then did the little skeletons reluctantly nod in agreement. Seeing this, Bai Mu summoned a few more little skeletons to stay behind. Finally, after he, the evil corpse, Yi Yan, the Birdman, Wang Ming, and Li San entered the spaceship, the hatch closed mercilessly. Bai Mu looked at everyone in front of him and asked, "Does anyone know how to pilot a ship?" After exchanging glances, Li San said, "My king, I can drive. I used to be an experienced driver, drifting like a pro. I can give piloting a try." Bai Mu immediately agreed because, apart from steering, the spaceship was all buttons. Hearing that Li San was an experienced driver, he appointed him as the pilot, with Wang Ming in the co-pilot seat since no one else wanted to do it. Bai Mu had no choice but to choose Wang Ming. After instructing Li San not to treat the spaceship like a car and drift, Bai Mu exited the cockpit. He plopped down on the leather sofa, with Xiao He on his left and the Birdman on his right, and Yi Yan next to the Birdman, followed by the evil corpse. As everyone settled down, the spaceship started up, but it was very stable inside, with no shaking. Bai Mu finally relaxed, took out a few bottles of juice and 5 crystal glasses. Then he pulled out a large pile of desserts, including a 14-inch fruit cake, placing them all on the glass-long table. "Let's celebrate this victory." Although they had completely overwhelmed the shelter, it was their first battle, so Bai Mu felt it was worth celebrating. Chapter 60. On the way home, as soon as Bai Mu finished speaking, he, sitting next to him, eagerly grabbed a piece of dessert from the table. On the other side, the Birdman drooled at the sight of the large cake, wanting to eat but too timid to do so. Just as Bai Mu was about to speak to the eager Birdman, Yi Yan suddenly said, "Yiling, we're all on the same side. If you want to eat, just take it." Yiling was the name given to the Birdman. She was originally nameless, but Yi Yan knew what her name would be in the future. Thus, he had given her the name in advance, which made the Birdman excited. She finally had a name. However, even with Yi Yan's encouragement, the Birdman still hesitated to take a piece. She looked at Bai Mu with a pitiful expression, and Bai Mu naturally agreed with what Yi Yan said. Once the Birdman got Bai Mu's permission, she excitedly reached out to grab some cake. However, just before her hand could touch the cake, Bai Mu stopped her. "You don't grab cake with your hands." Bai Mu then extended his hand and said, "Little Yezi, the knife." Yi Yan looked puzzled and replied, "My king, I don't have a knife. Your ice knife." Yi Yan then realized and quickly smiled. "Hee, I forgot." With an icy blue energy swirling around, Yi Yan conjured a blue ice knife that radiated cold air. Bai Mu casually held the ice knife, completely unfazed by the cold. He slapped the table with his left hand, and the cake was immediately propelled upwards. Bai Mu seized the moment, quickly swinging the ice knife to slice the cake into 7 pieces. However, he overlooked one detail. The cream on top of the cake was too soft. As the cake fell back onto the table, the cream splattered everywhere. Seeing this, everyone quickly activated their abilities to shield themselves from getting splattered. However, the Birdman seemed to react a beat too late and ended up with a face full of cream. Covered in white cream, the Birdman looked at Bai Mu and asked, "My king, is this how you eat cake?" Bai Mu nodded, and the Birdman also nodded in agreement, naively believing him. The cake was wasted, but the Birdman licked the cream off her face with her tongue and cleaned up the remaining parts on the table, eating everything. It was the first time the Birdman had tasted something so delicious, so she didn't waste a single bite and cleaned the entire cake. Meanwhile, the restless evil corpse stood up and ran to the window to look at the scenery below. Yi Yan closed his eyes and sat on the sofa meditating, and he and the Birdman were competing to see who could eat more. In the small kitchen, Bai Mu took out 2 packs of beef-flavored instant noodles, preparing to soak them when the intercom in the spaceship sounded. Wang Ming's voice came through, "My king, there's a group of armed humans heading towards the shelter we just captured." Bai Mu set the noodles down and said calmly, "Fly the spaceship above them and open the hatch." Before long, the spaceship flew above the group, and the hatch opened simultaneously. The intercom sounded again, "My king, shouldn't the spaceship land?" "No need," Bai Mu said, and then he leaped down, jumping directly from the sky. The group below was already shocked at the sight of the spaceship, and now seeing it flying towards them and hovering overhead, they were utterly astonished. This group of people started exclaiming in shock, and amid the chorus of gasps, a figure fell from the sky. Bang! The person crashed heavily onto the ground, sending those nearby flying a few meters away due to the shockwave. Bai Mu emerged from the pit and spoke first, asking, "Who are you? Why have you come?" The leader of the group, looking honest and not like a bad person, respectfully replied, "We are here to provide support. Li Yun saved my life before, and we became sworn brothers. I received his distress signal, so I brought my brothers here." Bai Mu casually glanced at the group of big men behind the honest-looking man and telepathically contacted the evil corpse, asking him to analyze these people. After determining that their character was good, Bai Mu confirmed they were not lying. He then asked, "Is Li Yun the head of the Li family?" The honest man shook his head and said, "No, he is his brother." After hearing this, Bai Mu did not say more. He stomped his foot and soared straight up to the spaceship. During this process, the people below heard Bai Mu's voice. "You should go back. The Chun and Li families have all been killed by monsters, and the shelter is now under new management. If you don't want to die, go back. You were able to come here safely without encountering mutated beasts purely by luck. If you don't leave now, those mutated beasts that were scared off before will return." Then the group below watched as Bai Mu elegantly grabbed the handrail of the spaceship's door and gradually flew away. One of the younger members of the group said, "Boss, he's so handsome. When will you perform like that?" The honest man shot the younger one a glance and said, "That's not something we poor folks can afford. Let's go home. It seems Li and his brothers are really in trouble. We should go back and pay our respects." The honest man realized from the direction in which he saw the spaceship that something must have happened at the shelter, and hearing Bai Mu mention a new master, he guessed that Bai Mu was the current master of that shelter. Hearing that the Li family was gone, he understood it was true. Holding onto the handrail outside the door, Bai Mu contacted Wang Ming and said, "Quick, open the door. I want to get in. The wind out here is too strong. It's messing up my hair." As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened, but before Bai Mu could enter, a figure flew out. "Ah, help." The person who flew out was the bird person, who had been watching Bai Mu and the group below from the door. So when the door opened, she was caught off guard and was swept out. Bai Mu looked at the frantic bird person and said telepathically, "Don't you have wings? Fly." Hearing Bai Mu's voice, the bird person suddenly remembered that her wings had already healed. She exerted herself, and a pair of blue feathered wings emerged from her back, causing her to flit around in the air. At that moment, Hei reached out, and Bai Mu's hand met hers, pulling Bai Mu back. Once Bai Mu was safe, Hei started eating dessert again. Bai Mu looked at Hei, who was hugging the pastries, and joked, "Little Hei, your eating style is getting more and more extravagant." Hei paused for a moment, then restrained herself and began to eat more daintily. Bai Mu found Hei's behavior amusing, so he didn't continue teasing her. Just after telling Wang Ming to close the door, the frantically flying bird person saw the door close and hurriedly flew outside, shouting. Upon hearing the flurry of sounds, Bai Mu remembered that a bird person had just flown out, so he instructed Wang Ming to reopen the door and let her back in. Once the bird person entered, she exclaimed, "The feeling of flying freely is just amazing." Upon hearing this, the evil corpse felt quite envious. He still couldn't fly. On the other side, Yi Yin appeared indifferent, simply going through his daily life without thinking too much. Chapter 61. Angry Beast Head in the high sky 10 miles northwest of Bai Mu's territory. A group of mechanical soldiers with metal bodies was heading towards Bai Mu's territory. All of these mechanical soldiers had third-level strength, and the leader among them was also of third-level strength. Unlike other mechanical beings, this leader not only had a metallic body but also operated a massive mech. At that moment, he was seated inside the huge mech, which was gray-black in color, and it was jetting out terrifying energy as it flew through the air. The mechanical leader was at the center of the entire team. One of the nearby mechanical soldiers asked, "Will our approach disturb the abyss of demons?" The leader inside the mech replied, "No, as long as I don't use the mech, they won't take action. If I don't use the mech, it's a contest between third-level beings, which doesn't violate the rules." In the forest surrounding Bai Mu's territory, a man in black was wandering around. This man was Xiao Yang, who had come to gather fresh ingredients and was currently picking mushrooms, having already filled half a basket. He picked both poisonous and non-poisonous mushrooms as long as they tasted good. After all, these poisonous mushrooms wouldn't kill anyone. Just then, the group of mechanical soldiers in the sky spotted Xiao Yang below, gathering mushrooms. One of the mechanical soldiers said, "There's an untrained person down there. Should we kill him or capture him to expand our ranks? The leader inside the mech replied, kill him. Those who haven't trained are useless even if captured and transformed. The mechanical leader understood the intention and was about to open fire on Xiaoyang when the leader inside the mech suddenly called for a halt. The mech's leader wanted to take the first blood himself. Then the mechanical leader flew the mech above Xiaoyang, and, considering the unarmed human, the rules didn't apply. He could use the mech freely, and he raised the mechanical arm. Xiaoyang noticed the mech, and, before he could say anything, the mech's fist came crashing down. Xiaoyang simply extended a finger to block this devastating blow. The collision didn't even produce any shockwave, and the surrounding environment remained intact. The mechanical leader inside the mech was taken aback, but before he could say anything, the giant fist of the mech suddenly cracked. The cracks spread throughout the entire body of the mech, which finally couldn't hold up anymore and shattered completely. However, there was no explosion. The mechanical leader stared blankly at Xiaoyang. After a moment, he suddenly accelerated and fled from Xiaoyang, rushing to the center of the mechanical group and urgently ordering all his kin to retreat. At this point, he had no thoughts of attack. Anyone here had such strength that it was pointless to fight. Xiaoyang looked down at the fleeing mechanical group, muttering in confusion before continuing to pick his little mushrooms. Meanwhile, after several hours of flight, the spaceship successfully arrived above Bai Mu's territory. All the beasts outside noticed this large object, finding it curious as it was their first time seeing a flying metal lump. The spaceship didn't stay in the air for long before landing in an open area. Once the door opened, Bai Mu and his group emerged, and the beasts outside quickly realized that Bai Mu had returned. They excitedly shouted, "The king is back." Some young beast children ran to Bai Mu's feet, rubbing against him. Bai Mu smiled and rubbed the little beasts' heads. To be honest, the fur on these beasts was quite soft, especially that of the little chicken person. When beasts were young, they still retained their animal bodies, only standing upright. And it was only when they reached adulthood that they shed their feathers and transformed into human forms. However, the others around Bai Mu didn't have little beasts to rub against, as He was fully armored, and the little beasts were quite frightened. Yi Yin and the extreme evil corpse had one with a serious face every day and the other with a creepy smile, so these little beast men dared not approach them. Only Bai Mu, who was handsome and loved by everyone, always wore a gentle smile and had never shown any fierce expression. Therefore, the little beasts were least afraid of Bai Mu, and every time he came out, they would rush over to rub against him and ask for some candy. The Birdman, Lan Yiling, looked at the heartfelt smiles on the faces of these beast men and felt a bit moved. She indeed had not chosen the wrong group. This was the paradise of beast men. Then she looked at the architectural layout here, which was a bit simple. The beast men lived in houses they built themselves, with some help from little skeletons, but the beast men had not studied construction for long. With the clumsy help of the little skeletons, how could they possibly build decent houses? While rubbing the heads of the little beasts below, Bai Mu looked at his spaceship. Being exposed to the elements wasn't too good, so he thought about building a helipad. While rubbing the beast heads, he began to communicate telepathically with the architect, Lu Lin, but to his surprise, there was no response. So, with a question mark in his mind, Bai Mu shared his vision, and this sharing turned out to be quite something. At that moment, Lu Lin was engaged in a romantic encounter, and Bai Mu saw everything, so he immediately cut off the connection. It was not a good habit to peek at someone else's girlfriend. It turned out that Lu Lin had found true love during these days, a barriered girl. Lu Lin was quite the man, able to handle a bear. Bai Mu didn't want to disturb them, so he left a message in his electronic watch. After giving the little beast men one last rub, he took out some chocolate for them. Just as a little dog beast was about to take it, Bai Mu asked, "Can you eat chocolate?" The little dog beast's mother stepped forward and bowed to Bai Mu, then said, "Your Majesty, my child often gets to eat chocolate from Instructor Xiaolan, so chocolate has no side effects for us." After understanding this, Bai Mu gave the chocolate to the little dog beast, who immediately tore open the wrapper and popped the chocolate into his mouth, starting to chew. After distributing the snacks, Bai Mu sent the little beast men away, who left reluctantly. The extreme evil corpse went out to have fun again, while Yi Yin returned home to resume his duties, starting to clean up the mess the beastmen made while he was away, with the Birdman Yiling following him. Originally, because Yi Yan's return put her in a good mood, Feng Xiaolan felt a bit jealous when she saw the Birdman following closely beside Yi Yan. Comparing her looks with the Birdman, she found she couldn't compete at all, and after a fierce internal struggle, her jealousy disappeared. At worst, she thought, she would be small, and the Birdman would be big. Yi Yin naturally didn't know Feng Xiaolan's thoughts. He only liked beast-eared girls and was looking for his lover from his previous life, a cat-eared girl. As for the Birdman, she only had a slight affection for Yi Yin, which had not reached the level of love. Watching the departing crowd by the spaceship, Bai Mu took He to Xiao Yang's small restaurant. On the way, He asked, "Xiao Bai, do you like children?" Bai Mu smiled and said, "Of course." He then said, "Then Xiao Bai, tonight we..." Bai Mu, after just sneaking a peek at that scene, he already had some thoughts. And now hearing He's words made his heart even hotter, but he couldn't do it. This question had always puzzled Bai Mu. He had all the feelings in this aspect, but his own thing, although it could transform, couldn't be used. He never understood how shadow demons reproduced. Chapter 62. Persistence. With questions in mind, Bai Mu took He to the outside of Xiao Yang's small restaurant. Today, there were no beastmen lining up outside, making it particularly quiet. Outside, Bai Mu smiled at He and said, "Xiao He, don't think about that matter anymore. The main thing today is that we can eat delicious roast chicken again." He was a bit confused by Bai Mu's reaction because Bai Mu was usually extremely excited every night and went to bed very late, but this time, hearing about children seemed a bit unusual. However, when she heard Bai Mu mention roast chicken, she immediately forgot about the children and replied eagerly, roast chicken." Seeing that he had successfully shifted He's attention, Bai Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Others would definitely be eager to dive into bed. But Bai Mu was a bit special. Although he could also dive into bed, having children was impossible for the two of them. So, Bai Mu felt it was better not to mention children, or else He would definitely think it was her own fault that they couldn't have kids. As he thought about this, Bai Mu shook his head vigorously, deciding not to dwell on these troubling matters, and pulled He into the small shop. Inside the shop, there were no beastmen, and Xiao Yang was not among them, which puzzled Bai Mu. Bai Mu sat down with He at their usual spot and then sent a message to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, who was in the big bird's nest gathering eggs, felt the message and stopped his actions. He first asked, "What's up, Xiao Mu?" Bai Mu replied, "I'm back." Where have you been? Why didn't I see you in the restaurant? When will you be back?" "I'm outside. I'll be back at night." "Okay. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up." After that, Xiao Yang cut off Bai Mu's message and left the nest with the bird eggs. The mother bird only dared to fly back to the nest after the eggs were gone, sadly looking at the two remaining eggs. Humans are truly despicable. They always come to steal my bird eggs. Inside the restaurant, He saw Bai Mu's message cut off and eagerly asked, "Xiao Bai, how was it?" He was already impatient to taste that delicious roast chicken again. Bai Mu said, "Xiao Yang said he won't be back until tonight. Let us come back then." He felt a bit disappointed, but didn't show it, quietly responding, "Okay." So Bai Mu took He away from the small shop and headed to where the beastmen lived. Along the way, he stepped on the yellow earth, getting some dirt on his shoes. Bai Mu called to a chicken beast walking along the road. "Why haven't you repaired the road yet?" The chicken beast, seeing Bai Mu, first expressed immense gratitude and then replied, "Reporting to your majesty. We haven't learned how to build roads yet. We are still learning how to read." Bai Mu had nothing to say. He thought that these beastmen would automatically recognize human language when they turned into humans, but it turned out they still had to learn. Bai Mu then let the chicken beast continue with what he was doing and continued to wander with He. In the large wooden villa, in Lu Lin's room, a man and a woman were half reclining on the bed. The man was naturally Lu Lin, and the woman was a bear girl, currently snuggling in Lu Lin's embrace like a well-behaved little bear. Lu Lin had just finished when he suddenly noticed a message on his electronic watch, causing him to startle. The bear girl, surprised by Lu Lin's reaction, asked, "What's wrong, Lin Ge?" Lu Lin lamented, "The king contacted me half an hour ago, and I actually delayed him because of this." The bear girl comforted him, "Lin Ge, it's not your fault. Blame your second brother." Speaking of the second brother, Lu Lin got energized again, and half an hour passed. Meanwhile, Bai Mu and He arrived at an open space and called over a few beastmen to mark out a piece of land. This place would be used as an interrogation room. In the future, captured villains would be locked up here for the extreme evil corpse to punish. While Bai Mu was directing, he suddenly heard someone calling him and turned to see it was Lu Lin. Bai Mu noticed Lu Lin looked a bit weak and thought to himself, "How did this guy spend 2 hours? He doesn't know how to control himself. He looks so pale." Bai Mu asked, "Lu Lin, where have you been? Why do you look so haggard after not seeing you for a few days?" Lu Lin awkwardly smiled and replied, "My lord, I've had a lot on my plate lately and have been too busy, so I haven't been sleeping well. I just took a nap and slept until now." "Oh, Is that so? Then you should go to bed earlier in the future and not overwork yourself, Bai Mu said. Lu Lin felt a bit guilty upon hearing Bai Mu's words, thinking that he had let down the Lord's trust. So he quickly explained the reason. My lord, I was wrong. I wasn't actually sleeping. I was busy for 2 whole hours. I was afraid that if I didn't come, it would delay your important matters. So I rushed over as soon as I finished. Upon hearing this, Bai Mu raised his eyebrows. It wasn't the 2 hours that mattered. The key point was that this kid actually wanted to continue. Was he so energetic? However, Bai Mu quickly regained his composure and said, Don't do such harmful things to your health in the future. You need to exercise some restraint. Lu Lin nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. The bear girl, who had been eavesdropping nearby, was blushing furiously. She thought to herself that she would make Lu Lin too tired to get out of bed tomorrow morning. Back to the topic, Bai Mu pointed to the tunnel behind him and said, We need to set up an interrogation room here within this month. As for the design, that's up to you. He then added, Also, hold more classes for the building orcs under your supervision. Their skills are really too poor. Lu Lin had been attentively listening to Bai Mu, but he felt a bit guilty when he heard about the classes for the orcs. Over the past few days, he had spent almost half of his day with the bear girl, neglecting his group of building orcs. After hearing Bai Mu's words, Lu Lin decided to make up for it. He would reduce his time with the bear girl to 6 hours from now on. While Lu Lin was making this vow in his heart, Bai Mu continued, Also, I just bought a spaceship and am building a larger landing pad. The roads here need some work too. During rainy days, this yellow dirt turns into mud. Lu Lin kept nodding in agreement. Most of what Bai Mu said had indeed been overlooked by him. The bear girl, seeing Bai Mu issue so many commands at once, felt a bit sorry for Lu Lin. She thought to herself that she shouldn't make things difficult for Lu Lin tonight. After all, she had been clinging to Lu Lin every day, and he had gone from being able to spend the whole day to now just half a day with her. The bear girl also felt that if this continued, Lu Lin would soon be worn out. After Bai Mu finished giving orders, he bid farewell to Lu Lin and returned to the Black Castle with Hay. After Bai Mu left, the bear girl hurried back to Lu Lin's room. Soon after, Lu Lin returned, looking at the bear girl with a grin, and said, Little darling, I'm here. Lu Lin decided that everything would start from tomorrow, so he was going to enjoy one last moment now. The bear girl felt a bit guilty towards Lu Lin and sighed to herself, It's all because I'm too beautiful. Sigh. Chapter 63. Conversation. After Bai Mu left, he returned to the Black Castle and sat on a soft sofa in the hall. He poured out all the emeralds and blue crystals he had collected onto the long table in front of him. Clink. A blue crystal fell from the long table to the floor and rolled under the sofa. You naughty little stone. After asking Hay to get up, Bai Mu leaned down to look at the blue crystal that had rolled in, confirmed its position, and then stood up again. He then empowered his hands and lifted the entire sofa off the ground with force. Looking at the blue crystal, Bai Mu said smugly, Do you think I'm an ordinary person? You think hiding under the sofa will save you? Hey, catch this disobedient little gem. Hay quickly stepped forward and pressed the blue crystal down with his palm, carefully grabbing it in his hand. Seeing this, Bai Mu lowered the sofa and they carefully exchanged the blue crystal, which successfully returned to Bai Mu's hand. My lord, what are you doing? Yi Yan, who had come over at some point, asked. Hay quietly sat back on the sofa, took out a few pieces of candy from his skirt pocket, and began unwrapping them. Pretending nothing had happened, Bai Mu turned to see Yi Yan and, though a bit embarrassed, maintained his composure and said, Just now, the mech tribe sent over nanorobots that were hiding in this blue crystal, but I have successfully captured them with Hay. I see my lord is indeed wise. Yi Yan nodded, somewhat understanding. Bai Mu hid the blue crystal behind his back and secretly integrated it into his body, then took out a nanorobot from within and placed it in his hand. Finally, sitting on the sofa, he pinched the small nanorobot and intentionally let Yi Yan see it, pretending to study it for a while before asking, Little Yi, what brings you here? Yi Yan, though curious, didn't think too much about it and immediately smiled, saying, My lord, I'm here to deliver some good stuff. What good stuff? My lord, look. Yi Yan took out a dozen blue crystals of varying sizes from his pocket. Bai Mu's eyes lit up when he saw so many blue crystals and exclaimed, Your licking dog system is really powerful. No sooner had he said that than Yi Yan took out another blue crystal. Bai Mu was shocked again. Really powerful. Then another one. Powerful. Powerful. Bai Mu's smile grew brighter as he repeatedly exclaimed powerful, receiving several more. Just as he was about to shout again, Yi Yan interrupted, My lord. What is it, little Yi? My lord, my system says it can't take it anymore. Please don't say powerful again. or it will be drained. Bai Mu was shocked again. The system actually had limits? And why did it sound so twisted, making it feel like a needy field that was about to exhaust the bowl of the system? However, considering long-term development, Bai Mu decided not to say those two words anymore. He patted Yi Yan on the shoulder, said some flirtatious words, and let Yi Yan leave. Naturally, Yi Yan left with a face full of joy, having gained a lot of experience in just a few minutes. After Yi Yan left, Bai Mu began pouring out the remaining emeralds from his body, but before long, Yi Yan returned again. Bai Mu looked at Yi Yan, who had come back, and asked, "Little Yi, do you have something else?" "My lord, I was too excited just now and forgot to discuss the important matter." Yi Yan then pressed a button on his electronic watch and forwarded some documents to Bai Mu. Hearing the notification sound from the watch, Bai Mu looked at the document. It contained some records from Feng Xiaolan over the past few days, detailing various small matters. Bai Mu looked at the product trading situation. Among luxury items, the level 1 enhancement potions sold the most, while among ordinary items, small cabbage and wooden pork were the most popular. Adding in some daily necessities, they had earned over 20 silver coins in total these days. Looking at this number, Bai Mu curiously asked, "Why only over 20 coins?" Yi Yan replied, "My lord, don't you remember? You only paid wages once. So now, there aren't many orcs who can afford to spend." Bai Mu then realized that he had officially accepted those orcs for less than a month, and they indeed didn't have spare money to buy luxury items. However, with so many orcs in the territory, there must be some earning money through tasks, so the income shouldn't be this low. Bai Mu knew that 1 silver coin was equivalent to 100 points, and with 100 points, orcs could take on a few collection or hunting tasks. Bai Mu shared his doubts with Yi Yan, who responded, "My lord, it's because we have too few management personnel. Right now, issuing tasks, selling items, and handling daily affairs are all managed by me alone. While you and my lord were out for those few days, it was all Feng Xiaolan managing. Now that there are more people in the territory, some tasks are too much for one person to handle. Some orcs see that there are too many people in line and slip away, and when they come back later to take tasks, we are busy with other things again." Bai Mu suddenly realized that the management staff in his territory was indeed too few, so he asked, "What position are you holding now, Little Leaf?" Yi Yan replied, "My king, I am currently responsible for publishing tasks, selling goods, training orcs, exchanging currency, mediating minor disputes, and collecting various data, among other things." Bai Mu stood up and instinctively patted Yi Yan's head, but since the two had similar heights, the scene looked rather strange. So, Bai Mu transformed into an energy body, expanding to 3 meters in size, which looked much better. Bai Mu apologized, saying, "Little Leaf, I didn't expect you to be so tired every day. You've worked hard these days." Yi Yan felt a bit shy from Bai Mu's gesture. After all, as a 7-foot-tall man, he had never been patted on the head by someone else. However, the feeling was quite nice, so he closed his eyes and enjoyed the moment. But before he could relish it for long, Bai Mu stopped his actions and began to pace in front of Yi Yan. Suddenly, Bai Mu said, "Little Leaf, it's too hard for you to do so many things alone. I've already thought of someone to help you share the burden." Yi Yan was touched and said, "For the king, no matter how hard or tiring it is, it's worth it." "My king, stop. Stop. Don't continue." Bai Mu quickly interrupted Yi Yan. Then he said, "I've just decided that the task of training orcs will be handed over to Old Hay." Hearing that someone would help him was naturally pleasing to Yi Yan, but he was puzzled when he heard Old Hay. "My king, who is Old Hay?" Bai Mu replied, "Old Hay is that bone demon. Have you forgotten him since he hasn't appeared for so long?" Upon hearing bone demon, Yi Yan remembered that he had indeed been blocked by a bone demon at the beginning, which led him to become Bai Mu's subordinate. However, the bone demon had appeared too infrequently. Since that incident, it hadn't come out again. When Yi Yan noticed the bone demon himself, it was basking in the sun on someone else's roof, similar to a salted fish. Seeing that Yi Yan didn't seem dissatisfied, Bai Mu continued, "The tasks of selling goods and exchanging currency will be given to the 2 useless ones." Yi Yan knew who Bai Mu meant, Duan Wen and Mao Air, who spent their days idling around Bai Mu's dark castle. Before Xiaoyang arrived, they had even served as Bai Mu's royal chefs, but after Xiaoyang came, they became unemployed and turned into idle salted fish. After considering the tasks they would take on, Yi Yan thought that selling goods and exchanging currency could be done by anyone who could read and do calculations, so he gladly accepted. Chapter 64, Wild Boar. My king. There is one more thing. What is it? Yi Yan said seriously, "My king, in the past 2 days, we have lost 5 ordinary orcs." Before Bai Mu could respond, Yi Yan added, "But my king, Don't worry too much. Xiaolan has already taken care of the families of the deceased orcs. Bai Mu nodded, his body returning to human form, and his expression grew solemn. That's good. Have you found out the cause of death? Yi Yin replied, according to Xiaolan. They died at the hands of mutated beasts. Died at the hands of mutated beasts? Isn't that something that can happen when hunting outside? Yi Yin continued, my king. This time is different. Those mutated beasts ignored your territory and charged into the outskirts, dragging away some defenseless gathering orcs. Bai Mu felt a surge of anger. These mutated beasts dared to act recklessly while he was unprepared. It seemed he had been too lenient with these mutated beasts. Let us go, little leaf. Today we will wipe out all level 3 mutated beasts within several miles. High-level mutated beasts dared to offend him. Killing them would also yield blue crystals, while low-level mutated beasts that did not dare to offend him would be raised until they became level 3 before dealing with them. After finishing his words, Bai Mu began pouring out gems, and after a while, he finally poured out the last gem, covering the entire long table along with the sofa with gems. Originally sitting on the sofa unwrapping candy wrappers, he had to silently sit on the stairs and continue unwrapping, looking at the pile of green gems. Bai Mu didn't count how many there were. He estimated there should be at least over 10,000. He then placed 34 uncopied blue crystals on top of the pile of gems. He extended one hand, and a blue glow appeared on his palm. Then, the glow enveloped the pile, and in the next moment, the pile split in two, becoming 2 smaller piles. The blue crystals multiplied from 34 to 68, and then Bai Mu lunged at the 2 piles. In just a few seconds, the 2 piles of gems were completely absorbed by Bai Mu, all the gems re-entering his body. Bai Mu patted his belly and said, haha, it feels a bit heavy. Seeing Bai Mu pat his belly, Yi Yin was curious and wanted to touch it too, but his survival instinct stopped him. Let us go? Yes, my king. Bai Mu approached He and found her unwrapping a piece of milk candy, so when she had just finished, he quickly reached out and snatched it, popping it into his mouth to chew. Little He, let us go. He stood up. Although Bai Mu had snatched the candy, she worked hard to unwrap. She showed no displeasure and silently took out another piece. Unwrapping the candy while closely following Bai Mu, she was determined not to rest until all the candies were finished. The 3 soon arrived at the outskirts of the territory, where some mutated beasts were already lurking. As they moved through the woods, they could hear the sounds of beast howls. Bai Mu said, Little He, go up and find the locations of those mutated beasts. Okay. She stuffed the candy back into the pocket of her skirt, her silver armor reappearing, wings of light emerging from her back, and flew into the air. Using her powerful vision and perception, she scanned for the locations of all the mutated beasts within several miles below. After scanning for several dozen minutes, she finally confirmed more than 30 suspected level 3 mutated beast targets. When Bai Mu heard over 30, he was momentarily stunned. In such a small area, there were actually more than 30 level 3 mutated beasts. No wonder these mutated beasts had become so bold. If left unchecked, they would become a disaster sooner or later. However, with so many level 3 mutated beasts, it would be a bit slow to rely on just themselves to kill and track them. So Bai Mu contacted the evil corpse. Little evil, are you busy? At that moment, the evil corpse was riding on the back of a giant mutated wild boar, one of its claws gripping the boar's back tightly. However, it didn't cause much harm to the boar, which was struggling fiercely, trying to shake the evil corpse off. Upon hearing Bai Mu's voice, the evil corpse replied, I'm fine, not too busy. Bai Mu, hearing the response, said, If you're not busy, come over, there's something fun. The evil corpse agreed, and after receiving Bai Mu's response, he hung up the communication. At this time, the wild boar, noticing that the evil corpse was talking to itself while riding on its back and appeared quite relaxed, was very displeased. You dare to look down on me, pig lord. The wild boar roared and charged towards a towering tree, aiming directly at the spot where the evil corpse was sitting. The evil corpse noticed and loosened its claws, jumping onto the trunk of the towering tree. The wild boar's calculation fell short, and it glared fiercely at the evil corpse, its nostrils occasionally exhaling hot air. The evil corpse looked down at the wild boar and said, I'll come back to play with you tomorrow. Your corpse lord is leaving now. As soon as the words were spoken, it jumped from this tree trunk to another, repeatedly distancing itself. The wild boar could not tolerate this humiliation, its nostrils flaring with hot air, and it accelerated to chase after the evil corpse. A few minutes later, the evil corpse jumped down from the tree, intentionally landing next to Hay to splash the dirt it kicked up onto her. However, Hay reacted quickly and dodged with an acceleration, then flew to hide behind Bai Mu. Bai Mu saw this and called out, "Little evil, stop bullying little Hay." The extremely evil corpse still bullied Black, sneaking up to bully him in places where Bai Mu couldn't see. However, this happened rarely, as Black almost never left Bai Mu's side. Just then, everyone heard a rumbling sound, and a cloud of dust rose from the left side of Bai Mu. A huge wild boar charged through, crashing into large trees. Bai Mu looked at the wild boar and angrily said, "How dare you come to me?" The extremely evil corpse noticed the wild boar too and said to Bai Mu, "My king, this pig is coming for me. Let me take care of it." Bai Mu glanced at the extremely evil corpse and replied, "Okay." The extremely evil corpse immediately rushed out to confront the massive wild boar. The wild boar, seeing that the extremely evil corpse dared to face it head-on, became even angrier, having always been ridiculed while being ridden. It thought, "Does this little human think his strength can match mine?" With a roar, the wild boar charged at the extremely evil corpse with its long tusks aimed directly at him. The extremely evil corpse didn't back down. His right-hand claw expanded as he reached for the wild boar's nose. The significant size difference made Bai Mu instinctively think that the extremely evil corpse wouldn't be able to hold his ground, so she cast a rejuvenation spell on him. The rejuvenated extremely evil corpse roared, his green armor wrapping around him, and his power surged even more. The wild boar, sensing the sudden burst of strength from the extremely evil corpse, felt a hint of fear, but since it had already charged, it couldn't retreat. The wild boar tensed up and continued to accelerate. Bang! The two finally collided, and the ground at the center of their clash exploded, sending dirt flying into the air. The shockwave generated by their collision spread outwards, snapping smaller trees in half. Bai Mu, watching from the side, was also affected, but fortunately, Black moved her light wings in front to shield her from the residual shockwaves. Seeing this, Yin also hid behind Black's wings, but due to their relationship, he didn't cling to her as tightly as Bai Mu did. Instead, he leaned behind Bai Mu. In the pit at the collision center, the mutated wild boar's long tusks pierced the green armor of the extremely evil corpse, creating several cracks, but they didn't fully penetrate. Meanwhile, the extremely evil corpse's sharp claws dug into the boar's nose, causing it to bleed slightly, but it wasn't heavily injured due to the boar's tough hide. Neither the corpse nor the boar was willing to back down. The wild boar continued to push forward, while the extremely evil corpse grabbed hold of its long tusks. After a prolonged struggle, the extremely evil corpse gradually fell into a disadvantage, unable to match the wild boar's strength. His body was being pushed backward by the wild boar. Bai Mu, observing the extremely evil corpse falling behind, became curious about the wild boar's strength, realizing that it was even greater than the boosted extremely evil corpse. The extremely evil corpse's combined attributes had been enhanced by 50, bringing its strength to 60, yet the wild boar still surpassed him. Bai Mu let go of one hand, conjured a crystal flame, and shot a light bullet at the wild boar's back. Boom! The light bullet exploded on the boar's back. Bai Mu then received data on the wild boar, noting that its strength was 63, slightly higher than the extremely evil corpse's. And it was this slight edge that had put the extremely evil corpse at a disadvantage. The wild boar froze momentarily due to the sudden sneak attack, giving the extremely evil corpse the opportunity he needed. He seized the wild boar's long tusks with both hands, exerting all his strength, veins bulging on his forehead from the effort. In the next moment, he lifted the entire wild boar off the ground. The wild boar let out a tremendous roar as its four legs flailed in the air. The extremely evil corpse slammed the wild boar down onto the ground, creating a massive pit and sending dirt flying everywhere. However, he didn't stop there. He raised the wild boar again and slammed it down repeatedly. The wild boar howled in pain, unable to exert any force with its legs off the ground. When the extremely evil corpse saw that the wild boar was weakening, he finally threw it into the air and jumped up, adding a finishing blow with his fist. The wild boar was sent flying, crashing into more than 10 trees before finally stopping, its body covered in spikes. As the extremely evil corpse landed and prepared to boast about his victory, the wild boar stood up again, shaking off the spikes covering its body. It let out a furious roar at the extremely evil corpse before turning and fleeing. Seeing this, Black accelerated and fired a massive light bullet, hands clasped together, hitting the wild boar's side where it had been injured. The light bullet completely merged into the boar's body, but did not explode. The extremely evil corpse laughed when he saw the wild boar unharmed, saying, "You foolish angels still want to show off. How naive." Black, seeing that the light bullet hadn't exploded, stood there with a dejected expression. Bai Mu, noticing Black's disappointment, went forward to comfort her and encourage her. Suddenly, the wild boar exploded, with not a single piece of intact flesh left, and the meat around the wound was charred. Dead beyond recovery. The extremely evil corpse was taken aback and then looked at Black, who was looking smugly at him with a slight smile, which infuriated the extremely evil corpse. Bai Mu didn't notice the little expressions between the two. She was still unable to move freely and needed to comfort Black. So she asked Yin to collect the blue crystal stones from the exploded wild boar, and the group continued their journey. Although Bai Mu wanted to keep holding Black, it was inconvenient to travel that way, so she reluctantly let go. Along the way, Black occasionally fed Bai Mu peeled candies, which she happily accepted. Yin, watching the two, felt regretful, thinking, "The king loves candy so much. I should have brought some." The extremely evil corpse somehow managed to find a few wild fruits, and, with a kind expression, offered them to Black as an apology. Bai Mu nodded approvingly at the extremely evil corpse, thinking that this was how things should be, with everyone getting along happily. However, Black refused to accept the wild fruits from the extremely evil corpse, stubbornly rejecting them, even when Bai Mu tried to persuade her. So, Bai Mu had to take a fruit for herself, intending to eat it, but the extremely evil corpse reached out to snatch it away. Bai Mu quickly dodged that hand, looking at the extremely evil corpse in confusion, but before she could respond, Black also reached for the fruit. Seeing Black coming to snatch it, Bai Mu smiled and didn't dodge, allowing Black to take the fruit. To her surprise, Black didn't keep it or eat it, but simply threw it away. Bai Mu was even more puzzled and reproached Black, saying, "Little Black, why treat the kind gesture of little evil like this?" Black, looking aggrieved, replied, "Little Bai, the bad zombie wants to give me a poisonous fruit." After hearing this, Bai Mu looked at the extremely evil corpse, who adamantly denied it. Yin, not having heard the conversation among the three, had already run to where the fruit fell and picked it up. The fruit looked quite pretty. Why did everyone refuse it? Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, Yi Yin took a big bite out of the fruit. "Ah!" Yi Yin screamed, then opened his mouth, spewing out a large cloud of green toxic mist, which turned the nearby trees from lush green to withered branches and leaves in just a few seconds. "This fruit is highly poisonous," Yi Yin shouted, and although the toxicity wasn't lethal to him, it caused his mouth to swell up like two big sausages. Upon seeing Yi Yin like this, Bai Mu imagined how Black or she herself would look if they ate the fruit, causing her to shiver all over. Bai Mu glared at the extremely evil corpse, who lowered his head and said, "My king, I was wrong." Bai Mu couldn't truly punish the extremely evil corpse. So after symbolically scolding him a few times, the group continued searching for the level 3 mutated beasts. On the road, the extreme evil corpse and Black just couldn't coexist harmoniously. The extreme evil corpse would always take the opportunity to strike Black's back when White Mu was not paying attention. Black would always hold back and wait for a moment when the extreme evil corpse was careless to retaliate, but naturally, he wouldn't let White Mu know about it. Later, Yi Yin, who witnessed the whole scene, was completely stunned. It was terrifying. He didn't expect these two adults to have such a side. Yi Yin then thought of his little Lon and Birdman, imagining whether the two girls would also secretly make small moves behind his back like this. White Mu also noticed something strange between Black and the extreme evil corpse, but he naturally didn't catch their small actions. He only noticed why they were still wearing armor when not in battle, and that little evil sometimes had a weird expression while little Black would occasionally make a soft sound, as if someone had patted her when she wasn't paying attention. Thus, while looking at the extreme evil corpse in Black, White Mu completed the journey and finally reached the hiding spot of the mutant beast. White Mu squatted down in the grass, secretly observing the mutant beast, thinking about how to surround the tiger-type mutant beast later. Just then, Black was about to hit the extreme evil corpse when the extreme evil corpse grabbed her hand. The extreme evil corpse said, "We've arrived at our destination. Let's pause for now." Black stubbornly replied, "You started it first, you bad zombie. If we're pausing, let me hit you a bit more." Naturally, the extreme evil corpse was unwilling and held onto Black's hand tightly, so Black extended her other hand, but was also caught. Yi Yin, with his sausage lips, stepped forward and said, "Stop arguing. You two adults, don't fight, just hit me instead. Seeing Yi Yin trying to mediate, Black used her strength to break free from the extreme evil corpse's grip and walk towards Bai Mu. After all, it was her fault that she dropped the fruit, causing Yi Yin to end up like this, so she decided to let it go for Yi Yan's sake. The extreme evil corpse looked at the disadvantaged Black and chuckled proudly. Little girl, you're still too young to fight with me. He then turned to Yi Yin and said, you did well. I'll teach you a few moves when we get back. Yi Yin waved his hand to indicate it wasn't necessary, as these were things he should do. As a male compatriot, he should help his fellow man. Chapter 66. Dance of the Worms. Bai Mu felt Black come to his side and said, Little Black, later when we get to the sky above that mutant tiger, drop me down. I'll unfold the light curtain to trap it, and then we can eliminate this mutant tiger together. Okay, Black responded. At that moment, the extreme evil corpse also ran to Bai Mu's side and squatted down, watching the mutant tiger together with him. After a while, Bai Mu finally saw the mutant tiger turn around. Little Black now. All right. Black tightly held on to Bai Mu's waist and shot up into the sky. The mutant tiger sensed something and looked back towards the grass, but found nothing moving. At this time, Black took Bai Mu to the sky above the mutant tiger, which still hadn't noticed. Bai Mu said, Little Black, right here, let me down. Black released her grip, and Bai Mu dove straight down from the height. To avoid changing clothes every time they battled, Bai Mu transformed into his original form in advance, and his clothes also became energy. A swelling blood-colored energy body fell from the sky, but Bai Mu overestimated the mutant tiger's alertness. It acted like a fool. Just as Bai Mu was about to crash into it, the tiger finally reacted and hurriedly dodged. But it was too late. One of its front paws was directly smashed by Bai Mu's body. The mutant tiger didn't put up a fight like the previous mutant beasts. After having its leg broken by Bai Mu, it howled frantically on the ground, rolling around. Bai Mu looked at the mutant tiger and couldn't even be bothered to activate the light curtain. Let's kill it now, the extreme evil corpse said from the grass. Then, it launched its entire corpse bomb into the air, preparing to strike a cool pose to finish off the mutant tiger. However, Black was a step ahead of him and shot a light bullet at the mutant tiger's wound. The speed of the light bullet far surpassed that of the extreme evil corpse, and since the extreme evil corpse took some time to pose, Black successfully claimed the mutant tiger's head. The extreme evil corpse regretted it immensely, thinking that it shouldn't have posed. Black had already taken 2 heads from him, and the king would definitely value Black more. Over here, after being hit by the light bullet, the mutant tiger exploded into pieces, looking nothing like a level 3 mutant beast. Knowing that the mutant tiger was so weak, Bai Mu nonchalantly transformed back into his human form and was about to leave when a piece of its flesh twitched slightly. Then, a worm, the size of an earthworm, crawled out and headed straight for the back of Bai Mu's head. Seeing this, Black quickly fired dozens of light beams at the worm. Although the worm was ambushing, it couldn't outrun the speed of light. After Black finished shooting, Bai Mu finally felt something and turned to look at Black in the sky, asking, Little Black, what's wrong? Black quickly descended and came to Bai Mu's side, pointing at the severed worm, and said, Little White, this worm just tried to ambush you. Bai Mu looked at the spot Black was pointing to. It was a charred little worm. The extreme evil corpse also looked over, and then stepped forward to pick up the worm, saying, King, don't listen to her nonsense. What danger could this little worm pose? Black retorted, It is dangerous. The extreme evil corpse didn't believe it, thinking Black was just trying to get the king to look at her more. But at that moment, the charred worm suddenly started wriggling and burrowed into the extreme evil corpse's finger, causing it to dance in place. Ha! It's so itchy. It's so itchy. The extreme evil corpse laughed while dancing, and the worm, still not satisfied, crawled from its finger into its arm. Black looked at the dancing extreme evil corpse and said, Serves you right. Bai Mu said, All right, stop messing around. How do we get little evil back to normal? Cut off his hand. The worm is still in his arm. Bai Mu was startled. If we cut off little evil's hand, can he still recover? Yes. Bai Mu didn't act immediately because little Black had a somewhat schadenfreude expression, and considering the relationship between the extreme evil corpse and Black, he had to think carefully. Bai Mu said, Little Black, look at me. Black, who was originally covering her mouth and giggling, immediately suppressed her laughter upon hearing Bai Mu's words, staring at him with wide eyes. Bai Mu wanted to test whether she was lying, but with Black looking at him like that, he felt a bit shy. He pinched Black's little face and asked, You're really not lying to me? Black obediently nodded. Alright, then let's cut off Little Evil's hand. Bai Mu turned to Yin, who had been watching quietly. It's up to you. Upon hearing that the king would entrust such an important task to him, Yin was immediately moved to tears. While Yin was getting emotional, the extreme evil corpse shouted, "Hey, kid Yi, stop daydreaming and come save me." Huh? Yin snapped back to reality at the extreme evil corpse's call. He raised his finger like a sword above his head, ready to charge up again. The extreme evil corpse shouted again, "Ha ha, stop posing. Hurry up. Ha ha." Xianbing slash. Yin slashed down directly, and the extreme evil corpse also removed the green armor on its arm, allowing the Xianbing slash to easily sever the extreme evil corpse's arm. After losing its arm, the extreme evil corpse immediately returned to normal, then looked at its arm lying on the ground and shouted, "Damn worm, just wait and see how I deal with you." With that, it spewed out corpse mist. A mass of green fog surged from the extreme evil corpse's mouth and fell onto the severed arm. This green mist immediately turned the nearby grass into yellow dirt, leaving no dead branches behind, turning everything into ash. And both the extreme evil corpse's severed hand and the worm turned to dust. Bai Mu, seeing this green mist, quickly picked up Black and jumped back a large step. He certainly didn't want himself and Little Black to end up like sausage lips. Yin looked at the familiar corpse mist and couldn't help but think of the fruit from just now. It turned out that the fruit was indeed formed from the toxic mist of the extremely evil corpse. After the bug turned to ashes, Bai Mu received a prompt sound and gained 500 experience, while the previous tiger did not gain any experience. It seems that this bug is the real third-level mutated beast. After all, even the extremely evil corpse was affected. After confirming that the bug was dead beyond recovery, the extremely evil corpse's severed hand slowly grew a green, tender little hand. Before long, it had transformed to look just like the original arm, and the extremely evil corpse happily shook its new arm. Then, as the extremely evil corpse instinctively glanced at Bai Mu, it found that Hei was playfully sticking out her tongue. The extremely evil corpse felt another surge of anger. This angel could clearly see that the bug was on its arm and could have easily killed it with light, but she just wouldn't do it. It made him jump around awkwardly for so long, yet he couldn't say much because Hei hadn't lied to the king. Cutting off his hand really did save him. The extremely evil corpse looked at the smug Hei and was plotting when to deal with her when she was alone. He didn't want to go back to how things were before. Hei often hung out with Bai Mu, who was a slacker, naturally turning Hei into a slacker as well. While he fought outside every day, now his strength had already surpassed Hei by a large margin, and when the time came, he could set up a forbidden space array, and then he could train Hei however he wanted. Chapter 67. The extremely evil corpse causes trouble again. Bai Mu cleared the ash, stored the blue crystal inside, and sent Hei to scout the location of the next mutated beast in the air. Without saying much, Hei rushed up into the sky and quickly found another mutated beast. It was a wolf-type mutated beast with an especially large tail. However, before Bai Mu could ask for more details, Hei said, "Shall Bai? We cleared 2 third-level mutated beasts earlier, but there are still 33 third-level fluctuations. Not one has decreased. No decrease. But the 2 new third-level fluctuations are a bit weak and also far from us." The extremely evil corpse, who was eavesdropping on their conversation, was curious, originally. Bai Mu coming out to hunt mutated beasts made him feel like the sun was rising from the north. Now hearing them discuss, the extremely evil corpse couldn't help but interject, "My king, isn't it good to have many mutated beasts? There are plenty of crystals to be gained." Bai Mu replied, "Of course, having many crystals is good, but our goal is to eliminate all the nearby third-level mutated beasts. We can't let them threaten my territory anymore." Hearing Bai Mu's response, the extremely evil corpse suddenly realized, "My king, if you think this way, then we can only clean out the mutated beast nests. Otherwise, the third-level mutated beasts will keep appearing endlessly." Mutated beast nests? If we clean them out, won't the mutated beasts just settle in another place? Seeing that Bai Mu thought of the nests as ordinary dens, the extremely evil corpse shook its head and explained, "My king, this nest is not that nest. The reason there are so many mutated beasts on this planet is that every place has several nests that continuously produce mutated beasts. As long as the number of mutated beasts decreases to a certain value, new mutated beasts will hatch from the nests. That's why no matter how many you kill, you'll never finish them off. Otherwise, how could so many mutated beasts survive in this small forest?" After explaining a long paragraph, Bai Mu didn't understand everything, but he got the gist. No wonder Xiao Yi had gained so many points. He didn't know how many mutated beasts he had killed. Yet there were still so many in this forest. Now that he understood the reason, Bai Mu decided to continue being a slacker after finishing this day. If they cleaned out the nests, there would be no points to earn in the future. So Bai Mu still decided to build a wall for his territory, first to block the attacks of mutated tigers. Since he had already planned to be a slacker, Bai Mu didn't intend to continue attacking mutated beasts. He would leave those to Xiao Yi and the other subordinates. Then Bai Mu took out several folding tables and chairs from his body, followed by a heating stove that utilized light energy. He also pulled out a box of instant noodles, a kettle, and several sets of bowls and chopsticks. Since we're already out here, let's have a picnic. I've never had one before. Bai Mu opened the instant noodles in his hands, and Hei, seeing the instant noodles, reached out to pinch a small piece and put it in her mouth. Then she said seriously, "Xiao Bai, this doesn't taste very good." Bai Mu looked at Hei's serious face and said, "Instant noodles aren't eaten like that. They need to be soaked in hot water." Then Bai Mu busied himself, adding some silly eggs, pickled sausages made from wood pigs, and some small greens. The extremely evil corpse yawned repeatedly while watching from the side, without raw meat. He couldn't muster any energy, so he sat down and fell asleep. Hei, however, was full of interest watching Bai Mu cook. She could already smell the aroma of the instant noodles. Moreover, this method was especially simple, and she could learn to make it too. Then she could make instant noodles for Xiao Bai every day, and Xiao Bai would definitely like her even more. On the other side, Yi Yan also smelled the aroma of the instant noodles, and he was drooling. Since coming with Bai Mu to that shelter, he hadn't eaten anything at all. His stomach was still empty, and although ability users could go days without eating, with such an enticing thing in front of him, how could he still control himself? So Yi Yan grabbed a bowl and chopsticks, waiting for Bai Mu to finish. Soon, the instant noodles were ready. Each bowl contained 2 silly eggs, 2 pieces of greens, and several slices of wood pig meat. Bai Mu's cooking skills weren't very good, so they were a bit ugly. However, Bai Mu arranged them like Xiaoyang, and overall, it didn't look too bad. Yi Yan took his bowl and slurped in a big mouthful. Then he picked up the greens and wood pig meat and swallowed them whole, followed by slurping up the noodles. Bai Mu also wolfed down the noodles, while Hei first picked up a small piece of noodles, sniffed it with her nose, and then sucked it into her mouth. After tasting the flavor of the noodles, Hei showed a happy expression, and then, taking advantage of Bai Mu and Yi Yan's inattention, she turned around and made some slurping sounds. When the extremely evil corpse woke up, Bai Mu and the others had already eaten all the noodles, and the 3 of them, satisfied and full, were sprawled on the folding table, sleeping soundly. The extremely evil corpse saw this scene and revealed a wicked smile. The opportunity had come. Sneaking quietly to Bai Mu's side, it carefully poked Bai Mu's cheek. After finding that Bai Mu didn't react, it reached out to pinch him. Hee hee. I actually pinched the king. After playfully tugging at Bai Mu's ear, the extremely evil corpse went to Hei's spot. The extremely evil corpse gently patted Hei's back and saw that she was really asleep, so it smiled even more brightly. Smack! The extremely evil corpse struck Hei hard. Then, with the fastest speed of its life, it returned to its original position and closed its eyes. Hei was so startled that she jumped up like a frightened kitten and happened to see the extremely evil corpse returning to its spot. Hei's little face turned red as she looked at the extremely evil corpse with resentment. But this commotion also awakened Bai Mu, who, half asleep, looked at Hei's flushed face and chuckled before hugging her and going back to sleep. Hei was being held by Bai Mu, but was afraid of waking him. So she didn't push him away and instead wrapped her arms around Bai Mu. At this moment, the extremely evil corpse opened its eyes. Looking at Hei's resentful face and seeing that she couldn't move, it was filled with smugness. Then, it made a face at Hei and found that she could still endure. So it became even more relentless. The extremely evil corpse ran behind Bai Mu, poking Hei's face with its hand, and when it saw that Hei couldn't do anything, it started to mess with her hair. However, just when it was feeling the most smug, Hei found an opportunity and bit down on the extremely evil corpse's index finger and wouldn't let go. The extremely evil corpse wanted to scream in pain, but was afraid of startling Bai Mu, so he had to hold it in. The more the extremely evil corpse moved, the more force Black would use, and with Black's small tiger teeth, it hurt even more. With no other choice, the extremely evil corpse had to beg for mercy from Black, but Black wouldn't relent. Finally, after repeatedly calling her good sister and promising not to misbehave again, Black finally let him go. The extremely evil corpse truly stopped causing trouble and returned to his original position alone. He began to plan for a good opportunity, vowing not to act recklessly again and making sure that this angel would not take advantage of him next time. Just then, Bai Mu suddenly woke up and found himself tightly pressed against Black. Black noticed Bai Mu waking up and, feeling a bit awkward because their faces were too close, asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Bai?" Bai Mu, unlike Black, looked at him with a somewhat aggressive gaze and said, "Xiaoyang told me he has returned." Then we will have delicious food to eat again." After Bai Mu gave Black a little oiling, the four of them returned directly along the same path to their territory. Chapter 68. The life of a god. As soon as the four of them returned to the territory, the extremely evil corpse found an excuse to sneak away. On the surface, he had slipped away, but in reality, he was hiding in the shadows waiting for the right moment, planning to tease Black when she was alone. He still had many good ideas he wanted to implement on Black, and since he had misbehaved once, he couldn't help himself anymore. After the extremely evil corpse slipped away, the other three continued towards the small restaurant. Along the way, Bai Mu suddenly sensed that the nanobots he had sent out had returned on their own. More than a dozen nanobots flew in from the air, and Bai Mu extended his palm, causing these small nanobots to stop in his hand. After establishing contact with the nanobots, Bai Mu discovered that the evildoers who had been driven out of the shelter had almost all perished. Those evildoers had been wandering in the forest, thinking that since they had been expelled from this shelter, they could take the opportunity to invade another shelter and occupy it. Even if they couldn't take over, with their strength, they could still thrive in that shelter. However, they encountered a returning beast herd halfway and ended up as prey for the mutated beasts. But some managed to escape, running to other places. Though the nanobots left by Bai Mu were still monitoring them. The nanobots in Bai Mu's hand returned because they had lost their targets to monitor. After learning the reason, Bai Mu tapped the nanobots with his index finger and reabsorbed them into his body, continuing towards the restaurant. When they reached the entrance, Yi Yin suddenly said, "My lord, I have to get busy." Although Yi Yin wanted to follow Bai Mu inside, he currently had no reason to stay by Bai Mu's side. He planned to find a random excuse to report work tomorrow and then hang around Bai Mu. If he spent all day just wandering in front of Bai Mu, he was worried people would say he had strange sexual orientations. But if he had a reason to find Bai Mu, then he could openly hang around him. Go ahead, Bai Mu replied. So, Yi Yin slipped away, rushing into the room and calling for Birdman and Xiao Lan, asking them if anything had happened while he was gone. Bai Mu looked around and saw that only Xiao He was left. Black also noticed Bai Mu's gaze and looked back at him. Bai Mu reached out and gently poked Black's nose, not saying anything, then pushed open the restaurant door and took Black inside. At that moment, Xiao Yang was already in the kitchen, wearing an apron and preparing ingredients. He knew that Xiao Mu would definitely come back for food, so he had started preparing in advance. Sure enough, after Bai Mu entered, he sat in his usual spot, not saying a word, holding a chopstick and waiting for food. Black, although not acting like Bai Mu, sat obediently in her chair. But her eyes were constantly glancing at the pot and the plucked chicken nearby. After arranging the ingredients, Xiao Yang said, "This time the fried rice is a bit different. I found some mushrooms and some snaketail sparrow eggs. After you eat, give me your feedback." "Okay." Bai Mu naturally didn't hear him clearly and nodded in agreement. After Xiao Yang beat the eggs, he began to take out the mushrooms he had foraged during the day, and a small transparent airflow appeared around his index finger. He used this small transparent airflow to cut the mushrooms. The first few mushrooms were fine, but when Xiao Yang cut a colorful mushroom, a black, viscous liquid flowed out as soon as it was cut open. The nearby mushrooms were directly corroded away, releasing a pungent gas during the corrosion process. Bai Mu, who had been looking forward to it, immediately turned pale and covered his nose upon smelling the odor. Seeing the source of the smell, he pointed at the mushroom and exclaimed, "Xiao Yang, what the hell is this?" Xiao Yang was also choked by the pungent smell of the mushroom, but he was a bit puzzled, thinking it hadn't been like this when he picked it. Then Bai Mu watched as Xiao Yang put the colorful mushroom into his mouth and began to chew. The taste is okay. Xiao Yang concluded that the mushroom only smelled pungent, but still tasted fine. However, Bai Mu was mainly worried not about the smell, because he had eaten stinky tofu before that smelled bad, but tasted good. What Bai Mu feared the most was the mushroom's corrosiveness, comparable to sulfuric acid. Bai Mu asked Xiao Yang, "This mushroom won't really kill anyone, will it?" Xiao Yang looked straight into Bai Mu's eyes and asked, "Do I look like someone who's about to die?" Bai Mu naturally turned his head away, not daring to look. He was not like Xiao Yang, whose skin was thick. Being stared at directly by someone of the same sex made him shy to the point he couldn't meet their gaze. After a while, 2 plates of egg fried rice were served on the table. The fried rice didn't differ much from before, still emitting an enticing aroma. But Bai Mu didn't move right away. Seeing that Bai Mu hadn't started eating, Black, although desperate to eat, also didn't take the initiative. Seeing this, Xiao Yang, feeling frustrated, patted Bai Mu on the head, then took a prepared spoon and scooped up a spoonful of rice to eat. After wiping his mouth with a napkin, he said, "Is it okay now?" Bai Mu waited a moment, and seeing that Xiao Yang was indeed fine, he picked up the spoon. Black, seeing Bai Mu pick up the spoon, immediately did the same. Without waiting for Bai Mu to start, she began to eat her portion. After a while, Bai Mu happily burped. The reason he was only full after eating 1 bowl was that he had already eaten quite a bit in the wild earlier. Sitting in his seat, Bai Mu sighed. If only there were an automatic feeding machine, lying on the sofa, hugging Xiao He, and having food delivered to my mouth. That would be the life of a god. Hearing Bai Mu's words, Black felt a bit shy, while Xiao Yang shook his head in disbelief. This little Mu was hopeless, a salted fish reaching a certain level. Then Xiao Yang interrupted Bai Mu's daydreaming, asking, "How about it? Is this cooking method better than the previous one?" Bai Mu, interrupted, didn't get annoyed. At least half of the fantasy had come true, and he could now lie on the sofa hugging Xiao He while eating fruit. As for Xiao Yang's question, Bai Mu racked his brain for a long time but couldn't come up with an answer. It was all because he had eaten too eagerly and hadn't been able to distinguish the flavors. So Bai Mu suggested, "How about another bowl?" Xiao Yang shot him a glance before turning around and heading back to the kitchen. Bai Mu, having eaten and drunk enough, felt a bit tired and wanted to lean back and rest, so he went over to the sofa in the restaurant and lay down. He then waved his hand to signal Black to come over. Black, who had been waiting for Xiao Yang's roast chicken, saw that Bai Mu could no longer eat. And after giving one last reluctant look at the roast chicken, she climbed onto the sofa and leaned against Bai Mu's embrace. Since Bai Mu wasn't eating anymore, Xiao Yang naturally wouldn't continue with the roast chicken, and Black wouldn't get any either. Bai Mu lay comfortably on the sofa, one hand wrapped around Hei's waist, the other playing with Hei's delicate face, and then looked at Xiao Yang and asked, "Xiao Yang, do you have someone you like?" Xiao Yang paused his movements and replied, "Yes. Are you together?" Bai Mu asked. "We are," Xiao Yang said. "Is it like me and Xiao He?" Xiao Yang thought for a moment and said, "Not really. She knows I like her, but she likes another girl." At this point, Xiao Yang looked visibly unhappy, realizing he couldn't compete with another woman. However, he didn't speak ill of her because she was truly beautiful. Any man who saw her would probably fall in love, himself included. But since she was the one Xiao Yang liked, he managed to restrain his impulsive thoughts. After listening to Xiao Yang, Bai Mu expressed sympathy. However, he didn't believe in the extremely beautiful woman Xiao Yang mentioned, saying with a smile, "If I met that girl, I definitely wouldn't fall for her. At most, I'd just be tempted by her body." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang instantly teleported over, and before Bai Mu could react, he gave Bai Mu's head a light smack. "You little Mu, stop talking nonsense." Hei, seeing this, gently rubbed the spot where Bai Mu had been hit. However, Bai Mu wasn't angry and continued to smile playfully. Suddenly, Bai Mu spoke again. "Do you know about reincarnators?" Upon hearing the term, Xiao Yang glanced at Bai Mu and said, "Oh, reincarnators?" Chapter 69, Unable to Hold Back. Bai Mu noticed that Xiao Yang seemed unaware, so he immediately explained, "It's people who should have died but, due to some unknown power, returned to the past with their memories, living another life. That's a reincarnator, right?" "Yes." Xiao Yang pulled out a chair from behind, rested his elbows on the table, and crossed his legs, saying, "Then that little guy named Yi beside you is a reincarnator." Bai Mu, surprised, asked, "You already know? Aren't you worried that he might pose a threat to you in the future?" Xiao Yang replied, "Why worry? Because as far as I know, reincarnators have to deal with the biggest force behind the scenes, right?" Xiao Yang burst out laughing. "Haha. Dealing with the forces behind the scenes of this planet is more accurate. It's just that the time of this planet has been reversed." Bai Mu, confused, asked, "Why do you say that?" Xiao Yang answered, "Because before I could properly observe these little guys fighting, this planet was completely occupied by them, which was pointless. So I reversed the time of this planet and chose a lucky one to inherit the original memories." Bai Mu was shocked to learn that Xiao Yang could reverse time. But he thought of other possibilities. What if the entire universe's time was reversed and you didn't know how to handle it? Xiao Yang explained, "That's impossible. It's fine for others, but no one can manipulate time without my awareness. Even if they controlled time and space, it wouldn't affect me. I don't need to explain this to you. You'll understand in the future. Bai Mu felt as if he was talking to a parent, reminiscent of how his parents used to say, "You'll understand when you grow up." However, this often left some children clueless about how things worked between men and women when they grew up. He remembered a news story about a couple who had been married for 3 years without children, only to discover in the hospital that the man had been trying to conceive via the wrong route for 3 years, which is why his wife never got pregnant. Fortunately, Bai Mu accidentally clicked on a mysterious website and learned about these matters, but he still didn't have a girlfriend when he died. However, it was precisely because of this that he ended up here, allowing him to act on some of his previous thoughts regarding Hey. "Xiao Bai, you're pushing against me," Bai Mu said, but he was still lost in his own world. Although Bai Mu often bumped into Hey while sleeping, it was usually just the two of them. But now that Xiao Yang was present, it made Hey a bit shy. Seeing this, Xiao Yang gave Bai Mu another smack. And only then did Bai Mu snap back to reality. Xiao Yang continued, "In short, what I said is right. So stop asking unnecessary questions." Oh, Bai Mu quickly nodded. Xiao Yang then added, "You two should take your intimate interactions back to your room. Don't do it here. I have guests coming. So many single beast men. How can they handle it?" Bai Mu's expression changed. He hadn't thought about that before, but after Xiao Yang pointed it out, he realized and apologized. Hey had already transformed into armor to cover her blushing face and stood up, followed by Bai Mu. However, Bai Mu was sporting a little tent below, which Xiao Yang noticed, and he smiled at Bai Mu. Embarrassed, Bai Mu transformed back to his original form, and the little tent disappeared. In his original form, Bai Mu asked Xiao Yang, "What did you mean earlier about not having a chance to properly watch the little guys fight?" Xiao Yang replied, "Of course. I meant watching these little guys invade, and then the local residents resist. Once I reached my level, everything became meaningless. I ended up just cooking and watching others fight to pass the time." Bai Mu was speechless and said, "Then the residents of this planet should thank you for letting them experience being plundered again." Xiao Yang had an indifferent attitude. The lives and deaths of these people were none of his concern as long as he was happy. However, Bai Mu didn't blame Xiao Yang. After all, without Xiao Yang, he might not have come to this world and met all these adorable beings. Moreover, although Xiao Yang claimed not to care about the lives of these people, the rules set on the planet and the act of reversing time indirectly saved it. Now, not only was there Yi Yin as a reincarnator, but also himself and Xiao Yang. The future ownership of this planet was undoubtedly theirs. Cleaning up the organizations from the original world might not necessarily be bad. At least Bai Mu couldn't bring himself to randomly slaughter a peaceful nation. With these alien races coming in to clean up, he could easily defeat them and then rule the world. As Bai Mu pondered these thoughts, he took Hey and left the small restaurant, preparing to return to the castle and engage in 100 rounds of battle. On the way, 3 little beast men approached, seeking Bai Mu's affection, but Bai Mu, feeling a bit anxious, didn't have the mood for such things. No more, no more. But the little beast men didn't listen and hugged Bai Mu's legs. With no other choice, Bai Mu took out some candies from his body, and the little beast men happily scampered off to play. Finally, sitting back on his large sofa, Bai Mu returned to human form, and his little tent reappeared. However, this time there was only Xiao He, so Bai Mu didn't feel as embarrassed as before. He naturally noticed this, and, with a flushed face, chose to pretend she didn't see it. But Bai Mu wasn't going to sit there easily. He took Hei's small hand and pulled her close to him, and Hei didn't resist, going along with Bai Mu. Just as Bai Mu was about to make a move, Hei suddenly said, "Xiao Bai, when are we going to the starry sky?" Bai Mu, in a dreamy state, replied, "Hee, let's finish what we need to do first." "All right." About a minute later, Bai Mu stood up, full of energy. It was his first time, and he was a bit too excited, causing him to rush. He looked at Hei, who still had a slight blush on her face, which made Bai Mu even more invigorated. This time, it lasted about an hour, and Bai Mu was very satisfied, sitting on the sofa with a triumphant expression, one arm wrapped around Hei. Hei lowered her head, looking at her little belly, and gently touched it, imagining what name to give their baby in a few months. What she didn't know was that there wouldn't be a little baby a few months later, nor a few years later, and there would never be one. Bai Mu noticed Hei and, in order to prevent her from being sad later, didn't hide it from her and directly explained the reason. After hearing this, Hei felt a bit dejected. She thought that as long as they waited for that time, they could have a little baby. It was only after listening to Bai Mu's words that she realized there were so many factors involved. Bai Mu comforted her, saying, There will always be a way in the future. Although He knew it was just Bai Mu's comforting words, she also believed that a miracle would happen. Bai Mu had wanted to ask Xiaoyang before, but he was afraid of being mocked, and also because Xiaoyang was single himself, so he decided against asking. He planned to level up slowly on his own, hoping that his system would eventually come up with some amazing skills to solve this problem. Then Bai Mu started to pour out all the gems he had copied and began counting them one by one. Since they couldn't have a little baby with he thought he would spend more time accompanying her to explore the stars. Seeing Bai Mu counting the gems, He said, "Xiao Bai, let me help you." Bai Mu nodded in response, but in doing so, he forgot the count he had just made. After a moment, the two of them sat, one on the left and one on the right, and began counting the gems one by one. After a long while, Bai Mu said, 11,034 gems. He replied after a while, "I have 13,801 here." Bai Mu, with his not-so-good math skills, added their counts together and concluded a total of 24,835 gems. Then he converted these into blue crystals and added the number he originally had, bringing the total to 316. "We're little tycoons now," Bai Mu said. After hearing the number 316, He thought for a moment and asked, "Xiao Bai, after we repay the debt we owe, how much will we have left?" Upon hearing this, Bai Mu's brow furrowed. The inevitable had arrived. They had initially eaten 3 free meals. So Bai Mu started calculating again. Each time was 90 blue crystals. "Xiao He, let us wait another half a month, earn some more money, and then go." He could tell from Bai Mu's expression that they probably wouldn't be able to afford meals after repaying the debt, so she very understandingly didn't ask why. She smiled and nodded in agreement. Chapter 70. 3 Skeleton Monsters. The next day, Bai Mu didn't maintain his human form as he walked down the stairs. If he transformed into a human, his back would be somewhat stiff. Today, He didn't come down with Bai Mu. She was still sound asleep in bed, and seeing that she was sleeping so peacefully, Bai Mu didn't wake her. He finally understood why Lu Lin was so weak yet still persisted in doing that. Now he felt how true the saying "a woman's waist is a deadly knife" was. Fortunately, unlike Lu Lin, he would never become weak. At most, he would just strain his waist. 3 skeletons, 1 red, 1 green, and 1 white, were walking through the woods, heading toward Bai Mu's territory. The red skeleton was blood red all over, with sticky fresh blood still clinging to its bones, leaving bloody footprints with every step. The green skeleton had a greenish hue, with some cracks in its bones that also held a green color, resembling a moldy skeleton. It was evident that this skeleton belonged to someone who had been poisoned. The white skeleton was as pure as jade, shining even brighter than Bai Mu's little skeleton. The red skeleton was the strongest and the leader of the 3, followed by the green skeleton, with the white skeleton being the weakest and the youngest based on its bone age. As the 3 skeletons walked through the forest, they emitted no aura, which led to many mutated beasts attacking them. Although the skeletons had no flesh, most mutated beasts attacked with the mindset of wanting to suck out their bone marrow. When the mutated beasts came to attack, the 3 skeletons were completely unflustered. The leader, the red skeleton, had its hollow eye sockets gleaming. Many red threadworms, several centimeters thick, suddenly emerged from the bodies of the attacking mutated beasts. They covered the beasts completely, and the mutated beasts were consumed frantically by the countless jumping threadworms, turning into a pile of white bones in just a few seconds without even a howl. Then this pile of white bones began to move slowly, joining the ranks of the 3 skeletons and closely following them. Before long, the 3 skeletons, now accompanied by more than 10 skeletal beasts, reached the outskirts of the territory. The 4 beastmen stationed at the perimeter saw that the 10 or so skeletons did not retreat and immediately became alert. They raised their round shields in front and held reinforced knives, taking a battle stance. The young white skeleton felt a bit angry upon seeing this, and just as it was about to jump out and scold them, the red skeleton pulled it back with one hand. One of the beastmen asked, "Who are you? And what are you doing here?" The red skeleton spoke, its voice gentle and completely incongruous with its terrifying appearance. "We mean no harm. We are here to find a clan member." Originally, there were 4 of them. They had come to this world to carve out a place for themselves, but one of them suddenly disappeared into a vortex. The 3 skeletons had been tracking the scent of their clan member, spending dozens of days crossing continents and oceans before finally finding this place. A few beastmen were confused by this. There were no people here who could be the clan members of these skeletons, although they immediately thought of Bai Mu's little skeleton. They knew that those were summoned by the king's ability and wouldn't even be able to speak. So how could they be the clan members of these skeletons? Seeing the beastmen whispering to each other but not answering, the white skeleton grew increasingly angry. If it weren't for the red skeleton's restraint, it would have wanted to beat those beastmen down. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of some curious beastmen, and one of them, a yellow chicken man, clucked as it went to find Yi Yan. The chicken man quickly arrived at Yi Yan's room and explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Yi Yan instinctively slapped his palm on the table and exclaimed excitedly, finally found a reason. The chicken man saw Yi Yan so happy and chuckled, Director Yi, what about my reward? Yi Yan looked at the chicken man and patted his comb, saying, you've done a great job. You won't be shortchanged. You like the cowgirl, right? After I finish my business, I'll help you propose. Upon hearing this, the chicken man gratefully bowed to Yi Yan, repeatedly thanking him. Then Yi Yan had the chicken man lead the way. Just as they exited the room, the chicken man saw a birdman lounging on the roof. The chicken man was immediately attracted by the birdman's beautiful legs and shyly said, Director Yi, can I change my reward to her? As he spoke, he pointed at the birdman. Yi Yan followed the chicken man's finger and saw the birdman, Yiling, wearing a light blue dress, resting her chin in her hands and gazing off into the distance, her bare feet swinging enticingly. Yi Yan first focused on those jade-like feet, then on those beautiful legs, and soon guessed who it was. Only the birdman had such beautiful legs. Yi Yan certainly wouldn't let someone else take her away. He coughed twice and said, if you like her, you can go ask her yourself, I won't go. The chicken man, who didn't even dare confess to the cowgirl, was even less brave to approach this more appealing birdman, so he had to accept the cowgirl. However, the chicken man hadn't considered that the cowgirl might not like him either. After accepting reality, the chicken man tearfully led Yi Yan to where the three skeletons were. The red skeleton was surprised to see a human. He was a bit confused. Wasn't this the beastman's territory? The newcomer got straight to the point. Are you here to find relatives? The red skeleton didn't show his doubts and observed the position the human stood in, noting the respect the beastmen showed him. The red skeleton thought that this must be the master of this territory. So he replied, that's right, we have a clan member here. Yi Yan carefully examined several bones. Noticing their features were very similar to Lao He, he then asked, are you bone demons? The blood-colored gas in the red-eyed skeleton flickered. It was somewhat surprised that a human knew its true identity. However, it recalled that it had a clansman nearby. Could it be that Lao He revealed this? That unreliable. Foolish bone. The red-eyed skeleton sighed and shook its head. Although Lao He was simple-minded and foolish, they were of the same clan, and it had to rescue him if he was trapped. Thus, the red-eyed skeleton replied solemnly, indeed. A terrifying aura erupted around it, indicating its determination that even with danger and difficult enemies ahead, nothing could stop them from rescuing their clansmen. Yi Yan took half a step back. Sensing the overwhelming aura that was at least level 4, it seemed the territory was not peaceful. Although Yi Yan felt some trepidation towards the red-eyed skeleton, he still said on the surface, your clansman has already acknowledged my lord as their master. They belong to our lord now. Even if you want to take them back, you must see our lord's wishes. The red-eyed skeleton's eye sockets twitched again, surprised that this simple old bone had become someone else's subordinate. However, it quickly thought that Lao He was simple and easily deceived, which was normal. From the information it just gathered, this human was not the master of the territory. So it decided to meet the territory's master. It would explain the situation to the lord and promise to return Lao He afterward. After making this decision, the red-eyed skeleton retracted its aura and politely said, we wish to meet your lord. Please inform them. Seeing the red-eyed skeleton retract its aura, Yi Yan's somewhat pale complexion returned to normal, which was part of his original plan. These bones indeed wanted to meet the lord, and he could be by the lord's side again, fighting together, protected by the king. What a wonderful feeling. After recovering, Yi Yan also politely said, please wait a moment. I'll go invite my lord. In the Black Castle, since He was not around, Bai Mu sat alone on the sofa, recalling the events of last night. At this moment, Yi Yan pushed the door open, hurriedly approaching Bai Mu. Sensing Yi Yan's presence, Bai Mu instinctively asked, what's wrong? Yi Yan replied urgently, my lord. A few bones have come outside, claiming to be from the Bone Demon clan, and they want to see you. Bai Mu responded with an "oh," and said, take me to meet them. Since these bone demons had not attacked directly, knowing the strength of his territory, Bai Mu decided it was worth seeing them. Chapter 71. Lao He's harem. Since he was going out to meet people, he naturally needed to return to human form. However, as soon as he transformed back, Bai Mu felt a pain in his lower back. Yi Yin looked at Bai Mu curiously as he walked slowly along the path. Along the way, Lu Lin was also directing the orcs in building houses. Upon seeing Bai Mu, he felt a sense of comfort in his heart, realizing that someone else was in the same situation, and that person was the king. It seemed the king had also finally succumbed last night. Bai Mu noticed Lu Lin's gaze and quickly turned his head away. He had decided never to show off again. Next time, he would enhance himself with powers and not rely on his mortal strength to face a divine being. To appear more dignified, Bai Mu used a bit of ability to enhance his waist, and finally, the soreness subsided. Yi Yin watched Bai Mu suddenly return to normal and felt a bit bewildered. What was going on with the king? It was strange early in the morning, but he felt that the man had returned. At that moment, the group of small orcs from yesterday ran over, stretching their little heads, wanting Bai Mu to pet them. Unlike yesterday, Bai Mu was not in a hurry and happily began to pet the orcs. After distributing chocolates, most of the orcs left, but one small yellow chick person, about the size of a dog, remained, still watching Bai Mu with a cluck. Bai Mu smiled and picked up the little chick person, stroking its fluffy feathers. Carrying the little chick, he went to the outskirts of the territory, and Yi Yin, seeing this scene, felt it was too heartwarming. The king truly loved his people. In the future, his daughter and son must recognize the king as their godfather. Meanwhile, the red-eyed skeleton, sitting on a bone pig, noticed someone approaching from afar. One was naturally Yi Yin, whom it had met before, and the other was a handsome man in white clothing. The red-eyed skeleton guessed this must be the Lord, so it sidestepped and walked directly toward Bai Mu. Bai Mu, holding a little chick person, had the chick curled up with its eyes closed in his arms, while Bai Mu occasionally pinched its short little wings with his fingers. The red-eyed skeleton was somewhat shocked to see the Lord holding such a large chick. Bai Mu asked, "Did you come to find me?" The red-eyed skeleton replied, "Yes, I want to take my clansmen home." Upon hearing this request, Bai Mu felt a bit displeased. The bone demon was already his subordinate, and if he let them go, they would die immediately. Therefore, Bai Mu did not agree and explained the reasons. After listening, the red-eyed skeleton pondered and said, "You don't need to break the contract on him. Just come back with us. After that, I am willing to help you 3 times. Bai Mu casually acknowledged and turned around, leading the red-eyed skeleton and the others to find Lao He. Bai Mu was not worried about Lao He leaving. He had long since become accustomed to being a slacker, and besides, there were many beautiful skeletons here. The beautiful skeletons were naturally the small skeletons summoned by Bai Mu, among which were female skeletons with low intelligence, each simpler than Lao He. They were often used as dress-up dolls by mischievous orcs. Once, Lao He saw a little skeleton wearing a white t-shirt and immediately fell for it, vowing eternal loyalty. The little skeleton merely opened and closed its mouth in confusion. However, the next day, Lao He was enamored with another little skeleton, but didn't he want to give up the original, thus starting his harem. Bai Mu only discovered this after Lao He had over 20 concubines, and he quickly ordered the little skeletons to beat Lao He up. Lao He was a character who didn't hit female skeletons, so he didn't resist. Even if all his bones were broken, he still returned to his old ways the next day. After several beatings, Bai Mu gradually gave up. As a result, many of the little skeletons Bai Mu summoned were dressed in uniforms, which Bai Mu never summoned for use, as it was too embarrassing. If he summoned them, others would think he was a pervert for dressing bones in maid outfits, sailor suits, etc. On the red-eyed skeleton's side, they had already delved deep into the territory, and looking around, the area resembled their bone world, with crooked houses and unpaved roads. Inside the territory, there were squads of little skeletons patrolling, as well as orcs. The little orcs found the incoming bone demons quite curious, stopping their play to follow behind them. When the little orcs saw the little yellow chick in Bai Mu's arms, they were envious, wanting to be held by the king as well. The white skeleton in the group waved at the little skeletons on the road with a smile. However, the little skeletons did not understand his gesture and stood there in a daze. The white skeleton looked at them and whispered to the blue skeleton, "Brother Ching, why do those little skeletons seem even dumber than me?" The blue skeleton replied, "You're only a little smarter than them. They aren't really alive. At least not from the bone world. They should be summoned by this lord, which is why they look so foolish." The white skeleton asked suspiciously, "Summoned? What kind of skill can summon so many clansmen?" In the white skeleton's mind, as long as it was moving bones, it was considered its clansmen, regardless of whether they had intelligence. Upon hearing the question about the blue bone and the white bone, He replied in a low voice. In this world, there is a profession called a necromancer, who often summons creatures like us, bone beings. Speaking of necromancers, the blue bone felt some trepidation. He had almost been controlled by one before, but fortunately, he managed to escape at the critical moment. The white bone did not understand the terror of necromancers, merely nodding in a somewhat confused manner. After walking for a few minutes, Bai Mu brought the three bones to the orc training ground. It was an open area where Old Black was boasting in front of more than a dozen orcs, bragging about how great he was, claiming he had fought Bai Mu for 300 rounds, only to narrowly lose. He praised Bai Mu's martial prowess and willingly became Bai Mu's subordinate. Bai Mu's mouth twitched as he thought about beating this black bone again later. Otherwise, he wouldn't learn his lesson. Before the red bone could speak, the white bone enthusiastically exclaimed, "Old Black is amazing." Old Black, the bone demon, smugly replied, "Of course, who do you think I am, the bone demon?" But soon, he sensed something was off. Turning around, he shouted, "Who the hell dares to call me Old Black? It's Instructor Bone. Call me Instructor, do you hear?" Amidst his shouting, he saw the white bone, then noticed the red bone and the blue bone. Upon seeing the three bones, Old Black's entire demeanor wilted. The red bone said, "We came to pick you up. Let's go home." Hearing home, the previously wilted Old Black immediately perked up, extending a hand and shaking his bony palm, saying, "I'm not going back." The red bone asked in confusion, "Why not?" At this moment, the white bone had lost his earlier enthusiasm and scolded, "Old Black, how can you not listen to what Big Brother says?" Old Black felt his momentum wane again, but just then, a small, pure white skeleton slowly walked toward the open space. Upon seeing the small skeleton, Old Black's thoughts shifted entirely to her. Chapter 72. The bone seeks a wife. Old Black directly bypassed the red and white bones and approached the small skeleton. "My lady, what happened to you?" The small skeleton's clothes were tattered, with several holes in her dress and little skirt. The small skeleton looked at Old Black with curiosity, but ignored him, continuing to walk toward Bai Mu. However, Old Black didn't give up just because the small skeleton was ignoring him. He moved closer and reached out his bony hand to stroke her back. "Sigh, the clothes I worked so hard to buy are ruined, but as long as you're okay, that's what matters." As he spoke, he searched up and down to see if the small skeleton was injured or if there were any cracks in her skeleton. Bai Mu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. This reminded him of some wealthy otakus he had seen before, spending thousands to buy a doll as a wife and pampering it. The small skeleton felt uncomfortable with Old Black's touch, giving him a fierce glare. Seeing this, Old Black quickly said some sweet words to please her and stopped his actions. On the other side, the white bone, who was originally angry, was completely mesmerized by the unusual small skeleton, subconsciously sighing, "How revealing." The small skeleton, unaware of the gazes from the surrounding bone demons, approached Bai Mu. She opened her bony palm, revealing 3 small green gemstones. Bai Mu put down the little yellow chick and let it return to its mother hen, then reached out to take the green gemstones from the small skeleton. These gemstones were likely produced by second-level mutated beasts. Looking at the small skeleton, Bai Mu guessed that she must have fought with the mutated beasts. After seeing Bai Mu accept them, the small skeleton leaned her head forward, and Bai Mu naturally understood her meaning. He patted her head and said, "Thank you for your hard work." After receiving comfort, the small skeleton happily left. Before she could take a few steps away, the white bone suddenly rushed forward, blocking her path and staring intently at her. The small skeleton tilted her head. Looking at this unfamiliar skeleton, the white bone suddenly knelt on one knee, pulled out one of his ribs, and held it up to the small skeleton, saying, "Miss, will you marry me?" It was too complicated. The small skeleton didn't understand. Seeing that she didn't respond for a long time, the white bone said, "Not speaking means you agree." He then quickly stood up, intending to place his rib in the small skeleton's hand, and pulled her hand back to the others. Old Black, seeing this, shouted angrily, "Third brother, you actually stole my lady. Today, I will fight you." With that, he charged at the white bone. Hearing this, the white bone was also unhappy, saying, "Clearly, she's my lady. I just successfully proposed." The two bones then engaged in a physical tussle without using their powers. The blue bone, seeing his two younger brothers fighting, sighed, "Young people are just too easily infatuated with lady bones." The red bone couldn't stand it anymore, nudging the blue bone and urging him to separate the two bones on the ground. The red bone then clasped his hands in front of Bai Mu and said, "I apologize for this." Bai Mu smiled. The blue bone, using his immense strength, directly pulled the two fighting bones apart and scolded, "You two bones are too unreasonable. What do you mean by my lady and his lady? She is a subordinate of that lord." After being separated, Old Black and the white bone regained some rationality. Old Black retreated to Bai Mu's side and pulled the small skeleton over as well. The small skeleton obediently allowed herself to be pulled next to him. Old Black said, "Anyway, I'll stay here and want to go with you." The white bone also said, "I'm not going either." Hearing this, the red bone was shocked. Turning to look at the white bone, "You're not going either." The white bone, avoiding the red bone's gaze, muttered, "Not going." The red bone felt helpless. He originally came to find someone, but now he ended up with an extra person. Just as he was feeling helpless, he caught a whiff of a tempting fragrance. Following the scent, he saw the rabbit girl chatting and laughing with the mother hen. This immediately tugged at his heartstrings. Despite not having a heart, one suddenly formed and began to beat rapidly. The red bone didn't like skeletons. He preferred fleshy beings, especially those with curves. And the rabbit girl clearly fit that description. Unable to contain himself, he not only formed a heart, but also suddenly conjured up a red suit, holding a rose as he approached the rabbit girl. Just as he greeted the rabbit girl, she turned around and noticed this bloody-faced red skull with some flesh hanging off it, instantly fainting on the spot, and the nearby hen person did the same. Seeing this, the red bone quickly rushed forward to catch the rabbit girl before she hit the ground, cradling her in a princess carry. He then infused her with energy to heal her. As the rabbit girl gradually awakened after receiving the energy, she gasped. Upon opening her eyes and seeing how close she was to the red bone, she was even more frightened than before, foaming at the mouth and fainting again. The red bone, flustered, used his bloodied hands to stroke the rabbit girl's face, wiping away the foam, not understanding why she screamed and fainted the moment she saw him. Bai Mu looked at the rabbit girl foaming at the mouth and then glanced at the red bone, saying, "I think she was scared by your appearance." The red bone reached up to touch his face. "My appearance?" He then looked at the blue bone and the others, asking, "Have I always looked ugly?" The blue bone replied, "Big brother is the most handsome among us. How could you be ugly?" The red bone became even more confused, looking at Bai Mu for an explanation. It took Bai Mu a lot of effort to finally make the red bone understand, and he immediately fell silent. Bai Mu helplessly called over a few small skeletons, instructing them to take the rabbit girl and the mother hen home for some proper rest. The rabbit girl looked like she had been severely injured, covered in blood, with her clothes soaked in it, and this was only from being hugged by the red bone. After a long time, the red bone recovered, and the three bones stood beside Bai Mu, saying, "Respected lord, please allow us to stay here. We want to take advantage of you, and will help protect your territory." Bai Mu looked at the strength of the three bones. The red bone was level 4, while the blue and white bones were both level 3. Since they were also brothers of Old Hay, it was only right to agree. The three bones, who received the reply, were filled with joy. The white bone could continue to flirt with the little skeleton. The red bone had a chance to make Sister 2 laugh. And the blue bone was also thinking about finding a little lady. They originally came out to travel and explore. And now joining Bai Mu was also considered part of their training, especially since the outside world had been occupied by other races, leaving them with nowhere to go. The Bone Realm also had some of their kin occupying a piece of land. They initially wanted to bring Old Hay back to meet up, but now thinking about it, since it was full of male bones, they lost interest. There was no point in staying in a place full of big men. On the way back to the Black Castle, Bai Mu noticed that the three bones were still following him and asked, "You came from outside. How is the situation out there now?" The red bone replied, "My lord, the outside has already been completely allocated by other races. We came from the other side of the Eastern Ocean, where it is occupied by two powerful races from the heavenly domain, the Ution clan and the Angels. Currently, the area along the eastern coast of my lord's territory is also occupied by the Flying clan." Bai Mu recognized the Angels, as he had encountered them at the beginning. But he was curious about the Ution clan and the Flying clan, so he asked the red bone. The red bone explained, "The Ution clan is the #1 clan in the heavenly domain, and the Flying clan is also one of the top clans there." After the explanation, Bai Mu understood that those who could fly and had bird wings were basically all-powerful races in the heavenly domain. Thinking about it, the mechanical clan didn't have bird wings but was still mixed in the heavenly domain. No wonder they were a secondary race. As for other places on the planet, the red bone didn't know who occupied them, as they hadn't been there. Chapter 73. Invitation with no further questions. Bai Mu was about to dismiss the bone demons and return to the castle when suddenly 4 big men burst out from the city gate, each grabbing a limb of the unconscious gray wolf man in the middle. As soon as the 4 beastly men saw Yi Yin and Bai Mu, they knelt down and shouted in unison, "My lord, Manager Yi, Brother Wolf has been poisoned. Please, save him." Bai Mu suspiciously glanced at the gray wolf, whose face was darkening and occasionally twitching, but there was no immediate danger to his life. He could heal himself after a few days of rest. So Bai Mu returned to normal and asked, why was he poisoned? One of the pigmen looked up and said, Brother Wolf stole a mushroom from Lord Zhao's table and became like this. Bai Mu was at a loss for words upon hearing about the mushroom. I see. You guys take him back to rest. He is not in serious trouble. Although the 4 beastmen still had some doubts, since the Lord said it was fine. It must be fine. They carried the gray wolf away. After the little episode, just as Bai Mu was turning to send off the red bone and others, a sturdy blue bull with thick limbs and large horns came charging out of the city gate, running wildly towards the forest outside the territory. While running, it shouted, I've realized. I also want to open a shop. Redbone saw this mad bull and asked, My lord, do such patients often appear in the territory? Redbone was a bit anxious. He was afraid he might end up like that bull, becoming crazy. Bai Mu was also startled by the blue bull and shook his head, saying, I don't know, don't ask me. The next moment, Bai Mu heard that familiar laughter again and immediately rushed back into the castle because the little beastmen had come again. After Bai Mu left, Yi Yin, who remained at the spot, awkwardly smiled at the Redbone and said, This is the first time something like this has happened. Don't be nervous. Let me go ask that bull. Yi Yin hurriedly chased after the bull. Redbone and the other bones looked at each other in confusion. Then they also began to chase after their ladies. When Bai Mu returned to his room, He had already gotten up and was sitting alone in the spot Bai Mu used to sit in a long time ago, reading a book. Though it was certainly not the kind of book Bai Mu read. When He saw Bai Mu return, she stood up and put the book back on the shelf. Bai Mu approached and teased her a bit, then went to the window. He followed him. Bai Mu cautiously leaned out to look at Xiao Yang's restaurant, where many beastmen were gathered, including some little beastmen playing outside the door. Just as Bai Mu was peeking, he was spotted by a few little beastmen who had been watching his window. They excitedly waved at Bai Mu, which sparked a response from the other little beastmen as well. Hearing their enthusiastic laughter, Bai Mu quickly withdrew and pulled the curtain shut. Although he enjoyed teasing them, doing it all day would be tiring, and he was already quite satisfied with his teasing today, not wanting to do it anymore. There were too many little beastmen to keep track of, and he hurried back because he had noticed more little beastmen approaching. It seemed today's meal was not going to happen, Bai Mu muttered to himself. He heard Bai Mu and asked, "What's wrong?" After Bai Mu explained the reason, He felt an opportunity had come and cheerfully said, "Then little Bai, I'll cook instant noodles for you." Upon hearing instant noodles and that He would personally cook, Bai Mu happily agreed. However, after answering, he noticed that He was just staring at him without moving for a long time. So he curiously asked, "What's wrong?" He replied, "Little Bai, I don't have instant noodles." Bai Mu then realized why He had been looking at him and immediately took out 2 packs of instant noodles from his body. He took the 2 packs and said, "Little Bai, it's still not enough. 2 packs are too few. 2 packs are enough." Bai Mu protested. "Little Bai and I both want to eat, so 2 packs aren't enough." Bai Mu then took out 2 more packs. He initially didn't realize it and just thought he would eat them himself. Thus, the 2 went downstairs to the kitchen. Bai Mu stood by and watched as He clumsily cut the wooden pig meat and other ingredients. Watching He's awkward technique, Bai Mu couldn't help but move closer. He came up behind He, grabbed her hand, and taught her how to chop vegetables. 3 days later, Bai Mu lay sprawled on the sofa like a salted fish, while He continued to work on her instant noodles in the kitchen. Over these 3 days, He had become increasingly skilled, but Bai Mu had grown a bit tired of eating them every day without mentioning it to He. Just then, the evil corpse unexpectedly made an appearance, the first time in 3 days that it had approached him. The evil corpse immediately said, "My lord, I want to go to the mutated beast's lair to grind monsters." Bai Mu looked at the evil corpse with curiosity and then agreed. Today, the evil corpse seemed normal, not like it was planning a prank. However, the evil corpse didn't leave immediately, but continued, "My lord, I want He to go with me." This request piqued Bai Mu's interest. The evil corpse had been teasing He quite a bit these past 2 days. Bai Mu asked, "Oh, why do you want little He to go?" The evil corpse replied, "I can't reach the enemies in the air, so I need He to help." After hearing this, Bai Mu looked directly into the evil corpse's eyes and saw the sincerity in its green gaze. Bai Mu's heart softened. So he told the evil corpse that Hay was in the kitchen and then slumped back down. The evil corpse, excited by the answer, ran to the kitchen. When it entered, it saw Hay fully focused on cooking the noodles. It slowed down and suddenly shouted from behind her. Hay wasn't startled. She had already sensed the evil corpse's presence with her keen perception. She turned around, glaring at the evil corpse, and said, "You bad zombie. Are you trying to ruin my noodles again?" The evil corpse had previously attempted to sabotage her by secretly adding super spicy chili powder. Believing that the noodles were for itself, which ended up affecting Bai Mu, causing the evil corpse to avoid returning to the castle for an entire day. After hearing Black's words, the evil corpse repeatedly waved his hand, indicating that he wouldn't act that way today because he had serious matters to attend to. However, Black continued. "So you're planning to sneakily steal my clothes again?" Stealing clothes was something the evil corpse had done the day before. He had taken Black's clothes while she was bathing and secretly left them outside the bathroom door. He had initially thought to embarrass Black, but it backfired when Bai Mu, upon discovering that Black's clothes were missing, went into the bathroom to deliver them. When the evil corpse heard Black mention this incident, he refused to admit it, knowing there was no evidence. That night, he quietly returned the clothes. The evil corpse said seriously, "I'm not here to mess around today. I'm here for serious business. I'm here to team up with you. The king has already agreed for you to accompany me, so it doesn't matter if you don't want to." Black did not believe him, so she left the kitchen to confirm with Bai Mu before returning. However, she still looked at the evil corpse with suspicion, not believing he could be so normal. Finally, after Black finished cooking the noodles and Bai Mu tearfully ate them, Black and the evil corpse set off. They headed east, where the evil corpse said there was a mutated beast nest about 10 miles away, a primary nest containing only level 1 to 3 mutated beasts. Chapter 74. At the mercy of the corpse outside the territory, Black and the evil corpse walked through the forest. Black returned to her initial cold demeanor. She couldn't feel happy with the evil corpse around. The evil corpse said amiably, "Don't be like that. We'll be comrades fighting side by side soon." He began to massage Black's shoulder with surprisingly professional technique, though she shook him off, indicating she didn't want to talk or make contact with him. The evil corpse wasn't annoyed and continued to smile. Their journey was not peaceful. A fearless mutated wolf suddenly jumped out from the woods, lunging at the evil corpse's neck. The evil corpse still had a cheerful expression. He didn't look at the wolf but moved his hand with untraceable speed. In an instant, a green gem appeared in his hand, and the wolf's head was crushed, its remains left beside the wolf's corpse. The wolf's death did not instill fear in the other mutated beasts, and soon several more mutated wolves jumped out. This time, Black took action, shooting several beams of light from her fingertips, each aimed at the wolves' heads. Before the wolves could react, they were dead, their bodies continuing to lunge toward Black due to inertia. Black's ability erupted, and the terrifying energy shattered the wolf corpses. Ignoring the wolf remains, she continued forward. The evil corpse, busy picking up the gems, called out, "Hey, aren't you going to collect them? This is money." Black replied coolly, "I only collect blue crystals." After counting the green gems last time and getting only a small amount of blue crystals in return, Black no longer wanted to touch green gems. The evil corpse had no choice but to keep picking them up, thinking it was worth the effort for their plan later. The evil corpse stared at Black, licking his lips as he looked at her legs clad in white knee-high socks. Black was in front, and the evil corpse carried a cloth bag behind him, which was used for collecting green gems. After a long trek, they arrived at a dirt slope. Black looked at the slope and asked, "Is this the mutated beast nest?" The evil corpse set the cloth bag down and walked forward alone. He clenched his right fist to gather energy and leaped high, smashing down onto the slope. Boom. After the loud crash, a cloud of dust filled the air. Black flew into the sky to avoid the dust, while the evil corpse remained unfazed below. When the dust settled, a black hole was revealed, with the evil corpse standing in front of it. He looked up at Black and said, "It's down there. Come on in." He waved his hand at Black and jumped into the black hole. After a moment's hesitation, Black followed him in. Once inside, Black's eyes sparkled with golden light, and the dark cave became as bright as day in her sight. The cave was tubular, about 10 meters wide, but its length was beyond sight. The walls were covered with many bright red veins, and the ground was sticky with a viscous liquid that emitted a strange odor. Any ordinary girl would want to leave immediately, but Black was not a delicate girl. In the next moment, Black manifested light armor and put on a helmet. as the odor here was overwhelming, and the helmet could provide protection. After walking a few steps without seeing the evil corpse or any mutated beasts, her suspicion grew. Just as she walked for a few more minutes, a hand suddenly slapped her shoulder. Black quickly turned and kicked. The person behind her hooked her leg with a hand and laughed. "Don't be nervous, it's me." Black was surprised that the evil corpse had evaded her senses. But upon seeing it was him, she relaxed somewhat. Feeling the evil corpse still holding her leg, she lightly scolded, "Let go." The evil corpse immediately released her, and Black continued deeper into the cave. After walking some distance without encountering any mutated beasts, she asked, "Why haven't we seen any mutated beasts yet? Is this really a nest?" The evil corpse grinned. "This is indeed a mutated beast nest, but I cleared it out over 10 days ago." Black looked at the evil corpse's face and felt something was off, so she took a small step back and asked, "Then why did you bring me here?" The evil corpse spread his arms and said, You'll find out soon." Suddenly, he lunged at Black like a hungry wolf. Black had anticipated that the evil corpse would have a scheme and was on guard, so she quickly spread her wings and sidestepped a few steps back to avoid his attack. The evil corpse missed, but he quickly adjusted himself and lunged at Black again. Black used her speed advantage to create distance, then began flying toward the exit. As she flew, Black glanced back, her expression no longer cold. She felt a sense of satisfaction having avoided the evil corpse's plot. "You bad zombie. I'm going to tell Xiao Bai that you tried to bully me." The evil corpse ignored Black and continued to chase her, his malicious grin never fading. Suddenly, as Black was about to exit the cave, she felt herself becoming sluggish and realized she would crash to the ground if she continued. She chose to land urgently, remaining calm as she scanned her surroundings and discovered several magnet beasts hiding nearby. These mutated beasts specialized in absorbing metal and had not been there when they first arrived. Seeing the magnet beasts made her think of the evil corpse, knowing he must have hidden them earlier. Though she was somewhat displeased with the evil corpse's underhanded tactics, she prioritized getting home and immediately removed her light armor. The evil corpse, still unbothered, continued to chase her. Although his plan had failed, he stopped when he saw Black successfully exit the cave and slowly raised his hand to snap his fingers. A green mark flickered on Black's calf, and suddenly, her wings shattered, causing her to lose her ability to fly and fall to the ground. Once on the ground, Black felt the heat on her calf and looked down. She realized she had been careless, always wary of the evil corpse's ambush, but had not noticed that he had marked her during their first contact. Since she was wearing pure white stockings and the evil corpse's mark was faint, she hadn't noticed it. Now, it was too late for Black to regret. She felt her strength waning and her abilities could no longer be used. At this moment, the extreme evil corpse crawled out from the cave. Seeing the smug expression on the extreme evil corpse's face, Hay knew that this time the extreme evil corpse had won. So Hay simply sat up, leaned against the tree trunk, and coldly stared at the extreme evil corpse. The extreme evil corpse ignored Hay's gaze and continued to approach him. Hay also noticed that the extreme evil corpse was acting a bit strangely and scolded, "Bad zombie, what are you going to do?" This huge emotional fluctuation also alarmed Bai Mu, who suddenly felt Hay's emotional turmoil, jumped up from the sofa in shock, and quickly shared his vision with Hay. Then he saw the expression on the extreme evil corpse's face, which made Bai Mu think in a different direction. Could this little evil actually not dislike little Hay? And is he pretending to show disdain while actually being tempted by little Hay's body? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, and he immediately left the castle, preparing to stop the extreme evil corpse from making a mistake out of impulse. But at that moment, the extreme evil corpse suddenly took out a blue feather, one that Bai Mu was very familiar with, as it belonged to the Birdman. Holding the feather, the extreme evil corpse said, "This is something I've wanted to do for a long time, and now I can finally do it." Without caring how Hay shouted and scolded, the extreme evil corpse roughly moved forward, pinned Hay down, and then took off his shoes and socks. One hand gripping Hay's calf, while the other hand used the feather to torture the soles of Hay's feet. "Haha, bad zombie. Little haha, Bai will definitely make the decision for me. Haha." Bai Mu had already stopped in his tracks and sighed quietly. Little evil is just little evil. How could he have such thoughts? I was overthinking it. Then he switched to the perspective of the extreme evil corpse to see the torture being inflicted on little Hay. Surprisingly, it was quite fun, and Bai Mu even wanted to try it himself. However, he still decided to personally intervene. Little evil was going too far. Doing something so fun secretly. Chapter 75. Special hobby in the distance. A humanoid figure slowly flew towards the position of the extreme evil corpse and Hei. Upon seeing the extreme evil corpse and Hei, the newcomer stopped. From this angle, he saw the extreme evil corpse and thought he was a pervert. Feeling a bit angry, he gathered an energy wave in his palm, and a beam of light shot directly at the extreme evil corpse. Although the extreme evil corpse was focused on what he was doing, he could still sense someone attacking him. So he reacted quickly, grabbing Hei and rolling to avoid the attack. Although the beam missed its target, it did not hit the ground. If the extreme evil corpse had not dodged, the attack would have only harmed him without hurting Hei. After dodging the attack, the extreme evil corpse gently placed Hei on the ground and then stood up to look at the attacker. The attacker, seeing that the extreme evil corpse still had time to think of that beautiful angel at this moment, became even angrier. The figure of the extreme evil corpse, which was originally dozens of meters away, suddenly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already several meters away, teleporting every 2 seconds. The last teleportation brought him directly in front of the extreme evil corpse, and at that moment, the figure was fully revealed. It was a being with an eagle's head and a human body, with hands and feet identical to a human's, but with eagle talons for feet, and a pair of golden feathered wings on its back, along with a dark green gemstone in the center of its chest. The upper body was bare, with a small sun symbol drawn next to the gemstone, while the lower body was clad in light golden armor. The eagle-headed being threw a punch at the extreme evil corpse, who awkwardly extended his claws to defend. The punch and claw clashed, causing the extreme evil corpse to stumble back a few steps, scraping against the ground. The eagle-headed being did not expect to kill the extreme evil corpse with this strike. After separating the extreme evil corpse from Hei, he returned to his usual demeanor, floating in the air with his arms crossed. He looked down at the extreme evil corpse and said, "Corpse race, the abyss of demons does not want you, and the heavenly domain does not love your isolated race. Your overall strength belongs to the lower class, yet you dare to taint an angel." Then the eagle-headed being landed and looked at Hei on the ground, suddenly softening his tone. "Beautiful lady, you are safe now." He then glanced at the shoes and socks on the side, bent down to pick them up, and holding Hei's white stockings, he said, "Beautiful lady, please allow me to put these on you." Hei didn't know how to describe this eagle-headed being. This eagle-headed person was from the first class of the heavenly domain, the Mutant clan, known for their arrogance, but Hei felt that this one was a bit different. Moreover, seeing the eagle-headed person tightly gripping her stockings, he seemed even more like a pervert than the extreme evil corpse. The Mutant clan members' eagle eyes occasionally glanced at Hei's bare feet. After feeling the gaze, Hei shivered and quickly ran to the extreme evil corpse's side. Now the extreme evil corpse surprisingly gave her a little sense of security. She still felt a bit weak, and there was no way she could outrun the Mutant clan. The Mutant clan had an absolute advantage in the air, plus they had the talent of teleportation. In terms of strength, even the extreme evil claw empowered by the extreme evil corpse could not match this Mutant clan member. Seeing Hei run to the extreme evil corpse, the Mutant clan member, a bit disappointed, stored Hei's shoes and socks in the dark green gemstone on his chest. Then he looked at Hei and asked, "Are you and him married? Are you playing role-playing?" Hei shook her head, saying, "No, I'm just ordinary friends with this green zombie." The extreme evil corpse was a bit surprised to hear Hei say that they were friends. He always teased her, and she actually considered him a friend. He secretly made up his mind to tease Hei once more in 3 days, and not to keep an eye on her all the time. On the other side, the Mutant clan member rekindled his hope, and did not question why the two of them were there, or why the extreme evil corpse was pinning Hei down in a way that could be misunderstood. He said expectantly, "Since you were friends, would you be my partner?" The Mutant clan usually did not like angels, but they were quite fond of pretty sisters from the abyss of demons. Hei had bloodlines from both sides. Although leaning towards being an angel, she looked somewhat different from angels. Moreover, this Mutant clan member had a foot fetish. He had never seen a girl's feet before, and upon seeing Hei, he immediately fell in love. Hei directly refused, giving the Mutant clan member no room for imagination. The Mutant clan member couldn't believe he was actually rejected and asked, "Why?" Hei decisively replied, "Because I have someone I like, and I don't like any race from the heavenly domain." The Mutant clan member continued to ask, "Who is he?" Then looking at the extreme evil corpse, he said, "Is he also a zombie like him?" Before Hei could answer, he added, "No matter who he is, even if he is stronger than me, I will work hard to become stronger and eventually take you from his hands." The extreme evil corpse and Hei both felt the intense aura emanating from the Yutian clan member, and both took a small step back. Hei tilted her head and whispered reproachfully at the extreme evil corpse, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't schemed against me, I would at least have had a chance to escape. Now we can't get away." The extreme evil corpse, knowing he was in the wrong, did not retort. On the other side, Bai Mu, who had shared the extreme evil corpse's vision and hearing, turned green with anger. This birdman that appeared out of nowhere actually dared to snatch his little Hei. "Wang Ming," Bai Mu shouted. At that moment, Wang Ming was idly wandering in the store, and upon hearing Bai Mu's voice, he immediately ran over like the wind. Seeing Wang Ming coming, Bai Mu anxiously ordered, "Quick, get the spaceship and fly east." It would take too long to run over there, but it would be much faster by spaceship. Wang Ming, receiving the order, did not dare to delay. He took out the spaceship directly from his pocket, which was even faster than Bai Mu had expected. In just a few seconds, a ship appeared in front of Bai Mu's castle. Bai Mu swiftly boarded the spaceship and shouted, "Hurry up! Hurry up!" On the other side, the extreme evil corpse suddenly extended his hand to shield Hei behind him, accidentally brushing against her stomach in the process. The Yutian clan member saw this and became emotionally agitated again. His woman could not be touched by others. The extreme evil corpse naturally had no idea that such an unintentional action would cause the Yutian clan to explode with emotion. The extreme evil corpse looked at the Yutian clan and snorted, "Humph, our overall strength can't compare to yours, but at least we are at the same level now. Moreover, my power is even a bit stronger than yours." The Yutian clan showed disdain on his face, cracking his knuckles. "So what? Inferior races will always be inferior races." The extreme evil corpse took the initiative to charge forward and clawed at the Yutian clan. The Yutian clan, with a mocking expression, casually extended his hand to block, but he underestimated the extreme evil corpse's sudden burst of strength. He was sent flying back several meters, but quickly adjusted himself. "Since you are so serious, I will use half my strength as well." The extreme evil corpse ignored the Yutian clan's arrogant words and continued to charge forward. The Yutian clan did indeed use half of his strength, not employing teleportation for a sneak attack, nor using his most adept long-range light waves, but instead clashing directly with the extreme evil corpse in terms of strength. He wanted to crush his opponent in the area where they were most skilled, thus demonstrating the might of the first clan of the heavenly domain. Bang! Bang! The fists of both combatants struck against each other and their bodies. The extreme evil corpse was hit in the chest, his green armor shattered, causing his chest to cave in slightly. The extreme evil corpse smiled and spat out a mouthful of green blood. The Yutian clan was also hit in the chest, but on his dark green gemstone, which was the hardest part of his body. Therefore, his condition was slightly better than that of the extreme evil corpse. But as the blow struck the gemstone, what was stored inside burst out. There were many green gemstones, a dozen blue crystals, and many animal skulls. However, the Yutian clan did not care about these. He was only concerned about the black stockings. Just as the Yutian clan was about to teleport to retrieve them, a beam of light shattered the stockings into pieces. The Yutian clan roared, "Who is it?" Then he saw the figure of Hei, who had just fired the beam. The Yutian clan calmed down and noticed that Hei's gaze was already focused on his leg. Chapter 76. Battle. Seeing the Yutian clan distracted, the extreme evil corpse disregarded his own injuries, infused himself with green energy, and delivered a fatal blow to the back of the Yutian clan. The Yutian clan, with quick reflexes, teleported behind the extreme evil corpse to evade the attack. He then swiftly reached out and grabbed the extreme evil corpse's shoulder, mockingly saying, "In a proper duel, you dare to sneak attack? Then you can forget about this hand." With a hard grip, the extreme evil corpse's bones shattered where he was grabbed, and his entire hand was torn off. At the moment, the Yutian clan ripped off the extreme evil corpse's hand. He kicked him away and casually tossed the severed hand to the ground like garbage. Turning around, the Yutian clan looked at Hei and said softly, "Now it's just you and me." Hei did not want to speak and immediately shot a few light projectiles at the Yutian clan, buying a moment before swiftly appearing beside the extreme evil corpse, lifting him up and flying away. The Yutian clan watched this scene without immediately intervening. He clenched his fists, and with a powerful flap of his golden wings, he burst forth. After several quick teleports, he caught up to the not-so-fast Hei. His eagle claw directly grabbed Hei's light wings, shattering them. With the wings broken, Hei lost her ability to fly and began to fall. The Ution clan raised one hand to catch Hei and kicked towards the extreme evil corpse, aiming to send the extreme evil corpse crashing down. Although the extreme evil corpse had lost one hand, he reacted quickly, enduring the pain to grab the Ution clan's calf with his remaining hand. Though he had a grip, the Ution clan's kicks still landed heavily on the extreme evil corpse's chest, causing him to spit out another mouthful of green blood. The extreme evil corpse did not loosen his grip despite the pain. He opened his mouth wide, like a python, and bit down hard on the Ution clan's calf with his row of sharp teeth. The Ution clan bled for the first time. His blood was white, and the extreme evil corpse naturally drank it up. The blood was quite delicious, so the extreme evil corpse continued to suck the Ution clan's fresh blood. Seeing this zombie actually drinking his noble blood made the Ution clan furious, and he slammed his fist down on the extreme evil corpse's head. The extreme evil corpse did not let go, so the Ution clan frantically struck at the extreme evil corpse's head. "Let go," he shouted in anger. At the same time, Hei had recovered from her previous paralysis. Seeing the extreme evil corpse being beaten so badly, she bit her lip and summoned all the remaining energy she had. Struggling, she manifested her light wings again, then shot out countless rays of light towards herself. Due to the Ution clan's large wings and size, most of the rays were blocked by him. The Ution clan, who was busy beating the extreme evil corpse, was hit by these rays. Though they didn't injure him, they were quite painful. He paused his assault and turned to Hei, questioning, "Why are you attacking me?" "Because you are hurting my friend." Although Hei and the extreme evil corpse were at odds, they would never allow outsiders to interfere in their internal conflicts. When their own people were harmed by outsiders, no matter the internal strife, they had to unite against the external threat. After hearing Hei's words, the Ution clan still didn't understand. "We're not of the same clan. Why are you fighting so hard?" The Ution clan looked perplexed at the extreme evil corpse, who was still clinging to him, and at Hei, who was continuously attacking him. The dark green gemstone on his chest flickered, and the Ution clan's strength increased again. He suddenly unleashed a stronger aura of energy, and a golden halo rapidly expanded around him. Hei was blasted away by this halo, and although the extreme evil corpse bit down fiercely, he was also sent flying with broken teeth. Both Hei and the extreme evil corpse fell to the ground. Since Hei wasn't seriously injured, she got up first and transmitted light energy to the extreme evil corpse. The extreme evil corpse had already regained a considerable amount of vitality from the blood he absorbed from the Ution clan, and with Hei's assistance, his hand was slowly regrowing. Meanwhile, the Ution clan hovered in midair, and his bloodied calf was also slowly healing. Both sides remained still, quietly healing. Just then, a spaceship flew into the middle of the two sides, and a white figure jumped out. The spaceship then ascended vertically, vacating the area. The white figure was of course Bai Mu. After landing between the two parties, he turned to face the Ution clan. The Ution clan, who had nearly healed, looked down at Bai Mu and asked, "Who are you?" Bai Mu glared at the Ution clan and replied, "Who I am is none of your business. Just know that I am here to kill you." The Ution clan chuckled and said, "Just you? A weak human? If a level 4 flying race said that, I might still consider it." However, the Ution clan was not here to kill. Encountering Hei was an accident, so he said, "You, a weak human, should leave now, and I won't kill you. Don't throw away your life for a moment of bravado." The Ution clan judged from Bai Mu's appearance that he was just a hot-blooded youth. Thinking that seeing the recent battle, he assumed they were of the same level, and wanting to play the hero in light of his own injuries. Just as the Ution clan finished speaking, Hei supported the extreme evil corpse and stood behind Bai Mu. The Ution clan sensed something was off and asked, "Are you all together?" "They are all my family. You have harmed them, and you will pay the price," Bai Mu said coldly to the Ution clan. He then drew out the crystal flame and cast 3 rejuvenation spells on himself, the extreme evil corpse, and Hei. With the rejuvenation, Hei's power surged, and her condition improved significantly as she spread her light wings and flew into the sky again. The extreme evil corpse also transformed once more, his green armor reappearing and his arms swelling. "I will act as the meat shield. Little evil, you harass him. Little Hei, you gather power in the back and unleash your ultimate move." Bai Mu discovered during previous observations that the Ution clan's teleportation never exceeded 10 meters, leading him to conclude that they could only teleport within that range, and there was a 2-second cooldown. Although Hei's ultimate move took a long time to charge and was easily interrupted, its range was vast, exceeding 100 meters, making it easy to hit the Yutian clan. When the Yutian clan saw Bai Mu and the others whispering timidly, he was not worried. Apart from the top 10 races in the Demon Abyss, he had never feared anyone, regardless of their numbers. Just as he was thinking this, a black shadow energy projectile shot straight at him. A strike from Bai Mu empowered by his shadow energy. The Yutian clan felt the energy was somewhat familiar, but did not take it to heart. He spread his hands, and a golden transparent light shield absorbed the attack. Then, a gem on his chest flickered again, and a lightning-fast wave of light infused with endless holy aura shot out. Aiming directly at Bai Mu calmly opened a dark light shield to block the attack. The Yutian clan was a bit surprised. This person was clearly human, but was casually casting dark attribute skills. Even more surprising was that his dark light shield was so strong that the wave of light he shot with half his strength did not create any ripples upon impact. While the Yutian clan was thinking about this, Bai Mu kept below, taunting and harassing him with trash talk. On the other side, the evil corpse was similar, but he usually did not speak much trash talk and could not compare to Bai Mu. The Yutian clan felt a bit annoyed by Bai Mu's words. A formal duel should be fair, and even if it was a fight of many against few, he could not tolerate being insulted. Thus, he charged straight at Bai Mu. At this moment, He had already flown behind the clouds, hiding himself in the cloud cover, his silver armor turning black and his hands gathering dark powers. At this height, unless one deliberately looked, it was hard to spot He. Chapter 77 In the Yutian clan teleported several times directly outside Bai Mu's light shield, during which the evil corpse attempted sneak attacks that were all deflected by the Yutian clan. Bai Mu observed the Yutian clan's confidence outside the shield. This shield had never let him down. But the next moment, as the Yutian clan's cooldown finished, he smiled like a hawk and vanished again. In the next moment, the Yutian clan appeared behind Bai Mu, pressing against his back, and with a hawk-like grin whispered in his ear, "Surprised, aren't you?" Then his entire hand pierced through Bai Mu's chest, gripping tightly as it emerged from his front. Bai Mu tilted his head and looked at the hawk-eyed figure, saying, "Aren't you surprised too? I'm not human, and I don't have a heart." The next moment, an overwhelming dark shadow energy surged forth, enveloping both himself and the Yutian clan. The shadow impact rushed forward, maximizing damage at such close range. The Yutian clan was indeed somewhat surprised, but at that moment, his own cooldown was also up, and he vanished instantly. Just barely avoiding Bai Mu's impact, the Yutian clan appeared right in front of Bai Mu. Who would have thought? I could encounter a shadow demon here. You must be the little shadow demon who made things difficult for the angels before. Bai Mu remained silent, looking at the Yutian clan with an unfriendly expression. The Yutian clan continued, "Now it's you who are outnumbering me, and I'm at your level, taking on all three of you, and I'm truly honored to face you, little shadow demon." He then unleashed a burst of energy, preparing to use all his strength. The evil corpse outside the shield warned, "Be careful, my lord. The Yutian clan's holy energy causes the most damage to dark attributes." After hearing this, Bai Mu told the evil corpse not to come over and looked at the Yutian clan with a hint of doubt. "From what I've seen before to now, your race is so strong. Why are you still not as good as the Demon Abyss?" Bai Mu had not realized where the shadow demon's strength lay at level 3. Apart from being hard to kill, it seemed that everything else was suppressed by the attributes of the heavenly domain. The Yutian clan did not attack directly. He looked at Bai Mu curiously, wondering if this little shadow demon was deliberately mocking him. The more he looked at Bai Mu, the more he felt that was the case, so he suddenly charged at Bai Mu, raising his hands in front of him, holy energy surging between them. He shouted, "Is there even a need to ask? The undead from the Demon Abyss have grown up. Who can kill them?" Endless holy energy erupted forth, shooting straight at Bai Mu. The evil corpse was stunned by the massive energy wave, but thinking of his lord inside, he resolutely charged into the holy energy. However, after just a few moments, he was blasted out, his body charred, bones all broken, losing his combat energy. He, watching from behind the clouds, panicked and transmitted to Bai Mu, "Little Bai, are you okay?" Although Bai Mu, at the center of the energy, felt a loss of life force, it was not too much. At least he could hold on for a few minutes. So Bai Mu calmly replied, "Little He, I'm fine. You keep charging up, don't worry about me." After He understood, although still somewhat worried, he could not disobey Bai Mu's order, so he continued to gather energy. The Yutian clan noticed Bai Mu's energy dipping and felt a bit emotional. Was he finally going to kill a shadow demon? Just then, He's energy gathering was complete, and a thick black energy pillar shot straight down at the Utian clan. This energy did not pose much threat to Bai Mu, who also had dark attributes, but it was lethal to the Utian clan. Bai Mu seized the opportunity to instantly close the light shield, and the terrifying dark energy hit the Utian clan directly. The Utian clan did not teleport to evade because even if he did, he could only avoid the initial damage, but the subsequent harm was unavoidable. The dark energy continued for dozens of seconds, and within 100 miles, silence reigned. In the massive pit, only Bai Mu, the Utian clan, and a charred corpse remained. The charred corpse was the evil corpse, but he was not dead. The energy fluctuations around him had dropped to a minimum, so he was not in serious trouble. The Utian clan was not injured either. Instead, he was in good condition. Even the initial bite marks had disappeared. The Utian clan flew back into the air, glancing at He behind the clouds, and then at Bai Mu below. His life-saving skill was still on cooldown, and worried that Bai Mu had other tricks. He decided not to continue the fight. You actually forced me to use time rewind. Although I really want to kill you, I have important matters to attend to. So I'll let you go this time. Just after the Utian clan finished speaking, there were several bang-bang sounds. Bai Mu fired several shots at the Utian clan, but he simply opened a light shield to absorb the energy projectiles. Then he ignored Bai Mu and teleported several times toward Bai Mu's territory. But he was not going to attack, he was just passing through. When Bai Mu saw the Utian clan fleeing, he shouted at his retreating figure, "You birdman. I won't let you go next time." He then shot at him, but the distance was too far, and he missed. Not only did he beat the little evil, but he also wanted to abduct little He. If Bai Mu could fly, he would have chased after him to knock the Utian clan's head askew. At this moment, He flew down from the sky and looked at Bai Mu, saying, "Little Bai, are you okay? How could I be in trouble? You should be careful next time." Bai Mu replied, then added, "Let's go home." The two approached the charred corpse, and the evil corpse, in a miserable state, said, "My lord, I'm not dead. I just need to rest for a bit. No need to worry about me." Bai Mu's face darkened, and the two of them took the charred corpse aboard the spaceship. On the spaceship, Bai Mu stood alone by the window, watching the Utian clan fly toward his territory. He was not worried at all because Xiaoyang was there. If that Utian clan did not attack his territory, then it was none of his business. Although the entire Utian clan was not blacklisted by him, this Utian clan had already been blacklisted by him and needed to be killed. The appearance of this Utian clan made him a bit vigilant. Previously, he had easily defeated the same level mechanical clan and even engaged in a surprise attack on angels, and with the protection of a big shot. He had become somewhat complacent. Encountering such a top-tier clan revealed his insufficient strength, and he needed to encourage his subordinates to train more diligently. In the central region of the continent, a vast plain was dominated by a huge metallic city, covering an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. There were no green plants inside the city, only a uniform gray-black metallic color. There were no idle people either. It was filled with various types of mechanical clan constructs and some cyborgs. At the bottom level, there were also ordinary humans, who had not undergone any training and had no special skills. They did not have the qualifications to stay within the mechanical city. Most of them wore iron chains and worked endlessly outside the mechanical city, raising livestock, planting crops, and mining for mutated plants, among other tasks. These were not needed by the mechanical clan themselves, but were used to trade with other races for rare metals, and so on. At that moment, in the tallest building of the mechanical city, there were 4 figures. One was naturally a member of the mechanical clan, fully enveloped in metallic armor. One was a human, indistinguishable from any other human. Another was an angel, with golden eyes and golden hair. This angel had also appeared in the initial golden battleship and was a level 5 angel. The last one was also a humanoid, like the angel, with pure white wings. But unlike the angel, this humanoid had black eyes and black hair. This was a member of the flying race. The 4 did not communicate. They simply sat quietly on the ground, waiting for something. Chapter 78. Meeting after waiting for several hours without any sign of movement. The member of the flying race suddenly spoke up, standing up with a resentful tone. "Is this Utian clan so important? Making us wait so long without showing up?" The angel's eyelids twitched upon hearing this. Their territory on this planet was adjacent to the Utian clan, and there had been some minor frictions between the two clans, which were not very friendly. Now that he was here, the Utian clan, which should have been faster, had yet to show up, and since their relationship was not good, he also began to complain. After much complaining from the flying race and the angel, The expressionless member of the mechanical clan could no longer hold back, leaving only the human who had not spoken. After a long while, with a tremor in the air, a vortex about a person's height appeared. An eagle-headed figure emerged first. This was the Utian clan member who had fought with Bai Mu earlier. Just as the Utian clan member steadied himself, the previously silent human suddenly stood up. The human looked at the gemstone on the Utian clan's chest and said, "A level 3 Utian clan? Are you looking down on us?" The human's eyes widened, and a dragon-like energy wave surged towards the Utian clan. The Utian clan member reacted instantly, teleporting to dodge the initial attack, but was still affected by the shockwave, causing him to fly backward. After getting up from the ground, the Utian clan glared angrily at the human and shouted, "What are you doing?" The human, after attacking, returned to his normal demeanor and replied slowly, "You have a life-saving skill anyway. You won't die." Upon hearing this, the Utian clan gradually calmed down. His life-saving skill had already been used and could not be activated again within 3 days. After considering this, the Utian clan said solemnly, "I hope you won't do such things again to avoid worsening the relationship between our clans." The human ignored the Utian clan and addressed the mechanical clan. "Let's begin." The mechanical clan did not waste words. They connected their internal programs to the control center of the building. Soon, a metallic long table slowly rose in front of the five, followed by more than 10 metallic chairs. Upon seeing this, the Utian clan immediately wanted to take the seat at the head of the table. But the mechanical clan stopped him. The Utian clan was nearly enraged again, but thinking of his lost life-saving skill, he asked in a deep voice, "What does this mean?" The mechanical clan, with a cold expression, replied, "This position should be occupied by the strongest." The Utian clan retorted, "Am I not the strongest race?" At this moment, the human moved, crossing over the mechanical clan and the Utian clan to take the seat at the head of the table, and said, "You are only a level 3. If you bring a few strong ones, then this position is naturally yours." Then the mechanical clan and the angel clan took their seats on either side, with the flying race sitting below them. As the Utian clan was about to sit down, a feather from the flying race landed on the spot where he was about to sit. The Utian clan glared coldly at the flying race, feeling his mentality starting to crumble from being repeatedly provoked. The flying race, however, was unfazed by his gaze and said indifferently, "A level 3 and has no right to sit with me." Apart from the Utian clan, each of the other 3 was a strong presence at level 5, so the presence of a mere level 3 Utian clan was unacceptable. The Utian clan glanced at the others, sensing the aura they exuded, and gritted his teeth in anger. "I will endure this." So he simply sat at the very back, thinking to himself that he would endure now, but once he returned to his clan, none of them would escape. The figure at the head of the table paid no mind to the Utian clan's gaze and simply stated, "Let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the mechanical clan said, "We are not far from the second mutation, and the gateway to the starry sky is about to open. Every battle we engage in generates destructive energy that can ruin this beautiful planet and devastate large areas of resources." The Utian clan shouted, "Who doesn't know this? Stop the nonsense and get to the point." The mechanical clan ignored him and continued, "Therefore, when conflicts arise between us, we generally resolve them in the starry sky arena. However, an alien insect race has appeared on the planet. They are mindless and only know how to plunder and destroy the planet. They have become a real threat, and our clan can no longer eliminate these insects alone. So we want everyone to mobilize their clans to exterminate the insects together." Upon hearing this, the Utian clan replied, "You can't even deal with some insects. It seems your clan is indeed unworthy in the heavenly domain." The human, who had been listening quietly, spoke up, "What insect race? Do you have any specimens?" The mechanical clan again controlled the building, and soon a metallic iron cage appeared above the heads of the 4. Inside the cage was a giant insect resembling a mantis, its whole body shackled by unknown metallic chains, measuring about 5 to 6 meters in size. There was no fluctuation of special powers emanating from it, but its life force was immense. The figure at the head of the table looked at the insect without saying anything, seemingly deep in thought, and the flying race and the angel were the same. The Utian clan did not look at the insect. Apart from the demon abyss, he held a disdainful attitude towards all races. The mechanical clan noticed him and opened the cage, releasing the chains. Upon seeing this, the insect let out a roar, and its scythe-like arms slashed down violently, directly cutting through the metal cage. The mantis charged out and stood on the long table, first seeing the mechanical clan and roaring again, blaming them for its capture. The mantis charged directly at the mechanical clan, but they activated their shield to block it, preventing the mantis from getting even an inch closer. It then turned its attention to the figure at the head of the table, who did not attack, but also did not defend. And soon the flying race and the angel followed suit. When the mantis saw that it could not get close to anyone, it spotted the laid-back Utian clan and lunged fiercely at him. Although the Utian clan appeared nonchalant, he was not entirely unconcerned. He quickly teleported to dodge the mantis's attack. The mantis relentlessly pursued and continued to attack, making disgusting noises while doing so. The Utian tribe couldn't stand the nausea anymore and directly launched an attack on the mantis. Initially, he did not use ranged attacks but engaged in hand-to-hand combat. However, when his fist made contact with the mantis's blade, a crack appeared on his entire fist. He quickly extended his foot, using his hardest eagle claw to counter, successfully blocking the attack. After the mantis failed its strike, it came in for another attack. This time, the Utian tribe did not engage in a direct confrontation. Instead, he flapped his wings and flew into the sky. The mantis also spread its wings and headed towards the Utian tribe. The gem on the Utian tribe's chest flickered, and a wave of divine light shot out, hitting the mantis. The mantis below, unaware of how to dodge, was pierced through and fell to the ground. Seeing that the mantis was dead, the Utian tribe also landed. However, just as he landed, a thin, black iron-like worm drilled out from the mantis's abdomen. The speed was too fast, and with the Utian tribe being lax, the black iron worm directly pierced through the Utian tribe's lower abdomen. Puff! The Utian tribe cried out in pain and spat out a mouthful of white liquid. Angrily, he grabbed the worm's body, concentrating divine power in his palm, and the next moment, the worm was burned alive. After waiting for a long time without any further movement, the Utian tribe sat back down in his chair, full of disdain, saying, "Is that all?" Chapter 79. Exotic Worms. The mechanical tribe looked at the disdainful expression of the Utian tribe and then connected to the control center, after which more than 10 metal cages slowly appeared. Each cage held a different type of exotic beast, their life fluctuations varying in strength, but none lower than level 3. The Utian tribe's expression changed upon seeing this, and before he could say anything, all the metal cages suddenly opened, and the exotic worms were released. The first to recover was an exotic worm with 2 heads and 4 pairs of arms, its massive claws gripping the metal door and twisting it into a spiral. As it moved, more and more exotic worms began to recover, and the once quiet room was now filled with the sound of metal being struck. The Utian tribe grew increasingly anxious. The 2-headed worm cast a fierce glance at the mechanical tribe before turning its gaze toward the Utian tribe below. With a powerful push, it dented the metal cage, and the entire worm sprang out, lunging at the Utian tribe, followed by several others. The Utian tribe did not dare to be slow. He used a teleportation to dodge, and the spot he had occupied was instantly shredded by the 4 claws of the 2-headed worm. The 2-headed worm did not have wings, so it remained still, staring at the Utian tribe without much movement. However, other worms moved, attacking the Utian tribe from all directions. The Utian tribe could not attack. As soon as he did, other worms would ambush him, so he could only dodge. He teleported again, but before he could stabilize, a worm appeared in his previous location, heading straight for his legs. The massive mouth of the worm was as big as a basketball. If it bit down, the Utian tribe's lower body would be gone. However, perhaps because the sensitive area was about to be bitten, the Utian tribe suddenly became energized and miraculously dodged the bite. Although the worm did not bite the Utian tribe's sensitive area, it did bite into the Utian tribe's eagle claw. Even though this was the hardest part of the Utian tribe's body, it was still part of him and not heavily armored. However, the Utian tribe's foot was not bitten off. Although he was in great pain, he gritted his teeth and, to avoid being entangled any longer, fiercely clawed at the inside wall of the worm's mouth. But no matter how he clawed, the worm remained unyielding, as if it had no sense of pain. The Utian tribe did not want to be delayed by the worm, but the fact that the worm felt no pain was something he had not anticipated. While being delayed, other worms also arrived. The other worms opened their mouths to attack. Seeing this opportunity, the 2-headed worm leaped out again, extending its 4 claws with all its might, ready to tear the Utian tribe apart. In this moment of peril, the Utian tribe shouted, "Are you just going to watch? I am the envoy of the Utian tribe. If I die, you won't be well off either." There was no response from the others. the leading figure suddenly radiated a golden aura. A golden door appeared in front of him, and he charged towards it. The next moment, a golden dragon emerged from the door. A dragon's roar echoed throughout the building, and all the exotic worms were left numb by the sound. The next instant, the golden dragon exhaled towards the worms. Seeing this, the Yutian tribe quickly pulled his leg out as the worms were dazed and instantly teleported away. Just as he escaped, the dragon's breath reached the worms, instantly turning them to ashes, and the metal floor nearby melted into boiling iron water. Afterward, the dragon ceased its breath and landed on the metal floor, with the startled Yutian tribe landing like a small sparrow on the dragon's neck. This golden dragon was not the traditional five-clawed golden dragon, but rather a Western dragon. Though it was not a purebred dragon, it was a long-legged lizard with wings. The dragon spoke human language, and the Yutian tribe heard a majestic voice. "Little thing, don't stand on my neck." The Yutian tribe was startled by this and hurriedly flew off, landing on the long table. The angels sensed the immense energy pressure from the dragon and entered combat mode, donning golden battle armor and wielding the sword of judgment. The flying tribe's eyes turned blood red. Their black hair transformed into a crimson color, and there were blood-like markings on their exposed face and arms. This was their battle form. The Yutian tribe was still young and did not feel the pressure from the dragon, so he was not affected. The dragon spoke in a deep voice. "Were there many such exotic worms just now?" After the mechanical tribe confirmed the numbers again, they answered, "The ones just now were merely the most ordinary cannon fodder among the exotic worms. Each of their elite warriors has a strength of level 4 or above, and they are very numerous and common, often attacking our fortresses alongside the cannon fodder. Above them are the level 5 exotic worms, and their numbers are also vast, exceeding the total of all our level 5 warriors by several times. However, for some unknown reason, they rarely attack us. This is not the key issue. In their nests, there are level 6 and level 7 mother worms. Our highest combat power on this planet is only level 6, so if we don't unite, this planet will truly become the territory of the worms." After hearing this, the golden dragon fell silent. Their dragon race was located further east on the continent. Unlike the mechanical tribe that was adjacent to the worm tribe, what they thought was an unknown small race had unexpectedly developed to this extent in just a few months. The Yutian tribe no longer acted nonchalantly as before. He instinctively landed on the dragon's neck, thinking about how to report back. The golden dragon sensed the Yutian tribe on its back and, in anger, flicked its tail, knocking the Yutian tribe off. Then the dragon said, "I will go back and inform the king to send our people to assist you." The dragon then turned to the others and said, "I assume you will do the same?" The flying tribe and the angels nodded in agreement, and the Yutian tribe, who was not asked, also nodded along. The mechanical tribe added, "Not only us, but we should also inform the tribe from the abyss of magic. As for the remaining neutral orphan races and indigenous people, we will temporarily cease hostilities and inform them of the exotic worms." The dragon did not object. The tribe from the abyss of magic had strength comparable to the Yutian tribe, and their addition would be even better. As for the indigenous people, the dragon directly ignored them, finding them inconsequential. After the mechanical tribe finished speaking, the golden dragon directly broke through the metal wall and left. The flying tribe and the angels did not exchange any words with the mechanical tribe and also departed. The Yutian tribe was about to leave when the mechanical tribe called out to him. The Yutian tribe turned around and looked at the mechanical tribe with a questioning expression, regaining a look of indifference. The mechanical tribe said, "Don't go just yet. I need you to inform that little shadow demon about this message." The Yutian tribe was initially puzzled, wondering which little shadow demon he was referring to, but then quickly realized it was the one he had seen earlier that day. Without hesitation, the Yutian tribe accepted the task, especially since there was a beauty by that little shadow demoness side, and he planned to visit there later. However, he didn't intend to go alone. He needed to bring a few more tribesmen for safety. He had felt like he was being watched when he passed through that area before, as if there were eyes on him, akin to a predator watching its prey. If he hadn't run fast, he feared he might have ended up as a roasted chicken. Chapter 80. Qingyo Restaurant in the Black Castle. Bai Mu was currently clinging to Xiaoyang, asking him to teach her how to become stronger. Xiaoyang naturally didn't want to pay her any attention, but he couldn't withstand Bai Mu's persistent harassment. Eventually, he decided to calm down and listen to her ramble on. "Xiao Mu, what is wrong with you? Did something stimulate you?" Bai Mu, seeing that Xiaoyang finally acknowledged her, felt hopeful and quickly replied, "I encountered a strange birdman today. His strength is incredible. Even if I kill him, he can resurrect. The main issue is that he bullied Xiao Yi and Xiao He, and I couldn't do anything about it. He reminded. Xiao Bai, that's a member of the Yutian tribe. Xiao Yang understood the situation after hearing this. Indeed, there was a young member of the Yutian tribe passing by today, and he had initially intended to capture that Yutian tribe member for soup, but he ultimately held back. Seeing Bai Mu's anxious expression, he found it quite adorable and pinched her cheek, then said, "It's normal that you can't defeat them right now. There's no need to rush." "Why is it normal? I think my foundation is strong enough. It's just that I lack combat skills." Xiao Yang didn't respond directly. Instead, he reached into Bai Mu's stomach and pulled out a bottle of juice and several cups. This made Bai Mu's stomach feel a little ticklish. After pouring himself a cup and sipping it slowly, Xiao Yang continued. Some races in the Tianyu lean towards the light attribute. In the early stages, they are basically on par with our demon abyss. Your race, Xiao Mu, is an exception, as it is particularly afraid of the light attribute. However, in the mid-stage, the darkness of the demon abyss surpasses the light, although you still fear the light. Once you have your exclusive dark domain, you won't fear the light within that domain anymore. The range of the domain depends on your strength. In the later stages, the darkness of the demon abyss will completely crush the light, and by then, you can act freely. So, as long as you ensure your early development is cautious and don't take unnecessary risks, there's no need for combat skills. Bai Mu understood the gist of it, particularly the parts about crushing and acting freely, which filled her with confidence. However, she still couldn't let go of the earlier incident and asked Xiao Yang, "Can you help me capture that birdman? I want to humiliate him." "No, I'll only help you guard the home. I don't want to get involved in those matters." "Xiao Mu, you should continue to be a lazy fish where you are." Bai Mu was persistent and continued to pester him. However, apart from teasing Bai Mu's face, Xiao Yang didn't offer any help. In the end, Bai Mu had no choice but to leave the room with a flushed face, retreating to her own room to live a lazy life. 3 days later, Bai Mu was full of energy as she set out with He. As soon as she went downstairs, she saw Yi Yan sprawled on the sofa. Yi Yan hadn't seen Bai Mu for days and was restless, with a lot of work to report. He had come to find Bai Mu at least 5 times a day, and after not seeing her for the 6th time, he chose to wait. Sitting alone on the sofa, he waited for 3 days, during which he would go outside to continue gathering data. But he ended up falling asleep on the sofa because the waiting process was too boring and exhausting. Bai Mu looked at Yi Yan, who was sleeping on the sofa, and noticed a bit of drool at the corner of his mouth, causing her to smile slightly, thinking he must be having a good dream. So, she gave Yi Yan a revitalizing touch and draped her outer garment over him. This series of movements caused Yi Yan to stir slightly, and soon he woke up. As soon as he saw Bai Mu, tears streamed down his face, and he exclaimed, "My lord, I finally see you." While shouting, he hugged Bai Mu's legs, soaking her pants with his tears. In truth, these weren't actual tears. Although Yi Yan did have the urge to cry, he simply couldn't. So he used his abilities to produce water instead of tears. Bai Mu quickly pressed Yi Yan's head away from her pants and said, "Xiao Yi, calm down. Calm down." Yi Yan finally stopped but still felt a bit unsatisfied. After Bai Mu saw him calm down, she sat on the nearby sofa, while He sat beside her, taking out tissues to wipe Bai Mu's pants. "Xiao Yi, do you have something to report?" Yi Yan scratched the back of his head and said, "It's not a big deal, just some daily developments." When Bai Mu thought of daily developments, she asked, "Has the road been repaired?" Yi Yan awkwardly replied, "Not yet. The orcs are still learning." "What about the outer city wall?" "That has been repaired a little." "A little? How much is that?" "About 10 meters. Bai Mu realized that the perimeter of her territory was at least 10 kilometers, and in 3 days, they had only managed 10 meters. That was indeed too little. "Xiao Yi, how tall do you plan to make the city wall?" Yi Yan answered, "My lord, I plan to build a 10-meter high and 5-meter wide city wall. Plus, we currently only have 8 construction orcs and some little skeletons helping out, so it's a bit slow." After hearing this, Bai Mu understood better. Her high standards had indeed led to a smaller population, and up to this point, they had only about 100 people. After careful consideration, Bai Mu said, "Let us build the wall where there are houses first. The other areas can wait." "Yes, my lord." "Also, buy a few random building capsules and place them in the western corner of the city. You can move over with those few people. Don't stay in the wooden villa anymore." Yi Yan was overjoyed after hearing this. His lord was actually allowing him to move into the city. Their relationship must have gotten closer. Clack, clack. A few blue crystals fell from Yi Yan's body, and he quickly reacted, picking them up and presenting them to Bai Mu. He stood up to collect the blue crystals and then stuffed them back into Bai Mu's stomach. After He finished, Bai Mu said to Yi Yan, "All right, Xiao Yi, you can go now." Yi Yan bowed deeply to Bai Mu again before retreating and closing the door. On the other side, the extremely evil corpse was comfortably sitting in his interrogation room. Upon learning that Bai Mu was going to build this for him, he immediately exchanged points for a random building capsule. He created an interrogation room because he couldn't wait any longer, and he didn't want to use the methods of those orcs, which were too ugly. In the past few days, Bai Mu's territory had gained another building constructed from a building capsule. Previously, Bai Mu's city had Xiao Yang's restaurant, then the shop next to it, and the bank for exchanging currency. Now, a restaurant had opened a few dozen meters away from Xiao Yang's restaurant, which was essentially a replica of Xiao Yang's. Though the construction skills were not as refined, this restaurant was opened by the Qingmiu, who had experienced enlightenment. Since then, he had calmed down only after crashing into dozens of large trees in the forest. After calming down, he borrowed points from everywhere, even from Bai Mu's little skeleton. And finally, yesterday, he successfully gathered 1,000 points. He then opened a restaurant here, named Qingmiu Restaurant. Chapter 81. World Map. After spending half a day at home with the black salted fish, Bai Mu finally decided to go out for a stroll. As soon as he stepped outside, he encountered a little orc, and naturally, he followed the usual routine of serving them. In the midst of the little orc's playful antics, he learned about the location of the Qingmiu Restaurant. Bai Mu became interested and thought he should go take a look. Action speaks louder than words. Bai Mu immediately took the black salted fish and, under the guidance of a little lizard person, headed towards the restaurant run by Qingmiu. However, at that moment, several eagle-headed, human-bodied members of the Yutian tribe were flying towards Bai Mu's territory, their voices reaching him before they arrived. "The little lord inside, come out to greet us." Bai Mu, who was feeling quite lively, twitched his eyelids at the sound. Who are these random dogs barking outside? Before Bai Mu could react, the extremely evil corpse rushed over first, but upon seeing 4 members of the Yutian tribe, he hesitated and took half a step back. However, he quickly straightened his back again. As the saying goes, one should never lose face in their own territory. The several members of the Yutian tribe found the sight of the stubborn green-skinned corpse quite amusing. This zombie had some spirit, not shrinking away in fear upon seeing them. However, the Yutian tribe member who had encountered the extremely evil corpse before did not share the same sentiment as the others. He only wanted to crush the extremely evil corpse, as this green-skinned zombie had previously bitten off his leg. Originally planning to go to Qingmiu's place, Bai Mu decided to confront these Yutian tribe members first. With Xiao Yang backing him up in his own territory, why should he be afraid? Just as he was about to leave, Yi Yan rushed over, breathless, to inform Bai Mu about the arrival of the Yutian tribe. Although Bai Mu already knew, he still patted Yi Yan's shoulder in acknowledgement, then took the black salted fish and Yi Yan to confront the Yutian tribe. It didn't take long for them to reach the Yutian tribe members, and Bai Mu saw the Yutian tribe member who had bullied his little black and little evil before. Bai Mu glared at that Yutian tribe member and said, "Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to walk it. Hell has no door, yet you dare to barge in here. Just right, today I shall deal with you." Upon hearing Bai Mu's words, the Yutian tribe member, who had originally directed his anger at the extremely evil corpse, now turned it towards Bai Mu. "You little shadow demon, do you dare to duel with me one-on-one?" Thus, the two began to exchange verbal jabs. At this moment, another Yutian tribe member stepped forward and blocked the increasingly angry one, saying, "Aren't we here to deliver a message? Albert, why are you arguing with him?" The Yutian tribe member named Albert replied, "You don't understand. This kid is cunning, and he has a beautiful partner right beside him." Hearing this, the other Yutian tribe members looked towards the black salted fish beside Bai Mu, who was fully clad in silver armor, revealing nothing. The other Yutian tribe members looked at Albert with puzzled expressions. Albert was at a loss for words. If his tribe members didn't see it for themselves, they would never know how beautiful that partner was. Just as he was about to say something else, the Yutian tribe member who had initially blocked him stepped over and addressed Bai Mu. Although this Yutian tribe member had no grudge against Bai Mu still gave him a cold stare. These Yutian tribe members were all quite astonishing. If it weren't for his foresight in having the black salted fish fully armored before going out, he would have been exposed to these people. Bai Mu coldly asked the Yutian tribe member, "What do you want?" The Yutian tribe member glanced at Bai Mu indifferently and then threw out a paper map. Take a good look at this. Before Bai Mu could move, the black salted fish extended a hand, pinching the map between two fingers and handing it to Bai Mu. Bai Mu took the map from the black salted fish and began to examine it. This was a map recording the distribution of various races in the world. Although it didn't specify the exact area occupied, it was clear to see which races occupied the most and which the least. Upon closer inspection, the race with the largest territory was the Destruction Tribe located in the far west of the eastern continent, marked as a race from the Demon Abyss. Below the Destruction Tribe was the Insect Tribe, also specifically noted. Meanwhile, the Utian Tribe and the Angel Tribe occupied the western continent across the ocean, each taking the north and south. Bai Mu's territory in the eastern part of the eastern continent was very small, almost negligible. To the north were the Corpse Tribe. Above them were the Bone Tribe and Blood Tribe. To the east was the Flying Tribe. To the south was the Dragon Tribe. And to the west was the Mechanical Tribe. After looking at this map, Bai Mu asked, "What does this mean?" The Utian tribe member replied, "This is a map that gives you a general direction. We have decided to call for a ceasefire and unite against the Insect Tribe. Since you occupy such a tiny piece of land, we came to inform you as well." Bai Mu felt somewhat relieved at first, but his expression darkened at the last part. "Why do you have to emphasize that it's a tiny piece of land? Why should I join in the fight against the Insect Tribe?" The Utian tribe member continued, "If you do not join us in the fight, it implies you are siding with them, and we can eliminate you first. The Demon Abyss side won't say anything about it either. In short, whether you like it or not, we have delivered our message, and now it's up to you to decide." Just as they were about to leave, Albert jumped out, blocking the others and looking at Bai Mu. "Little brother, let her take off her armor. I want to take another look." Upon hearing this, Bai Mu's veins bulged in anger. This damned bird wouldn't stop, and he drew his gun, ready to fight. The Utian tribe member was waiting for this moment, planning to snatch the black salted fish during the chaos. Just at that critical moment, a cloud of black mist covered the sky, and everyone instinctively looked up. 3 giants slowly floated in the mist, each towering over 6 meters. These giants belonged to the Destruction Tribe, each possessing 3 eyes. The right eye was fiery red, representing fire and capable of shooting out scorching lava, while the left eye was water blue, representing water and capable of shooting out frigid streams. In the center of their foreheads was a vertical eye, pitch black with no sclera, which was the main killing eye of the Destruction Tribe, containing endless dark energy. It could shoot out a devastating beam of death light with pinpoint accuracy, wielding immense power. As the 3 Destruction Tribe giants approached, the 4 Utian tribe members felt a sense of oppression. Bai Mu and the others felt it even more acutely than the Utian tribe members. Upon arriving, the Destruction Tribe noticed the Utian tribe was also there, and one of the giants smirked, the vertical eye on its forehead beginning to flicker. Albert, seeing this, angrily shouted, "During the ceasefire, you dare to attack us." The flickering-eyed giant from the Destruction Tribe replied, "I'm just doing what someone else wants to do." As the energy within the vertical eye became increasingly terrifying, in the next instant, a horrifying beam of death shot out, tearing apart the space it passed through and leaving behind a rift. Albert exclaimed, "You really dare to come." He swiftly dodged this attack, but suddenly a large hole appeared in his chest, and the gem in his chest shattered. A large amount of white liquid flowed from the corner of Albert's mouth as he glared at the Destruction Tribe, then collapsed to the ground. The other 3 Utian tribe members quickly lifted Albert and made a hasty retreat. During the process, Albert used time reversal to recover, angrily looking back at the laughing Destruction Tribe, vowing that he would not let that Destruction Tribe member get away with it. Chapter 82. Divine Cannon Fodder. After driving away the Utian tribe members, the Destruction Tribe descended upon Bai Mu's territory. As the 3 giants landed, the surrounding soil trembled. It became evident that the bodies of the Destruction Tribe members were heavier than they appeared, despite their large size. They had good proportions and did not look clumsy or heavy. Bai Mu was naturally delighted that the Destruction Tribe had chased away the annoying bird people and felt a bit more friendly towards them. He thanked the Destruction Tribe. After Bai Mu finished thanking, the evil corpse beside him whispered in his ear, "Your Majesty, although the Destruction Clan also belongs to the Abyss, they rank below the top 10. They are not on good terms with the top 10 races and are generally disliked." The Destruction Clan member who had previously unleashed the Destruction Death looked at the evil corpse and said, "You little green skin know quite a lot." The evil corpse shrank back at these words. He was a neutral orphan and couldn't afford to provoke a race that was even more unreasonable than the Utian clan. However, Bai Mu was not displeased with the Destruction Clan because they had not offended him and had helped him drive away those large birds. Seeing that Bai Mu remained gentle after hearing what the green-skinned zombie said, the Destruction Clan member continued, "The people from the Heavenly Domain should have explained the situation to you, so I want to repeat it. I would like to invite you to visit our royal city of the Destruction Clan, if you would be so gracious." Bai Mu, who had been fine, immediately tensed up upon hearing about visiting the Destruction Clan's lair. Looking at the fierce and intimidating appearance of the Destruction Clan, he tried hard to maintain a polite expression, but as someone who was sensitive to appearances, he felt a bit scared. He then remembered the evil corpse's words and hesitated for a moment. After struggling for a while, Bai Mu apologetically said, "I'm sorry, but I need to think about this matter." Hearing Bai Mu's words, the Destruction Clan member stepped forward. This member had always had a proud expression, but upon hearing Bai Mu's words, his expression turned somewhat angry. He felt that it was already quite respectful for someone as cruel as their captain to speak so politely. Yet this little person was so unappreciative. Bai Mu did not say anything in response to the angry Destruction Clan member. This was within his expectations, and he acknowledged that it was indeed his fault. The captain of the Destruction Clan, after receiving the response, did not lose his composure like his clan member. He seemed somewhat disappointed and said, "I see. Then please consider it before giving your reply." He then added, "Actually, we have no other business. We just want you to come to our defense line to exterminate the insects after you make your decision." After saying this, he rode off with the black mist along with his clan members without explaining anything to Bai Mu. The evil corpse watched the Destruction Clan leave, and its little heart finally stabilized. Bai Mu looked at the evil corpse and asked, "Little evil, what are you afraid of?" Before the evil corpse could respond, He also removed his armor, and there were some beads of sweat among his hair. Bai Mu then looked at He and asked, "Little He, why are you like this too?" The evil corpse said, "Your Majesty, if I had given him a sizzle in the eyes, he would have been done for. Although the soul would return, the person would also leave Your Majesty." After hearing this, Bai Mu understood the evil corpse's pain. At this moment, He also said, "Little Bai, the attack from that vertical-eyed member of the Destruction Clan is unavoidable. Even the instantaneous movement of the Utian clan cannot dodge it. So you must never let your guard down when facing them." Bai Mu nodded thoughtfully. No wonder they were so cautious while he was completely fine. Bai Mu did not realize it was because he was completely ignorant that he was unafraid. He believed it was because he wouldn't die that he was unafraid of the Destruction Clan. After this meeting ended, Bai Mu continued on to the Qing Niu restaurant with He. The onlooker Yi Yin finally reacted, realizing that this giant he had never seen before was truly terrifying. He had never been this scared, even when facing the Utian clan. At this moment, he noticed Bai Mu was gone, and around him were only some orcs who were similarly lost in thought. Fearing that these orcs might be bitten by mosquitoes while in a daze, Yi Yin woke them all up. On the other side, as Bai Mu entered the small restaurant, he pulled He to find a place to sit down, still muttering about why the Destruction Clan wanted him to go to their defense line. Just as he was pondering this, Xiaoyang appeared from somewhere and sat opposite Bai Mu, saying, "Of course it's because of your domain. With your current strength, once your domain opens, you could die instantly if a weakling with power less than 19 points touches you. If you go, the Destruction Clan can save some cannon fodder and 1T have to let their own cannon fodder fight against the insect race." Upon learning this, Bai Mu began to question the cannon fodder of the Destruction Clan. Were they their lower-ranking clan members? Xiaoyang replied, "How could that be? The Destruction Clan doesn't even have third-tier members. They are all at home drinking milk." Cannon fodder naturally refers to these local creatures, some humans or orcs, etc. Bai Mu immediately felt a distance from the Destruction Clan, turning them into mere passers-by. Seeing Bai Mu's reaction, Xiaoyang continued, "Actually, it's not just the Destruction Clan. Other races are the same. Humans and orcs only serve 3 purposes. First, cannon fodder. Second, labor. And third, reproduction." Bai Mu felt okay about the first 2 points, knowing that humans had become cannon fodder, so it was reasonable that labor was included as well. However, upon hearing about reproduction, he couldn't help but choke on a sip of water. With the massive size of the Destruction Clan, could humans or orcs even handle that? Xiaoyang, seeing Bai Mu's reaction, smirked and said, "Don't think so one-sidedly. The Destruction Clan is indeed peculiar, but think about those delicate angels and flying races, as well as those shape-shifting dragon races and the high average attractiveness of the blood race. Once you think of it this way, although it is for reproduction, their status has actually improved. At least they have gone from slaves to a part of the family. They won't look down on humans or orcs who are part of the family. Xiao Yang's words fell into the ears of some orcs, making them feel a bit excited. After hearing this, Bai Mu glanced at He and suddenly felt no sympathy for those chosen for reproduction, wondering if everyone could be like him, sleeping beside beauties. Although he had not yet seen any other female angels apart from He or other female extraterrestrial races, he could tell from Xiao Yang's words that their appearances were certainly not ugly. In fact, those chosen for reproduction might even gain a bit. With their lives secured and surrounded by beauties, living without worries about food and clothing. However, even though Bai Mu had come to terms with how extraterrestrial races used local residents, he still didn't want to go to the Destruction Clan. He decided to fly over himself, and whoever invited him on the way, he would go. Xiao Yang looked at Bai Mu and asked, "When do you plan to leave?" Bai Mu did not answer, but instead asked, "I'm not in a hurry. The main question is whether you are going with me this time." "Not going." Bai Mu did not say much. This was already within his expectations. But Xiao Yang unexpectedly pulled out a tablet from somewhere, adjusted it for a moment, and a figure of Bai Mu appeared on the screen. Bai Mu looked puzzled and asked, "What is this?" Xiao Yang replied, "This is what I use to watch your little guy's actions." Bai Mu's face changed upon hearing this. "Did you spy on what I did in my room?" Xiao Yang glanced at Bai Mu and said, "I knew you would ask this. I already know what you young fellows do without needing to watch. I'm already desensitized to it. There's no need to spy on your little actions." Bai Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although everyone knew the truth, he still couldn't accept being live-streamed for such things. When the dishes arrived at Qingniu, the topic of conversation successfully shifted to the food. However, upon seeing the dish, Bai Mu was a bit dumbfounded as he reached out to pick up a blade of grass the thickness of an arm. Huh, a blade of grass can be a dish? Chapter 83 Departure. This blade of grass had nothing special about it. It was no different from ordinary grass. Bai Mu summoned the owner of Qingniu, who was chatting and laughing with other orcs, and holding the blade of grass. He asked, "What is the name of this dish?" The owner of Qingniu respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, this is called green grass." Bai Mu naturally knew this was green grass, but seeing the owner's silly demeanor, he didn't want to ask further. Since he found it hard to eat this grass, he pretended to encourage him and said, "You've worked hard running this shop. I want to eat this grass. You can have it instead. Consider it a gift for me." The owner of Qingniu, not understanding any other implications, immediately gratefully accepted the blade of grass when he heard Bai Mu say he would give it to him. This grass is not simple. He spent several days finding just 3 pieces, and he was reluctant to eat them himself. Originally, he intended to get familiar with Bai Mu and offer it to him. As a result, not only did he succeed in making the king remember him, but the grass was still his, making today truly a happy day for him. Bai Mu watched Qingniu still immersed in it, and although he didn't know why, he couldn't bear to disturb someone else's dream. So he quietly took He and slipped away, with Xiao Yang following behind. Xiao Yang continued to ask the previous question, when would Bai Mu go to exterminate the bugs? Upon hearing Xiao Yang ask again, Bai Mu replied, "Is this very urgent?" The insect race naturally seemed insignificant in Xiao Yang's eyes. But seeing Bai Mu lazing around at home every day was quite boring. So Xiao Yang said to Bai Mu, "They grow quickly, require little food, and adapt easily to various harsh environments, which makes their numbers enormous. Right now, the insect race isn't launching a full-scale attack, but if they do, the front line won't be able to handle it all. At that time, all native creatures will die except for the foreign races. Xiao Mu, I will protect the city, but I won't be able to watch over outside. Then I'll set out this afternoon. First, I need to gather my troops." Bai Mu didn't want to go but had to. He previously thought it was safe since others were ahead, so he could take his time. Now, after hearing Xiao Yang, it seemed he couldn't continue like that. He acted quickly, and the 3 of them arrived at the training ground, where he could only think of finding combat personnel. Upon arrival, he saw Si Gu and some small skeletons, as well as some muscular orcs playing childish games. Bai Mu looked at this scene, covered his head, and walked away. These guys were too unreliable. He decided to find Yi Yin instead, as he was the only one in his territory who seemed reliable. Walking around the territory and surveying the people's conditions, although the orcs lived in poor housing, at least they didn't suffer from hunger. Each orc was quite happy, not having to worry about waking up to find their child taken away by a beast or being half-eaten by a mutated bear. Passing by Qingniu's small restaurant again, orcs were coming in and out continuously, probably because the prices were affordable. He wasn't an orc and couldn't enjoy that kind of food. Shortly after arriving at the castle, Yi Yin, who had been secretly watching the castle entrance from the balcony of a villa at the west corner, noticed Bai Mu entering the castle. Within a few minutes, Yi Yin came knocking. Although Bai Mu didn't know how Yi Yin always arrived so promptly, he didn't ask much. Perhaps he had some special skills. Bai Mu said directly, "Little Yi, I'm going out to fight bugs. I need to gather a small team to go with me. Please arrange it." Upon hearing this, Yi Yin immediately perked up. "Yes, Your Majesty." Then, in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. After Yi Yin left, Bai Mu knew he worked efficiently, so he sat down on the sofa. He held hay with one arm and played rock, paper, scissors with the other, but Bai Mu always won, not being able to lose even if he tried. In reality, Hay would always throw his punch a second late, intentionally losing, and Bai Mu remained oblivious, thinking he was skilled. He even boasted to Hay about the psychological battle he was having during the game, sounding quite convincing, just as he was getting into it. Yi Yin sent a message saying he had gathered the troops, so Bai Mu had to put away his playful impulses. Yi Yin knew Bai Mu would definitely do some small actions inside the castle, so he didn't bring the people directly in but led them to wait outside the castle. However, this time Bai Mu really didn't play any tricks on Hay. The two walked toward the main door, which opened automatically upon sensing them. As the door opened, Bai Mu spotted 5 people at the bottom of the stairs. Among them, he was quite familiar with 2. One was the birdman Ling, and the other was Yin Chong, who had been missing for an unknown period. Yin Chong's power had reached 15 points. He could now exert around 10 tons of strength. And with his ability strength, his power and endurance doubled, making him a minor powerhouse. The other 3, whom he wasn't familiar with, were Qing Shi, Hu Tu, and Langya. These 3 orcs were the leaders of the carnivorous orcs who had initially led them to join Bai Mu. Bai Mu hadn't seen them before, so he wasn't very familiar with them. These individuals were among the stronger ones in the second-level strength category, but their numbers were much fewer than Bai Mu had expected. He initially thought there would be more than 10. Now it seemed that the population in his territory was still tight. In a vacant area within the territory, the spaceship was ready for takeoff at any moment. Besides some orcs who couldn't leave their posts, most had come to see Bai Mu off. This time, the extremely evil corpse also followed, while Yi Yin wanted to come, but Bai Mu didn't let him, as the territory still needed him to command. Although Xiao Yang was strong, he never managed things, so Yi Yin had to take charge. Amid the cheers of the orcs, a small group boarded the spaceship, which then took off vertically toward the west. The tiger, snake, and wolf orcs were excited to be on a spaceship for the first time, eagerly looking around at the decor. Although they wanted to touch things more closely, they didn't dare to be too reckless with Bai Mu present. The extremely evil corpse sat cross-legged on the sofa with eyes closed, while the lively bird girl Ling leaned against the window, admiring the scenery outside and occasionally chatting. The muscular Yin Chong also tried to imitate the extremely evil corpse by sitting cross-legged beside him. But he was on the ground and hadn't grasped the essence like the extremely evil corpse. He often glanced at the bare feet of the bird girl, feeling a bit restless, but he didn't dare to be too forward. Yin Chong was a somewhat reserved man. The outside space was left for the orcs, while Bai Mu lay down on the bed inside. Although it was possible to see inside from the outside, Bai Mu had installed a metal partition later, which also had good soundproofing, so now what he did inside wouldn't be known from the outside. At this moment, he was playing a hand game with Hay, where they pressed their palms together with fingertips facing each other. One person would attack while the other dodged. If the attacker hit the back of the other's hand, they could hit again, and if they missed, the other would attack. Bai Mu naturally hit Hay's hand repeatedly, teasing him that his reactions were too slow and that he would definitely be beaten badly if he played with others. After a while, Bai Mu increasingly felt he was quite skilled, telling Hay to relax and play without being so restrained. Then, Hay finally didn't let Bai Mu win during one round, resulting in Bai Mu's hand turning red, after which he stopped playing. Knowing that Hay had been letting him win all along, Bai Mu decided not to play reaction games with Hay anymore. They got off the bed together and went up to the high platform. Seeing Bai Mu silent, Hay grabbed some candy and started eating. Meanwhile, Bai Mu was contemplating whether to wait for someone to find him, go to the front lines alone, or destroy the insect race's defenses. Just then, a broadcast sounded inside the spaceship, announcing that a mechanical combat squad had been detected ahead. Unlike the half-mechanical beings Bai Mu had seen before, this squad was composed entirely of metal robots. Chapter 84. A position more comfortable than resting on knees. Upon hearing the broadcast, Bai Mu immediately stood up, and Hay, unsure of why Bai Mu reacted so strongly, stood up as well. Bai Mu took Hay's free hand and said, Little Hay, come with me. He pulled Hay to the other side of the partition, joining the orcs. Bai Mu said, get ready for battle. The tiger, snake, and wolf orcs quickly transformed from their previous dazed expressions to fierce ones, all gritting their teeth, indicating they were fully prepared. The birdman saw the three orcs and tried to mimic their fierce expressions, but was completely ignored by Bai Mu. Her attempt was more cute than fierce. The extremely evil corpse jumped off the sofa, its claws making a harsh scratching sound. Bai Mu covered her ears and said, Little evil, stop. Stop. No more sharpening your claws. Seeing Bai Mu react so strongly, the extremely evil corpse had no choice but to stop its actions. Your Majesty, please come to the control room. Wang Ming's voice came from the intercom. Bai Mu didn't think much of it and entered the control room alone. At that moment, in the center of the control room, there was a virtual transparent screen displaying a robot. The robot, upon seeing Bai Mu, said expressionlessly, At last, we meet, Your Excellency. Bai Mu didn't recognize him and asked, Is there something you need? The robot, seeing Bai Mu's straightforwardness, also replied directly, We would like to invite you to our defense line. Although Bai Mu had already planned to go wherever he was invited, the Destruction Clan had invited him previously. And now the Mechanical Clan had come, making it difficult to agree immediately. Noticing Bai Mu's silence, the Mechanical Clan continued, Considering your route, you'll be passing over our territory. So why not let us escort you? After thinking for a moment, Bai Mu replied, All right. He didn't expect the Mechanical Clan's territory to be so vast. He had only flown west for about 20 minutes, which was just a few hundred kilometers. According to the map he had seen earlier, this distance was negligible in this world. Eventually, the spaceship sped ahead under the escort of the Mechanical Clan. However, they employed advanced technology, collectively activating a transparent screen that multiplied the spaceship's speed several times. Thus, Bai Mu and his companions spent a boring half-day playing mini-games on the spaceship before finally reaching the outskirts of the Mechanical Clan's territory. After more than a day of flying, they finally arrived outside the city of machines. But at that moment, the spaceship stopped, waking Bai Mu, who had been sleeping with his head resting on the black leg. Rubbing his eyes, he groggily made his way to the control room. The robot, seeing Bai Mu arrive, said, Due to special circumstances, you cannot enter the mechanical city for now, so you'll have to stay outside for the night. Bai Mu ignored him and went straight back to bed, annoyed that such a trivial matter had woken him. During this time, the birdman was also very sleepy, but felt uneasy sleeping with several muscular men outside, so she stealthily crawled into the partition. Seeing Bai Mu sleeping on the black leg, she didn't dare disturb him and instead lay down on the floor beside the bed, falling asleep. Having previously slept on cold floors, she didn't mind at all. And since the spaceship's floor was neither cold nor dirty, she soon fell peacefully asleep. Due to Bai Mu's sleeping position, the Black One was unable to sleep, so she took out a book she had stored inside Bai Mu's body to read. Although she found it a bit strange when the birdman entered, she said nothing. However, upon seeing the birdman sleeping on the floor, she felt compelled to act. She gently lifted Bai Mu's head, placed it on a pillow, and then got another pillow and a blanket for the birdman. The birdman, sensing the movement around her and seeing the Black One providing her with a pillow and blanket, quietly thanked her before succumbing to sleep again. The Black One, noticing how soundly the birdman could sleep on the floor, added to her strange knowledge. Then, the Black One returned to Bai Mu's side, gently lifted his head again, but this time did not place it back on her leg. Instead, she held Bai Mu in her arms, leaning back on the pillow while Bai Mu rested on her shoulder and resumed reading her book. This position was much more comfortable. The previous one on the sofa had been fine, but lying on the bed had made her legs very sore. At night, Bai Mu felt a soft sensation on his face and opened his eyes to discover what he was resting on. The Black One looked down at him and smiled. Little Bai, you're awake? You're not mad at me, are you? Bai Mu had already woken up when he felt the softness, and he reached out to pinch the Black One's cheek, saying, How could I be mad at you? After lounging in comfort on the bed for about 10 minutes, Bai Mu reluctantly got up. Just as he reached the edge of the bed and was about to put on his shoes, he noticed the birdman still sleeping on the floor. The Black One had also moved closer to Bai Mu and softly explained the situation to him. After understanding, Bai Mu didn't wake the birdman, and the two of them carefully jumped over her to get off the bed. After stretching their limbs, Bai Mu looked at the birdman on the floor and said, Little Black, let's lift her onto the bed. After all, we want to be sleeping. The Black One naturally had no objections. She followed Bai Mu's lead. So the Black One lifted the Birdman's upper body while Bai Mu held her bare feet, slowly lifting her onto the bed, after which the Black One covered her with a blanket. Bai Mu recalled the feeling of touching her and thought that the Black One's legs were even better, opening the metal partition door. Bai Mu and the Black One came before everyone. The three strong men, Tiger, Snake, and Wolf, had already fallen asleep on the ground, while the extremely evil corpse opened its eyes excitedly and approached Bai Mu, saying, "Your Majesty, you're finally awake." Yin Chong had not fallen asleep. He had dark circles under his eyes and, by chance, saw the Birdman sleeping on the bed through the door crack, making him even more envious of Bai Mu. Bai Mu didn't notice Yin Chong's little thoughts. He stepped out of the spaceship, which was now completely dark outside, with no light visible. After asking Wang Ming to turn on the spaceship lights, he set up a large tent outside the ship, summoning 2 little skeletons. He had them set up tables and chairs under the tent, then sent them to patrol the area. Bai Mu and the Black One sat down in chairs, and Bai Mu looked at the extremely evil corpse, who was in an excited state, and said, "Little evil, since you're so excited, why don't you catch a little beast for me?" The extremely evil corpse, upon receiving Bai Mu's order, seemed ecstatic and dashed out, disappearing in an instant. At that moment, only Bai Mu and the Black One remained sitting there. Bai Mu asked, "Little Black, what kind of books do you usually read?" Bai Mu had many books in his possession, some he liked and some the Black One liked, but he had never peeked at the Black One's favorite books. The Black One blushed slightly and quietly replied, "Romance novels." "Little Black, please don't get too immersed in them." The Black One obediently nodded. Bai Mu felt relieved seeing how obedient the Black One was. He could never say the sweet words that the male leads in romance novels used to win over girls. He was quite clumsy with words, and if it weren't for the Black One being easy to please and obedient, he wouldn't even be able to get close to the only girl he had. Just like now, besides the Black One, no girl liked him. His subordinates had thick skin and had already started their harems. Even Yi Yin, who was indifferent to women, had a few admirers. There were also some attractive subordinates, like the Birdman Yuling, who had never shown any flirtatious behavior towards the single man, yet her every move could make some of them feel a stirring in their hearts. Chapter 85. Why the Birdman is barefoot. It wasn't long before the extremely evil corpse returned with a massive chicken, which was 2 meters tall, classified as a level 2 mutated beast. Knowing that Bai Mu wanted to eat the chicken, the extremely evil corpse didn't cause too much damage. It swiftly cut off the chicken's head with its claws, and after a brief twitching, the headless chicken died. When Bai Mu saw the extremely evil corpse place the chicken on the ground in front of him, he felt a bit troubled. He had never dealt with plucking feathers or removing innards. However, he couldn't let Little Evil and Little Black know that he couldn't even handle such small tasks. So he feigned confidence and said to the extremely evil corpse, "Little Evil, I won't do this myself. Please pluck the feathers and remove the innards." The extreme evil corpse did not find it strange after hearing this. How could the king's noble hands do such trivial tasks? So, he began to pluck the chicken feathers and gut it. Bai Mu was not idle either. He ordered the little skeletons to gather firewood, while Hei acted as the beautiful fan for him. Bai Mu originally didn't want her to do these things, but Hei said that since she wanted a share of the chicken, she had to contribute something. So Bai Mu assigned her this task. Bai Mu was not skilled in other cooking methods, so he decided to roast the chicken. Without mentioning the taste, roasting was definitely the simplest method. After the little skeletons gathered enough firewood and set up the roasting rack, Bai Mu used a reinforced steel knife to make several cuts on the chicken and applied the sauce. Then he took a steel rod and skewered the chicken from the tail through to the neck, placing it directly on the rack to roast. After a while, on the big bed behind the partition in the spaceship, the bird person Yiling woke up. She felt the soft bed beneath her and suddenly sat up, hurriedly checking herself to find that her clothes had not been disturbed. After letting out a startled cry, she jumped off the bed in a panic. Seeing the wrinkled bedding she had created, she timidly climbed back onto the bed, reshaping the pillow into a perfect square and smoothing out the blanket until there were no wrinkles. After finishing all of this, she carefully climbed down again, her mind in disarray. Since her whole body had not been touched by anyone, it must mean that she had climbed up herself. Did my subconscious feel uncomfortable sleeping on the floor, so I climbed into bed and even took the king's spot? I don't even know if the king was there at the time. If he was, how could I face him and Sister Hei after they saw me like this? The more she thought about it, the redder her face became, like a rosy apple that made one want to take a bite. The bird person stepped out with these emotions, and outside, Yansheng noticed her and felt some liquid flowing from his nose. He immediately turned his head away, not wanting the bird person to see him at that moment, as he was unexpectedly having a nosebleed. The bird person did not notice this, lost in her thoughts. She smelled the aroma of roasted meat and involuntarily walked toward the spaceship's exit. Bai Mu, who was watching the little skeleton roast the chicken, noticed the bird person coming out and asked, "Did you sleep well?" At that moment, the bird person's mind was blank, and she instinctively nodded in agreement. Then she realized it was Bai Mu and immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. Bai Mu shook his head while looking at the bird person with her head down, truly unsure of what thoughts this little bird person had in her mind. However, when he saw her looking down, he inadvertently noticed her bare feet, which were stepping on a pile of small stones, causing her big toes to sink slightly into them. Bai Mu said, "Yiling, won't it hurt your feet to walk on these without shoes?" Upon hearing Bai Mu's question, the bird person looked at her feet, stepped back a bit, and lifted her heel to examine it. The King Yiling did not feel any pain. She always felt uncomfortable and unnatural when wearing shoes. Bai Mu nodded and asked again, "But won't your feet get dirty walking barefoot on the ground?" After carefully looking at the bird person's bare feet, he found no stains at all, which made him feel a bit itchy, so he quickly averted his gaze. Although the bird person found it strange that Bai Mu was staring at her feet, she did not think of him as being perverted like Yi Yan. Bai Mu was her savior. He had seen her in her natural state before and did not rush over like a hungry wolf. Instead, he showed no concern for her body at all. So, Bai Mu was the person the bird person trusted and felt closest to. After their brief exchange, she had already moved past her earlier embarrassment. Seeing that Bai Mu did not mind her sleeping in his bed. In response to Bai Mu's question, the bird person smiled and said, "Since the king modified my body, it automatically cleanses any dirt. If you don't believe me, you can take a look." With that, she moved closer to Bai Mu, genuinely wanting him to see her body. Bai Mu felt an alluring fragrance, which was different from the body scent of hay. Each had its own flavor. However, Bai Mu did not see the bird person in that way. He treated her like a little sister. The bird person was so unguarded. But he could not be that close. He stepped back a few paces to stand beside Hay, reaching out to grasp her delicate hand. This touch immediately extinguished any lingering fantasies he had about the bird person. To the bird person, who wanted to get closer, he said, "All right, I know you're very clean. No need to prove it to me." Though the bird person did not understand why the king was avoiding her, she felt a bit disappointed and stepped aside. Bai Mu thought to himself, this little guy had suffered so much in the past, but had not twisted her personality. Why was she so innocent regarding matters between men and women? If she encountered a bad person in the future, would she not be like a sheep entering a wolf's den? Of course, Bai Mu did not know that the bird person understood these things. She just did not see him as an ordinary man. She regarded Bai Mu as a father figure, but did not dare to voice it, especially since they did not have a significant age difference in appearance. After a moment of silence, the little skeleton felt that the chicken was ready and opened its mouth, making a clattering sound. Bai Mu was startled by this noise and stepped forward to cut into the chicken, seeing that it was indeed cooked. He sliced off a small piece and tasted it, revealing a satisfied expression. Looking at the roasted chicken, he couldn't help but slice off another piece. Roasting was indeed a simple, convenient, and delicious method of cooking. Bai Mu turned around and called Hay over to eat. Without hesitation, Hay came to Bai Mu's side, but since she did not have a steel knife, she simply tore off a small piece of meat with her hands. This action was not rough, with Hay's strength. It was easy for her to tear it off, even more so than tearing a sheet of white paper, and it looked quite elegant. Seeing this, Bai Mu tossed aside the steel knife, dismissing his earlier refinement, and directly tore off a chicken leg. As the two began to eat, the bird person watched from the side, drooling. After all, as a bird, she was a carnivore, and how could she not drool looking at the chicken? At some point, the extreme evil corpse appeared beside her, grinning and saying, "If you want to eat, go ahead. The king won't mind." The bird person felt tempted by this, and was about to walk over when she felt something tugging at her little wings on her head. Turning around, she saw it was the extreme evil corpse holding on to her, grinning mischievously. "Before you go, let me borrow a few feathers." Seeing the extreme evil corpse looking at her like a creepy uncle, the bird person did not dare to resist, and in the next moment, her wings sprouted from her back. The bird person closed her eyes tightly and presented her wings to the extreme evil corpse, indicating that he could pluck as many as he wanted. She was ready to endure the pain. The extreme evil corpse, seeing this, did not hold back and plucked several dozen feathers before releasing the bird person. His technique was good. The bird person hardly felt any pain at all. After being released, the bird person immediately pushed the feather-plucking incident to the back of her mind. After hovering around Bai Mu for a while, she weakly reached out to take a small piece of meat. When she saw that Bai Mu did not react, she began to eat heartily. After a while, the aroma of the roasted chicken spread, and everyone inside the spaceship leaned against the windows, drooling as they watched Bai Mu and the others eat chicken. On the other side, some ragged human children stood quietly, about 10 meters away from Bai Mu, also drooling as they watched the roasted chicken. Chapter 86. The beggar with all limbs intact. Seeing these children, the bird person stopped eating and a faint black mist emerged from the corners of her mouth. Cleaning the grease off, these ragged children reminded her of her previous life, and she suddenly felt a surge of sympathy. With wide eyes, she looked at Bai Mu. Can the king share some food with them? Bai Mu was prompted by this remark to glance at the ragged children and continued to pinch a piece of meat into her mouth, saying, if it were me, I wouldn't directly give them food. If you want, then go ahead and give them food. The bird person didn't understand why Bai Mu wouldn't directly give them food. But upon hearing that she could, she joyfully thanked Bai Mu and immediately ran into the spaceship to take some bread from the table to give to those children, which would be her food for the next few days. When the children saw the bird person approaching with the bread, they rushed to snatch it away. And before the bird person could let go, the bread had already fallen into their hands. However, not everyone was grabbing. Some children knelt down to thank the bird person before joining the fray for the bread. Despite the unpleasantness earlier, the bird person didn't mind, having been hungry herself. She understood their plight, and seeing the grateful eyes of the children made her feel more at ease. After finishing everything, the bird person bounced back to Bai Mu's side. Bai Mu didn't say much, tilting her head to look at the several drooling people in the cabin, and said, "You all come too." After Bai Mu finished speaking, she transformed into her original form, and a second later, she turned back into human shape. What she did was called refreshing herself. At the moment she turned into her original form, all the stains on her surface were cleaned, and when she turned back into human form, she didn't have to bother with cleaning herself. After doing all this, Bai Mu stood up, preparing to return to the spaceship. Hey, seeing Bai Mu about to leave, tore off a piece of chicken, holding it in both hands while eating and following Bai Mu. The several burly men from the spaceship rushed out, surrounding the remaining 2/3 of the chicken, starting to wolf it down. The bird person also rejoined them. Her small body seemed like an endless pit that could never be filled. A night passed, and early the next morning, Bai Mu set up a large umbrella, brought 2 lounge chairs, and came out in short-sleeved clothing and sunglasses to sunbathe. Hei lay on another chair, mimicking Bai Mu, wearing sunglasses and not dressed, just in a white dress, continuing to read a book on the lounge chair. The extreme evil corpse and the bird person were chasing small beasts nearby. The fact that the bird person could play with the extreme evil corpse made Bai Mu, lying on the lounge chair, feel a bit uncomfortable. Yin Shong and the 3 beastly men were sharpening their knives, teeth, or claws in preparation for the upcoming battle. The mechanical race seemed to have forgotten about Bai Mu and the others since yesterday, as no one had come, nor had they sent any messages. So Bai Mu was just idly waiting here. Bai Mu hadn't sunbathed for long when some ragged people came around again. This time, they were not just children, but also some adults. They wandered around, waiting for Bai Mu and the others to distribute food again. However, Bai Mu herself had limited food, and it was mostly luxury items that wouldn't satisfy hunger. So, Bai Mu's abilities surged, and layers of black shadows emerged, surrounding Bai Mu and Hei, leaving only a spot for sunlight to shine through. Being stared at by so many scorching eyes made him feel a bit uncomfortable, even if he didn't care. Hei was there, and how could her beautiful figure be seen by these people? Hei noticed that it had suddenly darkened around them, and, seeing the black shadows, didn't ask any questions. Bai Mu must have her reasons for doing this, and as long as she supported Bai Mu, that was enough. So, she picked up the orange juice on the table and gently sipped it through the straw. Meanwhile, the bird person, who was chasing small beasts with the extreme evil corpse, was blocked by a group of children, including some adults. These adults were not entirely driven by hunger. They looked at the bird person with other intentions. Some stared at the bird person's chest, some at her waist, and some directly at her legs. The bird person recognized these children at a glance. They were the ones she had given food to yesterday. Seeing the children's eager gazes made her feel a bit soft-hearted. So she rummaged through her pockets and took out a few pieces of chocolate. These chocolates were given to her by Hay last night, and she had kept them without eating. Now, seeing the children, she decided to take them out. Just as she handed one piece to a child, it was snatched away by a larger child. Before the larger child could eat it, a man who looked to be in his 40s kicked him down and snatched it away. The man then casually chewed on all the chocolates a few times before swallowing them, while the other children could only watch him finish, not daring to say a word. The man was still unsatisfied. Leering at the bird person, he called out, "Sister, do you have any more to eat? I want more." The bird person carefully checked all her pockets again and shook her head. That had already been the last chocolate. The man didn't believe it. He pulled out a young boy and shouted, "He saw it yesterday. You all are dressed and eating so well. How could you not have food?" Some children who had fought for food last night also cooperated, revealing pitiful expressions. The bird person couldn't stand such expressions and didn't know what to do. At this moment, the extreme evil corpse, who had been silent, suddenly thought of something wicked. He jumped out, startling those children. The extreme evil corpse pointed at the bird person's feet and said, "She can't even afford shoes. What makes her better than you?" Then he raised her delicate little arm and said, "Soft and lacking muscle. No one would want her for hard labor. If no one wants her, how can she afford to eat?" Several middle-aged men looked at the extreme evil corpse in disbelief. This reasoning was too forced. The extreme evil corpse ignored them, letting go of the bird person's hand, and darkly said to the middle-aged men, "You have hands and feet. Why don't you go work? Doing some simple labor for those iron lumps wouldn't lead to starvation, right? They don't even want you to kill mutated beasts or bugs. You want to even do some simple hard work?" The middle-aged men, instead of feeling ashamed, felt proud and said, "Why should we work for those aliens? Not working is a matter of principle. We have dignity." The extreme evil corpse mocked, "Dignity? The whole planet is occupied by them. Being allowed to stay here is their mercy, and you still have dignity?" For these invasions by other races, native beings would absolutely not be able to turn the tables. Others could traverse the stars, and you were still playing house in your hometown. What do you have to resist them with? Once, he too was an invader, having destroyed countless planets, and no planet had ever survived for even half a day. This planet, the extreme evil corpse previously didn't understand why there were still humans. But yesterday he learned it was because of those bugs that delayed these alien races. The middle-aged men were not willing to listen to the extreme evil corpse. Even though he looked terrifying, they weren't afraid at all. They had seen even more terrifying existences than the extreme evil corpse these days, and none had harmed them, which made them seriously believe they were valuable, that these alien races still needed them. While the extreme evil corpse was conversing with the middle-aged men, on the other side, some boys disguised as children had already gathered around the bird person. Not everyone among them wanted food. Some precocious children had already entertained thoughts about the opposite sex. Upon seeing such a beautiful sister, some impulses were ignited, and although these children still dared not act too recklessly, they could stick close to this sister under the guise of being children. Thus, the bird person suddenly saw several boys around 15 or 16 years old, each sporting a little tent, trying to get close to her. Chapter 87. The bird person's second personality. The previously friendly bird person suddenly changed. Her eyes became enchanting. Her fingernails sharp, and a few blue feathers appeared at her wrists. With claws as sharp as daggers, she lunged at one boy's lower body, directly tearing into the flesh of the closest one between his legs. "Ha! Since you want these things, I'll make sure you can never use them again." Once again, the claws passed by. Those who had been under the small tent were all curled up on the ground like shrimp, wailing and rolling in pain, their blood flowing profusely. The darkened birdmen injected healing factors into them while injuring them, so in a few days, those mangled individuals would not die, but they would forever lose the ability to hold up the tent. A few middle-aged men with the extreme evil corpse were so frightened by this scene that they collapsed to the ground, instinctively clenching their legs. The darkened birdman turned around and slowly walked towards the few middle-aged men, a wicked smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she said to one of them, "You were staring at my feet, weren't you? Do you want me to give you a taste? I can fulfill your wish." Upon hearing the birdman's words, the man instinctively licked his lips, his mind racing with excitement, showing some reaction. In the next moment, the birdman slowly raised her foot, and the man leered at her. But just as her foot was about to approach his lower body, it transformed into an eagle claw, sharply crushing that area of the middle-aged man. The man's area was directly crushed, and amidst his screams, he painfully grabbed the birdman's calf with both hands, trying to push her claw away. However, the Birdman was very strong and did not stop her actions until the middle-aged man died. The man successfully died in the manner he had longed for, but the process was far from pleasant. The Birdman looked at the remaining middle-aged men and said, "Today, I will satisfy you all." The few men lying on the ground shook their heads desperately, banging their heads against the ground, tears streaming down their faces as they pleaded, "I beg you, spare my life. We will never dare again." At this moment, the extreme evil corpse stepped forward and directly pulled the heads off the few middle-aged men. He had been somewhat stunned watching the Birdman change so much, but now he came to his senses. Once the Birdman saw that all those who had no ill will towards her were dead, she returned to her original innocent appearance. She looked at the blood on the extreme evil corpse's hands, then at the trembling child and the blurry crowd, gasping, "Uncle Corpse, you killed them all." Upon hearing this, the extreme evil corpse's face turned even greener. "I killed them?" He then stepped closer, grabbing the Birdman's small head and forcing her eyes to meet his. The Birdman felt a bit shy, but the extreme evil corpse saw no malicious intent in her eyes, nor any intention to frame him, which he found a bit strange. Could it be that I was just hallucinating? Did I really kill them? But he certainly wouldn't actually think so. The extreme evil corpse suddenly smiled at the shy Birdman. "If you give me a few more feathers, I'll carry you." The Birdman, confused, tilted her little head and asked, "Uncle Corpse, what are you talking about?" However, the extreme evil corpse ignored her and grabbed her small arms, squeezing them in a special pattern. Suddenly, the Birdman gasped, unable to control herself, and her wings automatically appeared. The extreme evil corpse immediately plucked her feathers again. The Birdman looked at the extreme evil corpse with teary eyes, feeling a bit wronged and quite adorable. The extreme evil corpse didn't care about that. He was determined to gain some benefits from this little Birdman, needing many more feathers to make his tools. Although the Birdman felt a bit wronged, she was also easy to coax. After the extreme evil corpse casually rubbed her small wings and fiddled with her chin, she quickly returned to her usual self. Thus, she forgot about her plucked feathers and bounced over to Bai Mu. Seeing the Birdman running towards him, Bai Mu instinctively tightened his legs. He had seen everything that had just happened. He had previously stared at the Birdman's legs, and although he felt no pain, seeing how the men's bodies had become bloody and mangled made him instinctively feel a chill down below. When the Birdman approached, Bai Mu looked into her innocent eyes and, after confirming that she had no hidden agenda, he sighed in relief. Bai Mu took off his sunglasses and asked, "Was that your special skill just now?" The Dark also had a darkened skill, with some changes in appearance and personality becoming slightly more aggressive than usual, so Bai Mu thought the Birdman might have one too. To his surprise, the Birdman looked confused, tilting her little head and asking, "My lord, what skill?" Seeing this, Bai Mu checked the Birdman's thoughts again, finding she wasn't pretending not to know, and then he explained in detail, "You just crushed that group of people with your hands, and then you said some strange things. You also stomped on that area with your foot." Bai Mu looked at the Birdman's feet, unable to forget that scene. Such a beautiful little foot was so terrifying. The Birdman's face grew redder as she listened to Bai Mu. "My lord, that's impossible. How could I, Yiling, ever touch such an indescribable place with my hands or feet?" After multiple explanations yielded no results, Bai Mu felt that the Birdman probably wasn't darkened. She likely had a split personality. Her other personality must be the one that was slightly seductive but ruthless when it came to killing men. While Bai Mu was analyzing this, the Birdman was secretly glancing at him. Ever since she arrived, Bai Mu had asked her about her legs multiple times. Moreover, sometimes when Bai Mu looked at her legs, he had an odd expression, similar to what she had seen in the eyes of every man she encountered, leading her to come up with a bold hypothesis. The Birdman weakly said, "My lord, if you want Yiling to use her legs." Bai Mu quickly stood up and covered her mouth, saying, "Yiling, stop thinking such strange things. Your legs are indeed beautiful, but I am not the kind of person you think I am." He then turned her around and said, "Go play outside. Remember not to think about these things anymore. Understood?" The Birdman turned back, wide-eyed, and then nodded seriously, My lord, Yiling understands." At this moment, Yiling's trust and closeness to Bai Mu increased, and she felt guilty for her previous misinterpretation. Bai Mu truly was a noble figure. From now on, she wouldn't misinterpret anything he did. After the Birdman left, Bai Mu finally sighed in relief, muttering to himself, "Dealing with this little Birdman is really exhausting. If I'm not careful, I end up thinking about that aspect." Then Bai Mu pushed his lounge chair closer to Hei's, noticing that Hei was still reading. Bai Mu leaned in. Just as he arrived, Hei closed the book and suddenly asked, "Xiao Bai, do you like feet?" Bai Mu was taken aback by the question, then replied in a mischievous tone, "No. I'm just purely lustful." While they were talking, the mechanical tribe, which had not made a sound until now, finally arrived. 4 or 5 huge mechs, along with a large group of mechanical beings, slowly approached. After the mechanical tribe arrived, they didn't directly approach Bai Mu but sent out dozens of mechanical beings to capture the refugees below. After that, a mechanical being came to Bai Mu's ship, first expressing apologies, then explaining why they had taken so long to arrive. Bai Mu stated that it was fine but felt a bit dissatisfied with the timing of their appearance, questioning why they chose such a critical moment to show up. Chapter 88. The female mechanic Bai Mu only thought about these things internally. He would feel embarrassed if he said them out loud. However, seeing that the other mechanical beings were still capturing refugees, he curiously asked about it. The mechanical being responded to Bai Mu's question without hiding anything, saying, "Some of these people will be sent to the City of Mechanics for enhancement and transformation to fight against the insect tribe. Others have caught the attention of our allies and will be sent into those guys' homes before the war with the insect tribe begins." Oh, Bai Mu understood and didn't ask further. Everyone here was going to become cannon fodder. Once the mechanical being saw Bai Mu had no other questions, it added, "If you're ready, then let's head to the front lines." Bai Mu nodded and sent the mechanical race away, then turned to Hei Dao. "Xiao Hei, get up. It's time to set off." Upon hearing this, Hei was about to get off the recliner when Bai Mu bent down to pick up Hei's black sandals and helped him put them on. After putting them on, he even playfully pinched Hei's delicate little feet. Hei felt a slight blush on his face after noticing Bai Mu's little action. After a moment, Bai Mu returned with the extreme evil corpse and the Birdman, while the Beastman trio and Yin Chong also returned. The 2 pilots in the spaceship's control room were energized by Bai Mu's 2 rejuvenating spells, shaking off their drowsiness and becoming spirited. The mechanical race outside didn't capture everyone, only taking about a third of the people, and they locked the captured individuals in a large cage carried by 2 gigantic mechas. Those sent to be played with by others were individually carried on the shoulders of the mechanical race, the scene resembling bandits forcibly taking women. Some people realized their fate and were overjoyed, their expressions wide with smiles. Others were initially furious about being treated as playthings. But after the mechanical race showed them pictures of alien species, they compromised. At worst, it would be death, whether starving outside or being drained by aliens. It was all the same, and they were willing to take the risk. Some, particularly those with strong will, refused to go, but they were often sent to hostile camps. To the destroyers. As the spaceship moved forward, Bai Mu looked out the window and saw the interior of the mechanical city, which resembled a dead city, showing no signs of life other than the mechanical race. The ones walking around were all combat personnel of the mechanical race, with no ordinary residents in sight. Bai Mu murmured, "This mechanical race is probably all soldiers." The extreme evil corpse, hearing Bai Mu's quiet words, spoke up. "My lord, these mechanical beings are indeed all soldiers. Their levels are all the same, and the stronger the armor they possess, the stronger they become." Bai Mu showed no surprise upon hearing this. The essence of these mechanical beings was small energy balls, and they were very fragile. He had previously thought about capturing one to raise. After observing the mechanical city for a while, Bai Mu stopped looking. There were no visible defensive structures, not even a gate guard cannon. However, Bai Mu didn't genuinely believe there were no defenses. What was shown to the public was surely superficial, and he was too lazy to investigate further, as they were not a hostile force for now. When Bai Mu returned inside the metal partition, the 3 beastmen were discussing amongst themselves. They focused their topic on the Birdman, who was sleeping on the sofa like a small cat. Perhaps unable to control their excitement, they spoke a bit too loudly, waking the Birdman. Upon waking, the Birdman heard his name mentioned in the conversation and leaned in to listen. The 3 beastmen were so engrossed in their discussion that they didn't even notice the Birdman approaching. Finally, as the Birdman became more and more embarrassed, Yin Chong could no longer stand it. He tugged at Qing Shi's tail, and the 3 beastmen finally noticed the Birdman. They were all startled and hurriedly explained that they were pure beasts. However, the Birdman, with a red face, finally shyly said, "You all are lecherous," and then quickly ran into Bai Mu's room, no longer wanting to be with the 3 beastmen, who felt like they had permanently lost face in front of the Birdman. Yin Chong, seeing the Birdman enter Bai Mu's room, angrily pounded his thigh. When would he ever have the luck of the king to find a beautiful wife? On the other side of the metal partition, Bai Mu was playing cards with He when he saw the Birdman, red-faced, burrow into the room and then sit quietly on the floor, hugging his knees. Bai Mu, who was about to lose, immediately pretended he hadn't held the cards steady, mixing the cards in his hand with those played. My hand slipped. Xiao He, let us start over. He nodded. After all, he was just playing with Bai Mu, and winning or losing wasn't that important. During the shuffling process, Bai Mu asked the Birdman on the floor, Ling, what is wrong with you? The Birdman shook his little head vigorously without speaking. If you don't want to say, that's fine. Do you want to play cards? The Birdman paused, looked up at Bai Mu, and asked in surprise, Can I? Of course. He said nothing to this, so the Birdman happily crawled over to He's side. I don't know how to play. Can I just watch you? Sure. Gradually, the Birdman also loosened up, and the three of them happily played cards together. Inside, it was like this, while outside, the three beastmen and Yin Chong were all restless, continuously drinking water, each lost in their own thoughts. In the control room, Wang Ming and Li San were also busy. Li San was piloting the spaceship, while Wang Ming took out a drawing. This was a side profile of Bai Mu that Wang Ming had secretly drawn. The two had already become Bai Mu's fans, and Wang Ming happened to be good at drawing. Holding the drawing, Wang Ming said, In the future, when looking for a wife, it has to be someone like the king, gentle and beautiful. You wouldn't get tired of it even after 100 years. The pilot Li San saw Wang Ming's drawing and said, Wang Ming, you rascal, why did you draw the king so feminine? If the king sees this, he'll break your bones. Wang Ming retorted, Come on. You yourself dream about the king every night and call his name. How can you have the face to say that about me? Li San was momentarily speechless, and after a long pause, he said, At least I'm not like you. With posters of the king all over your room. Amid their bickering, 2 days passed just like that. When they disembarked from the spaceship, among the crowd inside, except for the extreme evil corpse and the Birdman, who remained excited, He was as usual, while the others were somewhat fatigued. These single men weren't completely devoid of desires like the extreme evil corpse. They were all cramped together, nearly suffocating. Bai Mu, due to the Birdman, had been spending time with He, with two beautiful women less than half a meter away from him every day. Yet Bai Mu couldn't do anything. He couldn't let his image collapse, and with the Birdman around, he couldn't make any small moves with He. So he felt quite pinned up during these days on the spaceship. He couldn't help but chuckle softly at Bai Mu's situation over the past 2 days. Just after they disembarked from the spaceship and hadn't done anything yet, a few women approached them. The women expressionlessly said something to the three beastmen and Yin Chong, who immediately revealed awkward yet somewhat lewd smiles. After consulting Bai Mu, they mysteriously followed the women away. One of the women said something to the extreme evil corpse, who shook his head dismissively. The woman then shifted her focus to Bai Mu. She looked at He beside Bai Mu, then at the Birdman, hesitated to speak, and finally just turned to leave. Bai Mu, who had been very curious about what the women had said, couldn't believe they were leaving just like that. So, he quickly stepped forward to stop the woman and asked, What did you just say to them? The woman was quite surprised that Bai Mu called out to her. So she replied, We are intelligent machines, unable to fight, and specially made to relieve stress from males. We were just asking your subordinates if they needed stress relief. And naturally, they all did. Seeing that you already have 2 females by your side, I thought you wouldn't need it. But if you want all 3, I can arrange that too. Bai Mu was stunned upon hearing this. They had created such things from metal? And wouldn't a metal body be uncomfortable? Then he thought of his subordinates and began to worry. They probably didn't know they were going with machines, right? Chapter 89. A different Yutian clan. After learning the true identity of the women, Bai Mu awkwardly, yet politely smiled. I don't need it. After listening, the woman bowed and left directly. At this moment, the Birdman asked, What is stress relief, Your Majesty? Bai Mu looked at the naive Birdman and didn't want to remind him of her past experiences, but the Birdman insisted on knowing, so Bai Mu replied, Stress relief is plucking bird feathers. Plucking feathers is very relieving. The Birdman was so scared that he immediately took a step back and no longer mentioned stress relief. However, at this moment, He quietly asked Bai Mu, Little Bai, is stress relief really about plucking feathers? He wasn't very clear about these things either. Apart from having done some embarrassing things with Bai Mu, she was as innocent as a blank slate and didn't understand much. When He asked this, Bai Mu also quietly replied, It's just like what we did on the sofa last time. Upon hearing this, Hei recalled that moment, and her face instantly flushed. Seeing this, Bai Mu mischievously pulled Hei along, leading the way toward the front line with the mechanical clan, while the Birdman fearfully followed behind. The evil corpse at the back felt a bit jealous and sighed. Sigh? A woman just needs to act cute and blush a little to gain affection. I don't understand. I can't figure it out. Why does everyone think of ending up with the opposite sex? Isn't it nice for men to fight side by side on the battlefield, bathing in the blood of enemies? Looking at Hei, the evil corpse occasionally wondered if becoming a woman might allow him to experience that too. The evil corpse liked the transformed Birdman, not in a romantic way, but as a kindred spirit. Those he deemed deserving of death would not be allowed to die easily. They would be tortured before meeting their end. At this moment, a member of the Yutian clan approached Bai Mu. This Yutian had a childish-looking metal ring on his ring finger. Upon seeing Bai Mu and the others, the Yutian smiled faintly and greeted them warmly. Hello, humans. Bai Mu felt no fondness for the Yutian, despite his friendly greeting. After hearing Bai Mu's words earlier, Hei was in a daze, but upon hearing the Yutian's voice, she instantly snapped back to reality and transformed into silver armor, covering herself completely. The Yutian's friendly greeting went unanswered, and noticing Bai Mu's poor expression, he asked, Human, do you have a grievance with my clan? This Yutian was already married. He had fallen for a human woman. Initially, the woman was unwilling, but over time, she accepted him. Their relationship was good, and he promised not to stray while also helping suffering humans when he could. However, Bai Mu was unaware of this. She looked at the Yutian and said, It's nothing, I just personally don't like you. Upon learning the reason, the Yutian did not give up and continued. You don't like us? That's okay. I believe time will make us close. After all, we will be comrades in the days ahead. Before Bai Mu could respond, the Yutian began to introduce himself. My name is Nangong Rue. My beautiful wife gave me this name. It sounds nice, right? Can you tell me your name? Bai Mu looked at this unusual large bird and felt a bit at a loss upon hearing such a gender-neutral name. Facing the eager bird, Bai Mu finally stopped maintaining a stern face. Instead of directly answering the Yutian's question, she countered, Is your wife a local resident here? Hearing Bai Mu's question, the Yutian's expression softened. My wife is someone I found in the Western continent. At that time, she was about to be violated by a beast, and I happened to pass by. The first time I saw her enchanting abdomen, I fell deeply in love with her. I directly went up and tore that beast apart. From her gaze, I knew she liked me too, so we ended up together, although she was a bit mischievous and often uncooperative. The Yutian wanted to continue, but Bai Mu interrupted him directly. I'm not asking how you got together, and this is the first time I've heard someone justify such forceful actions. There was no need for the Yutian to continue. Bai Mu already understood that he had forcibly taken a human as his wife. Judging by the Yutian's words and actions, it seemed he got along very well with his wife. Otherwise, he wouldn't change so much when mentioning her. Bai Mu said lightly, My name is Bai Mu. The Yutian responded upon hearing her name, Bai Mu. What a strange name. He then looked at the others beside Bai Mu and asked for their names one by one. Hei softly replied, Hey. The Birdman, seeing Bai Mu give her name, although not using her real name, was unlike Bai Mu in being wary of outsiders. She eagerly said, My name is Lan Yiling. It's a name given to me by someone. But the person who named me is a big pervert. The evil corpse, upon seeing the Yutian, no longer wore a gloomy expression and said normally, My name is G.E. You can just call me E. The Yutian listened to each of them state their names. And apart from the Birdman's, which was relatively normal, the others were all unusual. Nevertheless, the Yutian still smiled and responded, first looking at Bai Mu. I'll call you Brother Mu. Then turning to Hei, he was about to speak when Hei preemptively said, Just call me Angel. All right, the Yutian replied. After Hei finished, the cheerful Birdman also chimed in, What about me? The Yutian looked at the cute Birdman, inadvertently glanced down, swallowed, and thought, This one is also a gem, comparable to my wife. At this moment, Bai Mu waved her hand at the Birdman and said, all right, he's not one of us. Let's go. Upon hearing Bai Mu's words, the Birdman had to put away her thoughts and followed Bai Mu ahead. However, the Yutian still trailed behind them, whispering in Bai Mu's ear, Since we've exchanged names, then we can be considered friends, right? Bai Mu didn't want to respond, but the Yutian added, Since you're not speaking, that means you agree. If we're friends, could you smile a little? Always having a stern face will make you ugly. Thus, under the Yutian's constant chatter, Bai Mu and the others finally reached the outermost perimeter of the defense line. They were brought to an extremely thick metal city wall, towering several dozen meters high. with massive psychic cannons positioned at intervals. Although Bai Mu didn't know the exact power of these cannons, she was sure it was significant, or they wouldn't be at the front line. Inside the city wall, dozens of gigantic mechas stood below, with many members of the mechanical clan maintaining them. Outside the city wall, several hundred meters away, there was a transparent protective shield enveloping the entire defensive structure, blocking countless insectoids from the outside. Within this several hundred meters range, there were camps housing orcs and humans, along with many mechanical beasts and some mindless defensive robots wandering around, and fewer mechanical clansmen. The protective shield would occasionally be breached by exploding insectoid bombs, creating small openings through which countless insectoids would surge in. The orc and human cannon fodder would work together with mechanical beasts and defensive robots to block the incoming insectoids, while the few mechanical clansmen would repair the breaches.